Originally, this video was going to be about Knights of the Old Republic 2, the Sith Lords. Similar to New Vegas, KOTOR 2 is a sequel by Obsidian working off the framework of another company. What New Vegas was to Fallout 3, so too is the Sith Lords to KOTOR 1. However, unlike New Vegas, the Sith Lords is more narratively tied to the events of the game preceding it. An incredibly large amount of references are made to the events of the first game, meaning it would be difficult to navigate around the storyline of the sequel with no context of what happened before. For that reason, I've opted to start with Knights of the Old Republic 1 by BioWare as an entry point that can be watched before checking out the planned future video focusing on the sequel. Personally, KOTOR was one of the first games to introduce me into tabletop-style role-playing games, both in general and within a video game format. I've taken part in a limited amount of tabletops throughout my life, sure, but KOTOR was the first for me, and was what kind of drew me into tabletops as a whole. It's simply a Star Wars role-playing game at a glance, but a more in-depth look shows you a D20 system that's actually built off of the role-playing game developed by Wizards of the Coast, best known for Dungeons & Dragons as well as Magic the Gathering. I was not someone accustomed to CRPGs or games similar to said genre around KOTOR's release back in 2003. It was a new experience in a multitude of ways, making it very alluring to someone that was both a fan of Star Wars and RPGs in general. A game where you leveled up your classes, gained skills, attributes, and feats, as well as being able to pause on the fly for a better means of planning your next course of action while in battle. I had never seen anything like this before. The closest thing to it at the time was turn-based strategy games, at least to my adolescent eyes. I was a big fan of Final Fantasy, and this was in a way the closest thing to a Star Wars game that would give me a similar experience. KOTOR has justifiably a bit of legacy behind it. It not only spawned a sequel game, one I think is much better than its predecessor, but it also spawned an MMO far into KOTOR's narrative future. Now, I have my own feelings on said MMO, but that's not really within the scope of this video. What I'm trying to say is that I believe KOTOR to be a fairly flawed experience overall looking back years later, but one that was so revolutionary nonetheless that it managed to cement itself as one of the best Star Wars video game experiences of its time, and hopefully I'll be able to showcase that to you. Knights of the Old Republic is a game created by BioWare, best known for the series we are discussing today, as well as Dragon Age and Mass Effect, games that can be considered within a similar vein of KOTOR. All three of these series seem to share a large aspect of their design between one another, especially when it comes to narrative progression and exploration, and also especially when it comes to very mediocre karmic dials and dialogue. BioWare is a company that at one point loved morality systems. They were obsessed with them to the point that one of Mass Effect's biggest selling points was said morality system. The ability to be a paragon or a renegade, and how that would affect the overall storyline as well as your character's appearance and personality. All of these systems would fit just as well within a Star Wars environment, thanks to the already established concept of the light side and the dark side. Sure enough, 5 years prior to Mass Effect, the foundation for the exact same morality system was already created and implemented within a Star Wars setting. Morality plays a large part in KOTOR due to it playing a large part within Star Wars, but whether or not it was done well or ever has been done well by BioWare is something we'll explore a bit later. That isn't to say that the role-playing mechanics are totally bad, far from it. There's so much to this game that I would consider revolutionary at the time. The ability to kill your party members or have them turn against you, and the ability to make various choices that will overall have a rippling effect throughout your journey, leads to a truly dynamic, even if somewhat limited experience. KOTOR released between the films Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. It even was potentially going to be a game that took place during the Clone Wars, but BioWare opted for a game set 4,000 years in the past in order to have more creative freedom. A choice I personally think was for the best, especially since it led to some of my favorite aesthetics within Star Wars. While the game looks incredibly aged by today's standards, at the time it was one of the most graphically impressive releases on the Xbox and PC, which was one of the game's stronger selling points. The cinematic feel of the game that you experience while playing is intentional, as KOTOR was always meant to feel like one of the films, and it was with this design direction and the incredible use of hardware at the time, alongside very little pushback from LucasArts, that led to one of the best Star Wars games ever made. And you'll see some of that through the mechanics and storyline as we discuss them. To be clear, I am a fan of Star Wars, sure, but not a diehard one. I enjoyed the original films as a kid, the prequels, and several games that came out within its lifetime, but I am not the type to sit down on Wikipedia and read up on all the lore, to buy the books, the comics, and any other form of media as soon as it releases. It's more accurate to even say that at this point, I am a fan of KOTOR more than I am a fan of Star Wars. KOTOR is what wowed me, showed me what I considered some of the best parts of Star Wars as a whole, the best parts of role-playing games, and allowed me to live within the world. So going into this retrospective, please keep that in mind. This is about KOTOR with respect to Star Wars. How KOTOR may relate to Star Wars is not necessarily the point. Rather, I want to talk about the role-playing aspect, the mechanics, the design, where things worked and where they failed. I don't really care if it wasn't particularly good or bad as a Star Wars experience, and care more about it as a video game, Star Wars or not. If you enjoy this content, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, as it helps me continue to make it. With that out of the way, I'm Super Rad, and this is the Knights of the Old Republic retrospective. Before we begin, I have to preface this video with a similar section I had in the New Vegas one. Like New Vegas, KOTOR and its sequel can be considered filled to the brim with the bugs and issues that can make the gameplay experience on modern hardware less than desirable. For New Vegas, it was very easy to install a few mods that added to the game's stability. With KOTOR and KOTOR 2, it's not that simple. Knights of the Old Republic has a few community patches you can install fairly easily. This makes the game much more stable, and you're less likely to see bugs and other various issues, though they're still incredibly constant. Getting it to run on a 1440p monitor is a little more difficult and requires some finessing. The game isn't designed for this resolution, but it's arguably the better way to play it considering the type of monitor I am using and for the recording process. UI elements have been adjusted for this resolution, but cinematic FMVs have not, meaning they will appear as they did originally, albeit stretched potentially. Even more controversial may be the changes necessary to play through KOTOR 2. One of the more comprehensive bug fixes for said entry is the Sith Lord Restoration mod that not only fixes various issues, but also restores a large amount of cut content. Generally speaking, I like these retrospectives to focus on the game within a vanilla environment as much as possible, or vanilla plus as I put it in the New Vegas video. That's a bit more difficult with the Sith Lords, as the history of the game's development led to a bit of a rushed release with content planned to be fully featured and added, but ultimately removed for time. So when we do reach the sequel, we may be analyzing it from the lens of the restoration mod, while also pointing out how it would have been on release. Generally speaking, I do my best to talk about the game in a way where these mods don't have a large or significant impact on my opinion regarding the product. However, we know that some of these games have aged to a point where they have become a buggy mess. There's no reason to painfully work through them in that state. Upon starting a new game, you have the ability to create a new character. Now, the character creation process isn't the most advanced out there, even for 2003. After choosing to be male or female, you have a set of portraits, and each portrait corresponds to a model that will represent your character. There's no in-depth customization in terms of cosmetics, however, there is a fair bit of customization when it comes to selecting your class, followed by setting up your skills, attributes, and feats. In terms of classes, there are 3 options to start with, those being Scout, Scoundrel, and Soldier. Each of these classes dictates some of your starting abilities and which abilities you will gain for free when leveling up. This in turn changes how you'll play with the character. Scoundrel, for example, gets a large amount of stealth bonuses overall. Stealth attacks can be used for extra damage, and activating a stealth attack can be done in a variety of ways. For example, I could stock up on concussion grenades in order to stun my enemies. Stun enemies take stealth attacks and therefore extra damage. This is a valuable playstyle for scoundrels that can make playing them incredibly easy. Now, in terms of overall playstyle, it'd be disingenuous to say that your experience is going to be dramatically different based on which class you pick. This isn't like Dragon's Dogma, where choosing to play as a mage is a completely different experience to that of a fighter. Rather, the classes are all very similar in overall design and differ based on which skills you are given for free on level up, and thus dictate the playstyle in ways that may not even be relevant to a first-time player. If you want the best experience or easiest experience, Scout and Scoundrel are probably your best options, with Soldier being arguably the weaker option out of the three due to some of the abilities it gets that can kind of become obsolete later. Soldiers have the most health overall, but vitality in this game can become less important as you progress, especially with the right force abilities and item management. On top of that, their class skills, of which are cheaper to rank up, are skills generally better off for party members, as you can then focus on more important skills like Persuade, since your character is the only one who can perform persuasion checks within dialogue. Now, that doesn't mean Soldier is a wrong choice at all. You can make it work. It arguably won't matter unless you have an actual class plan where you want to optimize as much as possible, so on your first playthrough, it really doesn't matter. Pick what sounds cool to you and try something new on subsequent playthroughs. That's how games like this should work. Not every class is necessarily equal, but that also doesn't matter. This gets even more muddy as Jedi classes are introduced later on, but we'll talk about that as it becomes introduced to us. All you really need to know right now is that at one point early in the storyline, your class swaps from your first selection to one of 3 Jedi classes, and there's a maximum level total of 20 within Knights of the Old Republic. That means if you hit level 6 as a Scoundrel, you'll only have 14 levels left for your Jedi class. This leads to some players opting to not level up at all. They gain the experience but don't actually allocate anything upon meeting the level threshold. This is a fine option if you want to take it, as it allows you to optimize your Jedi class and get more abilities out of it, but it is hardly necessary and potentially detrimental, especially for new players. Not leveling up naturally makes the game harder, and the intro sequence on Taris is particularly combat heavy, meaning you tend to need to learn a few tricks and optimizations to make it out of there with a large chunk of EXP while not actually leveling up. Starting classes can also complement your Jedi class upgrade, so it's not like you are truly losing out by leveling up your starting class. Take the game easy and invest in what you enjoy, and through that you'll be rewarded. After choosing your starting class, you then have to choose your attributes. These are your base character stats, values that dictate your overall effectiveness in combat and outside of it. You start with each of these attributes at their minimum level of 8, and you are given 30 points to allocate into them. Each attribute costs 1 point to level up until you hit level 15, which costs 2 points from then on, and then 3 points at level 17 onward. It would cost me 1 point to level up to 14, 2 points to 15, 2 points again to 16, and then 3 points to 17. When playing, the character will gain a new attribute point every 4th level, leading to an additional 5 points overall. However, these 5 points won't be subject to the increased cost during character generation, meaning that it'd be possible to take an attribute that you got to 18 at creation and boost it all the way to 23. Although I imagine that is a bad idea, this is due to the concept of modifiers. The attribute doesn't matter too much. It's used in a calculation to determine a modifier. You take your attribute, subtract 10 from it, and divide it by 2 while rounding down. This means an attribute of 8 gives you a modifier of -1, and an attribute of 9 does the same thing. Every 2 points extra into the attribute boosts the modifier by 1. These modifiers are then used in various rolls or calculations to determine success, failure, or bonuses. I won't go into great detail about every attribute. Strength is best known for melee weapon effectiveness, while Dex does the same thing for ranged weapons. Interestingly, lightsabers will use the higher value of the two. Constitution affects your health and fortitude, and intelligence affects multiple things including skill points on level up and character generation. Meanwhile, wisdom and charisma are force-related attributes, with charisma being particularly important for the main character as it directly affects the persuasion skill. Speaking of skills, these are further stats to allocate points into that are used within the game. Most of the skills are used for various non-combative checks. Computer use will allow you to hack into terminals while using less of the game's hacking currency, computer spikes. The higher the skill, the less spikes you need. Meanwhile, something like security has to roll a difficulty check for success, and having a higher security will add a modifier to said check. For the main character, I would generally say that the 3 most important skills are persuasion, maybe treating injury, and potentially awareness. Although the wisdom attribute gives a large awareness bonus anyway. This is due to the player character being the only one who can persuade persuade people, and the party members being able to complete the other actions for you instead. You don't have to hack that terminal. T3M4 could hack that terminal. Mission Veo could disable that mine. There's objectively better places to put your skill points overall, since your party members can cover your weaknesses and you have unique abilities that they do not. In this specific playthrough, I opted to play as the Scoundrel class and boosted my strength, dexterity, constitution, wisdom, and charisma evenly, while leaving intelligence at the minimum, since I know I'm not going to need that many skill points invested in my character, allowing me to be stronger in other areas. Feats are the final choice in character creation and are perks you can purchase periodically on level up depending on your class. Soldiers, for example, get a new feat almost every level up, while a class like Scoundrel gets them every 2 or so. The maximum amount of feats you can have by level 20 is dependent both on your starting class and what level you become a Jedi. Most of these perks are for helping you in combat or allowing you to wear new equipment and implants, but not everything is like that. Take Empathy, which gives a skill bonus to Persuasion, Awareness, and Treat Injury. This is potentially a good feat for you if you still need to invest in Persuasion so you can pass certain dialogue checks. Not all of these feats are passive either. Within the combat system of KOTOR, you can use default attacks automatically per turn, but melee and ranged fighters can invest in certain feats that offer bonuses to crit rate, amount of attacks, or damage, usually with some sort of detriment in return. Looking at critical strikes for melee users, you can boost your critical threat at the cost of a -5 defense penalty, meaning that there is a greater chance of you rolling a value that will perform critical damage. Flurry, meanwhile, grants you additional attacks in a single combat round, making this attack best for stealth kills, as all attacks within a combat round will gain a stealth damage bonus on eligible targets. It should be pointed out that you don't have to go through all of this. You can choose preset stats per class, but I highly recommend choosing your own abilities and reading up a little bit on the system if you want to be truly effective. You can get through the normal difficulty of KOTOR fairly easily, even with a nonsense build, but if you want to learn to fight effectively and steamroll some enemies through strategy, you need to do a little bit of research and reading. Additionally, every level up allows you to auto-level if you choose to, which will allocate stats and points based off of your class. This is also not recommended. You're better off entering the level screen, choosing the recommended button to see what they would place the stats in, and deciding if that is right for you. KOTOR is one of those RPGs with a lot of depth under the hood that many players probably won't end up perceiving. It's one of the things that I love about it. It's a way of designing a battle system that can be played from a high level where you know barely anything about it and still have a fun and fulfilling time. Then every time you go back to the game and try again, you know more about the system and can gradually become more and more versed within its mechanics. You learn to be more effective overall, but you don't have to be, meaning this game is more accessible to all audiences. Upon exiting the character creator, you're met with your first FMV cutscene, which includes the traditional Star Wars text crawl to establish the setting the game is working with, that being the world of Star Wars set 4,000 years before the events of the films. The biggest takeaway from the text crawl is that the Sith Armada is run by a Sith Lord known as Darth Malak, who is the last surviving apprentice of Darth Revan. Both Revan and Malak are incredibly important figures within the storyline of Knights of the Old Republic's first game, with Revan having a rippling effect into the game's sequel, while Malak acts as the first game's main antagonist. It should be pointed out that this retrospective will go in-depth into the storyline as it is presented to us, so take this as your one and only spoiler warning. I think I might have put one more in, I'm not sure. KOTOR takes place during a time of Sith domination. The Republic and Jedi exist as opposition to them, but have been left mostly weakened and scattered, which has in turn allowed the Sith to impose their will on various planets found within the galaxy, including Taris, where we'll be spending the majority of our early game time, and I really do mean a majority. Above Taris, a Jedi fleet aboard the Endar Spire is currently in combat with Dark Malak's forces after being ambushed. Your character awakens from a dream during the beginning of this attack as Sith forces begin to board the Spire. Trask Ulgo, a member of the Republic fleet, enters your room to gain your assistance. Trask acts as a bit of a tutorial character designed as a temporary party member who will help you learn the basics of equipment and KOTOR's battle system. You can ask him various questions about what's going on, but ultimately it boils down to fighting off the Sith, reaching a set of escape pods, and ultimately saving Bastila, a powerful Jedi who is important to the Republic due to her unique ability known as battle meditation. It's around this time that Trask will discuss your history with the Republic. The storyline given is based on your starting class. As we are a scoundrel, Trask mentions how we used to smuggle spice and blasters along the Corellian run, and the Republic apparently hired us for our talents rather than locking us up for committing illegal activities. Each of the classes has a different reason for being on the Spire and working for the Republic, and none of them are particularly well explained, but this is on purpose for greater reveals later down the line. Your character's storyline must be left ambiguous for both storyline purposes and as a means of making role-playing said character easier. As I touched on in the New Vegas video, and I am unfortunately going to be mentioning the New Vegas video a lot, it is generally easier for an individual to insert themselves into the player character when there is less known history to work with. That being said, KOTOR, like New Vegas, fills up that history later on down the line, which leads to a similar hiccup of potentially retconning your established headcanon for the sake of a big narrative payoff on BioWare's end. Obviously, I'm against this. I was against this in New Vegas, and this is no different now. That being said, the payoff I am talking about is almost historical in how impactful it was to KOTOR as a whole. Though it leads to issues I just mentioned, it manages to pay off to the point that the overall reveal and history of your character is a net positive in terms of a role-playing experience. So look forward to that if you've never played the game before. You should probably play this game at least once before watching this video, but I'm not judging you. Before you can go anywhere, Trask tasks you with finding your clothes, which in turn allows you to access the equipment menu. Within the equipment screen, there are 9 slots. The most important are both your armor slots as well as your main hand and offhand for equipment. Within the WotC Star Wars system, it is possible for characters to use one-handed or two-handed weapons. Using one-handed weapons allows the player to dual wield at a penalty that can be mitigated by investing in 2 weapon fighting feats, of which there are 3, and we will be investing in this either to dual wield later on down the line or to use double-bladed lightsabers. In fact, no matter which playstyle you choose, whether it be ranged, melee, two-handed, two-weapon, and so on, you will need to make certain investments into specific feats in order to get the most out of your character. You could dual wield at any time, but if you don't invest into the right feats for it, you'll be left at a disadvantage when fighting enemies of a similar level to yourself. The freedom of leveling and feats is there for you, but you are encouraged to take a few necessary paths along the way. For dual wielding specifically, you have a main hand where your weapon will be the most effective, generally meaning you want to equip your best melee weapons to said hand and then complement it with a weapon in your offhand, especially weapons that have offhand bonuses in their stats or are made to be offhand, like shorter lightsabers. Most other pieces of equipment are specifically for stat raising, things like headpieces, gloves, implants, and belts. Implants specifically need feats in order to be worn, and they come in 3 levels. The higher the level, the higher the necessary feat to wear it. Belts also can contain additional functionality, that being a stealth generator, which is a necessary piece of equipment in order to use the game's stealth mechanic. Stealth is a little finicky in this game. By activating your stealth field, you enter solo mode, meaning you move without your party members who are usually right beside or behind you. This allows you to bypass enemies or get close enough to enter a combat phase that will lead to a stealth attack if they haven't spotted you. In that sense, it is possible for scoundrels to ambush enemies before calling the rest of your party back to your side to commence battle. It's not the most intuitive system in terms of activating it or mechanics, but it at the very least makes sense. If your party members aren't skilled at stealth, or especially if they don't have a field, it doesn't make sense to have them follow alongside you while you are trying to sneak by someone. Take The Last of Us, which opted to have party members simply not be observed by the enemy AI while you're skulking around. I don't have any strong opinions on said design choice either this way or that, but it helps to show the contrast between Naughty Dog's decisions for stealth and BioWare's, with BioWare's decision fitting better overall in a role-playing environment. Finally, there are also shields that can be equipped to either arm slot on every character that isn't a droid. Droids get their own shield mechanic, but it functions virtually the same. Shields are explained better on Taris, but they essentially allow you to deflect most energy damage and sometimes melee damage temporarily and with limited usage. Different, more advanced shields can deflect various other forms of energy damage as well, but most cannot block simple melee attacks from weapons such as vibroblades. Once you're equipped, Trask will join your party proper and offer a small tutorial in character swapping. You can always have a party of a maximum of 3 people, and while on the field you can swap between controlling any of them at any given time. This comes with several uses. For one, it allows you to better control the flow of battle and make sure every member is doing exactly what you want them to. This is bolstered by the fact that you can pause the game mid-combat to get a better perception of the battle at hand while still giving out orders. Additionally, characters other than your main can be used to perform various actions that your custom character may not be adept at. Trask here has override codes for the door. You cannot open the door, so you need to switch to controlling Trask and have him interact with said door in order to input the codes. Then you can simply swap back to your main character and continue pressing forward. What next transpires is a set of battles that are designed to teach you various aspects of the combat system. These are both somewhat explained by Trask while also having the option of the game shooting you some tutorial messages as new mechanics make themselves known. It's not the most eloquent tutorial out there, but it gets the job done without an overly large amount of text preventing you from getting into the action. And for a game centered around the rules of a tabletop RPG, that's a blessing if anything. KOTOR has a large amount of mechanics, many of which you may not even realize on your first run through. And as you gain experience with the game and learn more and more ways to prepare and optimize battles, you'll slowly begin to appreciate all the tabletop has to offer, without being forced to make use of it. You should at the very least read through the tutorial messages once though. You not only learn the ins and outs of basic combat, but how to better make use of items within battle as well. Grenades are a particularly useful resource within the early game, and there are various types of grenades that are better for different situations. Concussion grenades can stun enemies, leaving them open to stealth attacks, and there's also types that are better overall against droids versus humans. You have a lot of options. The biggest trap overall is potentially the lack of explanation that comes with special attacks. Generally, ranged and melee characters will have 3 specific special attacks in the form of feats, and while these may seem like they are more useful than your default attack overall, you can look a bit further into them to see that these abilities are a bit more beneficial within specific circumstances. I've mentioned it already, but the critical strike ability is great for helping with criticals, but at the same time it bestows a large defense penalty onto your character, leaving you particularly vulnerable to attacks after the fact. In that sense, critical strike is best used when you want to get like a killing blow on an enemy rather than when you're fighting like 5 different dudes. This isn't a law that you need to follow. Realistically, on normal difficulty, you could spam your active feats whenever you want and probably get through the game just fine. But you will notice a distinct boost in damage and effectiveness if you read up on your feats and learn when to properly use them. It's nice for a game to have normal mode as a means of allowing players to get introduced to the mechanics overall, then players can switch to the harder difficulty later once they understand the game better and feel rewarded for optimizing properly. As you continue through the Spire, you'll have communications with Carth Onasi, a Republic pilot and one of the only surviving members on the ship with you. Carth is your first true party member, meaning that Trask is going to meet his untimely demise shortly as he sacrifices himself to hold off a Dark Jedi, allowing you to continue towards Carth and the escape pods. Other than acting as a tutorial, there isn't much else to the Spire. As you reach Carth, there's only one pod left, with Bastila having already escaped onto the planet of Taris below. You have the option of following Carth onto the last pod, but you won't be able to come back to the Spire, and this brings up a good point about exploration in KOTOR. For the most part, areas within KOTOR go from linear to linear but slightly more open. There's a fog of war around the map, and this helps you know which areas you walked through already and which you haven't. Generally speaking, you will most likely want to do sweeps of every area you visit until you've made the entire map visible. By doing so, you will manage to find every interactable object and storage chest within an area, which helps you keep stocked up on gear and items, some of which can be considered highly useful even early on. Computer spikes and their repair equivalent are also items you'll want to keep stocked up on, as it helps progressing through new areas, especially enemy locations, much easier. All of this to say that if you haven't explored every nook and cranny, you should back away from the pods and consider doing so. The game is designed to facilitate you looking around everywhere. As your pod escapes the Spire with Carth, the two of you manage to crash land on Taris, which knocks you unconscious. Taris is a planet that is completely covered in one giant city above ground. This leads to a capitalist hierarchy where the rich, human nobles live on the upper levels, while aliens and criminals live in the lower city. There's also an undercity, which is basically hell on earth for the people of Taris, and where most convicted criminals get sent to spend the rest of their days, but we'll see more of that location when we get to it. You may have heard me say human nobles specifically, and yes, many of the people on Taris are speciesist, or basically just racist. Many humans see themselves as a above other alien species, and since there is such an abundance of humans, many of whom are in powerful roles, this allows for the oppression of said aliens. It's a classic parallel of real-world racism and power structures. Not only does Taris act as a demonstration of capitalist problems and greed, it also is facilitated by the Sith who now rule over it and seem to care little about the injustices people face or any criminal activity as long as it doesn't affect their forces specifically. The Sith are oppressors, and they have taken over an already oppressive planet, allowing it to be pushed even further into this lifestyle and ideology. Due to this, many alien species on Taris and humans who are not as well off often suffer at the hands of those in power, whether they be the rich or the Sith. Landing in the upper city of Taris, Carth manages to drag you from the escape pods to a nearby abandoned apartment where you are given the opportunity to rest. During this, you have a vision of Bastila in combat with a dark Jedi. These visions are important both for your connection with Bastila and also helping establish your past as a character. But there isn't much to say on them now until you meet up with Bastila again, and that won't be for some time. In fact, Taris is probably the planet you spend the absolute most time on in comparison to any other location within KOTOR, to the point it's kind of a meme to those that have played the game multiple times. Taris is in a way an extension of the tutorial on the Endar Spire, a way of getting you accustomed to various mechanics you'll be presented with on your journey, but these mechanics are presented to you within a 4 to 7 hour gameplay segment depending on whether or not you are reading and listening to all of the dialogue along the way. Taris is very long. There's a lot to do there, and there's plenty of experience to gain in order to level up before leaving. We'll be exploring a lot of these features as we go, but I want to make it clear that I think Taris is one of the game's biggest detriments in terms of replayability, though not necessarily for first-time players. From a first-time player's perspective, Taris is huge and fairly open within its exploration. There's so much to do in order to both introduce you to mechanics, but also to the world and culture of Star Wars in general. It's a good first-time experience, but due to it being so long and dragging on, you may not feel up to playing the game again due to how much of Taris there is before you get the ability to actually explore the galaxy. In my opinion, the exploration aspect of KOTOR is one of its greatest features, and once you experience it, it's hard to go back to the filter that is Taris. There's a reason Taris is like this, and it's not just because of how much needs to be introduced to you. A lot of what Taris shows off could have been shown on separate planets. The reason Taris is so long and there's so much to do here is because the developers wanted to help you build a relationship with the location. And the building of said relationship, the comfort of a home area you were used to, will have a bigger payoff later on as you escape the Sith Armada that has the planet on lockdown. That's a big aspect of the current climate within Taris. Nobody can currently leave due to the Sith Armada in the skies above, shooting anybody down that doesn't have authorization. This is due to them still hunting down Bastila, who has crash landed on the planet much like you and Carth. Once you awaken within the apartment, Carth explains that he dragged you there and you can discuss the current situation with him to learn a little backstory about the Sith Armada. Darth Revan and Malak used to be Jedi who went off to take part in an event known as the Mandalorian Wars. It was after the events of this war that Revan and Malak were turned to the dark side and in turn established their own empire. This led to a conflict between their empire and the Republic known as the Jedi Civil War and ultimately led to the known death of Revan at the hands of Bastila Shan. Malak, meanwhile, continues to live and continues his attempts to exert his will on the people of the Republic. What makes Bastila so important to be found is not only the fact that she is a Jedi considered to be capable of defeating a Sith Lord, but the fact that she has a unique ability known as Battle Meditation. Battle Meditation has the ability to influence entire armies, both through inspiring allies and causing the opposition to lose the will to fight. It's an incredibly powerful ability, but one that takes time and preparation to use effectively, meaning that an ambush like the one on the Endar Spire is enough to prevent Bastila from properly using her ability to turn the tides against the Sith. While on Taris, the apartment acts as your main hub where you can find and converse with all of your party members and manage your inventory and upgrades. This is a BioWare staple. Sure, plenty of games have hub areas, but a consistent theme and design began to form with BioWare games where you would periodically return to a hub location during your travels in order to have long stretches of dialogue with your various teammates. In KOTOR, it's the apartment and later the Ebon Hawk. In Dragon Age, it's the campsite. In Mass Effect, it's the Normandy. BioWare loves making various areas like this that are generally used both as a means of conversing and as a central point to move on within your travels. What better place to talk to your party members than the ship that will be transporting you from planet planet to planet. There's plenty of interactions within Taris and many of the other planets as you explore, and I don't plan on addressing them all. An example appears immediately after exiting the apartment, while two aliens are being interrogated by Sith troopers who ultimately kill one of them for no other reason than that they could. The Sith are clearly painted as evil throughout the entirety of the storyline, but comically so. While it's fine to have a clear distinction between a good faction and an evil one, there is little to no room left for nuance on either side. The Sith are mustache trolling in their evil. It feels like they'd tie you to a set of train tracks if they could, and this in turn leads to a group of rather boring antagonists. Every single Sith soldier kills when talked back to, bullies anyone in their way, and never questions if what they are doing is right or wrong. No one feels like they are part of the Sith through the direct result of Sith oppression, through fear of pain, death, or retaliation from Malak. Rather, every Sith trooper seems to just revel in the acts that they take part in with no thought otherwise. The Jedi aren't much better in this entry either. Since the dark side is so obviously evil in KOTOR, the light side in turn is incredibly righteous. There is some commentary on the acts of the Jedi and how their code may differ from, human moral value and ethics, but not to the level of, say, KOTOR 2 or even a game like New Vegas. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Star Wars has consistently been a series for children. It looks to discuss the concepts of good actions versus bad ones, what made you a righteous individual and what makes you an evil one. But the look is so surface level that it mostly just comes off as comedic without actually saying anything other than killing people is bad, while briefly touching on the greater issues of human greed and prejudice. This is accentuated in just how incredibly awful a large portion of the dialogue tends to be. Lore dumps and conversations of the history of the world generally come off as fairly well written. There's actual effort put into making the characters sound like real people talking about their experiences and values. This is especially true in the conversations between your party members and yourself, although not on your end. Instead, your character has two options in terms of conversing. You can be either incredibly, naively righteous in your dialogue, or you can be one of the most dastardly evil individuals you'll probably ever meet. Again, it's comical and pulls you out of the character so strongly that people have actively made mods to change how the dialogue reads so that you come off as a real human being and not simply a cartoon character. At the very least, some of the dialogue choices can come off as inquisitive or somewhat grounded, but other than that, you get scenes where you're either acting like a superhero or randomly warning an alien to stay out of your way before you kill them too. Like I said though, I'm not going to bother going into details of every interaction you have on Taris or any other planet. There are some interesting ones, however, such as the ability to talk to a local doctor and break into his back room to find that he has been helping injured Republic soldiers. Zelka can't do anything for these men due to their injuries being so severe, other than helping them die comfortably. You can threaten to rat him out or allow him the knowledge that you are of the Republic as well. A lot of conversation options will bestow light side or dark side points onto your character. Whether you are further on the light side or dark side will also affect your overall appearance, most noticeably in your character portrait. That's not all. Your alignment will lock you out of certain equipment, such as dark side equipment like Tulak Horde's mask. Additionally, certain force abilities are inherently light or dark and will cost more to use based on how far you are along the opposing alignment. Zelka here has another matter to discuss with us, that being the procurement of Rakghoul serum, a medication that halts the mutation of an individual into a Rakghoul due to the pollution found within the Undercity. Rakghouls are demonic, freakish-looking creatures whose bite can infect other individuals and rapidly begin to mutate them as well. The serum is generally in the hands of Sith troopers traversing the Undercity, and you can suggest to Zelka that you'll grab a vial for him, but he quickly shoots down this idea out of fear that the Sith will think he is asking you to kill them for it. Regardless, we can return to him with the sample later on to finish this quest and use the serum to help a few other individuals. Nearby on the upper levels of Taris is a cantina, and within you can take part in a few side activities. One exclusive to Taris is the arena, where you can sign up to take part in various fights to move up the rankings and eventually take on the champion, and then further a death match against a retired Mandalorian by the name of Bendak Starkiller. The first thing I want to say is this. Every RPG should have an arena. Always have an arena. There's something immensely gratifying about having a system designed around testing your abilities of your character while also rewarding them with items until they ultimately reach champion status. Oblivion and KOTOR both do well in making sure people notice these advancements. Generally, people you beat will comment on the fight and maybe even gain extra respect for you as you beat tougher and tougher opponents. Fans will notice you and comment on how they love watching you fight. The only other game I can think of that did arenas as well as those two is probably the boxing side quest in Fallout 2, where completing it makes you a well-known individual through the entirety of New Reno. Yes, I finally played Fallout 2. I did it. I played Fallout 1 and 2, finally. All of the arena fights in KOTOR are done with suppressor fields, meaning no one dies in the process. It used to be death matches, but they were outlawed, leading to Bendak's retirement since he found the games less interesting with the change. The Cantina is also where you get your first introduction into KOTOR's card game, Kashyyyk. Again, every RPG should have one of these. Card games and arena side quests. 10 out of 10 content. Kashyyyk could be considered a more competitive and fair version of Blackjack. Maybe. I don't know if I would say more fair. It's more competitive though. It's a 2-player game, you versus another player, which is what 2-player means. Why did I write it like that? And you each get to make a side deck of exactly 10 cards. These cards can be an arrangement of various values from 1 to 6, and either positive, negative, or a card that can be either or based on player choice. There's a main deck during the game that doesn't have a limit to the amount of cards in it, but generally there would be 4 of each number, and said numbers would range from 1 to 10. So what's the point of the game exactly? Each player must construct their side deck with cards of various values that they believe will help them in the match. Cards that can be considered positive or negative at the same time are of course the most powerful because of their ability to cover multiple bases. Then at the start of the game, each player is randomly assigned 4 of their 10 side deck cards, and these are hidden from the opponent. Then a round starts and a card from the main deck is drawn and placed in the first player's playing area, thus starting their overall value. If player 1 draws a 5, they now have a total value of 5, with the goal of a game being to have a higher value than your opponent without going over 20. The side deck comes into play by allowing you to get as close to 20 as possible. On your turn, after the draw phase, let's say you get a score of 25. You could play a -5 value card from your side deck to bring that value to 20 and prevent a bust. Similarly, if you had an 18 total and a +2 side deck card, you could boost your way to 20 as well. The idea is that throughout the rounds, you need to conserve your cards as much as possible, leading to an element of luck as you try to hit 20 while using little to no side deck cards to do it. Your opponent then works within the same rule set. If they run out of side deck cards, they are stuck hoping that they win through the will of the main deck. A player needs to win 3 times total. Draws do not count as wins, and you get nothing back for a draw. The game keeps going. Kashyyyk is fun side content. It gives you multiple NPCs to interact with and play against while making some money on the side. It also gives you the goal of collecting various cards from crates and merchants along your journey, incentivizing exploration. The unfortunate part about it is how easy it is. Double-sided cards are simply too powerful to not use from my understanding and experience. Why would you want plus cards or minus cards in your deck when you could simply play something that covers both scenarios, essentially doubling your chances to win? I doubt it's actually doubling your chances though. Statistical probability is a little more complicated than that, but it does give you a statistical advantage overall. Along your exploration of Taris, you can run into multiple individuals who have bounties on their head by Zax the Hutt, who runs the bounty office. Generally, these have light side and dark side options where you either collect the reward by killing the individual or you let them go, but some will actually allow you to fake the death of the individual or get the bounty dropped entirely. However, there's 2 bounties where the individuals must be killed, those being Selvin and Bendak. Selvin is another assassin and will basically attack you after a long enough conversation. Bendak is more involved. As I mentioned, he's the true champion of the arena death matches before they were outlawed. In order to fight and kill him, you need to become champion yourself and then schedule an illegal arena match so that the 2 of you can face off. This actually leads to dark side points no matter what you do, and I'd say understandably so. There's no actual reason for you to have to participate and kill Bendak outside of fame, glory, and money, things that generally err on the specific side of the Force. There's no righteousness or justice here. Exploring the upper levels of Taris is fine, but Basila's escape pod isn't here. That means you and Karth need access into the lower levels of Taris, but these are locked off by the Sith. Luckily, there's a group of Sith you can take out in order to get a temporary set of their armor, and wearing it will allow you to slip by the Sith troopers who are guarding the door to the lower city. Alternatively, you can get invited to a party where all of the individuals there get so drunk they pass out, allowing you to take a set for yourself. A lot of options of progression in this game have multiple avenues you could take to get to your goal. It's one of the aspects of an RPG that can make it stronger than its competitors. While KOTOR doesn't necessarily go out of its way to do this all of the time, there's still various avenues you can take on your journey that may make your adventure different from someone else. There's plenty of hidden encounters and dialogue to be had with people as well. We won't see it on this playthrough, but there is a Sith Twi'lek you can convince to return to the light side, and if you do this early on within Korriban, you can return to Dantooine in order to converse with her. Considering the most popular planetary canon play route of the game, this is most likely a conversation many miss and may have never heard of. At a glance, KOTOR may not seem like it has much in terms of divergence, but under the hood, and with some experimenting, you can find pieces of dialogue and interactions throughout the game that many have yet to experience. That I have yet to experience. I've played this game for over a decade now, and I'm still learning more about it, especially now that I'm making this retrospective. In my eyes, that is the make of a fantastic RPG, something New Vegas was also particularly strong at. The Sith armor can be used for various unique dialogues around Taris. Shopkeepers will feel intimidated while talking to you, for example. Once in the lower city, a cutscene will play out between the Black Vulkars and the Hidden Backs, two gangs that are competing for territory within the Undercity. The Vulkar are the only real hostile ones, however, as their leader has been replaced by a member of the Backs who betrayed his previous gang to take over the Vulkars. After a scene of watching the Vulkars absolutely decimate the Backs, you'll be forced into a confrontation with them before gaining the ability to explore. The Undercity is similar to the Upper City in a lot of ways. It has apartment complexes to explore as well as its own cantina. Off to the right of the lower city entrance is the Vulkar base, but you can't enter it at this time. Instead, the cantina is most likely to be your next stop as a cutscene plays out, which introduces the player to Canderous Ordo, who is used as muscle to intimidate a few gang members into paying their dues to Davik Kang. You'll hear Davik's name a lot during Taris. He's the local crime lord on Taris and a member of the Exchange, a large crime organization that focuses on the development of spices and the smuggling of illegal contraband. Canderous here is one of our party members, but we won't have him joining us for some time. He's one of the few dark side alignment party members as well. Throughout your journey with your various party members, they will often take the time to comment on your actions in the given situation. Dark side characters will applaud dark side activities, while light side characters will expect you to be more righteous, sometimes even intervening with your actions. On top of these one-off lines and interactions, your party members will often have a lot to converse with you about, but not all at once. Karth, as our first party member, will often show signs of wanting to have a conversation with you. These aren't always brought to your attention, but generally are, and allow you to discuss a bit of the character's backstory while learning more about them and their views on you specifically. Karth is suspicious of you. You're a talented fighter with the ability to speak countless alien languages, but you're also not a member of the Republic forces. So why exactly were you on the Endar Spire? Trask gave us a reason, but it didn't make a terrible amount of sense, nor did he go into great detail about it. There's questions surrounding you, and Karth is right to ask him. But even then, he is still overly suspicious of you, and you get to explore why that is during your journey around Taris, if you choose to. Karth isn't someone that trusts easily. This is in part due to what he sees as Revan and Malak's betrayal not only to the Jedi Order, but even more so to the Republic. What really grates on him, however, is the Republic soldiers that joined up with them, specifically one individual. People Karth may have considered friends. There's more to it than this, and we'll discuss it more as he expresses himself within this specific playthrough. Entering into the cantina is your first introduction to the bounty hunter Kalo Nord. Kalo is an established bounty hunter who works for Davik Kang. He's so sure of himself that he refuses to talk to anyone that approaches him, instead counting to 3 until they leave. If they don't leave on 3, he proceeds to kill them in short work. You can attempt to talk to him after this, and he gives you the same treatment. If you try to converse with him too much, he'll ultimately smoke you, leading to a game over. This is also where you can meet Mission Veo and Zalbar for the first time. Mission and Zalbar are 2 additional party members you will recruit before leaving Taris, but like Canderous, this is more so their introduction rather than the point where they actually join you. Mission is being harassed by a few patrons, and Zalbar is tasked by Mission to intimidate them, which he reluctantly does after his meal is delivered to him. Mission and Zalbar are friends. They have been friends for quite some time, and they look after each other, with Mission being the brains and Zalbar being the brawn. Mission, at the current age of 14, also has a complex surrounding her age and being perceived as a child, and this will be brought up constantly as she looks to prove herself to her fellow party members and be perceived with the respect she believes she deserves. She also has her own set of problems as well. While we don't get much out of her during our time on Taris, you can have her explain a bit of her past, including her brother Griff, who seems to have left Mission behind on Taris to leave with his girlfriend, another Twi'lek by the name of Lena, who Mission holds a great resentment for. The Cantina is also where you pick up the bounty quests I mentioned earlier, and while not particularly important, there is a side quest where you have to help a Twi'lek dancer get hired by dancing with her, and it's some of the roughest choreography you've probably ever seen. It's learned on your journey that the Vulkars were the first to find Bastila's escape pod and scavenge it, meaning they are most likely the ones with her in their possession. In fact, the Vulkars are planning on giving her away as a prize/slave in this year's swoop race championship. What's swoop racing? It's like F1 straights. The goal is to see who can go from point A to B on a straight line as fast as possible, with the inclusion of booster pads and debris to add to the challenge. It's its own mini-game and something you'll need to take part in order to free her, but the question is, how can you make that happen? The answer is the hidden Becks. Not just anyone can enter the races, but the Becks can have a representative of theirs enter, and that representative could be you. You just have to meet with the Becks to make it happen. Gadin Thek is the leader of the Becks. It takes a bit of convincing to be let into their base due to the conflict with the Vulkars, but it's not particularly difficult to reason your way inside. Gadin's a blind man and one of reputable values. He runs a swoop gang, sure, but the gang is designed around helping those in need within the lower city. Gadin is willing to hear you out, and through negotiation you come to the arrangement that they will help you with getting to the swoop races in return for you helping them with a situation involving the Vulkars. The Hidden Becks have designed a prototype swoop engine that is guaranteed to be faster than anything else in the championship, but that engine has been stolen and taken to the Vulkar base. If you return it to the Becks, they'll agree to help you, but you can't just go through the front entrance as it is locked. Instead, Gadin suggests checking out the Undercity, where Mission and Zalbar like to hang out and scavenge. Getting into the Undercity is similar to the Lower City. You need specific security papers to do so, and Gadin is willing to trade you the papers for the Sith uniforms you acquired earlier. The papers will also retroactively give you authorization to enter the Lower City, meaning the uniforms are now obsolete anyway, so it's pretty much a good deal. As you take the elevator down into the Undercity, you are met with a landscape of what I would consider a personal hell world. All of Taris is covered in a lifted cityscape similar to something like Midgard in Final Fantasy VII. Within this area, there is no sunlight, and all of the individuals down here live in filth and fear at the hands of the rat ghouls. It's impossible for the people to push into the Lower City due to the government before the Sith showed up, and now the Sith keeping it locked off, meaning there has never been anywhere for the individuals down there to go effectively, leaving them stuck to live in the desolate land. Their community is gated off to prevent rat ghouls from getting in, and they even have a prison set up for those that get infected so that when they do change, they won't be able to infect anyone else. It's a horrible way to live, and with the imposing forces of the Sith and of the systems of power in place, there's nothing for these people to do but suffer. There is one man by the name of Rukil who believes in the Promised Land, a similar situation to that of Jason Bright's quest in Fallout New Vegas. I told you I was going to be mentioning New Vegas a lot. You should watch that video. However, it turns out that the Promised Land here does exist, and Rukil would like you to find several journal entries that will allow him to convince the others into making a pilgrimage to the location. Beware, by doing so, the community will pack up and leave, removing the ability to complete certain side quests and use the merchants if you haven't already. What's more important currently is finding Mission and Zalbar, who have trekked outside of the gated community and into the more dangerous areas surrounded by rat ghouls. As you approach the gate, the gatekeeper will refuse to open the door as a man by the name of Endar is being chased by a group of rat ghouls. You can go out and help and in turn save Endar, while also allowing you the ability to traverse freely. You can probably also leave him to die and gain dark side side points, but I'm not going to spend all the time in this retrospective explaining every light side and dark side action. As you exit into the Undercity proper, mission will run up to you begging for help due to Zaalbar being captured by a gang of Gamorreans that I believe are looking to sell him off into slavery. The way to the Vulkar base is somewhere within the sewers of the Undercity. Coincidentally, the sewers are where Zaalbar is as well, and Mission happens to know the codes that will get you into the base. Everything lines up into having Mission join your party on the agreement that you'll help her save Zaalbar before going to the base. Before the sewers, however, it's good to explore the current location a bit in order to find a few key interactions, one of which is you running into Canderous again. Canderous was sent to check out the Republic pod that fell down here with a set of rookie soldiers, most of whom have died to the rat ghouls. While conversing with him, you'll be attacked and Canderous will lose more men before heading back to the surface. Near the escape pod, you can find a wounded Republic soldier who is on the verge of mutating into a rat ghoul. You can technically save him if you have the serum on hand. I didn't this playthrough, but he'll end up dying anyway to the hands of other rat ghouls in the area. The serum itself is found on the corpse of an attacked Sith trooper. By bringing the serum to Zelka, he can generate a supply of it that will help the people of the Undercity. There's even a group of prisoners in the Undercity you can use the serum on in order to save them while gaining some light side points. Once in the sewers proper, it's your typical dungeon crawling affair. You'll find plenty of Gamorreans and rat ghouls to fight along the way to Zaalbar, who's locked up further in the sewer system. Once saved, Zaalbar will commit a life debt to you, a ritual in which a Wookiee will swear their life to the one who saved them, even if it means sacrificing themselves at some point in the future. Zaalbar swearing a life debt to you means he will always be by your side and essentially do anything you ask of him. Since Zaalbar has sworn this debt to you, he will join your party, and since Mission goes where Zaalbar goes, she'll stick around for the rest of the adventure as well. All that's left now is heading into the Vulkar base via the back rooms of the sewers, but to get there, you have to get past a giant Rancor, a kind of iconic creature within the series by this point. I believe you can fight it head on, but the easier and expected way of taking care of it is via a pile of corpses nearby where you can stick a grenade alongside some concoction that smells like food for the Rancor, causing it to explode internally. Within, you'll come into confrontation with a man named Kandin who stole the engine for the Vulkar leader Brejik. Kandin will point out that you aren't wearing hidden back colors and ask if you would work for them instead, which would in turn have you race for them as well. The big choice here is who you will work for. The light side option is that you side with the Beks, while the dark side option would be siding with the Vulkars. Regardless of who you side with, the conclusion is relatively the same, so we'll stick with the Beks here as it is canonically a light side run. By killing Kandin and returning with the engine, you'll be entering in the swoop race for the Beks. Although an amateur, Gadon sees potential in you and believes you can win the entire thing. The minigame itself is pretty straightforward. You accelerate constantly in a straight line while shifting gears as is required. You can increase your speed drastically by hitting boosters and dodging debris. By doing this optimally, it is incredibly easy to get the best time overall within the race. Swoop racing becomes a recurring minigame in your travels, but here it is mandatory to win, thus making the times necessary to beat incredibly trivial. The tournament is a set of heats, meaning everyone gets 5 attempts to lock in their best times. By having an incredible time, you can easily beat everyone. Alternatively, you can simply get an alright time only for it to be beaten later, meaning you'll have to perform at least one other attempt. Once you win the swoop race, you'll be awarded Bastila as your prize, but Brejik will show up and accuse you of cheating by using a prototype engine, which 1 isn't cheating and 2 is exactly what he tried to do by stealing it from the hidden Beks. He's even called out on this by the organizers until Brejik has a tantrum and attacks you, giving Bastila the opportunity to escape and assist in defeating the aggressors. What follows is another example of poor dialogue within KOTOR. After managing to make it to Bastila, you are given a set of some pretty abysmal dialogue choices. 2 of the choices reference saving Bastila, while another is a cartoonishly nefarious example of dark side dialogue I mentioned previously, in which your character can claim that they own her now. If you don't want to claim to be the one who saved Bastila, as she had basically just saved herself, you can choose the "it's a long story" options, but lo and behold, you then get thrust into 2 dialogue choices, both of which force you to state that you were the one who saved her, which in turn forces you into an argument with her about who really saved who and who needed saving to begin with. There's no way of dodging this confrontation or a means of having your character act with a bit of humbleness or grace. You're forced to sort of buffoon your way through a large portion of the game's dialogue, and this will in turn come up time and time again. The game even continually offers options of you mentioning how you saved Bastila, though there do become outs that do not require you to say as such. Once you leave with Bastila, you'll have another vision within your apartment. This time it's Bastila fighting Darth Revan, who ends up being killed by a blast from outside the space vessel they're in. Karth is happy to see see Bastila alive, but she's upset that they don't already have a plan to get off the planet. These are some of the inter-party conflicts that begin to show themselves throughout the journey. Karth and Bastila have a hard time getting along due to Bastila's perceived strict nature and how she's quick to question or judge the actions of her peers. Karth meanwhile holds respect above all else and feels insulted when Bastila doesn't give what he believes he deserves. Mission has issues with being perceived as a child and gets into fights with Karth and Bastila on the subject, even to a point where Bastila shows she can be somewhat childish herself when goaded into it. All of this to say that things are fairly tense between everyone, and they'll continue to be for some time. You're all working together, but no one is truly immediately friendly with one another, at least not yet unless you count Mission and Zalbar. Bastila's brashness comes from responsibility. The gift of battle meditation puts her in a position of power, which brings a responsibility to keep her fellow Jedi safe. This gives her a sense of worth and in turn makes her wish to prove herself to her peers, including the Jedi Council, but this also leads to issues in terms of how she presents herself to the party, often keeping her distance in terms of building relationships. You're a bit of an exception to this at the start. Bastila can sense the Force in you, and a fairly powerful amount at that. You can mention your visions to her, and she'll point out that they are a byproduct of Force sensitivity, and she'd like you to gain the guidance of the Council once off Taris. The question is then, how will you get off Taris? That's where Canderous comes in. An individual will inform you that Canderous wishes to speak to you in the Upper City Cantina. While visiting him, he will mention how working for Davik isn't all that it's cracked up to be, and he wants to get off the planet before the Sith do anything drastic. In order to do so, you need to get by the blockade, and to get by the blockade, you need authorization codes, which are within the city's Sith base. Canderous has a way into the base in the form of T3M4, a utility droid and your next party member. T3 is displayed in a local droid shop, but not for sale as it is on hold for Davik. Canderous is tasked with getting the droid and using it to obtain the codes, which he now tasks for you so that the entire group, including Canderous, can escape. You can grab the droid from the shop by saying you are working for Davik and Canderous, and then begin infiltrating the Sith base, which acts as another dungeon crawl. It concludes with a battle against your first Dark Jedi, a lesser member of the Sith that has not yet received their lightsaber. However, that doesn't mean they are pushovers. If not leveled properly or prepared, this can be a bit of a wall even on normal difficulty, and may lead to a few hair-pulling scenarios until you understand the game's battle and preparation mechanics a bit better. You may notice at this point that I'm not offering as much insight into the overall progression of Taris, and that's because there's simply so much of it. I already mentioned how long Taris is, how it acts as an introduction to countless mechanics, and also as an introduction to a large portion of your party members. On Taris, you learn to hack and repair, to disable or retrieve mines, to persuade, to race, to play Pazaak, and how to fight at a higher level. There's so much to Taris, and that's in turn a reason it's so long. And as I mentioned, I believe that Taris could have been broken up into multiple other planets in terms of what is introduced to you. This is in contrast to what the developers wanted to design, for better or for worse, and leaves you with a sequence of events that takes hours upon hours to get through in comparison to the rest of the game's, in my opinion, more fulfilling content. It's important to discuss the steps we take to get from the beginning of Taris to the end, but how much more is there to actually say or analyze outside of the characters in our party and their personalities? Once you have the codes, Canderous agrees to get you into Davik's headquarters under the guise that you're a new potential recruit. You get to bring Canderous and one other party member alongside you for this sequence, and I opted for Bastila, though she may not be the best choice overall. There are several security terminals that could make your life exploring this base easier, so having a party member with a high computer skill could be more beneficial to you. You meet with Davik and Kalo Nord, who chastise Canderous slightly for going soft, which is perceived due to him working with you currently. Regardless, Davik takes you to the guest quarters and explains that venturing around will lead to hostilities. The goal of this section is to get the codes that can be used to lower the shields on Davik's spaceship, the Ebon Hawk, which is known to be one of the fastest ships in the area. To do this, you need to explore the area and find Davik's old pilot, who is currently being tortured in another nearby room. Around this point is a scene focused on the Sith Armada in the space above Taris. Malak orders his fleet to begin bombarding Taris to the point of leveling the entire city and in turn the entire planet, where billions of people currently live. This is what the developers discussed as a concept when deciding to make Taris such a long slog, because they wanted you to spend enough time and experience enough of Taris to build a sort of bond with it, so that when it did ultimately come crashing down, there'd be an emotional payoff for the player while also demonstrating the lengths Malak was willing to go to in order to get his way. Once you have the codes and enter the hangar where the Ebon Hawk is stored, you'll be met with Davik and Kalo, who are running away from debris and fire as the Sith begin bombing the planet. This leads to a confrontation between the two of them and your party, resulting in Davik's death and the apparent death of Kalo as a large amount of scaffolding seems to fall onto him. Upon entering the Ebon Hawk proper, you pick up the rest of your party members and fly off into space while being chased by Sith forces, which you are forced to shoot down in one of the worst mini-games within this entry. It's not particularly bad when all is said and done, it's just the least engaging and mechanically gratifying out of everything you've experienced thus far. Still, Star Wars and space battles seem to go hand in hand, and I can't necessarily fault BioWare for not wanting to create an elaborate space combat system in a game and engine that already feels incredibly limited as it is. Once the ships are dealt with, Karth will engage the hyperdrive and you'll find yourself and your party shot to Dantooine, or Taris II as you may soon realize. Dantooine, rather than feeling like the game finally opening up to you, can end up feeling like the extensive introduction that Taris offered us. We're not in the free exploration zone just yet, but we're getting there. And there's plenty of Dantooine that is at the very least interesting to explore. Still, it's no surprise people may have a difficult time beating this game for a second or third time due to just how much content there is early on and how long it takes to actually access all of it on your own galactic adventure. If you thought Taris was boring and rather drawn out overall, I have good news for you. Dantooine is both a shorter experience overall and more open in terms of its areas. If anything, Dantooine is the first example of what KOTOR's exploration system is truly like. Rather than only exploring large cities with enemies scattered about somewhat, you'll be able to explore more wide-reaching landscapes that are filled with encounters. And in a way, this can be a little overwhelming at first. The amount of enemies that get thrown at you while exploring Dantooine are much larger than what you are used to on Taris, to the point that you may find your supply of healing items and various buff items beginning to dwindle. Luckily, there's multiple shops situated on the planet that allow you to restock as is needed, and it most likely will be. You should be taking part in every battle you see whenever possible. While not completely finite, many of the enemies around the various explorable planets are one-off encounters. Other mobs seem to spawn sporadically and rarely, but the big battles with the most EXP don't seem to show back up, meaning you can effectively clear an area out for a guaranteed amount of EXP. This means it's beneficial to clear every area on every planet when the situation allows, as this will help better prepare you via leveling up so you're stronger when it comes to the later areas. Since the battles are pseudo-finite and within the game world proper, you don't have to worry about endlessly grinding random encounters. While that's to the taste of some, including myself, it can often get grating and sometimes without the end in sight. KOTOR's explorable areas are large but not overly so, allowing you to spend an acceptable amount of time checking every interactable location and taking out all of the mobs on the way for good optimization and party management. Before we get to take part in any adventure, however, we still have to deal with the unearthing of our apparent force sensitivity. As you land on Dantooine, Bastila will inform you that the Jedi Council would like to speak with you. Now, before we go any further, I want to make something very clear about my personal outlook on the Sith and the Jedi. Something we need to consider is how the Jedi are seen as an inherent good and the Sith as an inherent evil. I want to be very, very clear here. From my experience with the series and how the Sith are portrayed within it, I believe it is incredibly fair to say that the Sith are evil. I think blowing up planets and killing billions of people is enough to say that the power of the dark side, of pride, greed, and wrath, are what led to these atrocities, and in that sense, the dark side, and by association, the Sith, are truly evil. There aren't actually sides within the Force, at least not as we know them. Rather, the dark is just a corruption of the Force, causing the light to exist as its unblemished counterpart. It's like taking an energy source and watching it slowly degrade and become unstable. To bring balance to the Force, then, is to simply eradicate the dark side, not an actual balance between the two where they equate one another. What I don't believe is that the Jedi are an inherent good. I believe they are good for the most part, and that they perform good when they see it possible. But the Jedi, much like the Sith, are still human or alien. They're sentient, sapient creatures. They have flaws. They are prone to manipulation tactics and causing harm to others despite being arbiters of the light side. And while you may or may not agree with that, the fact remains that KOTOR likes to explore this concept somewhat, especially on Dantooine, and even more so within the plotline of the second game, the Sith Lords. There's a new party member here that we will meet shortly, one who goes through intense manipulation and, in my opinion, mental suffering, only to come out of it because of your intervention. The point I'm making is that the light side is good, inherently. The light side is the virtuousness and righteousness of humanity, to do good and to be good. The Jedi are the human aspect of this system, and unfortunately are easily fallible. This leads to those who disrespect the concept of the light side when their real problem is with the Council or the Jedi Order specifically. So the Council wants to meet, but only with you and Bastila, meaning the rest of your party is unfortunately left in the dark. Something that understandably bothers Karth. On the topic of Karth, his issues with you become more prevalent as you explore Dantooine. Karth likes to be in the know and in control. To be out of the loop leaves him susceptible to being betrayed, just as you find out his commanding officer, Saul Kareth, had done to him previously when joining Malak and the Sith. Saul gave security codes to the Sith that allowed them to bypass the sensors of a Republic fleet and essentially destroy them from the inside. Karth could never forgive himself for not stopping Saul, as Saul came to Karth with an offer to join the Sith alongside him, which Karth ended up refusing. Unfortunately, the secretiveness of the Council is also going to cause Karth grief here, and we'll see him kind of blow up about this later on. The Council itself is made up of Masters Vandar, Zar, Vrook, and Dorak, who also happens to be their current historian. While this is a Jedi Council, it is not the Jedi Council, which is actually situated in Coruscant. However, since the Jedi Civil War is currently taking place, many have had to disperse and flee to other planets for safety, thus leading to the civilization developed within Dantooine, a location currently unknown to the Sith Armada. Now, these guys suck. It's not particularly obvious right now why that is, but we will get some examples on Dantooine and then more later on in the games as well as in the sequel. They just do so much bad shit in my eyes that I always have such a begrudging time talking nice with them in order to stay on the light side path while interacting with the people of Dantooine. The Council senses a large amount of the Force flowing through you, potentially more than any pupil before you, but the Jedi don't train adults unless there are very special circumstances, of which there are. For one, the Sith fleet is leading to the extinction of the Jedi, and you and Bastila seem to be sharing visions. Specifically, a vision of Malak and Revan entering into the ruins that are found on Dantooine currently. This is known as a Force bond, a connection within the Force that ties you to Bastila, apparently by fate. They use the terms fate and destiny offhand to justify why this is taking place without giving actual substantial explanations. And there are explanations to be given. The Jedi Council and in turn Bastila have just chosen not to share them with you. They've chosen to do a lot to you in fact, but that isn't clear immediately. The Council is wary of giving you training as a Jedi. I guess it's easier to manipulate kids than full adults, so there's a better chance of you potentially falling to the dark side. Despite this, okay, that was a little disingenuous. Despite this, they agree it's the best course of action due to the current climate between Jedi and Sith and opt to take you in as an apprentice of the Jedi Order. What follows is a montage of your training, something that apparently lasts weeks and gets you to levels of skill with the Force that would normally take individuals years to achieve. Once said training is complete, there are 3 final tests to take part in order to be bestowed the title of Padawan. The first of which is simply reciting the Jedi Code for Zar. Second is the creation of your lightsaber, and this is mechanically where you actually unlock the ability to become a Jedi. By talking to Dorak, he will run a personality test on you to see which of the 3 class archetypes he believes you are best suited for, those being Guardian, Sentinel, and Consular, 3 classes that come with their own benefits. Jedi Guardian is a more lightsaber focused class. This is most obvious due to them receiving the Force Jump ability automatically, which allows them to close distances immediately immediately in battle. They have high fortitude and reflex saves, and one of their class skills is treat injury, making them very resilient. They also gain the most feats through leveling out of all of the classes. Jedi Consular is the opposite end of the spectrum, focusing almost completely on force abilities and gaining more force powers overall in the process. Additionally, they are immediately given the force focus feat, which makes it harder for enemies to resist their abilities. This is the class I've chosen for the playthrough, as it seems to complement the Scoundrel class and will help us make use of our stealth bonuses for some hefty damage. Finally, Jedi Sentinel is the midpoint between the two extremes. It looks to balance the two classes into a singular one, but ultimately I found it fell a bit flat in terms of effectiveness when compared to the two. Take the Consular for example, who has an abundance of class skills and plenty of extra force powers. Sentinel just seems to miss out on the bonuses of being a Consular while also being a weaker Guardian. Maybe there's something I'm missing here, but I never found the class particularly handy. So Jedi Counselor it is, and with that, if you've been saving any level ups, now is the time to use them. Generally, for stealth-based characters, it's good to unlock abilities that will allow you to stun your enemies, such as Force Stun and upgrading it to Force Whirlwind, which you'll see me use fairly regularly during this playthrough. There's still one final trial, however, and that's the cleansing of an area known as the Tainted Grove, a location on Dantooine that is being overwhelmed by the dark side and in turn causing the local Cathhounds to become overall more aggressive and vicious in comparison to how they normally are. You're tasked with heading to the grove and dealing with this issue, but you can't take Bastila along with you, just your typical party members. Heading out of the Conclave presents you with the openness that is Dantooine. It's broken up into 3 to 4 major plain-style areas, as well as a crystal cave that is worth exploring. Crystal caves are a means of allowing you to explore a small mini-dungeon in order to gain the reward of various lightsaber crystals. Crystals can have various effects. Some can change the color of your saber, while others may boast passive upgrades. Just outside of the Enclave are several individuals looking for help. There is a woman looking for her lost droid that was given to her by her deceased husband, and a man that is looking for revenge against the Mandalorian raiders for killing his daughter. I'm not going to go into many of the side quests on Dantooine. There is 2 in particular I would like to talk about momentarily, but first we have to deal with the Grove. I will quickly point out that going on a revenge quest in order to wipe out the Mandalorians on Dantooine in order to avenge the death of this man's daughter is oddly reminiscent to what Anakin did to the Tusken Raiders, just without the murdering of women and children. They're not completely equable in a moral sense, especially since you find the Mandalorians actively committing harm and threatening families, but I found it surprising there were no dark side points gained at all for wiping them out. To take revenge, even under the guise of keeping the citizens of Dantooine safe, seems to be leaning slightly on the dark side more so than the light in my eyes, especially since you are doing this on the request of a random individual without asking the council about it. Look, I'm not going to shed a tear for the Mandalorian raiders being killed in fair combat or anything. I just thought there would have been some sort of dark side alignment reward for this, similarly to when we fought and killed Bendak Starkiller in fair combat within the arena, just trying to be consistent. So what's going on in the Tainted Grove? Turns out that the source of the dark side infection within the area is a Jedi by the name of Juhani. Juhani is seen meditating in the area around the bodies of several Mandalorians that she either killed in aggression or in defense. Upon approaching Juhani, she immediately attacks your party, and the battle will end and enter a conversation after dealing enough damage to her. Juhani is surprised with how much stronger than her you are despite her descent into the dark side, a descent that is notoriously advertised to offer power and control. Juhani explains that she was training with her master, and through agitation during combat ended up striking said master down and killing her. Juhani, realizing what she had done, felt that she had fallen out of the light side and attempted to fully embrace the dark side in her grief and guilt. That's really what the dark side is. It's a weakness, the effects of someone giving up their will and values in order to descend into a pit of despair, anger, and perceived power. It's a virus that eats off of your weakness, and it's generally through strong mental fortitude that the Jedi are able to stave it off. Juhani is one of your potential party members. I say potential because you can opt to kill her here and now, as she is a dark Jedi and a threat to the people of Dantooine. Her influence via the dark side is causing individuals in the surrounding settlements to be attacked more and more often by Kath hounds. But that's obviously not what we're going to do in this playthrough. We're a light side character and strolling through the canonical events of the game with slight deviance. This means we can use our persuasion skill to pass a series of checks that allow us to convince Juhani to not only return to the light side but also the Jedi Order. We, even with no real guarantees on our part, can say for sure that we believe the Order will welcome her back with open arms, despite knowing that she apparently murdered her master in anger. Here's the kicker though, it was all a lie. Juhani never killed her master. When you return to the Enclave, Juhani explains that she has been re-established as a member of the Order. On top of that, her master actually set all of this up as a test. She had Juhani succumb to her anger, attack her, assume she was dead, and then go off to the Grove to develop a blight via the dark side that ultimately led to the harm of several innocent civilians on Dantooine. Are you kidding me? In what world do we see this sequence of events and think to ourselves, ah yes, the Jedi are definitely so very wise and definitely not some weird group of manipulators who follow some sort of ends justify the means mindset. No, they are an infallible good to many people in the galaxy. Clearly this isn't actually the case. While the light side may be infallible in its goodness, the Jedi clearly aren't. They are people and can actively lead to the suffering of others despite being part of the light. I don't know, maybe they feel bad about it. It's not like the game doesn't comment on this either. If Karth is in your party, he'll mention how it's pretty messed up how the Jedi are willing to manipulate you to the dark side and then welcome you back after sending someone off to fix the situation. So the game is self-aware. They are commenting on how the actions of the Jedi can be questioned, how the Jedi themselves are questionable, at least from the perception of a non-Jedi like Karth. With Juhani saved or murdered, if you're out here murdering party members, you can return to the council to inform them of the good or bad news. They'll officially bestow upon you the title of Padawan before moving discussions onto the ruins from your vision, of which Revan and Malak stepped foot within. Now that you're an official Jedi, it's time to go out and do some Jediing around the galaxy. The ruins themselves are fairly easy to find. They're close to the Enclave, making it surprising that the Jedi had never thought to explore them before Revan and Malak. They have some form of reasoning for this, believing them to just being some old architecture or something from before they arrived and therefore of little value. But guess what? It actually has the most value, and now you get to discover why. Or you would if a man by the name of Alan Matale didn't burst into the chambers demanding the council do something about his neighbor. See, Alan here believes that the Sandrels, another wealthy family in Dantooine, have kidnapped his son, and he'd be right about that. You can head to the Matale estate, which leads to an explanation of bad blood between the two families, specifically between the two fathers of each. He offers you 1,000 credits to find his son, and I want you to remember that number. Heading to the Sandrel estate allows you to investigate a bit further. The father, Nurik, or Nirik, I don't remember how they pronounced it, won't talk to you, but his daughter Rahasia informs you that the missing son is locked within one of the estate's rooms, with the entire interior guarded by security robots. She gives you a key to a side door that you can use to enter the interior of the estate in order to break the boy Shen out of his imprisonment. Rahasia also explains that the reason Nurik kidnapped Shen is due to his own son going missing, which he believes to be the fault of the Matales. Now here's the interesting bit. It wasn't the Matales that killed Nurik's son Cassius. Turns out it was just some Kath hounds out in the plains. Thanks, Juhani. You'll be able to figure this out by going to explore the plains and finding a newly spawned set of Kath hounds surrounding a corpse, but you probably won't see this corpse before finishing the quest anyway. Since Rahasia gave you the key, you may think the next natural step of the questline would be to rescue Shen, and you'd be right. That is a valid path to take. But if you do not grab the journal ahead of time and deliver it to Nurik before finishing the quest, I believe you lose out on around 500 EXP, which isn't too much, it's just, you can miss it. Delivering the journal doesn't actually change any of the outcomes from my understanding, it's just a means of completing an optional part of the quest line. Really what you're here to do is to save Shen, but here's the thing, Shen won't leave without Ravager. Turns out they're the Romeo and Juliet of Dantooine, and if you want to get Shen to leave peacefully, you need to take Ravager with you, which she does agree to. This leads to a climax outside of the Sandral estate where Alan appears with some security droids to confront Nurik. This encounter can go a few ways. Neither father wants their child to be with the other, so you can do a bit of convincing to let bygones be bygones. Alternatively, if you can't convince the parents, you can send Shen and Ravager to the Jedi Enclave. You can also have the two separated, or you can provoke the two fathers into a bloodbath that will leave everyone dead. The choice is yours, with the most light side option being convincing everyone to get along. Remember that 1,000 credit reward for finding Shen? You only get it if the two are successfully separated. Even if you convince everyone to get along, you actually get the lowest possible amount of credits, that being 500, as your reward, despite the fact that Alan gets to continue seeing his son. While having them kill each other leads to no credits, so that's technically the worst reward out of all the options, but hey, you get some cool dark side points for it. I'm not trying to say that good actions are befitting of a reward, but what I found kind of lackluster in design was that the best possible solution, in which everyone seemed to be at the very least happy, leads to you being penalized from a credit sense. Realistically, both the persuasion and separation routes should have paid the same amount, with the dark side route potentially allowing you to loot Alan's corpse for at least some reward. While not as in-depth, one of my favorite quests in the game is on Dantooine in the form of a detective investigation. Boluk, a Jedi Twi'lek, asks for your help in a murder mystery as a means of testing your abilities as a Jedi. When it comes to using your brain, I guess. The reasoning doesn't matter as much here. This is a problem-solving quest. A man has been murdered and there are two suspects. The entirety of this quest is confined to this one area that you met Boluk in. Rather than looking around for clues, you simply need to talk to the two suspects and a datapad droid Boluk brought along in order for you to find contradictions in the suspect's testimony. It's basically a mini Phoenix Wright trial. I won't spoil who did it for you, as I think you should play it in order to find out for yourself and have the best experience with it, but it's one of the more entertaining quests in the game for the dialogue alone. That's the one spoiler you get saved from though. There's another big one later on down the line that's gonna hit you like a truck, so if I haven't said so already, make sure you play the game before watching this if that's something you care about. When you enter the ruins proper, you're met with an enigmatic droid and the corpse of a Jedi known as Nemo. You can actually converse with him early on as soon as you leave the Enclave. He was a nice dude and very friendly to you in conversation, meaning that his death here feels pretty bad if you took the time to interact with him. The droid doesn't appear hostile. In fact, it has the ability to ascertain your language and respond to you using one of its own various alien dialects it has installed. This is due to it needing to be able to communicate with, in its own words, the slave species that were used in the construction of these ruins and an object known as the Starforge. Slavery is a key component in both Star Wars and KOTOR. It is both rampant and often has a blind eye turned towards it. Bastila was to be sold to slavery. Zalbar would have become a Wookiee slave. These robots and their creators controlled entire species of slaves in order to build some sort of creation. Slavery is normalized in the universe of Star Wars, almost similarly to how it is normalized within our real life. The difference being that it is vilified slightly less within the world of Star Wars, but still vilified regardless, at least within the perception of those that are light side aligned. In Star Wars, even lawful stretches of the galaxy may allow slavery for one reason or another, even considering it to the point that damaging a slave is damaging someone's property. In a way, the law is not light side inherent. The law is not necessarily always good. It's a construct of humanity based on the values of those who specifically created the rules and those who look to exploit them. Similar to how not all Jedi do good all of the time. It is also true that humanity's creations, like law, do not always perform good either. People's perception of justice changes from person to person, from culture to culture. Star Wars in many ways is meant to parallel a lot of our socio-political history. history. They have the light side vilify slavery because it's something that makes sense to be vilified. Rather on the nose to say that slavery is bad and evil, but it's also not the first time I've said it. I said the same thing about Caesar's Legion, and that always seems to rile a few people up. Either because they think it's excused in some way, or because simply calling slavery evil doesn't sound book smart enough for them. They want it in a more adult or mature way, but is it not mature to simply say that slavery is wrong? Is that not something we as a society believe and perpetuate through our media, as KOTOR attempts to do here? Sure, slavery is accepted within a portion of the galaxy, but never do the light side aligned characters agree with the practice. So what we have here is an ancient droid, self-admittedly 20,000 years old and therefore 5,000 years older than the Republic itself, meaning that whoever created this Starforge and these ruins are an ancient race that may or may not be extinct. The droid doesn't go into detail about its creators, or potentially doesn't have the ability to. In order to progress through the ruins, you need to solve a series of tests. It's two very basic tests that if you fail, you will be attacked by the defense system. That's what happened to my man Nemo here, rest in peace. Kind of on Nemo for this one, since the questions in the test basically boil down to which types of planetary types would be conducive to life and death, which is pretty easy to just figure out or infer. Oceanic, grassland, and arboreal for life, and volcanic, desert, and barren for death. So for as nice as Nemo was, I guess he was also a little stupid. Once the two tests have been completed, you'll be presented with one of several star maps. These are devices that plot points within the galaxy and are used as a means of guidance in terms of finding other star maps while building a path to the Starforge. This is what Revan and Malak found within the ruins the first time they appeared here, and ended up being what they used to reach the Starforge proper. While it isn't clear what the Starforge actually is at this time, it's a device that allowed for the creation of the Sith Armada in record time, allowing the Sith to multiply in power incredibly quickly. With this knowledge, you can return to the Council to explain what you found. Unfortunately, the Council has no knowledge on the Starforge, and even the Jedi records don't seem to ever mention it. It's truly a device older than the Republic itself. Regardless, the Council asks of you, a Padawan, to begin traveling to the various other star maps in order to try and plot a course to the Starforge. This means traveling to Kashyyyk, Tatooine, Manaan, and Korriban respectively. Again, they are asking you, a Padawan, to do this. Despite your skill in the Force and your success at training, it's still only been weeks since you even arrived at the Enclave, and now they want you to go across the galaxy, exploring planets, and potentially putting yourself in great danger every time? That sounds foolish and rash. It doesn't sound sensical at all. That might sound like I'm bashing the storytelling of this game, but that's not it. Rather, it makes sense that their reasoning is nonsensical. And this is due to the Council not telling you everything that they know. They're hiding things from you. Bastila is hiding things from you. And the decision to send you on this suicide mission is basically boiled down to you having a connection with Bastila, and the fact that they can't send a bunch of skilled Jedi out without gaining the attention of the Sith, something Karth will also point out as being suspicious. So it's basically up to you and a bunch of amateurs, aside from maybe Karth and Bastila. Oh, and Juhani is coming along too. The best part about Juhani coming is this line from Rook, who says that her fall to the dark side may serve as a reminder of the pitfalls of the path you are on, as if they were not a direct cause of her pain and suffering. Before heading out, you can have a few more conversations and cutscenes with the characters in your party. In this playthrough, I had a scene where Mission ran into her brother's now ex-girlfriend, Lena. While Mission harbors a great resentment towards Lena, believing her to be the reason for her brother to leave without her, a simple conversation implies that things are not as Mission perceives them. Rather, Lena seems like a good person and not the individual Mission described. Unfortunately, it sounds like the manipulator within the relationship was instead Mission's brother Griff. Further, it was Griff who opted to leave Mission on Taris when he and Lena left, even when Lena offered to pay for Mission's ticket. Apparently Griff is off mining on Tatooine at the moment, but Mission doesn't seem to buy into what Lena is selling, even though it comes off as reasonable, and you can't necessarily blame her since it's her brother who she holds a high amount of regard for. It's a bit of crushing news coming off the tails of her home being completely bombarded by the Sith. With Dantooine out of the way, the options with the game are beginning to open up for us, and the central hub location we will be using to travel from place to place is the Ebon Hawk. The Ebon Hawk is a bit of an iconic location for KOTOR fans, mostly due to it being used in both this entry and the sequel as the main hub location. It also follows BioWare's signature style of allowing you to converse with everyone in between mission states in order to learn more about them. You can spend a large portion of time in between planets on the ship simply stopping by each NPC and learning more and more about them as they gradually open up to you. It's a formula that has become rather samey over the years since BioWare uses it with little to no innovation, from KOTOR to Dragon Age to Mass Effect and more, but that's due to its strength of allowing you to feel like you are building relationships with the party members during the downtime of your quest. The cockpit is where we can find our galactic map, which will be used to fast travel from planet to planet. While there is no necessary order in which to complete the planets, there is a suggested route, both through dialogue and through the level of difficulty each planet offers you as a player. My personal order, and the one that also seems to be popularized, is Tatooine to Kashyyyk, followed by Manaan and Korriban, and that's the order we will be seeing on this playthrough. Let it be clear, however, the game has more depth than you may initially realize. Taking planets in certain orders or revisiting some planets can lead to quest lines and dialogue you may miss out on otherwise, but it isn't necessary to see any of it, more just flavor to the overall product. On the original Xbox release of KOTOR, Yavin Station was a purchasable DLC that would unlock a new location specifically to offer an assortment of powerful but expensive items, as well as a means of making money easier. I'm not going to discuss all of the progression and mechanics about the station specifically. What we really need to focus on is Suvam Tan, a merchant who runs this space station and also happens to offer some of the highest wagers in terms of Kashyyyk, at 750 credits per wager. As I mentioned, Suvam sells an assortment of powerful items that generally come at a great cost. There's ways to circumvent this, however. Force persuading Suvam will earn you a 5% discount in the shop, which is great and all, sure, but what we are really interested in is the opportunity to earn a 20% discount, which will end up saving you tens of thousands of credits if you're looking to buy everything he has to offer. In order to acquire this discount, you simply need to beat Suvam at Kashyyyk 10 times. It's not the most difficult thing to do in the world, but Suvam does have a strong deck, using exclusively double-sided cards, meaning even when playing smart, a lot of these games can end up boiling down to pure chance. Once you've beaten Suvam 10 times and potentially made around 7,500 credits in the process, he will begin selling to you at a 20% discount. Additionally, Suvam will buy items from you at a higher rate than any other merchant in the game. This is especially abusable shortly when we take part in swoop racing on Tatooine. Personally, I never utilized Yavin Station properly until this playthrough, as I had never played the original Xbox version, nor does the game tell you that there's ways to really make the most out of the DLC. It was always just kind of there for me. A merchant orbiting a moon that sold a bunch of items I couldn't afford, nor did I feel like I wanted. But when playing on higher difficulties and looking to be as proficient as possible, a large portion of the items being sold aren't necessarily overpowered, but still highly useful. I don't necessarily fault the game for not making this clear either. It's up to the player to search around for merchants and find the best deals. Plus, since Suvam offers such a high potential wager for Kashyyyk, it makes sense that many players would try to win against him fairly often, only to eventually unlock the discount as a bonus reward. I've been holding off on talking about them, but Circa Corporation is another prevalent group within the storyline of KOTOR. They're a corporation that has ties with the Sith, allowing them to be particularly ruthless in all forms of business, from exploiting people for their labor to simply letting them die if they get into any form of trouble. The only thing Circa cares about is PR for some reason, and producing a profit as efficiently as possible regardless of who gets hurt along the way. As you land in the starship hangar on Tatooine, it's a Circa rep who is there to meet you, demanding a one-time fee of 100 credits in order for you to be able to indefinitely use said hangar. In terms of services being offered, it's actually a very good deal, but you don't get rich in games like these by paying when you don't have to, and you can generally negotiate your way with Circa or any merchant via persuasion or force persuasion. In this specific example, we can claim that the money we would have used for the hangar will be going towards Circa shops anyway, so either way the company is going to make a profit. And again, that's all Circa cares about. They're a commentary on capitalism and corporate greed, how the power of money and property can be taken too far in many situations while leading to the suffering of others. Some of the most amusing comments I received on the New Vegas video were people that complained about me discussing the negative aspects of capitalism within New Vegas, despite the fact that we're discussing how New Vegas is specifically framing them to seem negative. For the majority, if not the entirety of the game, the people making the most out of capitalism are generally villainous individuals, usually comically so. KOTOR is no different here. They aren't outright saying anything like capitalism is evil, but they are commenting on it by having the most powerful corporations out there manage to be the most powerful by aligning them with the Sith of all people, and having them take advantage of planetary species and workers. So the Sith are the ultimate bad guys, and Circa Corporation is making the most out of this situation, meaning we are going to be seeing a lot of them throughout our journey. We've been having various conversations with our party members during this time as well. Juhani is still battling with gaining control over their emotions. Canderous is telling us war stories during his time as an active Mandalorian soldier, and Karth is sulking in a corner because no one is telling him why you essentially have the equivalent to Force superpowers. Something you should also be questioning as we continue moving forward. On top of our normal crew, we also have a new stowaway that is a human girl by the name of Sasha. Sasha has been living in the Ebon Hawk for some time, but when you catch her, she can't converse with you. She seems to have some sort of language, but it's a bit of a jumbled mess and doesn't even seem to make immediate sense. You can talk to her periodically to learn her language, and it doesn't take long to be able to converse with her fully. You end up realizing that she is a missing girl that a Twi'lek back on Dantooine was looking for, and you can eventually have her return to her parents for a reward. Just like any planet we will be visiting, it starts with a vision of a star map, giving both you and Bastila an idea of where the map is in relation to the planet you're on. The star map on Tatooine seems to be in a cave, meaning you're going to need some direction around Tatooine in order to find the right one. Considering the planet is almost nothing except an endless sea of desert, said cave can be found in the eastern Dune Sea, but it's not that simple. In order to get to the eastern section of the Dune Sea, you'll need a map, and in order to obtain a map, we'll need to take part in the main conflict of this planet, that being the Circa Corporation versus the Sand People. In order to leave Anchorhead currently, you need a hunting license. Hunting is a popular sport on Tatooine. It's considered an honorable profession by some, and people can turn in animal parts for a small reward from the local hunting club. Unfortunately, Circa regulates who gets a license, and they currently don't seem to be handing any out. Lucky for us, Circa Corporation has an office within the city of Anchorhead in which we landed. Heading over allows one of the reps to inform us on what's going on. Tatooine is essentially a hell world for Zerka. There's not much to mine here, and they basically got stuck with it, looking to turn a profit through trade and various other expenditures like swoop racing. To make matters worse, the Sand People are attacking the sand crawlers that Circa owns, taking Jawa's prisoner and even killing Circa staff, which is worrisome for Mission as it may mean that her brother is dead. That's another thing to keep in mind here. While you can bring any two party members alongside you, it's always best to work through everyone's dialogue and get an idea of who would be best where. For example, Mission is looking for her brother, and we found out said brother is somewhere on Taris. Therefore, it makes sense that one of the slots goes to her. Bastila, on the other hand, had a conversation with us about her past as a child before joining the Jedi, how she loved her father and hated her mother, a woman who would often pressure Bastila's father into treasure hunting. What better place to look for treasure than on Tatooine, with all of its prize animals and caves to explore? To solidify this, a woman will approach Bastila in the hangar if you bring her along, informing you that her mother is looking for her and happens to be ill. We can find the woman in a nearby cantina, but it's best to get a few other things done first. So Zerka has a problem with Sand People, and we are potentially a solution to that issue. We can thus enter into an agreement. For a hunting license, we can agree to kill the Sand People and return their gaffy sticks to the rep for a monetary reward. Now, obviously, wiping out an entire tribe of Sand People sounds a little messed up. just a bit. It's some Attack of the Clones Anakin Skywalker levels of dark side and not something you have to do. In fact, you are informed by a local alien that there may be an opportunity for peace if you can find some means of conversing with the tribe leader. Issue is, while you can understand many languages, you cannot understand the language of the Sand People, but we're in luck. There's a nearby droid shop housing an HK-47 unit who just so happens to be able to translate their language. HK-47 is an iconic party member within KOTOR and KOTOR II. He is potentially the most beloved character due to multiple factors, one of those being his unique manner of speech where he prefixes all of his sentences with a descriptor of what the sentence will entail. He's also completely willing to act within the light side alignment for you, but not before mentioning how eager he is to potentially kill anyone that gets in your way. Often, HK sounds weary and frustrated with your decisions and actions when it comes to light side activities. Disappointed he doesn't get to kill the various meat bags you run into. He's an interesting party member for several reasons as well. After purchasing him from the droid shop, you can discuss his memory module and how it seems various aspects of his memory remained locked within his system. If you have a high repair skill, you can pass a sequence of checks, with each check upgrading HK's stats in some way, but it's hardly necessary unless you plan on making him a fairly active member in your party. If you do plan on doing this, make sure you've been boosting repair fairly early into the playthrough, as there will come a time soon that the upgrades are locked away completely. HK can replace Bastila once we're ready to visit the Sand People, but before that, we need her to have a conversation with her mother, who is found within a local cantina. What transpires is a bit of character development for Bastila. While Bastila is a proud Jedi, she has a hard time controlling certain emotions within her, just like any other human may have difficulty doing. Despite years of training to prevent it, Jedi still have the opportunity to fall back onto their more natural and human emotions. Bastila holds a strong love for her father and a large disdain for her mother that she can't let go. Even when they meet in the cantina, it basically starts and ends in an argument between the two, with Bastila's mother informing her that she's dying and that Bastila's father is already dead after hunting in the Dune Sea. Now she's asking for his holocron as an object to remember him by. Bastila is suspicious of her mother and doesn't believe that this is the full story. It is the full story, but Bastila doesn't necessarily believe it yet. Before heading out, there's a chance you'll be ambushed by some dark Jedi. It seems Malak has put a bounty on your head, but this isn't the time to care about that. No, now is the time for swoop racing, which marks its return after our first ever run back in Taris. This time it's all about beating certain times and rising up in the tiers in order to earn racing bonds. There's 3 tiers all locked behind certain best times, and by reaching those tiers you can earn racing bonds which can be sold to merchants for a profit. Do not sell these bonds to any merchant except the dude back on Yavin Station. While most individuals will buy the bonds for around 60 credits each, he will buy them for 154, and you earn about 120 of them total on Tatooine, making the trip back to the station incredibly worthwhile. Once you've explored all there is in Anchorhead, it's time to explore the Dune Sea and visit the Sand People. On your way out, you can talk to a Jawa who asks you to rescue his friends who are being held prisoner within the Sand People's home. This acts as an alternative solution in terms of getting the map to the eastern Dune Sea. See, both the Sand People and the Jawas can give you information on how to reach there, but depending on how your interaction with the Sand People go, you may not get anything out of them. The Dune Sea is very, very large. If you have the ability, you should be using force speed whenever possible. It's good to point out that you can't actually use force speed unless you are wearing any form of Jedi robes. Certain force abilities won't be available unless robes are worn, as they count as their own specific armor type. However, if you feel inclined, since light armor is so useful, you can throw on a pair of robes, cast force speed, and then quickly switch back to your normal armor, while still getting the benefits of the ability for a decent length of time. What makes the Dune Sea particularly annoying, however, is not its size, but the weird inclusion of what seems to be randomized battles. I have no idea why they didn't just cover the exceptionally large area with various groups of Sand People, but instead chose to have them randomly show up out of nowhere to attack you. At least it's on brand for them as a species. You have 2 options for reaching the Sand People. You can either defeat the Sand People that show up via randomized encounters in order to get their costumes, thus allowing you to bypass combat as you enter into their home, or you can simply kill everyone on your way in. Neither is considered light side or dark side here just yet, mostly due to the fact that the Sand People are openly hostile and aggressive. Just being within their vicinity will provoke combat and thus force you to defend yourself. Since this is a light side playthrough though, it's best to have the costumes on hand so you can converse with the chieftain. Once you have taken out 3 groups of raiders, you should be able to properly disguise your entire team, but realistically you only need 2 costumes, as you should swap one of your party members, potentially Bastila at this point, for HK-47. HK is our translator and the only way we can come to a peaceful solution with the Sand People. It's a comical situation since HK is incredibly eager to simply kill everyone inside. Once inside the headquarters proper, the Sand People will realize you are not one of them and be simply baffled that you even managed to make it this far. You can have HK translate for you and tell them that you wish to talk to the chieftain. You manage this, but it's on pretty shaky ground. The Sand People despise outsiders due to their past before Tatooine was a desert wasteland. You only have their patience for so long because they're curious over the fact that you managed to get inside. The main thing you need to bring up to the Sand People is the attacks on the sand crawlers. You don't actually need to care about that right now necessarily. If you wanted to, you could simply wipe out the Sand People here and now, saving the Jawas in the process and getting the map you need from the Jawa back in Anchorhead. Since we are being more diplomatic about it, the chieftain informs you that the attacks will never stop, but they can lessen them slightly since they are moving camps anyway. The only thing they need for the journey are a pair of water vaporators, which you can coincidentally buy back at the Circa offices. Once you purchase and deliver the vaporators, the chieftain is still dumbfounded that you not only managed to acquire them, but also hand them over. He rewards you with a map to the Eastern Dune Sea, as he informs you that there is a local crate dragon cave that houses the star map you seek. You'll also be given the chieftain's gaffy stick, which you can return to the Circa Corporation in order to pass it off like you got rid of the Sand People for them. While we're here, we can ask about the various prisoners, those being the Jawas and Griff. Apparently, the Sand People have no use for them and basically say you can take them off their hands, which is particularly handy. The Jawas head back to Anchorhead and we finally get to meet Mission's brother, who really is just a sleazeball and ended up abandoning Mission on Taris. He's an idiot and not incredibly considerate, but his conversations with Mission do seem to suggest there's some familial love that he's capable of. Despite Mission now seeming to hate his guts, he also heads back to Anchorhead, but not before informing us that he has a job lined up there and he'd like to talk to us again before we leave. With the map obtained, we can head to the Eastern Dune Sea to find a crate dragon cave and a hunter by the name of Comad Fortuna. You can actually meet Comad earlier in the hunting club and he'll remember you and your conversation upon this meeting. That's one of KOTOR's main role-playing strengths. By taking the time to converse with any individuals, there is a chance that it will pay off later on when you may run into them again. People seem to remember you even from passing interactions, and it helps the world feel a bit more realistic and alive overall. Before you actually talk to Comad, there's another hunter who seems to get impatient, opting to run into the crate dragon cave with no particular plan, which leads to the following scene.
I'm tired of waiting, Comad. How big can this dragon of yours be? I'm going in.
Sometimes KOTOR is incredibly strong in terms of cinematics, and other times, not so much. Comad remembers you from the Hunt Club if you conversed with him earlier and asks you to help him with his plan to take down the dragon. Normally, Comad would want to do this in a more honorable way, but this particular dragon is incredibly large, and this particular hunt is to help with the ecosystem involving crate dragons and wildlife. Essentially, you need to cull the dragon to keep everything in balance. The plan then is to lure some nearby bantha to the cave, which will lure the dragon out in turn into a set of mines. The issue is that Sand People apparently revere bantha, and by doing so, you will get attacked by a different tribe of Sand People than you have dealt with previously. A group that is more hardened by the desert and therefore more difficult to combat, but really it's just the same guys you've been fighting since the beginning. I don't know why they tried to make it seem like they'd be more difficult. From my understanding, the pseudo-random encounters have at least one group that are within the same tier of difficulty as these individuals, so there's there's a good chance you've already dispatched enemies at this level. Regardless, they're easy prey, and so is the crate dragon who died in all of the mines around his cave entrance. With the dragon taken care of, Komad offers you one of 2 crate dragon pearls as a reward for helping him. He takes the other, but as all situations lead to, you can opt to earn some dark side points by taking the second dragon pearl from him, but honestly it isn't necessary. One is enough for a few reasons that we'll see shortly. Before that, you need to head into the nearby cave to grab some loot, including Bastila's father's holocron. She is happy to have found it, but seems unable to let it go, or she needs to at least think about it before deciding if she will hand it over to her mother. The star map is also located here and marks another point on the galaxy map that makes you one step closer to finding the Star Forge. Waiting outside for you is none other than Kalo Nord, who apparently not only didn't die when all of the scaffolding fell on him, but he also managed to escape from the planet with no ship within the vicinity. Kalo's escape is one of those suspension of disbelief moments in the game. You're expected to just accept that he escaped, but if you take even a little time to think about it, all signs point to this being virtually impossible. Especially since 1, we had the fastest ship in the galaxy, and 2, we were the only ones who had the Sith codes. Arguably, Canderous may have given the codes to Davik, who may have handed them to Kalo. It's not impossible necessarily, but it's very, very close. This is the final confrontation with Kalo, but it doesn't have to happen on Tatooine. The fight will happen on the first planet you visit after Dantooine, assuming you manage to progress far enough for it. KOTOR has story beats it wants you to make at key parts of your journey, and these checkpoints are generally dictated by the amount of star maps you find. It's nice to see the effort put in to take into consideration that the player has the freedom to go to any planet they choose in any order. Someone like Kalo is going to track you down, so it makes both narrative and mechanical sense that he'd find you based on a specific time frame in game rather than on a specific planet only. He's hunting you and he's going to follow you wherever you go, and this feature plays a role throughout the entirety of your journey. You'll have to fight Kalo here and kill him this time for real. Afterward, there's not much else for you to do on Tatooine in terms of the game's main storyline, but there's of course side quests and cleanup for what we've already taken on. If you take the Crate Dragon Pearl to the Sand People, the chieftain will be so blown away by the idea that you killed one, he agrees to have their storyteller explain their history to you. How they used to live on Tatooine when it was green and without the wrappings that cover their body, how an alien species showed up and ruined everything for them, and why they hate outsiders so much. It's very interesting lore, but you have to give up the pearl to hear it. Now, like I mentioned, this is a light side playthrough. I wouldn't expect you to completely wipe out the entire tribe since it would lead to dark side points, right? Well, as a bit of an oversight, you can steal from one of the containers littered around the home, which will provoke all of the sand people into attacking you with no further repercussions. You won't be scolded for it, you won't receive dark side points for it, it's simply a net positive as you gain items, experience, and the ability to get your pearl back. If you're wondering why you might want the pearl back to begin with, it probably has monetary value, but more importantly, it can be used as a crystal upgrade for lightsabers in order to give them an attack and energy damage boost. I haven't discussed the system much yet, but certain weapons and armor come with modification slots for specific upgrades. If you get your hands on these upgrades, you can equip them for offensive and defensive bonuses. Lightsabers are slightly more convoluted in that regard. You can equip up to 2 bonus crystals, which will affect the stats of your weapon, and you have a slot for changing the color of the saber entirely, meaning you can find various colors on your journey and change them as you see fit. Back in Anchorhead, it's good to visit Griff so you can learn that he now has made a deal with the Exchange in order to produce Tarisian Ale, a staple beverage of Taris that no longer has the ability to be produced since the planet, got decimated by the Sith. However, one of the key ingredients can actually be found on Kashyyyk, and Griff would love it if we went there to retrieve it for him before someone from the Exchange tries to break his legs. For Bastila's mother, we can return to her with the holocron, and this ends up leading to a bit of a heart-to-heart between the two. Bastila's mother treated her like garbage, and Bastila resents her for it, but as the woman is dying with no hope of recovery, she looks to fix some things within their relationship and suggests Bastila hold onto the holocron as a memento of her father. Bastila gives her mother 500 credits and tells her to go to Coruscant to find a doctor in hopes she can speak to her again after her journey is complete. That's Tatooine. Not all of it, of course, but everything I think matters enough to discuss. You get to see a lot of development out of Mission and Bastila specifically. You gain HK-47 as a permanent party member, but that doesn't mean the rest of your party doesn't have anything to say. Juhani has a lot of backstory that she is willing to divulge to you on your journey. You can learn that a lot of her anger and inability to control her emotion comes from the prejudice she experienced on her home homeworld for not being human before she joined up with the Jedi. There's even a point where she reveals that this was Taris and that she seems to blame and resent both you and Bastila, seeing you as the catalyst that led to the Sith attack. There's more to her story than that, but we'll get back to it as it develops in this playthrough. It's around this point in the adventure that discussions with certain party members get a little bit more substantial. Carth really begins to open up about what the betrayal of Telos at the hands of his former commander Saul meant to him and the weight involved. It wasn't just the Republic that was hit by this betrayal, but Carth's family as well. His wife dying in his arms during the attack and his son going missing. Bastila, meanwhile, is beginning to depend on you more. Your virtuousness and indomitable will that allows you to not stray from the light side is something she not only respects, but is somewhat jealous of. Bastila has a hard time controlling herself to the level she believes a Jedi must. We saw anger and contempt for her mother that was only let go through your actions. We've seen pride through her discussions with Carth and Mission, and we've seen the beginning of love between her and your character. It's not just that Bastila has respect for you, but she also has more romantic feelings for you, ones that go against the teachings of the Jedi Order and that are said to lead one astray and to the dark side. The truth is that Bastila is just young and human. She's had a harder time being indoctrinated by the ways of the Jedi due to how powerful she is, and how people perceive her. Her tough upbringing has left her with something to prove to herself and those around her, and through that, Bastila has learned to wall herself off from people so she can continue to improve. But this wall is coming down slowly through her journey with your character. Bastila is a romance option in this game. In true BioWare form, there are a few romanceable companions, such as Carth, should you be playing a female character. It makes sense why these two would be chosen. For one, they are the main companions within your journey, the two you've met that hold the most relevance to the overall story. They're also the only characters of age on the Ebon Hawk with you, that is except for Juhani, who is also romanceable, and Zalbar, I guess, but he isn't an option for, I'm guessing, Wookiee-related reasons. With Juhani, the option never fully sat right with me due to the power imbalance that is present here. Juhani fell to the dark side and is traveling with you for guidance. You are, in a way, a mentor to her, someone that is supposed to be helping her regain her confidence in herself and the light side. To take this companionship and attempt to turn it into something more is a bit of a muddied situation, one that puts into question the ethical implications of attempting to seduce what is effectively your student, even if you are of similar rank within the Order specifically. Additionally, this is also what's happening with you and Bastila, but flipped in the other direction. Bastila shares a bond with you, but she is above you in both rank and experience. If your goal is to truly be a Jedi and to move further up the ranks of the Order while attempting to save the world, these personal, romantic conversations with Bastila could feel as though they are a necessity for you to take part in if you don't want to suffer the social consequences otherwise. Realistically though, within the confines of this game specifically, it isn't that deep. For either of the characters, you aren't meant to think about those social implications. You should think about the social implications, but you're not expected to in this situation. What may be affected within your career, let's say, as a Jedi, it's just something we consider after the fact as these issues within our real world have become more apparent and visible. However, considering there is much Bastila and the Order is hiding from you, it is a good idea to question the moral ground Bastila stands on once everything is revealed. On the topic of romance, it is considered canon that Bastila and your character end up together, so that is what we will be pursuing for the narrative's sake. In the meantime, let's check out the next planet on our journey. In terms of planets, I want to say that Kashyyyk is much more straightforward than the previous open expanses of Tatooine, and that's not a bad thing. More linearity in map design is a welcome addition in an RPG. It adds variety and direction outside of the more open experiences that are available. Both Dantooine and Tatooine were fairly huge in their design at the time of release, especially for a game that has you running around incredibly slowly until you unlock the force abilities or stimulants that speed you up. That doesn't mean the maps of Kashyyyk are small though. While more linear, they are still incredibly large. As you land and exit your vessel, you'll be met with another Circa rep who is demanding a 100 credit docking fee. This is a bit of a theme within the game. You land on a planet, they request funds from you for doing so, whether it be Circa or not, and you try to weasel your way out of them if you so choose. The only planet I haven't managed to convince of this so far was Manaan, but we'll get there after Kashyyyk. It should be no surprise that it is good to bring Zalbar and Mission along for some time on the upper levels of Kashyyyk. This is Zalbar's home, and you get some interesting backstory out of him considering he doesn't normally open up to you on the Ebon Hawk. Zalbar was exiled from his home by his father due to a confrontation between Zalbar and his brother Chundar. Zalbar found out Chundar was making deals with the Zerka Corporation in order to enslave Wookiees for profit and weaponry. Chundar wanted to rise in power through this, but upon witnessing it, Zalbar attacked him in a fit of rage, but not with conventional weapons. Instead, Zalbar used his claws to attack Chundar, something that is considered forbidden by the Wookiee people, due to them perceiving their claws as tools and not as weapons. In fact, to use your claws in such a way brands you as a mad claw, and you are essentially considered to be deranged by the community. Zalbar's father, the chieftain, didn't believe him when he explained the situation, and thus he was exiled, which led to him eventually running into mission. It's painful for Zalbar to be back here, but he's also curious about what is going on now that Zerka seems to have a stronger foothold in the region. Since Kashyyyk isn't part of the Republic at this point, they have no protection from slavers or anyone else outside of their own firepower. Your vision of Kashyyyk had shown the star map being down below the incredibly large trees in an area known as the Shadowlands, due to light being unable to penetrate the foliage. But to get down there, you first need to get past a Wookiee guard, and to get past him, you have to talk to Chundar, thus taking you to a nearby Wookiee village. Here, Chundar states that he will be holding on to Zalbar until you complete a task for him. Surrounded as you are by a village of Wookiees and Zerka employees, there's no real fight with him on it. You have to complete this job in order to save Zalbar and gain access to the Shadowlands for both Chundar's needs as well as your own. Chundar specifically wants you to deal with another Madclaw in the Shadowlands who has been attacking Zerka employees down there. So we're already heading down to the Shadowlands at this point while grabbing a few side quests here and there along the way that aren't of any real note. But this is also where the planet opens up a bit more. The Shadowlands are a series of winding paths. As you take an elevator down, one of the first things you'll witness is what appears to be a Jedi fighting off some of the local wildlife. This is Jolee Bindo, your final party member and a self-proclaimed Grey Jedi. I want to say this is the first time the concept has been brought up and began its popularization, but I'm not completely sure if it was mentioned previously. I believe Qui-Gon Jinn from The Phantom Menace is also considered one. Regardless, Jolee is potentially the most prominent and well-known Grey Jedi within the fandom. Grey Jedi is a bit of an odd concept, one that seems to be revered by a lot of the fandom since their inception. In a world of absolutes, those being light and dark, some people see nuance in the concept of a gray option. They specifically rely on the idea that the Force is some alignment you can walk a fine line on. You are neither light side nor dark side, you are simply gray. You allow emotions to drive you, but you do not succumb to the thirst for power that the dark side presents. This isn't an accurate descriptor from my understanding. The Grey Jedi are better described as light side Jedi that simply do not take into heed everything the Council tries to enforce. Revan, for example, was not always a Sith Lord. He was a Jedi who didn't agree with how the Council was doing nothing against the Mandalorians and opted to help the people of the Republic fight them back. Even when he became a Sith, it wasn't because of his issues with the Council specifically. Qui-Gon is a similar example, who took on Anakin despite the Council's warnings because he felt it was right. Within the world of Star Wars, the Grey Jedi simply do not exist. They are not individuals who pull from both the light and the dark side of the Force at the same time. They are just individuals, usually aligned with the light, who simply disagree with the practices of the Council and the Jedi Order. Even Jolee, as we will see, is someone who has his own issues and resentment, but ultimately aligns himself with the light despite claiming to see only in gray. The reason I bring this up is because this concept has been both popularized and reviled within the fandom for some time. Some individuals love the concept of the Grey Jedi, while others believe it doesn't really make sense in the lore. I am of that mindset, that the Grey Jedi simply do not exist. Jolee is one of the only ones who even seems to bring up the concept, and that's more about his own personal moral compass, not this actual training and lifestyle as a Jedi specifically. I think what's particularly interesting about the concept, though, is how these individuals that one may consider Grey Jedi manage to question the Council, utilize their emotions, and ultimately be free of the monk-like training of the Jedi, while not succumbing to the corruption to the Force that is the dark side. What makes the concept of Grey Jedi so interesting is their refusal to follow the established norms presented to them that often can limit their lives in overly extreme ways, while not turning comically evil in the process. These Jedi that go against the Council show that said Council's wisdom is not absolute. There is a conceptual space for what people commonly refer to as gray Jedi, but the term itself is lacking. When you meet Jolee, he's a bit grumpy. He doesn't want to be coddled or treated with the respect of a Jedi, but rather the respect of an elder. He sees you as a child indoctrinated by the ways of the Council, and in turn seems to both resent you slightly, but also look to utilize and observe you for his own benefit. Jolee lives in the Shadowlands, and he knows where the star map you're looking for is located, but it happens to be behind a force field set up by Zerka that he witnessed being built, allowing him to learn how to disable it. You can agree to help Jolee by removing the Zerka presence in the Shadowlands, but he talks as if he wants it done without bloodshed, due to the trouble it would cause for the Wookiees. Jolee cares about the Wookiees of Kashyyyk, but he doesn't care enough to attempt rescuing them from enslavement, or at the very least he doesn't believe he would be able to, nor is it his place to. However, while he may not feel like taking action, he at the very least doesn't want to make things worse for them in order to benefit himself. The Zerka poachers can be found near Jolee's house. This quest is also related specifically to Griff, as the poachers are willing to pay you to kill various monkey-like creatures known as tack around the area. If you choose to help them, you can get the glands, but they would essentially go extinct in the process, thus leading to an obvious dark side path. Alternatively, the poachers already have some glands in a nearby crate, so you simply need to deal with them and then grab the glands before returning to Griff to finish the quest line with mission. To deal with the Zerka poachers peacefully, you have to convince a few of them to let you turn off various sonic emitters around the area. By doing so, you can cause the wildlife to show up on the poaching site and run the Zerka employees out of the Shadowlands. When you return to Jolee, he kind of chastises you for handling the situation peacefully. It's as if he was trying to observe you and understand your reasoning for doing so, despite him specifically mentioning it would be the best course of action for him and the Wookiees. I found it odd, as you can mention there was no point in killing the men, and he agrees with you but says the environment would say otherwise. Sure, to Jolee, the Zerka Corporation is doing irreparable harm to the environment of Kashyyyk and many other planets. If he cares so much about that, why hasn't he simply killed them himself, right? Because he didn't want to make trouble for the Wookiees, so you handle this peacefully, but then he mentions that there would be justification in killing them. Yes, but he specifically mentioned we shouldn't. It's an annoying and illogical thing to be chastised about, and seems to come off as the ramblings of some grumpy old man who is living in the bottom of a giant forest. Part of the agreement to help Jolee was to have him join you on your journey, meaning he'll be with us for the rest of the trip. In the meantime, he agrees to escort you to a nearby force field which he is able to disable, thus gaining you access to the nearby star map, but it isn't that easy to activate this time. Beside the star map is a computer that is displaying the hologram of an unknown alien creature. When you approach it, it initiates neural recognition, and Jolee is quick to point out that it never did anything for him when he would stop by. This is important foreshadowing within the storyline, one of many events that should have you questioning your past and potentially the motivations the Council had in sending you here. If Jolee was never able to activate the computer, why did it activate for you immediately? Questioning the computer will make it realize that something is off. It recognizes you, but you don't seem to be the person it remembers, which is off-putting to it from a security sense. So, in order to make sure you are who you are in the eyes of the computer, you have to answer a series of personality questions. Now, the first question is a bit of a freebie. It's a what-if scenario where you answer with something either light side aligned or dark side aligned. Since we are light side aligned in this playthrough, we would obviously choose the light side option, but the computer is quick to point out that this is not what it expected of us, as it is not how it remembers us. So what ends up being inferred here is that not only does the computer want you to answer questions based on its perception of what is most efficient for a given situation, regardless of how dark side it sounds, it also wants you to prove your tactical decision making based on dark side alignment, as this is how it remembers you. This is where there's a bit of oversight on the developer's part. If we step back and look at the current situation, this robot will not give us access to the star map if we do not answer its hypothetical questions correctly. By not answering them correctly, you enter a series of battles before gaining access to the map. So let's say we are role-playing an astute individual. You have reached the star map and you have answered the first hypothetical based on your alignment, but you have learned that this is not what the computer wants to hear. You infer that the computer is expecting dark side aligned answers from you, and therefore you play along, something that should be obvious to your party since you are clearly light side aligned, and it should be fairly obvious that this is a necessary action that doesn't actually hurt anyone or anything while also gaining you access to the star map. That's how it should go down, right? Well, it doesn't, even after the initial description of what the computer expects from you, by continuing with dark side aligned answers, ones where you would essentially say that you would sacrifice cities worth of people in order to gain a tactical advantage in a war. Characters like Mission will be blown away that you would let all of these people just die. To your party, you are answering truthfully. Mechanically, you are answering truthfully as well, as by doing this task, you end up gaining dark side points. What's the deal here? KOTOR is a game that allows you to both persuade and lie. This is a task necessary for story progression, but they only give you the option of acting truly evil in concept or entering a series of battles due to your virtuousness. There's no third option of you simply lying to the machine and answering dishonestly, and I am left wondering why. There are so many situations where you get to lie, and through lying there seems to be an understanding with your party that you are not being truly evil, but rather capitalizing on a situation and manipulating someone. That's not the case here. You have to eat the dark side points regardless of how nonsensical they are, or you have to fight your way out of there while gaining the info on the star map. It's a missed opportunity to add a bit more of satisfying dialogue trees to the scenario. Now, Mission thinks I would abandon millions of people for the sake of a strategic victory in battle. Off script here, but I was thinking about it, and it's possible that the computer was scanning your brain and might have realized that you were lying, but I still believe it to be somewhat of a missed opportunity because you should have at least been able to attempt to lie, and then the computer could have caught you on it. While the star map has been dealt with, we still have the issue with Chundar and Zalbar, meaning there's a Mad Claw Wookiee down here in the Shadowlands that we need to find and take down before going back to the surface. Nothing is ever that simple, however. The Mad Claw we are looking for is a Wookiee by the name of Freyr, who just so happens to be the father of Chundar and Zalbar. After finding out that his son truly did betray them, Freyr was betrayed again by Chundar and exiled to the Shadowlands, where he has been slowly losing his sanity while fighting for his life. When you run into Freyr, he's on the verge of becoming fully hostile to anyone who approaches him, especially outsiders whom he has little trust for due to the Circa Corporation. This brings up another of the game's running themes. Generally speaking, many alien species have a disdain for what they call outsiders, and while not exclusively so, this generally boils down to humanity specifically. When something goes wrong, or when alien species are being treated unjustly, it's generally at the hands of humans. Framing humanity as a force not inherently good for the galaxy acts as a parallel for our real world, how humans often hurt other humans for various reasons, and the ones generally being hurt are the marginalized. Sometimes it's for greed, like with the Circa Corporation here looking to enslave the Wookiees. Other times it's prejudiced. In a world of Star Wars with a universe full of countless alien species, generally speaking, humanity is seen as the oppressors and the aliens the marginalized. Humanity has the power and privilege, and we watch how they use said power and privilege to either help people or more often than not hurt people. It's interesting to point out, since time and time again humans are considered the end-all be-all good guy saviors of the galaxy within a large portion of science fiction. To see them often the perpetrators of harmful actions rather than the heroes is a breath of fresh air, even if Mass Effect didn't follow suit. Of course, the same power and privilege of humankind still gives us our main protagonists, not only in this game but in the greater Star Wars universe as a whole. A major criticism of the films are their focus on human heroes, and KOTOR is no exception. You are not given the option to choose a species other than human, albeit for a very particular reason, and your most plot-relevant companions are Bastila and, to some degree, Karth. While this does give credence to the idea that mankind is capable of being a force for either good or evil, light or dark within the galaxy, it also serves as a grim reminder that humans are simply expected to be the default agents of change in the universe, and this doubles back into our real life. Jolie can try to reason with Freyr, but it's to no avail, leading to a confrontation where you have to defend yourself against him until he surrenders. You can choose to kill Freyr or try and talk him down. By successfully conversing with him, he'll explain how he is the father of the two brothers and feels immense guilt for both exiling Zalbar and allowing this to happen to his people. He wants to make things right, but the only way for him to even have a chance is by retrieving a ceremonial blade, one of importance to his people that has been lost to time, and Chundar is in possession of the hilt. You can actually find the blade ahead of time. It's stuck in the hide of Teren Tatek, after a previous chieftain Rothrar got into a confrontation with one. It's a funny name. In order to make it appear, you have to complete a ritual where you place the corpse of a Kinrath on some nearby vines, thus luring it out to feed. Once you deliver the blade to Freyr, he will run off, thus starting a small-scale civil war between the Wookiees who are loyal to Chundar and the ones who see him for what he really is, a traitorous slaver. You'll get ambushed back at the elevator by a few Chundar loyalists, and soon after, one of the upper-level guards will sneak you into the city to deal with Chundar and save Zalbar. It seems Chundar and Zalbar have been talking a fair bit in your absence, to the point that Zalbar informs you he isn't sure of anything anymore, due to his brother slowly convincing him that what was going on may be right. You can help push Zalbar one way or the other, and when it comes to choosing an alliance between his father or his brother, you can even take a more peaceful approach by having Zalbar suggest that the fighting simply cease before anyone else has to die. Unfortunately, peace was never an option, as Chundar will simply begin attacking you anyway, leading to his death in the process. By helping Freyr, the Wookiees will begin to expel Zerka from the planet. While Freyr offers a place for Zalbar beside him as ruler, Zalbar wants to honor his life debt to you and try to save the galaxy in the process, hopefully learning more about himself along the way. His father gives him Baka's sword, the ceremonial blade I mentioned earlier, which can now be equipped and used in battle. On your way back to the ship, you can witness the Wookiees drive out the Zerka employees around the base and the landing pad until the place is empty. I actually had a quest to turn in here, and now that I'm writing this, I'm wondering if I locked myself out of completing it. I looked into it after the fact, and I did lock myself out of it, I believe. While Taris delved into the oppressive rule via prejudice, racism, and capitalism, Kashyyyk looks to take an even deeper exploration on these concepts. The amount of suffering you watch the Wookiees experience throughout your journey on Kashyyyk is unprecedented in the game. Yes, Taris got leveled, but you don't really witness it as much as you see the suffering of the Wookiee firsthand. They aren't saying much about the slavery as much as they are showing you the consequences of succumbing to your vices, to greed or pride. In a way, this is an example of humanity and Wookiees turning to the dark side without the abilities of the Force to back them up. These vices are blights that create wounds within the goodness of a community, and if you don't clean said wounds, you watch them fester and slowly consume what once was. It's the broken window concept. This is how the light side gets broken down in the dark side, how Zerka can show up and slowly build a more and more oppressive establishment within the planetary structure. It's the easier thing to do for some. It's easier to succumb to what may benefit you personally rather than what is the right thing. In a sense, this is the entire greater theme of Star Wars' concept of Jedi and of the light side. It's hard to do the right thing and have people help one another rather than hurt one another, and it is through the efforts of individuals that want to do good and perform righteous actions that allows the light side to not be fully consumed and eventually push back the blight that is ever present. Manaan is potentially one of the most interesting planets to explore overall. Rather than focusing on large open or linear areas of wilderness to explore, Manaan takes a different approach in its storytelling. Where most planets would give you a simple starting location or town to interact with and start side quests, Manaan puts all of its focus into the sole commerce hub, Otto City, which was constructed specifically so the sea people known as the Selkath would have an above water location they could interact with outsiders, including both the Republic and the Sith. That might sound a bit surprising. Interactions with Zerka have been apparent so far, and their ties to the Sith have been obvious, but other than Taris, which was under Sith occupation, we've never actually seen a planet in which the Sith are overly prevalent. Even more unusual, the Republic and Sith are both present within the city, and other than some large political tension, are interacting within a fairly peaceful manner. Well, as peaceful as you can get when talking about the Sith and the Republic. See, Manaan is the source of an organic substance known as kolto that has incredibly potent curative properties. Kolto cannot be synthesized currently, meaning Manaan is the sole source for the product and it's completely controlled by the Selkath people. This means that the Selkath have opted to use the kolto as a tool for establishing a form of neutrality between themselves and the Republic and Sith. Make no mistake, the Sith are evil and do harm just for the sake of it, but it seems that within some reaches of the galaxy, that view isn't necessarily the popular one. In fact, on Manaan specifically, there are many who simply do not believe the news they hear about the Sith. Many don't even believe that it was the Sith who bombarded Taris, believing it to be propaganda. What we end up with is a lot of political action and subterfuge on Manaan. Rather than going out and exploring the ocean depths of the planet, we will be spending more time in Ahto City helping the Republic prove to the Selkath that the Sith are not only evil, but actively looking to instill harm on the Selkath people while taking over their government. So what we have is tension between two warring factions. Many in the Manaan government look to capitalize on this tension through the sale of Kolto, believing that it will help keep them safe between the two factions. This, of course, isn't true, considering the plans the Sith have in store for them, which will be revealed as we explore each faction's embassies. As you land on Manaan, you'll experience a vision of the star map, which appears to be underwater. Understandable, considering Manaan is nothing but endless oceans. As you exit the Ebon Hawk, you'll start in a private hangar, of which there are several in the area, all used for various side quests or for progressing the main quest. It's best to bring Carth and potentially Jolee with you for the majority of your stay here. At least for me, Carth finally ran into an old friend of his that informed him that his son Dustil is alive and well. Saul's betrayal and attack on Telos killed Carth's wife and caused his son to go missing, but now it seems that Dustil has been found. Unfortunately for Carth, Dustil seems to be getting trained at the Sith Academy in Korriban, which is luckily the next planet we will be heading to after the events of Manaan. I imagine you can have this cutscene trigger anywhere. As long as you have been working through Carth's dialogue and managed to learn about his past, you should eventually have someone approach him. The same can be said for Jolee, who after mentioning a man by the name of Sunry will eventually be approached to learn that his old friend is being held prisoner by Manaan authorities. These authorities are going to be a recurring aspect in the narrative on this planet, and we'll be seeing a lot of them as we tend to require breaking planetary laws in order to get anything done here. Luckily, laws don't inherently mean good or light side, so breaking them generally is the right thing to do rather than not. I personally suggest exploring around and picking up all of the various side quests, especially since some of them can be completed alongside the main quest to find the star map on Manaan. This will bring you to one of the more involved side quests on the planet, and probably the only one actually worth mentioning aside from Jolee's character quest here. There is a Rodian named Hulis in the city. Talking to him is rather off-putting due to his speech and mannerisms. He talks in a way that feels existential, questioning your reason for conversing with him, the concept of factions and the war, and all around presenting himself as rather obtuse. This is on purpose, a form of tactic to keep you away from him unless you are the right person he should be talking to. If you've killed Kalo Nord, there's a chance a Twi'lek by the name of Seni Vec has approached you with a datapad. The information on the pad suggested that you visit this Rodian alone, meaning he won't have a proper conversation with you until you do so. Once alone, Hulis will introduce himself as a member of the Geno Harridan, an intergalactic guild of assassins or high-level bounty hunters. Apparently, by killing Kalo, you've put yourself on the map, and now the group appears to have some interest in you. Normally, I wouldn't follow this quest line on a light side playthrough, as it is specifically designed for dark side players, but it also happens to be one of the more involved side quests with several rewards. Hulis wants to invite you into the guild, but first you need to prove yourself with a test. Hulis will present you with two targets, an intergalactic slaver named Zulon and an anti-republic radical terrorist named Lorgal. For most of these assassinations, you need to travel around some of the planets you already explored. Zuland, for example, is on Dantooine, and his speeder can be found near one of the estates on the planet. Just a quick note about this, the reason you are given two targets to choose from is because they both offer you separate rewards and both can be completed so you get the full set of items. However, the individual on Dantooine can be locked off to you after your 4th star map for narrative reasons, so you will always have a means of completing the quest assuming you don't also get banned off of Manaan, which is actually possible. That's one of the more interesting aspects of Manaan. Not only is progression here different than you may be used to, there are severe consequences in regards to the actions you take here that we'll discuss near the planet's narrative climax. And if you aren't careful, you can find yourself locked out of content you haven't completed yet due to these. You as a character need to choose your actions wisely and consider dialogue options that will allow you to navigate politically around the Council of Selkath, who to run the local government. For the assassinations, you simply need to take out a subset of criminals, Zulon on Dantooine and Lorgal, who happens to be locked up in the Republic Embassy on Manaan. While Zulon must be killed in combat, you can simply overload Lorgal's prison cell and kill him on the spot. These two actions and further assassinations will always apply dark side points to your character, and while you can't talk to Hulis with a party, you can still bring your party along for the actual assassinations. After your initiation, whether you killed 1 or 2 of the targets, you will be given 3 extra ones, all of whom have to be dealt with in order to complete your acceptance into the guild. There's Vorn on Tatooine, Rulon on Kashyyyk, and Etherak on Manaan. Now all of these have their own very specific way of going about them. Vorn is in the Dune Sea, and you can reprogram his assault droid to take you to him. Etherak, or Athorak on the other hand, is on Manaan, and you can get to him by pretending to be a business partner and gaining access to his private hangar back where you started on Manaan. The one that is a potential issue is Rulon the Shapeshifter, not directly and not always. After you complete your 3rd star map, Malak's apprentice Darth Abandon is set loose on you, and he can show up at 3 specific locations based on your progression. If you already completed Tatooine and Kashyyyk, you'll most likely run into him on Korriban. If you completed Korriban early and then Kashyyyk, Bandon would instead appear as you exit the Krayt Dragon Cave back in the Eastern Dune Sea. Here's the thing, these locations aren't fixed based on planet progression. The game only checks to see how many star maps you've completed. This means you could travel back to Dantooine, say to go searching for Vorn. You could enter the Krayt Dragon Cave, turn around and see Darth Bandon waiting for you. This is actually what happened to me and caused me to almost jump out of my seat since I hadn't expected to see him until Korriban, and I happened to be by myself. I decided to kill him here for footage, but ended up reverting the save since I figured I would wait to bring him up for when we actually reached Korriban. However, another issue presented itself here. While you don't find Vorn in the Krayt Dragon Cave, thus bypassing Bandon, you can only find Rulon in the Shadowlands, and by taking the elevator, you will always be forced into a confrontation with the Sith apprentice here. Meaning if you want to complete the quest ASAP, you have to fight Bandon in what I would consider an early progression point. And by this point in my playthrough, I was so tired of running into this guy that I just decided to get rid of him here and now while explaining this process to you. So Darth Bandon is dead, and you need to assassinate 3 more criminals for the Geno Haradan, but things are not as they seem. Once everyone is dead, you can return to Hulis for your various rewards, but he will inform you that you've actually been deceived. Rather than killing criminals, you've actually been assassinating high-ranking Geno Haradan members, leaving the only active leader alive being Hulis, allowing him to take control of the entire guild. To make matters worse, he will not allow you to join the guild as he believes you to be too powerful and dangerous. Due to this, he also won't try to have you assassinated, meaning you can leave things here if you wish. Alternatively, you can oppose his schemes and he'll suggest you have a 1v1 in the Dune Sea. You'd be pretty gullible to go along with this plan after having him already betray you, so it's best to bring a party along with you, as Hulis will have around 9 dudes waiting for you as you exit Anchorhead, leading to a final battle that has essentially led to you accidentally wiping out the entirety of a criminal organization of elite assassins. So that's pretty cool. A lot of this is alluded to in the various datapads you find on the bodies of the individuals you kill. The dark side points aren't incredibly hefty, and I haven't seen this cause any conversations or issues with your party members, meaning depending on how you value role-playing as a light side character, you may choose to do this quest anyway for the rewards, while eating the dark side points that you can offset later with further light side shenanigans. Once you've picked up relevant Manaan side quests, you have to head to the Republic Embassy in order to enlist their aid in finding the star map. One of the side quests specifically wants you to find out why the Republic is hiring mercenaries. Another wants you to find the missing Selkath I mentioned earlier. All of these are related in one way or another, and in order to get anywhere, we need to first talk to Roland Wan of the Republic. Roland has an idea of where the star map may be, but he wants our help in dealing with the Sith first. As it turns out, the Republic had a droid underwater that ended up getting damaged and lost. The salvage of the droid was then picked up by the Sith, and information is now in their own embassy, where they are looking to data mine it for Republic secrets. The Republic would like you to break into the Sith base to recover the data on the droid, and they're generous enough to give you a few ways of doing so. Two of the ways can be completed in the embassy itself. One is to break the encryption on some Sith pass cards, and the other is to interrogate a Sith prisoner for his passcode. Both are mini-games of sorts. The encryption challenge is really just you figuring out the next number in several mathematical sequences until the game tells you that you successfully decrypted the cards. Once done, you can move on, but I'll briefly talk about the other options, as if you didn't have Google and weren't good at figuring out sequences, these other two options would be necessary for you. The interrogation is a little more simple. You have to use persuasion in order to convince a trooper to divulge information to you. It's simple, and I'm not even sure if your persuasion stat actually comes into effect here. More likely, you were supposed to select your interrogation dialogue in a specific order for several categories. I had a fairly high persuasion stat that failed constantly unless I chose a proper order I found online. New Vegas did it better. The game takes into account that neither of these options may be necessarily doable for every player, and so a third option is offered. There's a Sith hangar near your own, one that doesn't have security cameras for privacy's sake, meaning you could break into there, kill the Sith inside, and use their transport to get inside the base. This is my preferred route today, only due to the fact that the game seems to drop the ball on a potentially unique opportunity to have us work a bit of espionage. The transport you take as you arrive in a back entrance of the Sith embassy, and thus would have you infiltrating the base by force. You'd think alternatively we could use the passcode or cards to go through the front, which happens to be the case, but regardless of dialogue choices, persuasion, or even force persuasion, the secretary will always not recognize you and thus call security on you, leading to combat. No matter what means you take to actually get into the Sith embassy, the result will always be the same. And for a game with a habit of offering various routes and options that will change the narrative of specific quest lines, it was a bit frustrating to experience this. I'd say this is an aspect they could fix in the remake, but who knows if we are even getting that anymore. The Sith embassy is a rather lengthy endeavor, one of the longer dungeon type segments in the game that is full of troops. Although the numbers are high, they can be dispatched fairly easily so long as you've been optimizing your build at least somewhat. These fights shouldn't cause you any trouble at all. Within one of the training halls is a group of hostile Selkath apprentices. It seems the Dark Jedi within the Sith are looking to train them in the Force and then use them to take over to create a Selkath puppet government, where the Sith are truly in charge. You can find out about this on a datapad when you find a room full of dead Selkath trainees who were tortured by the Sith for some reason. It's the Sith. There's another room of living, non-hostile Selkath, but when you try to rescue them, they explain that they believe the Sith are good and willing to train them in the Force for no other reason than because they are deserving of it, or some other weird excuse. In fact, they believe that everything the Republic says about the Sith is merely propaganda, and it's actually the Sith who are somehow the good guys. Propaganda works. That's a recurring aspect of Manaan, and a big part of this area's narrative theme, the concept of how those less involved within a large-scale conflict can be more easily swayed to believe one side over another regardless of who is actually in the right or not. The Sith are clearly evil, but they use propaganda and political tactics / power moves in order to try and convince citizens of the various planets that it's actually the Republic who are somehow the bad guys in this situation, and it works. Just like in real life, propaganda works, and many people can be stuck in their ignorant beliefs until you have the evidence to prove it otherwise, and even then the evidence sometimes isn't enough for them. Luckily, we can find a token on the dead Selkath and convince the other trainees to go back home, and this information can be used as evidence against the Sith later. Further into the embassy is the droid being guarded by various enemies. By taking them out and grabbing the data module within, you've done everything that is necessary to progress the main questline on Manaan and can leave. However, leaving leads to the first of two situations where you are presented as a criminal in front of the Selkath court, made up of 5 council members who vote on whether or not you are guilty or innocent. See, Manaan has to enforce their neutrality due to the kolto they sell and how they feel said kolto makes them untouchable between the two factions. The Selkath believe that by being the only distributors of kolto, they cannot be attacked, but as we now know and have always suspected, the Sith have plans to take everything for themselves anyway. The reason you get arrested is because the Selkath received reports of blaster fire and explosions from inside the base. Since there is a rule of neutrality and peace in Ahto City, you've essentially broken the law and need to explain yourself to the court. The first scenario leads to a sentencing of death and a game over if you aren't careful. You can be presented by a Selkath arbiter, which is essentially a lawyer, but it's actually not in your best interest as he will not be able to get an innocent verdict. You're better off interrupting him mid-hearing or choosing to represent yourself from the get-go, considering you have plenty of evidence against the Sith by this point if you fully explored the embassy. Just mentioning the puppet government scheme is enough to get the court to investigate your allegations and find you innocent, thanking you for bringing this information to light. It should be pointed out that some of the council members are more on the side of the Sith while others are on the side of the Republic. Even in Ahto, where the Manaan forced the coexistence between Republic and Sith, true neutrality doesn't seem to exist here. We are going to be forced to deal with the court again a little later, but we'll need to optionally deal with them if we want to help Jolee's friend, who has been arrested under suspicion of killing a female Sith officer. Sunry is a longtime friend of Jolee, and his wife will beg us to help him get out of jail as his life depends on it. By killing one individual, Sunry too can be put to death. Similar to our time on Dantooine, this quest will involve a bit of investigating, although it is much more involved than simply questioning a couple individuals in a singular area. Instead, we first need to talk to Sunry and learn that he claims to be innocent. Sunry is a self-proclaimed cripple. In fact, a lot of individuals refer to him as that, even if it is no longer considered appropriate. I guess it's a product of its time. Since Sunry doesn't have an arbiter, you can talk to the court about him and automatically be assigned as his. Sunry maintains his innocence, that he had nothing to do with the death of the Sith officer, and that he was only meeting with her in a hotel room in order to try and turn her into a double agent for the Republic. The issue is that there are several witnesses that saw him leaving the scene of the crime after a gunshot went off. On top of that, his Medal of Honor was found clutched in the woman's hands. Essentially, it doesn't look good for him, so you need to go to the hotel room in order to question some of the residents there, as well as the proprietor, Ignis. He's simple enough and has a straightforward story where he knows what he saw, that being Sunry leaving immediately after the gunshot. You can, however, persuade or bribe the man to say that he saw Sunry leaving beforehand. It's up to you and doesn't affect your alignment. Like I said, the law and the light side are not equivalent here, but we'll delve deeper into that ideology in a second. There are two patrons at the hotel that witnessed something during the events of that night. The first is Furith Me, who is a professional Pazzik player. You can convince him to inform you that the Sith officer was actually a Dark Jedi, unbeknownst to anyone it seems, and that Furith didn't actually witness the murder. More importantly, he will inform you that it seemed as if Alasa, the Sith Dark Jedi, was having an affair with Sunry of the Republic, something you can question Sunry and Alora about later. Gloopor is a Rodian in a room at the end of the hall. You can get him to admit to being paid to plant the Medal of Honor on the dead body, suggesting that the Sith have been trying to frame Sunry. Things don't make a lot of sense here. It seems accurate to say everyone saw Sunry leave the hotel after the shot, but for some reason the Sith were planting a medal. It all becomes a little more clear as a mysterious individual meets you outside the hotel and suggests you investigate the Republic Embassy for more information. As it turns out, the same computer you used for the Sith passcard encryption also has the ability to be spliced, allowing you to find surveillance footage of Sunry killing Alasa. Things are getting a bit messy here. You can talk to Alora about the affair and she'll confirm it was true. You can then corroborate this with Sunry, but also point out that you know he is guilty. Sunry will confess to you, but claim that he did it only because Alasa was betraying him to the Sith all along. In essence, what Sunry did was for revenge. He essentially killed Alasa while defenseless. They even mention it was in her sleep, but the security footage clearly states that she was shot in the back as she entered the room with Sunry. Seems to be some sort of writing inconsistency during development, as Sunry does admit to it. You're left with a bit of a moral dilemma here, not one that is light or dark, but one that specifically tackles the concept of justice within the confines of the law. Sunry did kill an individual in cold blood, but said individual was a Sith spy that seemed to be feeding information to the Sith. What's worse is that he either shot her in the back or while she was sleeping. Sunry tries to equate this to your killing of Sith while in battle, but this is a bit different. I think we can all agree that killing an unarmed individual in their sleep may generally gain you some dark side alignment. It's something that we as players and the developers may consider mechanically a dark side action because to us it comes off as wrong. While KOTOR generally has every Sith official you talk to come off as comically evil, it'd be difficult to say everyone within the Sith is evil within the universe or deserving of murder. Criminal punishment, yes, but death in your sleep? It's not something I would personally feel comfortable with, and neither would the Jedi or even Jolee, who is usually more open to these kinds of things. It seems to most that an obstruction of justice has taken place, that there were better alternatives to the situation. Perhaps Sunry could have informed the Republic of the knowledge he gained and had her captured and arrested. It isn't impossible considering the embassy already had one Sith prisoner. So if we frame this as justice not being served, that what Sunry has done was morally wrong, we then have to consider the repercussions of turning him in and explaining his actions. While it might not actually be true, Sunry explains that confessing of his actions and the cover-up by the Republic by keeping their surveillance footage private could lead the Selkath to removing the Republic from Manaan entirely and also revoking their access to Kolto, which could mean the end of the war. Sunry attempts here to create a new moral dilemma. If we have arrived at the idea that it is wrong to kill in cold blood, and that Sunry is guilty in this regard, do we turn him in? Would it be betraying the Republic to do so? And even if it was, does it matter? That's up for you to decide. It's one of the most nuanced decisions you have to make in the game, in my opinion, and worth really thinking about when you are taking part in it. Personally, I would see Sunry confess. The issue with that, however, is that I also don't personally believe in the death penalty, which seems to be the sole form of punishment the Selkath enforce, except for one situation with your character later. I don't believe the well-being of the Republic should excuse the actions of a man willing to cheat on his wife and kill his former lover while she's sleeping. I believe some form of action needs to be taken here. With that said, it is a much more interesting case if you prove Sunry innocent. It offers more experience points overall and also mechanically forces you to sway the opinions of several judges based on your actions during the investigation and at the hearing. So for the sake of the retrospective, I'd like to at least discuss it briefly. Since each judge has a certain disposition towards the Republic and the Sith, they all start with a certain invisible point value that must be raised to at least +3 across the board in order to find Sunry innocent. Some of these points start in the negatives. Each witness you convince to explain what happened generally earns you points across the board. Additionally, certain dialogue choices and questions will lead to answers that raise points in favor as well, but not always for every judge. By interviewing everyone properly and having done your due diligence and your initial interviews for the witnesses, you can earn an innocent verdict for Sunry that also leads to the Sith being punished further due to their actions in planting evidence. Sunry will leave with his wife who forgave his adultery for some reason, and you can talk to Jolee about the case. It's a bittersweet situation. Jolee asks you if you believe justice has been done here today, and if you answer no, he agrees with you, but mentions how our opinions have nothing to do with the law. In the eyes of the law, justice has been done. A man has been found innocent regardless of if you believe he was truly guilty. In Jolee's own words, it's a sad state of affairs, and a very honest representation of what the law is like in the real world, pitfalls and all. With the major side quest out of the way and the Sith embassy dealt with, you can head back with the data to the Republic embassy in order to get their help with the star map. Turns out that the reason the Republic even created the droid was because they were investigating a hidden base they had created, but had seemingly gone dark on them. To interfere with Kolto means death, but the Republic made a secret deal with some Selkath moderates in the government who believe that the Sith are truly a detriment to Manaan. If the Republic could harvest their Kolto from the source and eventually synthesize it, the Sith could be forced out of Manaan and the Republic could gain a tactical advantage. Unfortunately, there seems to be an issue in the base, and that is why the Republic has been hiring so many mercenaries on Manaan. Now it's your turn to go on another suicide mission to find out what's happening while getting to the star map in the process. The Republic give you a submersible that takes you to the underwater base. When you arrive, you find the scene of a slaughter. Most of the mercenaries and employees/scientists below have been murdered by crazed Selkath, who suddenly turned violent after a scream was emanated by a giant Phyraxan shark. Now Selkath are attacking and eating people, while the smaller Phyraxan sharks pick off anyone who heads outside of the base. It's honestly one of the darker and creepier areas to explore in the game. I think what makes it so impactful is its powerful contrast in comparison to the beauty of Ahto City. As you progress, you'll find a scuba suit that will allow you to head from one area of the base to another. You can use a sonic emitter to instantly kill any sharks in the vicinity so that you can travel safely. Once you make it, a few scientists will be found behind a force field, and I shit you not, try to murder you by depressurizing the chamber and killing you in the process. You can destroy the force field to stop the countdown, and they'll eventually come to their senses and apologize for their actions. These scientists tell you the same story everyone else has, but mention that the giant shark can potentially be dealt with in one of two ways. You can use an experimental toxin known to kill the sharks, but unknown are the further repercussions that it would have on the surrounding ecology. Alternatively, you can blow up the Kolto harvesting machinery, setting the Republic back after years of setup. Since we're light side, we'll complete a small minigame that allows the machinery to explode. This in turn calms the giant Phyraxan shark, and it will allow you to pass over towards the star map that is nearby, thus finishing your main task on Manaan. But we aren't out of the woods just yet. When you return to the embassy, you can inform the Republic ambassador of what happened. He'll worry about all the work that was lost and fear this will cause them to lose the war, but it should be obvious to us that this isn't the case, since we're going to win the war for them by being an insanely powerful Jedi. Worst though is what happens as we leave the embassy. Selkath authorities arrest us for a second time, this time asking what happened in the depths of their homeworld. If you blew up the machinery, you can explain you saved everyone from the shark by destroying what was down there. Turns out the shark is known as the progenitor and is a part of Selkath myth and considered to be the potential source and guardian of Kolto. This news is enough to have the Selkath not only forgive your transgressions, but also thank you for your service, allowing you to leave. If you end up poisoning the surrounding area to kill the shark, or if you can't talk your way out of the hearing, you'll actually be banned from Manaan permanently, meaning you legitimately can't return there ever. I believe if you try, you can land in the docking bay, but they won't let you go any further. This is why I mentioned it's important to make sure all of your side quests are done, otherwise you may get locked out of some. Manaan is one of my favorite planets in the entirety of the KOTOR series. Every quest and scene that takes place there is interesting in its own right. The politics and subterfuge that take place, the ability to take part in the entirety of a court case, and the adventures into the depths of Manaan's oceans only to be subjected to the horrors of the crazed Selkath. There's so much happening there, and none of it feels forced by any means. But the best part about the planet is the city you spend the most amount of time in. Ahto is, even now, incredibly beautiful. It's a floating city where you see nothing but ocean on the horizon, and the music there is some of the most calming in the entry. It reminded me of the Oblivion OST, which I am heavily nostalgic for. With Manaan taken care of, there is only one star map left to find, that being on Korriban, which also happens to be home of the Sith Academy. However, that's not where we'll be going right away. After receiving 4 star maps total, there is a forced storyline event that takes place as you attempt to travel from one planet to the next, in which you are forced to board a large Sith ship known as the Leviathan, which just so happens to be commanded by Saul Kareth. As I mentioned, the Leviathan is a forced encounter. It acts as the climax of Saul's storyline, as well as the falling morale for your party due to the events that take place. Before that, it's good to note that if you're following along with all of your companion storylines, you can have Jolee tell you about his wife. It takes a lot of prodding, but it mostly boils down to the concept of love and how Jolee doesn't believe it to be the cause of a Jedi's fall to the dark side. Aspects of passion, sure, but love, as Jolee points out, is different. It's something that more often than not will hurt you, but it's also something that strengthens you as a person if you let it. This is another example of Jolee not seeing eye to eye with the Council, something he will mention he believes due to seeing the Jedi as blind to their actions. The mind of a Jedi within the Council seems to be unaware of the steps ahead of them and how their actions may lead them down the path of ruin due to blind virtuousness and righteousness. On the topic of love, but Bastila has been fighting her feelings for you for some time. She talks to you about them in private, how she respects you and sees you as a powerful Jedi, one even more powerful than her, but that is the reason she believes you both must cut your ties as soon as possible, and not pursue this potential relationship any further. If you discuss this with her, it will lead to a moment of perceived weakness and a kiss of which Bastila feels guilty about. Bastila is proud of her abilities as a Jedi, but scared about the weakness of her will. What we learn from Jolee is that the things the Jedi perceived as weakness are not always so, and in a way you can begin showing this to Bastila and offering the perspective that the will of the Council is not all-knowing. Now, your ship has been hit by a tractor beam and brought onto the Leviathan. Before you are boarded, you discuss with the group how you are going to get out of this situation, and the consensus is to have someone break out in order to free the others. Carth, Bastila, and yourself are too important to be left alone right away, so it's up to one of your secondary party members, and you get to choose who to send in. I personally chose Mission for this one, who managed to swipe a keycard off of one of the Sith after provoking him with insults. Before the breakout, Bastila, Carth, and you are locked in torture cells and interrogated by Saul. Saul wants information on your mission and the location of the Jedi Enclave, and he tortures Bastila periodically to get you to talk. Bastila doesn't want you to say anything, and you can uphold that, which she will later respect, even if it is difficult to watch. One of the big reveals here is that the question about the Jedi Enclave was a test. Turns out the Sith had already found and destroyed it, meaning you cannot return to Dantooine for the rest of your journey, and it is unknown if anyone managed to escape at the time. An interesting part of the scene is when Saul mentions something to you about Malak, which you have no idea about. This informs Saul that you are unaware of something that you should be, and he finds it humorous. Regardless of who you have chosen to break out, the main goal is to get a pass card and free everyone from captivity. It's a rather involved process of sneaking around or being more forceful depending on who you choose. Everyone's a little bit different depending. Once Mission manages to break the group out, everyone except the main three head to the hangar to get the Ebon Hawk ready, while the rest of you head to the bridge to confront Saul. There's a battle that ensues and Saul is left dying. Carth wants revenge for his family, but you can talk him down for light side points. With his dying words, Saul tells Carth a secret that causes him to enter a justified fit of rage, demanding answers from Bastila while you witness the argument with no idea of what is happening. There's no time to conclude the issues as Malak is on his way and you have to rush to the hangar with your party. Unfortunately, just as you are about to make it, Malak appears from one of the hangar entrances to stop the three of you. It's at this point that things become revealed. Malak wants Bastila, but he also wants to kill or overpower you specifically. He recognizes you even if you don't remember who you are, and he finds this incredibly hilarious. This is where things start rushing back to you. You hear the words of Bastila as she discusses using the enemy against themselves and words from the Council about not normally accepting adults into the Order, how the Force can wipe your memory and destroy your identity, how the allure of the dark side may set you down a familiar path. Everything you've done, all of the planets you visited, are a path that you have already tread once before. It should be obvious by now, but the big reveal, the ultimate spoiler of KOTOR, is that you are in fact Revan, the Dark Lord of the Sith, and the hero of the Mandalorian Wars. All along, the Council and Bastila have lied to you about your past and have used you in their efforts to find the Starforge. They have always known who you were and didn't want to tell you in the chance that you would join the dark side once more. Bastila and Malak inform you that during your battle against the Jedi Knights, you were betrayed by Malak and deeply wounded. Since the Jedi don't kill their prisoners, Bastila attempted to save your life, but the Force and the attack had damaged your mind to the point that it essentially had to be rebuilt. The Order used this as an opportunity to implant false memories in your mind of working for the Republic. All of this was a fabrication. The truth is that you were Revan all along. You went off to fight in the Mandalorian Wars against the Council's wishes. At some point down the line, after becoming a hero in the war, you ended up turning to the dark side and seeking out the Starforge. After creating an empire, you were attacked by Bastila and betrayed by Malak, leaving you injured. As Bastila healed you, after your mind was rebuilt, a Force bond thus connected you, which bound your destinies together. This is what Saul ended up telling Carth, and he's still coming to terms terms with it. You can discuss the information for a moment as Bastila explains everything to you. You can choose to understand her actions or not. It seems at least somewhat justified, in my opinion, to feel a sense of betrayal at this knowledge. That the Jedi would so actively manipulate an individual who was mentally broken and rebuilt goes to show how far they are willing to go and what they are willing to justify. Was doing this to Revan a light side aligned action, or the actions of individuals, of humanity? Was it the right thing to do to essentially create a new person entirely from the remnants of a Sith Lord? I wouldn't particularly consider those tactics virtuous, even if they are necessary. This isn't something I'm chastising them for either, but I believe it shows how manipulative the Council can be. It goes back to how we discussed the Council earlier on Dantooine. To be light side aligned doesn't mean you are truly moral or virtuous. Sometimes the light side aligned individuals do some questionable things. Some really questionable things. This is what Jolee tries to teach you in your discussions, and it's now something you witness firsthand due to the actions of Bastila and the Council. The light side is an all-around good in the universe, but the Jedi are not always the same. They are sapient and mortal beings, and as such are fallible as well. Malak puts Bastila and Karth in stasis, leading to a one-on-one battle so that he can prove himself and surpass you. It's a little funny considering I absolutely destroyed him by this point, but he still found a means to overpower and get away from me via a cutscene. The battle ends with Bastila breaking free and keeping Malak preoccupied long enough for you and Karth to escape while she stays behind, sacrificing herself. Although Jolee doesn't believe that Malak would kill her due to her abilities with battle meditation. As you all make it back to your ship and escape, Karth demands you come clean to everyone about who you are, that you are Revan despite losing your memories of that time in your life. Almost everyone is accepting of you, although Karth questions it depending on your light and dark side affiliations. Canderous specifically has gained a huge amount of respect for you since you were the only one to truly be able to defeat the Mandalorians. HK-47, as it turns out, is actually the droid of Revan, meaning you have always been his master, and this in turn unlocks his memory banks. If you talk to him later, he will reveal that the reason he calls everyone meatbag is because he once called Malak that, and you found it so humorous you programmed him to use it consistently. Mission believes that you are a different person due to your reconstructed memories, and it's something I agree with. I personally believe that an individual is what their memories make them to be. If you remove the memories and replace them with something else, you are now a different person, probably with a different personality. Zalbar agrees with Mission, and Juhani can point out how everything has come back around since you are the Jedi that apparently saved her on Taris, meaning her respect for you has effectively skyrocketed as well. As for Jolee, he always knew you were Revan, but didn't believe it was his place to tell you. All this to say that your party will mostly believe in you, even if Karth is suspicious depending on your actions. With Bastila captured and taken to the Starforge, it's now up to you all to find the final star map and to head there in order to save Bastila and defeat Malak once and for all. This means that Korriban is the next destination, and luckily enough, this will also tie into Karth's questline involving his son. Korriban is possibly one of the most straightforward planets to explore next to Kashyyyk. The real freedom comes from choosing which tombs you'll explore in the valley first, but before we can even reach the valley, we'll find ourselves stuck in the hangar bay and surrounding shops and cantina for a short period of time. Korriban is an interesting location. It's home to the Sith Academy and also home to ancient Sith ruins. Naturally, there are a lot of Sith here, but that somehow hasn't stopped individuals from opening cantinas and shops in order to try and make some money no matter the cost. For the most part, these are going to be more lecherous individuals, smugglers and the like who don't want to open up shop on Republic World since what they are doing may be considered illegal. For that reason, it should come as no surprise that almost everyone here recognizes the Ebon Hawk due to its use in smuggling operations for various criminals over its lifetime, including Davik and the Exchange before we stole it from them, something that earns a bit of respect from the people people you talk to, or they simply don't care. Everyone is out for themselves here, and so they will generally steer clear of trouble with you. Despite the transgressions of the Sith, as we have learned on Manaan, many individuals don't believe in the evil that the Sith perpetuate or simply don't care and are looking out for themselves first. There's countless individuals stopping in Korriban in order to potentially join with the Sith, and this in turn leads to countless individuals getting attacked, tortured, or simply messed with by Sith students who have learned to embrace the comical levels of evil that this game is known for. Everyone Sith here is hilariously evil, incredibly so. They'll threaten to kill you, mug you, force you to stand for days on end without food or water, etc. I can honestly say that while Korriban is meant to show a world under pure Sith rule and all the aspects of evil and suffering this conveys, it ends up being more like an amusement park of comedic villainy, and you're going to go through the whole thing incomprehensibly laughing at the absolute absurdity of it all. There's even a group of school bullies who threaten to kill you. The star map appears to you in a vision within some sort of tomb, and all the known tombs of ancient Sith Lords are in a valley where the only access is through the Sith Academy. In order to gain access to the Sith Academy, you need a recommendation from a high-ranking member as well as a medallion that has been given to you by a student who has nominated you. That's kind of the gist of it. How you go about getting it is a little more complicated. You need to be accepted in by a Twi'lek named Yuthura, but she won't let you in unless you get a medallion from another Sith student, and the only way to get one is by killing a member who seems to be going on a rampage around one of the shops and force electrocuting anyone that is within his immediate field of view. If you bring the medallion to Yuthura, she will allow you access to the academy, and once inside you will officially be a student. You aren't finished yet though. While there are tombs that are free to access and explore, the one tomb you actually need to gain access to is locked and is only accessible by Uthar, a Sith master who runs the academy. In order for him to give you access, you have to compete with all of the other students in order to gain enough prestige to be fully accepted into the Sith. The trick is that only one student is accepted a year, and assuming they don't die, everyone else will have to try again next time. On the topic of details based on progression, you can tell almost everyone here that you are actually the Dark Lord Revan, to which nobody will really believe you, except for one merchant who knows it to be true due to hacking into Sith reconnaissance. In fact, depending on what order you were doing the planets in, you can actually bring this fact up in various situations for various effects. Just traveling around space telling people that you're the Dark Lord who died at the hands of Malak's betrayal. Yuthura the Twi'lek that got you admitted into the academy did so because she could sense the storing powers of the Force within you. Due to this, she asks you early on if you would consider helping her betray Uthar so the two of you could rise in power within the academy. You can agree to this, and you can even prod her for information on her past to get to know her better. If you do this and use the right dialogue options later, you can actually turn her to the light side, although I didn't end up doing that this playthrough. If you do turn her to the light side, she will travel to the Enclave on Dantooine, which we know now gets destroyed. You can even have a rare dialogue with her there depending on how you progress through the planets. If your first couple of planets included Korriban and you travel to Dantooine before the Enclave is destroyed, you can find her there and discuss her progress. Within the academy itself, you can find Dustil, who is Karth's son. Dustil won't be happy to see his father, however, as he believes that his work with the Republic forced him to abandon his family. The truth is that Karth was simply late returning to Telos in order to save his family, leaving him to hold his dying wife in his arms with no sign of Dustil in the surrounding ruin. Feeling abandoned, Dustil turned to the Sith, who he believed to be good rather than evil, and he won't really be convinced otherwise unless you provide him ample evidence. Said evidence can be found in Uthar's bedchambers. There's a datapad that details how one of Dustil's friends at the academy was killed. This will convince him that he was wrong about the Sith while also showing some remorse towards his father. However, rather than leave, Dustil opts to stay in the academy so he can convince others to leave alongside him and save them from the Sith, to which Karth is both appreciative and proud of. Karth's entire life seems to be centered around his time with the Republic. It isn't surprising that while he had the best intentions, his time away from his family ultimately led to some resentment from his son. Now that they are reunited and Dustil sees the Sith Sith for what they truly are, it's left up in the air whether or not they will be able to fully reconcile, although Karth is hopeful and is willing to try. On the topic of companions, Juhani is a great one to bring along here, as you will run into a slaver a few times who turns out to be one of the individuals who murdered the KOTOR on Taris. He even remembers Juhani and tries to capture her again. This acts as a narrative climax for Juhani's storyline. This man, who she reviles, constantly attempts to goad her into giving into her dark thoughts and anger, and it's through your conversations with her and your ability to help her stay calm and within the light that she manages to hold on and control herself. While she'll never forgive the man who killed her family, she can at least find peace and solace in the fact that she is not like him and hopefully never will be. Now, in order to earn prestige, there's multiple tasks you need to complete around the academy and the valley, although you don't need to complete all of them. One of the easiest ways to get some is to repeat the Sith code to Uthar and explain its meaning to him. You can also interrogate a Mandalorian prisoner to find his weapons cache if you'd like. Some of the more obvious ways to gain prestige include visiting the various tombs around the valley. There's 3 main tombs for you to explore currently, and each is meant to act as its own challenge in order for you to earn some form of artifact or other item that can be returned for prestige. Before that though, there is a cave where you can find a group of students who have escaped the academy and are being hunted down. You can kill them all for prestige or help them escape and lie about it while still gaining favor from Uthar. First, there is the tomb of Ajunta Pall. You have to place a grenade within a stone pillar in order to cause it to blow up, but this in turn activates a set of security droids you can't immediately kill. Instead, you need to run across a nearby bridge and activate a lever which will cause all of the droids to blow up. The real trial is in the burial chamber itself, where the Force Ghost of Ajunta Pall will present itself to the party, currently in agony due to what is presumably a forced eternity for him due to the inability to move on. Ajunta's artifact is his powerful blade, but within his tomb there are 3 blades total. He explains that you need to present one of the blades to the nearby statue. If you choose the right blade, you may take it and leave, otherwise he will try to kill you. In order to know which blade to take, he provides a riddle, but really you can just save scum until you get the right one. Additionally, you can even convince him to turn back to the light side as a Force Ghost, which will allow him to pass on into the afterlife while providing you a boost in light side alignment. Next is the tomb of Tulak Hord, which just so happens to be also housing Uthar's old Sith master, who was kicked out into the valley by Uthar after he overtook him in power. Now Jorak Uln is a crazy old man who uses a nerve agent trap to paralyze victims that come into the tomb, so he can essentially torture them. In fact, he already has 1 Sith student in his clutches and will manage to capture you as well. This leads to a bit of a minigame where he will ask you moral questions. If you answer as a Sith, he will electrocute the student. If you answer any other way, he will electrocute you. The goal is to cause the student to die before you, but you can actually answer in a way that leads to both of you getting electrocuted equally and preventing either of you from dying. This in turn allows the student to break free and free you so that you and your party can kill Jorak once and for all. I believe you take his band off of his corpse, which can be returned to Uthar for prestige. The final tomb, that of Marka Ragnos, is incredibly straightforward. It's a linear path through a large army of battle droids until you reach one specific assassination droid that has turned incredibly aggressive due to its inability to tune its audio receptors. You can actually wear a sound dampening device found on a corpse near the entrance in order to converse with the droid, and you can then disable its assassination protocols and allow it to escape. I unfortunately did not remember this and ended up killing everything in the tomb before leaving. There are a few other means of gaining prestige, but none really worth mentioning. By this point, you should have enough to earn Uthar's favor, and he will agree to escort you to the tomb of Naga Shadow for the final trial. You will enter the tomb with Uthar and Uthura, but you must progress through it alone, which is slightly daunting as you have to work your way through 2 Terran Tatek in order to gain access to a set of pillars which contain specialized grenades, one for hot and one for cold. You must bring these grenades to a nearby acid pool that is preventing you from crossing and use the right grenade to create passage. Since the acid is liquid, you need to use the cold grenade to freeze it, as using the hot grenade will cause a noxious gas that will lead to a game over. Once over the acid pool, you'll find the star map, thus concluding our reasons for being on Korriban, but all is not done yet. As you return to Uthar, he states that for your trial to be fully complete, you must kill Uthura, as he believes she has become too ambitious to be left alive. Since we agreed to help Uthura earlier, and since you can potentially have her join the light side, I usually suggest siding with her on this, but you can side with Uthar if you want, want, or alternatively fight the both of them. Regardless, after killing Uthar, Euthura will turn on you anyway, and you will have to fight her until she concedes and surrenders her life to you. You can kill her here or let her go, and your dialogue choices may allow her to return to the light side. If you do kill her, the Academy enters a state of war and you basically have to kill everyone within. If you leave her to run the Academy, it is relatively peaceful when you leave. As I mentioned, Korriban acts as an amusement park for dark side characters. Everything within is designed to allow a player focusing on the dark side to revel in acts of villainy. In contrast, light side characters are going to have a bit more of a frustrating time. To get to your end goal of the star map while still performing and doing good, you generally need to take the more difficult options presented to you, or ones that require high skill checks. The Mandalorian you interrogate can be saved from captivity, but you need a high computer skill check to do so. If you choose to go through with the interrogation for the prestige, you'll have an easier time, but you also gain dark side points in the process. In a way, Korriban shows us that to be evil and to get what you want, you may generally see an easier time in doing so. It's the righteous decisions that are difficult and more rewarding. That's why it can be challenging for many to stay on the path of the Jedi. The dark side represents the corrupting forces of human will. That will can be easily broken down, and it requires hard work to keep intact. While all of the star maps have now been retrieved, there is no current cutscene or moment with your party that informs you of this. Instead, a new location appears on your galaxy map. But you should definitely head back to Yavin Station before proceeding. This will lead to a battle within the station while also unlocking the full inventory of the shop found here. Within said inventory are two very expensive lightsaber color crystals. While the color of the saber generally doesn't change its attributes, these specific crystals actually bolster the effects of the optional upgrade crystals you have equipped to the saber, making them highly useful for bolstering the strength of your character and potentially your party. With all of the star maps in hand, it's time to see what lies ahead and what the Starforge actually is. It's time to find Bastila and deal with Malak once and for all, while putting an end to the Jedi Civil War and this retrospective in the process. While you might think the Starforge is the next destination in the journey, there's actually one final planet to go over known as Lehon. As you approach the Starforge, a disruptor field disables several key parts of the Ebon Hawk, forcing Karth to perform an emergency landing on an unknown planet that is not found within Republic records. This is Lehon, one of the more beautiful planets in the game and also home to the ancient Rakata race, the creators of the Starforge and the Infinite Empire. As you land on Lehon, you end up on a beach full of other ships that met a similar fate to you. In fact, it seems there is something on Lehon that prevents any ship from getting close to the Starforge unless you already knew about it ahead of time. This is why the Sith are able to move freely from the Starforge and Lehon to the rest of the Outer Rim, but you ended up crash landing. Traders and adventurers from across the galaxy have also reached this area themselves and subsequently crashed to either their deaths or their doom, as leaving the beach has anyone attacked by Rakatan warriors. The priority of your party is rescuing Bastila and dealing with the Starforge, but before that is possible, you'll have to find a way to repair the Ebon Hawk and disable the disruptor. As you fight your way through waves of Rakatan warriors with Rancor pets of all things, you'll eventually reach a side of the beach with a village and less hostile Rakata. This is due to them recognizing you. When they heard an individual had been effectively using magic to slaughter them, they knew Revan had returned. This is because both Revan and Malak had landed here previously in their original search for the Forge, and now the Rakatan leader, known as the One, looks to converse with you. Things are about to get a bit lore heavy, so bear with me as we discuss the two tribes on the planet. The Rakata you are meeting currently are known as the Black Rakata, due to their choice of clothing, I assume. The only one who doesn't wear black is the One. They are a violent warrior race who look to control the entirety of the surrounding land, including an ancient temple that is locked behind a ritual that only the other tribe known as Elder Rakata know how to perform. These Rakata met with you back when you were Revan and asked you to slay this Elder tribe and bring the secrets of the temple to them, in which you apparently agreed to. After disappearing into the Starforge following said events, the Rakata assumed you had simply betrayed them and went on with their lives, capturing elders and torturing them for info of which they rarely divulged changed anything. You can explain to the One that you are a changed man due to the loss of your memory, and he believes you as he can sense there is something different about you. He asks if you will again help them with the task you previously agreed to, and you can either really agree or lie to him in order to get out peacefully. On the other side of the island is a secondary community of Rakata known as the Elders. As it turns out, they also recognize you, as Revan had been playing both sides of the warring tribes. On one side, he agreed to kill the Elders, and on the other, he agreed to help destroy the Starforge. But why would the Elders want the Starforge destroyed? And additionally, what makes the Elders different from the other Rakatan tribe? There's a historian nearby and a computer that gives a large chunk of their backstory to the player. Essentially, the Starforge was created by the Rakatans over 20,000 years ago as an automated shipyard that fed off the energy of a nearby star, while also feeding off Force-sensitive individuals and corrupting them via the dark side. The Starforge itself then is an incredibly powerful relic of the dark side and allows those within to be amplified by it should they wish, meaning someone like Malak is almost infinitely more powerful within if given the opportunity to make the most of the station. It wasn't always this way, however. Originally, the Starforge simply fed off the energy from the star. The Rakatan people were able to create such a device by both being an incredibly advanced species and by enslaving countless races to help build the Infinite Empire, thus named for the automated Starforge's ability to consistently and constantly churn out advanced space weapons for their use essentially infinitely. This was the golden age for the Rakata, but as the Starforge began to feed off the negative energy from the conquest and slavery that the Rakata perpetuated in, it became a tool of the dark side, and this caused several disruptions for them. Namely, a series of uprisings began to take place throughout the slave races who were slowly standing up against the Rakata. Additionally, a plague began to spread and kill off their species, while also mutating to a point that it cut them off from the Force entirely. The Rakata were a Force-adept people, and their technology was controlled via the Force, hence why the Starforge was able to be converted into a dark side beacon. Now cut off from the entirety of their technological innovations, their race essentially fell stagnant and led to a long civil war on the surface of Lehon, destroying the surrounding areas and leaving it as a land of islands and beaches. One Rakatan tribe, the Black Rakata, moved underground after the hostilities and devolved culturally into what we have witnessed here today. The Elders, however, seem to have kept all the knowledge of their past transgressions and now look to repent by destroying the Forge entirely, a task they gave to Revan, which he accepted and inevitably betrayed them on. Now Revan has returned, and while the Rakata can tell you are different in some capacity, they don't fully trust you. To earn their trust, they ask that you go back to the previous tribe and free one of their elders who has been held for interrogation. As you head back, the Black Rakata assume that you have betrayed them, and you end up fighting through the entirety of them to save the Elder and prove yourself to the rest. While the Elders are still wary of your intentions, they trust you enough by this point and agree to give you access to the temple through their ritual that will lower the force field. However, they warn you that you will have to go in alone, as is tradition, and that the temple is full of dark Jedi. In fact, there's a scene upon landing in Lehon that we see Bastila being tortured by Malak within one subsection of the temple, but they have unfortunately absconded by this point. While you are meant to go in alone, both Juhani and Jolee had premonitions of the dangers within the temple, and they refused to let you do so, forcing you to convince the Elders to allow them to accompany you despite traditions. The temple itself is just another dungeon to work through. There's nothing particularly special about it until you manage to reach the very top where the disruptor device is located. Who is there to greet you? None other than Bastila, who has, shocker, fallen to the dark side and now attacks you. She's a fairly simple fight like most by this point in the game, but for the narrative's sake, she pushes you all away from her and explains how her descent into the dark side has made her open her eyes to the flaws of the Jedi Council. Bastila talks about how the Jedi sought to exploit the bond between you and her, and she's actually kind of spitting at this point. The Jedi Council did use you for their own benefit in a way that was heavily manipulative, but at the same time, there is a difference between what they have done and what the Sith and the dark side are doing right now. Sure, the Jedi are a flawed order of loser monks, but they're not evil and looking to take control of the entire galaxy. This is potentially one of the most interesting points in the game, as as it is the most divergent in terms of storyline. Obviously, we disagree with Bastila here and try to convince her back to the light, but you don't have to do that. Bastila recognizes your strength and believes you can defeat Malak. She would even join with you if you were willing to return to the dark side and become a Sith Lord once more. That is an option you can take. You can choose to work with Bastila here and betray your friends, something Jolie and Juhani aren't willing to let you do at this point and will lead to a confrontation that ends in their deaths. When you return to your party, Bastila will inform everyone that you are Revan once more. Karth will feel betrayed, similar to when Saul took his home and family from him. He'll run off, but everyone else will follow you for one reason or another. The droids are programmed to, and Canderous is a Mandalorian who only cares about following you out of respect. Zalbar has also sworn a life debt to you. The only outlier here is Mission, who neither runs away or joins you, forcing her to be killed, and there's a pretty messed up way of going about that where you force Zalbar, Mission's best friend, to do it for you, but I won't subject you to all of that. No, we refuse Bastila and she runs off in her ship nearby. You can then disable the disruptor and the shields around the temple, allowing you to escape. When you return to your party, you can inform them about Bastila turning to the dark side, and everyone is in agreement that it's time to head to the Starforge proper and defeat Malak before this can go on any further, and maybe save Bastila from the dark side in the process. The Starforge acts as the set piece for Knights of the Old Republic's finale. With the adventure complete, it's now time to face off against Malak and his infinite fleet of Sith. As you approach the Starforge, it seems the Republic has received a distress signal from Karth and are now on their way to help out in the upcoming battle. Only there's one major issue. Bastila is using her battle meditation to bolster the abilities of the Sith fleet and preventing the Republic from being able to make any leeway towards the Forge. As it turns out, many of the Jedi on Dantooine were saved along with the various masters, including Vandar, who suggests sending in a small task force of Jedi to break through the Sith lines and begin assaulting the Forge from the inside in hopes of interrupting Bastila and giving the Republic an advantage. You and the rest of your party agree to be part of this task force and take the Ebon Hawk alongside various Jedi ships into the Forge proper. Now, the last section or so has mostly been lore dumps and exploring the concepts the game has been setting up along your journey. Lehon, in a way, was really just there to provide context to the existence of the Starforge. It's a rather short planet, and there's not much to say on it other than what it presents to you narratively. In a way, Lehon is kind of exhausting. You've gone through several long sections of the game throughout the various planets. When you have collected every star map and are finally on your way to the Forge, there's now one additional section of the game you need to complete before the finale. While the context of the narrative is appreciated, and I enjoy learning about the Rakata and their history, it really feels like the game is stretching itself out within this section. An opportunity could have been taken to teach us of the Rakata, their people, and their technology within the Starforge itself, but instead we have one last stretch of gameplay before the finale where nothing of real importance happens except for your confrontation with Bastila, which could have just happened on the Starforge proper. In fact, it does happen on the Starforge later on anyway. The reason I bring this up is because, as I mentioned, Lehon left me feeling exhausted with the game, and when you go into the Starforge, you are unfortunately met with several areas that begin to show the overall weaknesses within the game's party management and battle system, leading to an even more exhausting time as you work your way towards the end. It's not just the battle system and party that gets stressed here, there's also several boss encounters that simply do not benefit the gameplay in any way, and we will see that as we progress through. Let's first discuss the journey from the landing pad to Bastila. As you land, you'll be met with several Jedi, who in turn are met with several Dark Jedi. The Jedi hold off the Sith in order for you to progress throughout the Starforge, and as you progress, you'll see various cutscenes of Malak ordering his troops to go after you. He starts with droids created via the Starforge, then all of his Sith troopers and Dark Jedis, and then eventually Bastila. These are infinite enemies, like truly infinite from what I understand. As you progress, if you were to stand still, you would be met with a non-stop wave of enemies over and over until you eventually ran out of resources. Now, more likely than not, that isn't going to happen. If you have built your party appropriately and brought a decent supply of items, you can progress from point A to point B with minimal interruptions. The issue lies in party management here. As you are running ahead, you generally lose line of sight on your party. Meanwhile, several enemy units may spawn behind you and catch the attention of your party members, forcing them to backtrack without your knowledge until you realize realized too late because you just ran into 10 Sith troopers with no backup. Meanwhile, because you aren't with them, your party is now getting slaughtered by an endless stream of enemies, which in turn forces you to backtrack as well to clear them out and then essentially escort your party to the exit through each area. It's the most frustrating area in the game. It seems clear that the party AI wasn't designed to take these kind of situations into account or follow the player character as you disengage from these battles into another. The only way to get them to properly prioritize is through manual control, and while manual control has its uses in specific battles for more efficient fighting, this is a situation where the overall mechanics feel incredibly messy. Realistically, the Starforge absolutely should be full of enemies and large-scale battles, but these battles should have been limited and strategically placed throughout the area as you explore, as opposed to just constantly bum rushing you. I understand what they were going for here, the pressure of having an army breathing down your neck from all sides, but in a game like KOTOR, where every other set of enemies are either roaming or placed with purpose, it would have simply been better to just have a ton of enemies in various areas, leading to enjoyable battles with a definitive end before you progress further. Once you're close to the command center, Malak leaves Bastila there to confront you. On his own, he mentions that she's merely there to slow Revan down, and he doesn't really care if she succeeds or not. As you reach Bastila, she will throw your party members into stasis and lock them in the room behind you, leading into what I would consider your first boss encounter. The encounter itself plays out over repetitive battles, where you need to get Bastila down to a certain percentage of health before a set of dialogue takes place. This process repeats as she draws power from the Starforge to heal herself and continue fighting. While conversing with you, the conversations consist of you convincing Bastila to come back to the light side and her refusing you, believing that the dark side is both freedom from the Jedi and also full of power the light side could never offer her. You prove her wrong on some of this by defeating her multiple times over the course of this encounter, to the point where she doesn't seem to understand what is happening and begins to realize that she was wrong about the power of the dark side. There's a point during the battle where she essentially is forced to admit defeat and asks that when you kill her, that you don't make her suffer since you both shared something in the past. The light side path of this game is the only way you can actually kill Bastila, I believe. I don't think it's an option in the dark side route. You have a choice here. You can strike Bastila down and finish the job, or you can continue your attempts to bring her back to the light. Through the bond you share and through love. It isn't as much logic that brings Bastila back as it is your love for one another. In a way, this is a callback to our conversations with Jolee, who seem to be attempting to teach you this very lesson. Jolee will tell you about love and how it can hurt, and how that hurt can be a gateway to the dark side, but it isn't love or passion itself that is necessarily evil. These feelings can provide happiness and do good. To love someone is an amazing feeling, and something Jolee misses immensely. It too can unfortunately make you somewhat blind. Jolee, for example, trained his wife in the ways of the Jedi as an adult against the wishes of the Council, and she eventually turned to the dark side. When given the opportunity to kill her in battle, Jolee couldn't do it, and he let his wife go, and she went on to slaughter many Jedi during the War of Exar Kun. Jolee even went on trial for this, and he was found innocent by the Jedi as they wanted to show him compassion. This in turn is what caused Jolee to finally turn his back on the Council and the Order fully, and he believed that he should have been punished for his actions. In a way, we are mirroring Jolee's past in this confrontation with Bastila. We have someone we love who has turned to the dark side, and we have met them in battle and triumphed. Now, given the opportunity, we can either kill them or let them go. Well, letting them go isn't a mechanical option here. Instead, we can try to do what Jolee unfortunately failed at, although it wasn't necessarily his fault or responsibility. We can try to bring Bastila back to us through the power of love and friendship. It may sound cliche in a way, but the social and emotional bonds we create with our friends and lovers hold weight over us. Bastila's love for Revan and Revan's love for her is enough for the two to reconcile and for Bastila to see the error of her ways and luckily come back to the light. Does she have the possibility of falling to the dark side again? Potentially. Would it have been safer to strike her down here and now? Again, potentially, but would it have been the right thing to do when there was a good opportunity to bring her back to her friends? Would it have been better to consider Bastila a lost cause? That's something for the player to decide based on their own morals. In my opinion, it seemed like the force bond between Revan and Bastila, on top of their love for one another, was enough to save her from the clutches of the dark side, especially after hearing Jolie's story of love and the strength and pain it can provide. Bastila will stay behind as you go to confront Malak, and while the dialogue and events with Bastila are one of the high points of the Starforge, don't worry. We are about to go into what is one of the worst boss fight designs I have ever experienced in any RPG. As you reach Malak in the room ahead, you will see 6 consoles scattered around the area. Malak will appear and kill a couple of Jedi in front of you before escaping and activating the area's defense systems, which is another infinite source of droids to fight. Not only are you by yourself at this point, but you will be fighting up to 6 droids at a time, at all times, until you figure out how to disable the technology that creates them. Well, those several computer stations end up being the key. By going up to the station, you can use computer spikes to disable one of the generators. There's 1 generator per station, and considering I had minimal computer skill, this meant I needed 7 spikes per station, or 42 total. Hopefully I did my multiplication right there. Now, I don't know about you, but I did not have 42 spikes going into this fight. I had maybe enough for 1 station, and then afterwards, none for the rest. So what happens now? Are you soft-locked fighting a never-ending army of droids? Not exactly. No, there is a solution, although not the greatest. Every time a new droid gets generated, a chest beside the droid's station will generate a spike, meaning every 7 droids you kill will lead to another station being disabled. This could thus lead to a solo battle versus you and a total of 42 droids. In fact, it may be smarter for you to not disable the generators until you've generated all the spikes you need, as the process gets slower the less droids there are appearing. Once you've disabled all 6 generators, the door will unlock and you can head in to fight Malak proper. Now, this fight is absolutely insane if you are not prepared for it. Even with preparation, it can still be fairly difficult due to the sheer attack power Malak has in comparison to you. To make matters worse, it seems Malak has learned how to make the most of the Starforge by capturing Jedi, killing them, and then harnessing their corpses for energy before they can become one with the Force. This keeps them in some weird perpetual state of purgatory or limbo until he decides to utilize their power in the battle against you, which is exactly what he will do. If you manage to deal enough damage to Malak, or if he uses a certain amount of his Force pool, he'll sap energy from one of the corpses, turning it into a husk of its former self, and gain all of his power back. There are several of these bodies around the viewing platform you fight in, meaning that there are several rounds of this fight you need to work through, and it is some of the most exhausting coin flip combat I have ever experienced if you aren't properly prepared for it. There is an easier way. If you have one of the few Force abilities like Force Breach, you can run around the area and blow up the various generators, allowing the corpses of the Jedi to rest. If you do this before killing Malak, he will have no means of healing himself, and the battle will end after just 1 additional round. If you don't have that Force ability, I am not sure what you're supposed to do other than fight him several consecutive times. Again though, the battle can be incredibly painful. Malak was able to resist and save my stasis ability, which is one of the most effective crowd control abilities I had on this character. If it wasn't for having Force Whirlwind, he would have constantly defeated me in multiple attacks due to one of his abilities having the opportunity to stun me. Overall, the Malak fight is incredibly daunting for new players, not just because he is strong, but also because you are solo during it. Malak's death is a little sad. It was Revan who started Malak down the path of the dark side, and while Revan, through sheer luck and the will of the Force, was essentially reborn into the light, Malak was stuck in the dark for the rest of his existence. As he lays dying, he wonders what it would have been like if their roles were reversed, if Malak had been the one to return to the light instead of Revan. Despite all he tried to do for ultimate power, Malak now is brutally aware of the fact that it was all for naught, and that within his death there is nothing waiting for him other than darkness. You can apologize to Malak as he dies for setting him down this path, but at the same time you are forced to remind him that he could have left the path at any time, and I don't think that's a very fair response nor a good apology. The dark side time and time again within the Star Wars universe and within KOTOR itself has been shown to be intoxicating and addictive. In a way, it is a drug, and the addicts of said drug may have an exceptionally hard time getting off it by themselves. There is still a huge responsibility on Revan for leading him down it, and to claim that Malak could have simply stepped off the path is incredibly disingenuous at best, but also par for the course in terms of how the Jedi view the Sith. Even Bastila, a Jedi just recently turned Sith via torture, needed to be fought several times and deeply convinced to break out of the destructive cycle she then found herself in. And even before that, she was someone that was so strongly susceptible to falling over to the dark side that anything could have potentially tipped the scales for her. It's not right to say that the Sith can simply break out of the dark side, because the dark side is essentially a godly malicious force that has to be actively combated by individuals every day of their lives through rigorous training in order to prevent them from slipping. Revan is the cause of Malak, and Malak is the cause of all of this destruction and death of Taris, and Revan holds as much blame for this as Malak does, if not more so. That is until what I believe is a retcon in later stories that give alternative reasoning for Revan and Malak's descent into the dark side, but that's not within the scope of this video. The way Revan responds to Malak's death then is bittersweet. Revan has triumphed against the Sith, but seems to hold little blame for his actions. You've been manipulated by the Jedi and formed into their hero, and now your past transgressions are forgotten, and you don't even believe the actions of Malak are any fault of your own. There's a lack of personal responsibility that can be expressed by the player there, and it just ended up leaving a bad taste in my mouth as I returned to analyze this game. With Malak defeated, you and Bastila meet up with Karth and the others on the Ebon Hawk and make your escape as the Republic begins destroying the Star Forge for good. Afterward, the soldiers and your party meet with the Jedi on Lehon for a ceremony where you each receive a Cross of Glory, the highest honor the Republic can bestow. The Jedi see you as a Jedi redeemed and now the savior of the galaxy. You and your party are heroes to the people of the Republic and will go down in history as such, ending Knights of the Old Republic. I was already a fan of Star Wars before Knights of the Old Republic was released, but this game was what made me truly love the series. If KOTOR existed on its own without any form of Star Wars media ever existing, I would still be content with the game and settings they explore. KOTOR is an entry that is riddled with bugs. It's sometimes a chore to get through them all, and in modern times can require a bit of modding just to get it running properly. Even recording footage of the game on my computer was more annoying than any other games I've recorded previously, but despite all of this, it was still a joy to return to. It's been a long time since I played through the first entry in this series specifically, as I almost always default to its sequel, and I'm glad I finally did. Whenever I make these videos about a game I enjoy, it gives me an opportunity to really pay attention to them, to read all of the dialogue, to consider what it means, to look at the themes presented and the criticisms the writers bring up about the game's universe and its people. While the Jedi are still revered, for example, I never realized how much they were critiqued, and even when those critiques come from a Sith Lord or another member of the dark side, they sometimes still hold a lot of weight to them. While the diverging paths via character choice aren't always enormous, KOTOR was one of the first games I had played that really allowed you to make these kinds of moral decisions. It was new territory for me in both Star Wars and games in general, and for that, it'll always hold a nostalgic place in my heart. It's definitely aged in many ways. A game that was once a graphical and mechanical marvel is now kind of seen as a mess, but the charm is still there. The game is buggy, the alignments are cartoonishly on the nose and comedic, and your own character's dialogue is something you will sometimes physically cringe at, but those are all the downsides of an overall positive experience. A great experience where you get to roleplay your journey as a simple human in the setting of Star Wars and your ascent into a force-wielding superhuman who saves the galaxy with a band of very unique party members. Well, unique personalities anyway. A lot of them end up feeling incredibly similar mechanically unless you take the time to really diversify their playstyles via level ups. KOTOR may feel like a large game, but in terms of other RPGs out there, it's actually fairly limited and small. That might sound like a negative, but in reality, this allowed BioWare to do something that I personally appreciate in my games: make the content matter. Storylines and side quests in KOTOR can generally hold a lot of weight. You can take the time to learn about your characters and the habitants of the various planets you explore. If you are given a side quest, it is generally unique from every other side quest in the game. There's mysteries to be solved, court cases to take part in, espionage that can unfold. It's not just radiant quests and collectathons from the other games out there. I'll use Xenoblade and Skyrim as basic surface level examples here, but don't bite my head off for it. Consider the absolute nonsense that was the side quest system in Xenoblade Chronicles 1, how many quests there were that simply didn't matter, and how many there were where you couldn't tell if they did matter or not. Take Skyrim's system for Radiant quests, which looked to alleviate the work necessary for filling the game with actual good, well thought out content, and instead focused on creating the same content over and over again with little variance. Now, I'm sure Xenoblade has fixed these issues in subsequent releases, and we can only hope that the Elder Scrolls will do the same with its release of Elder Scrolls 6 in the year of 2085. But those are both very large games looking to have very large scopes, and with the market being what it has been for some time, developers may look to fill in the gaps of content with something generic. It's understandable. That's what allows games like KOTOR to be stronger in that regard. It's a smaller, more limited scope, but everything matters. Everything feels unique and with purpose. And when you take part in it, it rarely feels like a chore. It feels simply fun to play. And that's why I can always go back to it. Well, I can't always go back to KOTOR 1. That Taris section is a real run killer. If you haven't played Knights of the Old Republic in the past, I highly recommend you take the time to get the game playable and give it a chance. It's one of the best Star Wars experiences out there if that's what you're looking for. And as a tabletop style RPG, while I don't feel it particularly excels at emulating that aspect, it does use said aspect well in providing a generally entertaining gameplay experience overall. It's one of those experiences that simply gets better the more you explore and learn. If you do try it, I hope you enjoy it, and please feel free to let me know about your experiences in the comments. Thanks for watching, everyone. Knights of the Old Republic 2: The Sith Lords is one of the greatest unfinished products in the history of gaming media, potentially one of the best Star Wars games ever made. It's to KOTOR 1 as New Vegas was to Fallout 3. Both games were developed by Obsidian Entertainment, hired on to create sequels to an established series owned by a separate developer/publisher. In fact, The Sith Lords was one of the first commercial products released by Obsidian, a company composed of former Interplay employees such as Chris Avallone, who took the helm as lead designer and writer. Chris would go on to be the senior designer and project director for New Vegas as well. Though not completely the same, the development teams of the Sith Lords and New Vegas shared a lot of overlap, which can be seen in the role-playing and narrative aspects of the game, particularly in comparison to its predecessor from BioWare, how the writing differs, how skills affect dialogue, what the staff want to say with their game, and what experiences they want to share. Unfortunately, we also see the same development pitfalls as well. Short development timelines, a lack of manpower, and no help from LucasArts led to an experience that, while amazing in many ways, remained an unfinished, buggy mess. LucasArts wanted to cash in on something good. A Star Wars RPG was such a novel concept that before KOTOR 1 had even been released, talks for the sequel were already in the works, and LucasArts looked to have Obsidian at the helm. Why wouldn't they? Obsidian was full of individuals with experience in creating some remarkable RPGs. Black Isle Studios, where many of the staff at Obsidian came from, even published the Baldur's Gate series in conjunction with BioWare as the developers. There's history both in experience and in the relationship between BioWare and Black Isle. It made perfect sense to have Obsidian on the project. Still, development time was set to 14 months. If you are in any way familiar with game development in the modern age, this may sound absurd. I'd argue that back then it would be equally as absurd if not for the fact that Obsidian would be reusing all of the assets from KOTOR 1. All combat mechanics, features, dialogue systems, and art assets had a large chunk of the process already completed for Obsidian, so they were willing to take on this time frame considering how little would need to be built on top of it. It sounds familiar, right? If you've watched any of my previous retrospectives, specifically on New Vegas and Fallout 3, Obsidian is familiar with picking up an established product with finished assets and reusing some of them to lighten the load on their own entry. There's nothing wrong with this. Assets should be reused and abused in my eyes. With the complexity of game development and the time and money that needs to go into a video game, developers become masters in the art of cutting corners. That sounds like a bad thing, but game development has always been about cutting corners. How can we fit the most of what we want within as small a package as possible? Back in the NES days, the worst issue plaguing a developer was how to fit all of the data that they would need onto the confines of a NES cartridge. This meant finding ways to store or reuse assets through creative means that would cut down on the overall size. This is the same for modern day developers as well. If you have an entire animation system, a rendering system, an engine, why would you build all of that from the ground up again when you could instead turn your focus on adding new content built off of the previous product? Horizon and God of War are perfect examples of this. I've seen individuals online complain about the fact that animations are reused in these grand graphical experiences. To a consumer uneducated on the development process, this seems lazy. But I ask, why would the developer remake all animations for a game when they could port them all over while improving on various other aspects? Sure, the swimming animation may be the same, but now you have all of these new gameplay aspects. You have better graphical fidelity, new areas to explore, new stories to experience. Reusing assets is as old as video games themselves, and is a necessary evil in order to create products both of high quality and within a timely manner. People that raise their pitchforks over the issue would quickly turn to complain about how long a game was taking to come out. Sometimes there's no pleasing people, but we can at least educate one on the process. So Obsidian has the entirety of KOTOR 1 as an asset. They have the models, the sets, the characters, the storyline, maybe even the music. In a way, it seemed entirely possible to fit in a new storyline with some unique and returning locations, as well as some original voice work. It seemed possible. But as it goes with Obsidian, sometimes their yearning to make something great ends up outside of the scope of what is possible. It happened with New Vegas, and before that it happened with the Sith Lords. This heavy reliance on a previous entry that was already littered with bugs on top of such a small team which could not provide substantial quality assurance meant that we were going from one buggy game to an even worse example. I'm trying to set a perspective here. Imagine you're a small developer, some of whom may be fairly inexperienced in comparison to the team leads. You're given 14 months to make a game on an engine that you have no experience in and don't have the time or money to test extensively. It's no wonder KOTOR 2 has the issues it does. But that isn't to say that it was entirely LucasArts' fault. It wasn't entirely Obsidian's fault either. A lot of people look at the development of New Vegas and the relationship between Bethesda and Obsidian and may look at Bethesda as the villains of that story. Realistically, Bethesda set up a goal and rules that Obsidian agreed to, the most relevant issue being the Metacritic score bonus that both shouldn't have been offered and shouldn't have been agreed upon by Obsidian. There's a lot of stock that goes into Metacritic scores, but they're a flawed system that I discuss in length more during the New Vegas retrospective. It doesn't make sense for Bethesda to say that Obsidian will receive a payout bonus if the game receives an 85 average on Metacritic of all things, considering how difficult it is to regulate said reviews. But it's also the responsibility of Obsidian to decide if agreeing to those rules is in their best interest. Bethesda didn't seem the most helpful in New Vegas development, but they also didn't seem villainous in their actions. It's the same, if not more so, for LucasArts, who often attempted to help with the development and QA load that was potentially crushing Obsidian at the time. Yes, 14 months may seem unreasonable, and LucasArts should have created a better timeline, but the responsibility is also on Obsidian, who accepted it. The biggest places you can see these issues are in the bugs prevalent within the game, as KOTOR 2 is plagued with bugs from ones that compound on each other to ones that cause problems all on their own. Additionally, there is an entire Wikipedia article dedicated to the extensive cut content from the game that couldn't be implemented due to time constraints. That's the thing about Obsidian. They are geniuses at their craft. Incredibly talented individuals that, with infinite time and resources, could potentially make some of the best games in our generation. But when limited in both time and resources, they sometimes dream up storylines and features that are outside the scope of what is possible. That's where the Sith Lord's Restored Content mod comes in. Generally, I try to review or look back at these games from a vanilla plus perspective, but it is widely considered that the Restored Content mod is a necessary addition to playing KOTOR 2 as close to what the developers intended as possible. They've even said as much, and I believe the mod is now included in the Switch edition of the game. Not only does it add in several cut features, but it also fixes a large quantity of bugs and issues that are plagued by the original release. If using such an extensive mod bothers you, take solace in the fact that I am acknowledging now how clearly unfinished and borderline unplayable the original release was. I'm not making excuses for the developers. KOTOR 2 had a slew of issues, but as with all my other retrospectives, I want to set up a means to get past that and explore the game as a whole as it was intended to be played. While these development issues exist, don't let that fool you. Obsidian still managed to add onto the existing mechanics of the original experience. Skills matter in the Sith Lords. There's new feats. Companion storylines are interesting and more influenced by the player character. Many mechanics have been fleshed out to give you an overall better role-playing experience and make certain class choices more viable than they were in the game's predecessor. We'll explore all of that, but the most interesting aspect of KOTOR 2 is how the story begins to completely fall apart near the end, but still manages to be one of the best Star Wars storylines ever created, and that is due to how talented the writers at Obsidian tend to be. If there's one thing Obsidian is known for, it is role-playing. Fleshing out role-playing games to offer features and storylines you begin to expect out of all games you play in the future. And what better team to have on a Star Wars role-playing game than the masters of it? KOTOR 2 doesn't hold your hand like the original did. The story is darker, there's plenty to see and do, but there's also plenty to miss. There's mechanics and features you may never realize existed, even after multiple playthroughs. There's companions you're guaranteed to miss based just on your sex or alignment. Every playthrough can be unique in its own way. In terms of overall development, KOTOR 2 was released in December of 2004. It uses all of the same gameplay systems I've explained in the first video within this retrospective series, so I'm not going to repeat myself on the aspects of the Star Wars D20 system. That being said, new mechanics and features will be discussed as we are introduced to them on the journey. It should go without saying, but you can expect spoilers for both entries throughout the video. If you enjoy this content, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, as it helps me continue to make it. Additionally, if there are any issues that need to be corrected, please check the pinned comment to see if I already mentioned it before telling me. I made a really dumb mistake in the Fallout 3 retrospective and I still get corrected on it, but I corrected it and I'm sorry. I don't know why I made that mistake, but I corrected it. Stop telling me about it, please. With that out of the way, I'm Super Red, and this is the Knights of the Old Republic 2, the Sith Lords Retrospective. As with the previous entry in the series, we start off with character creation. Unlike the previous entry, however, we don't start as a base non-Jedi class, and instead start with the options we received upon completing our training on Dantooine in KOTOR 1. This is due to the new prestige system introduced in the Sith Lords. The Exile, our playable character, has always been a Jedi, but has also had their connection to the Force forcibly cut off. When we start, we slowly regain said connection and thus are a Jedi throughout, with all of the advantages such as lightsaber proficiency and the ability to use Force powers. Another difference between the first and second entry is that our levels are now virtually unlimited. In the first game we had a max level of 20, and in KOTOR 2 that has been raised to a total of 50. The catch is that it is impossible to reach max next level in the game without the use of cheats or exploits. Still, more levels means more abilities to unlock, giving us more freedom in the choice of powers and abilities we decide to upgrade the Exile with. The starting classes are the same as the base Jedi classes from KOTOR 1, meaning we have the choice between Guardian, Sentinel, and Consular. I explained the differences and nuances between these classes in the previous video, and one of the big takeaways from the section was how powerful Consular could be and how lackluster Sentinel was in comparison. That's changed in the Sith Lords, but not for the reasons you may think. First, let's point out that your character within this game is going to be overpowered no matter what. If you have a basic understanding of the leveling system, it's difficult to make an underperforming character throughout your journey. For this reason, the Sentinel class meant to be a middle ground between Guardian and Consular, with the bonus of more class skills, is a more viable option overall. Skills are the main reason it's so crucial to play as Sentinel on your first playthrough. As was true with New Vegas, Obsidian has reworked the role-playing aspect of the game significantly, with class skills and attributes playing key roles within the dialogue throughout your journey. Knowledge and conversations may be locked off to you due to how low a specific skill is. To get the most out of the dialogue and storyline within KOTOR 2, an assortment of developed skills is crucial, and Sentinel makes that possible, having only 2 non-class skills. As a refresher, non-class skills cost 2 skill points to level up, while class skills only require 1. There's also additional feats that can turn non-class skills into class skills. What this means is that for 2 levels, you can invest into feats that will turn demolitions and repair into class skills, and then have the ability to rank up all of your skills for the cost of 1 point. Sentinel then has the best opportunity to cover all of the bases in terms of the role-playing experience. You probably won't have every skill maxed out per level up, but you can spread out your points more liberally. Again, this is a suggestion for a first-time player who wants to get the most out of the game's narrative content, but that doesn't mean it's the best class overall. Consular with a specific prestige class can outshine Sentinel in terms of combat, but as I mentioned, it's not necessary in a game like the Sith Lords unless you're on a higher difficulty. Your class isn't the only selection that matters here either. Your choice of sex will dictate whether you unlock the Handmaiden or the Disciple as a party member, with the other option being locked off entirely. Male characters unlock the Handmaiden, while female characters will unlock the Disciple later on Dantooine. There's something unnecessarily restrictive about gender locking party members of all things, especially when Obsidian had a better system for locking them away via alignment requirements. When we reached Nar Shadaaa, there's 2 characters you'll be introduced to, but only one will join you, and this choice is dictated by whether or not you are light side or dark side. People expect these kinds of things out of alignment or karma systems, to be locked out of certain paths or aspects of the game while opening the door to others based on the choices you make as you progress. What people don't expect is to be locked out of content from the get-go just because they wanted to play as a female character instead of a male character. Since canonically the Exile is a female character, we're going to be locked out of the Handmaiden throughout this playthrough, and since we will be taking a light side direction throughout the journey, we'll be locked out of the Wookiee companion Hanhar. As of writing this, I'm not sure how I'll handle discussing these characters and their development, considering I'd have to play through the game a second time in order to get everything out of them. Maybe I can just find all of their dialogue online or something. So your initial choices within character creation are more important than you may realize, and if you are going in blind, you may not realize you are missing out on a particular companion this way. It isn't communicated well. While I can say this may incentivize multiple playthroughs, an individual playthrough through KOTOR most likely considers light side and dark side playthroughs rather than male and female ones. If someone played a female exile on the path of the light, it wouldn't surprise me if they then played a female exile on the path of the dark within the second go. Why would they change the gender of their character without prior knowledge of a character being locked off? We're then left with an individual who has played through the game twice, potentially doing everything that is possible within, and at no fault of their own, missing out on a key companion and dialogue. As for the prestige classes, they're not dependent on which starting Jedi class you choose, meaning there's an assortment of combinations to create depending on your first selection. We'll return to prestige classes as we reach them through gameplay. In the meantime, we'll start as a female Jedi Sentinel. When we begin, we are presented with the traditional Star Wars text crawl. It's important to keep in mind that the game will slightly change plot points and dialogue based on how you discuss Revan from the first game. For that reason, the initial text crawl needs to be a bit ambiguous. There was a Jedi Civil War, that much is for certain, and whether Revan helped the Republic or the Sith, the Jedi are now in a weakened, almost extinct state, leaving the Republic on the verge of collapse. Despite the defeat of Malak, the Sith continue to spread their influence and hunt down the remains of the Jedi Order. Whether or not this involves Revan at all isn't made clear yet, but it doesn't. Not extremely anyway. After the events of KOTOR I, Revan went on his own adventure with the Ebon Hawk and T3M4, also exploring the Outer Rim with Canderous Ordo. This eventually led to his disappearance. I won't get into the details of that just yet, but what's important to understand is that while there is a canon aspect to the KOTOR storyline, the developers wanted it to be as open-ended as possible from a player's standpoint. They want you to be able to dictate what happened in KOTOR I to better allow you to develop the exile. Now, I say this all the time, but I believe some of the best role-playing experiences are where your backstory is as open-ended as possible, with little to no development given to you outside of your own choices. However, that doesn't mean the alternative leads to a bad experience. The player in KOTOR 1 turned out to be Revan after all. All of the headcanon and backstory you created for your character may have been thrown out the window at that point. It's similar here, but more obvious to the player. The Exile is a character who joined Revan in the Mandalorian Wars, and upon returning had their connection to the Force severed. There's a large backstory in regards to the Exile, and where the role-playing aspect comes in is how you use that backstory to flesh out the character's present and future. So we exist within the Old Republic in the wake of the events of the first game. There was a Jedi Civil War, and we have no idea what Revan's involvement in it was currently. When we first appear on the scene, it's within a damaged Ebon Hawk which has just been attacked by Sith forces. Within the ship are the unconscious bodies of you and an unnamed robed woman who we will get to know better later on. Additionally, T3M4 is here and also damaged somewhat. Luckily, he's still operational, and you take control of him for what acts like a tutorial. Tutorials aren't new to the series, but they were built more into the actual storyline of KOTOR 1 than they are here. Where KOTOR 1 forced us to learn everything over time as we traversed the Endar Spire, the Sith Lords instead consolidates the entire section into a brief prologue segment that you can skip if you don't want to bother. The developers assume those playing the sequel already know how to play Knights of the Old Republic. They offer an optional refresher for returning players and a quick start guide for new players, meaning you aren't bogged down by constant tutorials preventing you from playing the games as you move from room to room. That's what I'd like to say, but unfortunately, Peragus, our next destination, is one of the bigger slogs of the game, and uses a good portion of its locale to teach us other various aspects of the game that may have been missed in the tutorial. While not incredibly important, the prologue does show how T3M4 is able to repair the ship just enough so that it can land at the Peragus mining facility, a space station atop the half-destroyed planet. I suppose if we want to compare it to the first game, Peragus is the Endar Spire section of the Sith Lords. The prologue taught us the basics, but all of the additional and more nuanced mechanics get explained here. Changes to the dialogue system, new abilities, etc. The difference then is the length of each section. Where the Endar Spire may take you, 20 minutes, Peragus can take a few hours. When I discussed Taris, the first planet in KOTOR 1, I mentioned the same thing. How much of a slog that planet was, and how it managed to overstay its welcome and make it difficult for players to return to the game for additional playthroughs. If the Endar Spire is to Peragus, then Taris is to Telos, a planet we'll arrive on after the mining facility. But where Taris is the slog in the first game, Peragus is the same in the sequel. I had many players mention to me that Taris was nothing in comparison to the grueling length of Peragus, and I can see why they think that. I believe both areas fail for the same reasons, and I knock Peragus even more because it doesn't attempt to offer the same emotional payoff we had at the end of the Taris section when it was completely wiped out by the Sith. That doesn't mean it's all bad, however. In fact, Peragus has one of the more interesting storylines per planet to go over, involving the mystery of the mining facility that at first seems abandoned. What seems like a desolate facility with no one left alive slowly turns into a murder mystery involving the effects of having the Exile on the station. Where is everyone? What happened here? What dangers lie deeper within? It's engaging enough to keep you interested, but that doesn't change the fact that it still manages to overstay its welcome, leading to the same problem of the original game. A wall that makes it difficult to replay the entirety of the experience. And that's a critical error in a game that expects you to play through it multiple times to see all of the features features it has to offer. The events of the Ebon Hawk, which haven't been fully explained yet, seem to have knocked you unconscious and apparently killed the old woman who was on board with you. You awake in a KOTOR tank surrounded by other patients who have all passed away, stuck in nothing but your underwear, which is unfortunately relevant to one of the companions we will meet shortly. You're released from the tank and take your first steps into the Peragus mining facility. If you played KOTOR 1, a lot of the gameplay and controls are going to feel fairly similar. There are changes, but on the surface you won't notice them. What is fairly noticeable is the change in dialogue. Not in the mechanics necessarily, although there are some, but in the length of conversation. The Sith Lords is a dense experience in terms of writing and dialogue. When you talk to an individual you just ran into, you could potentially be in that conversation for upwards of 20 minutes. That's because the Sith Lords has a lot to say and a lot to explore. There's lore to discover, backstories to learn, and the general storyline to follow, all of which is written by individuals notorious for their skill in writing and storytelling. You may think that this would be a hindrance or an annoyance. In an RPG, you may want to get straight into the action, and that may be what you expect of the Sith Lords, considering that's more so what KOTOR 1 offered. While everyone has personal tastes that I'm not dismissing here, if you are interested in the aspects of the Star Wars universe during the events of Knights of the Old Republic, the long dialogue segments will simply fly by. The Sith Lords has a lot to say, but not simply for the sake of hearing itself talk. It's a necessity to properly convey everything that needs to be said, and I'd be surprised if it could have been cut down. But that's also an issue with the development as a whole, the scope of the project which led to it being unfinished. Sure, we can have grand narratives with long dialogue, all of which requires voice acting and work put in, but there's also other aspects of development that need focus as well. And let's not forget that this game had a 14-month development map. So what is there is phenomenal. The dialogue is interesting, it keeps you invested, and taking part in it and paying attention can pay off in knowledge or even rewards such as influence and abilities. Still, this may not be your personal cup of tea, and I can understand why. I too sometimes like to just watch individuals with funny beam sabers fight while utilizing professional acrobatics. That's not a jab, sometimes less is more. But if you are interested in what the dialogue has to offer, the Sith Lords ends up being one of the greatest Star Wars experiences out there for it. One of the first places we will see this is in the holologs that are left on various terminals throughout the facility. The logs are large in quantity, and each is meant to show what happened before the events that led to everyone dying. Watching these logs can be crucial in completing certain side objectives or learning how to gain access to various parts of the facility. Obsidian wants you to know that the dialogue of the game is important and should be paid attention to. Additionally, it's important to reach all of the terminals as you come across them. They have lore sometimes, sure, but more importantly, they all generally have functionality within some capacity that can help you on your journey. Terminals may be able to unlock doors for you, they may be able to kill enemies for you, and they may just be able to show you the entirety of the map via cameras. This isn't new, but these terminals generally have interesting information to go alongside them, such as holologs, or in your first case, medical logs. It's possible to access the nearby medical terminal in a room down the hall from the KOTOR tanks. If you can slice your way in using computer spikes, you can learn that someone had accessed the functionality of the KOTOR tanks and administered medication that caused everyone in the tanks to essentially overdose, with you only surviving because of your Jedi abilities, apparently. I don't completely know how it works, something to do with meditation and Jedi plot armor. Actually, I'm returning to this paragraph because I believe you slice the system to find out where the lethal sedative request came from. You can find out about the dose just by passing a treat injury skill check, I believe. So something out here is killing people. More importantly, it seems like people are dying because something is trying to kill you specifically, and that will be the greater mystery to solve as we explore. Using the nearby medical computer, you can open the door to the morgue, which is our next destination. But before that, beside the computer, you can find a lab station. Originally in KOTOR 1, workbenches were used to solely upgrade weapons and armor. This functionality has been expanded in workbenches and also split off into another type of bench known as a lab station. Both have similar functionality. Lab stations can break down certain items into chemicals. These chemicals are then used as a currency to create various other items, such as medpacks or implants. Workbenches still offer the ability to upgrade equipment, but now players can break down items for components, and use said components to make a workbench workbench's own variety of items. Most notably would be the upgrade items themselves. You can create various upgrade items if you have the relevant skill for it, and then attach said items to the weapon with the viable slots. Now, I'm a fan of crafting mechanics in games when they are both done well and make sense to be within the experience, when they are a guaranteed complimentary addition. As an example, I understand from the comments of my New Vegas video that individuals did turn out to enjoy hunting down items and using various workbenches within to create new ammo or various weapons. This may be my own personal preference, but Fallout has never been a series where I felt the crafting was done very well. From Fallout 3 to New Vegas to 4, especially in 4 considering it has become an all-encompassing feature due to settlement development and power armor customization. All of that sounds fine to me, but what I find annoying is the expectation of us exploring the wasteland for some pretty inconsequential items. Like, imagine you need glue or adhesive or something. Where the hell am I going to find adhesive? It's out there, sure. It may even turn out to be common to come across due to the ability to break down other items, but in this huge open world, you're asking me to search for such minute things like glue or lead or a screw. That's just a quick surface level example that I'm not going to dive too deep into. Maybe you like that system and I don't want to get yelled at about it just yet. What I will say is that I enjoy how KOTOR 2 handles this issue that I have with Fallout, where everything is created using one unique currency that I can find regularly throughout the map or generate through breaking down items that I don't need. It simplifies the system, prevents me from having to go out of my way for some of the worst hunting of materials I've ever experienced, and gives me easy access to a mechanic that allows for a fair bit of freedom and customization in terms of equipment. The biggest issue I end up having with these systems is how little I feel the need to utilize them. While you can make some interesting medicinal items within the lab, I find them to be rarely necessary considering how powerful you become in this game and how easy it is to both heal your party and find items that will facilitate this. The lab station ends up becoming more of a currency generator than anything else. It allows you to make items that you can sell for credits and then use said credits to buy something that's actually useful. The workbench is a better system overall considering it allows you to both break down and create items, as well as create the upgrades and apply them. All of these upgrades have different skill requirements as well. There's no specific skill that encompasses all of the items you can create, so it's best to have an assortment of high-level skills within your party. Whichever member you control at the time of interacting with the bench will apply their skills to the creation process. So Sentinel once again shines here, but other members may be focusing more on a few skills than all of them and therefore have a higher skill level in, say, treating injury than you do at the time. I forgot to mention this earlier, but what allowed you to come to from within the Kolto tank was the voice of a woman telling you to wake up. This was the unconscious voice of Kreia, the old woman I mentioned previously. As you enter the morgue and inspect the dead body, Kreia will come to life and begin interacting with you. I'm not sure what to say about Kreia just yet. She comes off as a bitter individual, but one of intense wisdom and experience. She was the one who found you and brought you to the Ebon Hawk. She was the one who found the Ebon Hawk. She is the voice that you hear in the Kolto tank that wakes you up. Similar to Revan's situation with Bastila, you share a bond with Kreia through the Force, despite you having been cut off from it. The effects of this bond will become clear as the storyline progresses. Kreia wants to escape this facility. She was attacked once already while attempting to retrieve you, and she fears you'll be attacked again. This leads into your first example of skill checks within dialogue. Like KOTOR 1, you can use the persuasion skill to try and convince Kreia to divulge more information, but you can also use an awareness check to point out how nervous she seems, thus getting her to explain why she is so worried. Persuasion is unique to the player character and a very useful skill within the game for both a role-playing aspect and getting your way without violence. But it's no longer the only option. Investing in other skills have their own benefits both inside and out of conversation, and you are encouraged to experiment with them within your various playthroughs, or do what I do and play Sentinel in an attempt to cover all your bases. Another nice attention to detail here, because we took the time to look into what killed everyone within the Kolto tank, we have an extra dialogue option when Kreia ponders on why we were spared, while everyone else in the healing room was killed. We can respond by letting her know that we weren't spared, and Kreia will go on to deduce that a Jedi trance could protect one from such poisons. Jedi plot armor. although this will get brought up again on Nar Shadaaa. Speaking of Jedi, Kreia will talk to you as if you are one, and you can quickly correct her on the subject. The Exile has a backstory. They have a past as a Jedi, but they aren't one currently. You can also point out to Kreia that she seems to have a lot of knowledge of the Jedi and the Force in general, which will lead to her wanting to discuss it later. Now, Kreia is a mysterious individual. She keeps a lot to herself. Her intentions are not always made clear, and she seems to mistrust individuals that side with the light. During your stay on Peragus, she won't divulge too much to you, but don't be fooled. There's more to her than meets the eye, and she has her own agenda involving you and the Jedi, and we'll explore all of it later on. For now, Kreia sends you off to learn more about the facility and attempt to find a way off of it, preferably via the Ebon Hawk. The game begins to open up a bit more here. We can find weaponry and start running into droids that we have to fight off. Additionally, we can find locked doors and containers that require security skills to get through. Sure, we can bash in the doors or containers, you can even place mines on them to destroy them completely, but by doing so, you are sometimes losing out on the loot that can be destroyed in the process. If you blow up a container, some of the loot within could potentially be destroyed. It's a mechanic in KOTOR 2 that I'm not sure existed in the first game, and incentivizes using individuals with the security skill to open up containers at the very least. Doors are not so dependent on this. In fact, certain doors can only be opened with mines because they are broken down. Additionally, from my understanding, the loot in KOTOR 2 isn't static, but instead randomized and based on your player level. I'm not sure how the general public feels about leveled loot. I think it has its place within a game as long as there are static options that are worthwhile endeavors as well. If there's a difficult optional dungeon to progress through, but all of the loot is based on my level, I don't really see a reason to access it until I am near the maximum level I'm allowed to reach. This was one of the major issues in the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion. Both loot and monsters within the world were influenced based on your level. No matter how much progress, the enemies continued to get stronger and stronger regardless of where you are in Cyrodiil. And with the unconventional leveling system, you could potentially be a high level with very low combat skills, leading to a punishing experience that you may not be able to overcome. Oblivion counters this somewhat with strong unique weapons like the Umbra Sword, which can be retrieved at any time and has set damage regardless of when you grab it. Its effectiveness would only be based on your strength attribute as well as your blade skill. Considering I write these scripts as I progress through my return playthroughs of the game, I'm not yet familiar with how KOTOR handles this, but unique equipment must exist within the game, that I'm sure. As you progress, Kreia will begin talking to you within your mind. Your connection to her is powerful enough that the two of you have the ability to converse over great distances. Now, I don't know why the game does this, but the nearby security terminal really beats it into your head that stealth is an option in this game. In fact, they provide you a stealth generator and implore you to use it in order to get by the droids by a nearby terminal that can disable them. This is most likely due to stealth seeming to be an underutilized mechanic in the first game. Not only has it returned in KOTOR 2, but I believe there is a feat that allows you to move faster while in stealth that you can unlock if you are so inclined. It's great that they attempt to flesh out the mechanics that weren't as interesting in the previous game, but these changes still didn't add any desire for me to use them. The Sith Lords mechanically is a very simple experience. It can be more complicated, but it doesn't expect you to look that far into it, at least not on the normal difficulty. Why stealth by these droids when I can kill them for experience? It's not like it takes a ton of time to do so. Still, I chose to try out the stealth mechanic for the sake of it, and upon reaching the terminal I was able to disable the mining droids in the area. Then you have the ability to walk up to each of them and take some components off of their body to be used in crafting. So you are rewarded in some ways for taking the stealthier approach, but it's not necessary at all. And I'd go so far as to say you're better off killing everything in your path instead. Bit of a missed opportunity within both games, but at least the Sith Lords tries to make it a bit more interesting. Once the droids have been disabled, you can head into a nearby containment room to find an imprisoned Atton Rand. You won't learn much about Atton for a while, but he's one of the many companions you'll meet on your journey. Before you head inside, Kreia will mention that she feels the presence of an individual within, but that his thoughts are difficult to read, information that will be explained later on, although it does fit with Atton's personality. Upon entering, the first thing Atton will comment on is your outfit, or lack thereof, considering that you are still in your underwear. In fact, this will be the main thing that's on his mind and that he comments on until you finally find something to wear. Atton's a bit of a womanizer, or at least plays himself off as one. He seems to think a little more of you at first than a piece of meat for him to ogle at, and he complains once you actually do find some clothing. To make matters worse, during your conversations with him, he discusses Revan and says something along the lines of, "You know how women are," which implies that he both believes Revan was a woman and that he has a low opinion of women in general. And looking back on the script, I don't know if he was trying to trick you, because Revan was clearly someone Atton knew. It's very obvious by a later point in the story. Not the best look for a character. I don't know if I'd simply call his dialogue and personality dated or what, but for the first while, Atton comes off as a particularly gross individual, and luckily you can treat him as such. On the topic of discussing the past with Atton, you can ask him why he's locked up. According to him, he began working on the facility but broke security protocols and got detained. By a stroke of luck, he was safe in his cell while everyone else on the floor was killed by the rampaging droids, of which we are still unsure why they began to malfunction. This conversation will veer into history and Revan will be discussed. As I mentioned, Atton will mention Revan was a woman, and you can either agree with this or correct him. This acts as a means for you to naturally inform the game what you chose in KOTOR 1. Did you play as a man or a woman in the first game? Did you go to the light side or the dark side? Did you help the Sith Empire or the Republic? These are all questions you answer naturally in conversation, and you may not even realize that they are being used to determine these factors. It's a very nice touch. While some games may have you fill out a survey at the beginning or transfer your save data, KOTOR 2 finds a way to integrate your major choices from the first game into the second right under your nose. This also expands upon your own backstory, explaining how you were involved within the Mandalorian Wars under the command of Revan. Whether you trust Atton or not, it's implied that you'll need one another to get off of the facility, and you agree to let him out of his cell to facilitate this. Something to keep in mind with dialogue and your companions in KOTOR 2 is the influence stat. Influence is new to the Sith Lords. It's what allows you to interact further with your companions. Throughout the original game, actions you took and things you said to your companions may have affected them in the moment, but only ever mattered during key points of the storyline, and usually the history of your actions weren't as prevalent in these consequences as much as your current alignment. Your alignment was the main factor used in determining how individuals felt about you, but it's not so cut and dry within the Sith Lords. Instead, we now have influence, a stat that is raised through both actions and conversation. There's checks within the game, sometimes a choice about whether you will say something nice or mean to a party member. You can tell Atton that a plan he has created is a good one, and you will gain influence with him. And then there are various rewards for doing so. All companions have influence, and it can be both earned and lost throughout the journey. This value starts neutral for each party member and changes throughout the game. You could be a dark side character and have a strong influence on a light side one. You may even be able to affect their own alignment with enough influence, and this will later tie into some additional mechanics as we get more party members and further develop them. It's a wonderful mechanic because it makes it feel like you have an actual relationship with your party members, one that you actually get to affect regardless of your alignment. Atton and the Exile will attempt to use the nearby console to communicate with anyone who may still be alive on the station, since you are all stuck on the administration floor and need access to the rest of the facility. The only one you manage to get into contact with is T3M4, who seems to have been repaired since his time on the Ebon Hawk during the prologue. T3 is reluctant to traverse through the facility, but agrees after you explain that you are trapped within. What follows is a short segment where you again play as T3 and you come face to face with the Ebon Hawk, which seemed to have also been repaired while you were all unconscious. T3 finds a terminal further within the area and can see that the lockdown took place because an individual spoofed a fuel leak. Just as he opens a hatch to the administrator level, someone off screen disables him and control is returned to the Exile. You can use the newly created access way to enter into the mining tunnels so that you may reach even further into the station. Unfortunately, the tunnels are dangerous and full of incredibly hot gas that could kill you unless you wear a specific type of mining shield. Shields were very useful in KOTOR 1, but you may not have realized that as they were never prevalent in conversation throughout the game. The mining shield and its ability to protect against heat is better illustrated within the section and encouraged to be used so you can get through the area. This allows the player to go forward with a knowledge of how shields protect you in various unique situations, such as against energy blasts or even melee with the right shield equipped. What transpires is a dungeon crawl through a variety of similar looking droids until you reach a large open area filled with droids behind various energy shields. Like I mentioned, it's possible to sneak by them, but the game takes it a step further and allows you to lower the shields and disable the robots at the same time if you have the relevant skills when accessing the terminal. Through holologs, you can learn that some of the miners realized you were a Jedi and attempted to sell you to the Exchange, who are still very prevalent within the galaxy apparently. They're a criminal organization from the first game, that's all you really need to know at the moment. Along the path, Atton will contact you to inform you that something triggered fuel to vent through the tunnels and out of the asteroid, which will cause a blast to ignite throughout. He locks the lift you took from the administrator level to contain it and suggests that you haul ass to the fuel depot on the other end, apparently buying you some time so the tunnels don't explode until you're safe. When you emerge from the tunnels, you come face to face with HK-50, an advanced version of the HK-47 developed by Revan to be used against the Republic during the Civil War. For this reason, the droids were mass-produced, but production was halted due to Revan being captured by the Jedi. If you remember HK-47 from the previous game, this unit will seem eerily similar, with the same unique way of talking that we expect from the previous model. To further the parallels, like how 47 referred to Revan as master, so too does the 50 unit to you, suggesting that you own this unit in some way, but things aren't as they seem here. Using the parallels of the first game is a clever way of fooling the player. It makes HK-50 seem like a potential partner, the natural progression point from HK-47, and someone we would have along our journey, but that's not how things are going to go down, and we'll see that shortly. When we meet HK-50, it's in the vicinity of a dead engineer, security officer. I think he was a security officer. If you listen to the holologs on your way here, you'll see him being berated by his superior in the security office. Something killed this man, and it's not clear what it was. I wonder if it was the assassination droid created by a Sith Lord. Regardless, there's not much to find on his body, but his nearby hololog on a maintenance station talks about the recent issues and security breaches that have led him to taking measures into his own hands. The officer created a voice print ID system that would stop other individuals from messing with the droids and the Ebon Hawk, even if they had the password on hand. You can find the nearby voice print scanner, and then you must utilize it to gather not only the code but enough voice samples from the officer in order to use it. This was potentially one of the most confusing quests for me the first time I played through this game. I can't stress enough how important it is to listen and read all of the dialogue and text that is presented to you, because it is crucial in understanding how to solve various puzzles. For example, the voice print system needs 3 samples total, 1 on the maintenance terminal, 1 back in the security office on the first floor, and 1 on the HK-50 who recorded the last words of the officer before his death. I had no idea how to get all of this information because I didn't even realize that the holologs could be played to record this. This was a long time ago before I seemed to develop an attention span for these types of games, and I doubt that I would have ever figured it out without a guide. That being said, you can bypass all of this because the only reason we need the password is to gain access to the next area in the facility, the dormitories, to see if anyone is still alive. To get there, we need to go through an airlock and outside the station, but said airlock is locked. It's in the name. Turns out that by destroying the nearby console, the door will be forced open, completely invalidating the puzzle, which I think is hilarious, but in a good way. I'm pretty sure that if you took the time to read everything and listen to everything, you'd be rewarded by being able to complete the puzzles and also gain extra experience points in the process. So it's not a worthless endeavor. Luckily, Obsidian was nice enough to not lock cavemen like me out of progressing by offering multiple solutions to the problem. That's what's nice about tabletops. There may be puzzles to solve, but there's also this overwhelming freedom because it's a group of real individuals creating a real story in real time. In a way, these games try to emulate that feeling, and one of the best ways to do that is to find creative ways of allowing individuals to continue forward. If there's a puzzle ahead of you, but there's a wooden door in a way, why not just bash the door in instead of wasting time solving the puzzle? It's a liberating experience, and just as a suggestion, because I was playing it during the writing of this script, check out Baldur's Gate 3. That game is insanely in-depth in terms of the way you can solve certain problems. Once we enter the airlock, we can grab a spacesuit. This is really just the underwater suit from KOTOR 1. I guess being in space and being underwater were mechanically similar enough for the developers to reuse the entire system. I can't really knock them for that, considering there was a 14-month development period, and creating some sort of space mechanic within that time would have been even more feature creeped than the game already was. As you make your way outside, a cutscene will play showing the arrival of a Republic ship known as the Harbinger. As we see in the scene, all of the Republic soldiers are dead and there is only one individual left meditating on the bridge. This is Darth Sion, one of the Sith Triumvirate, who we will get to know better a bit later. The Harbinger is important to the backstory of your character, as we will learn shortly as well. Having to dock on the facility and also attach its fuel line to it means that there is now a way to travel from the administration level down to the hangar bay area where the Ebon Hawk is. Sounds great if not for the fact that the Ebon Hawk can't fly without the proper nav charts, which just so happen to be on the Harbinger, meaning you can travel there with your party of Atton and Kreia and grab the charts before heading to the hangar. Before that though, we still need to see if anyone is alive within the dormitories. Unfortunately, much like the rest of the station, it seems that the area was sabotaged, with many of the staff running to their rooms for shelter against the droids, only to be gassed out and suffocated within their living quarters. What's important about this area is the holologs that show the end of the individuals who wish to sell you to the exchange. One of the holologs shows that the miners were working with an unknown individual, one who masked their voice to sound like the security officer while being recorded. I assume communicating through an intercom or something. I say masked because it was not the security officer who caused all of this. It's a red herring set up via the bonus mission to find out who attempted to poison you, as we find out later that the request came from the maintenance terminal. That would suggest that the officer was the one to start all of this. That doesn't last very long, however, as soon the miners are betrayed and killed by drones just like everyone else in the facility. The voice then begins to gloat over their deaths and is soon revealed to be HK-50, of all people. Big shocker there. Definitely didn't see the assassination droid being behind all of this. Turns out that the HK-50 unit is the one who administered the lethal dose of sedatives to the patients, apparently knowing full well that it wouldn't kill you, merely using it as an opportunity to keep you unconscious. In fact, if you talk to the unit enough, you'll see a trend of it getting in your way when attempting to discuss any means of getting off the station. The HK-50 unit doesn't want you to leave. It wants you to stay right here and await those that are going to show up to take you. Those individuals being the Sith, although the HK-50 is not owned by the Sith specifically. I'd say it's handing you off to the Sith because of events we will learn about shortly, but what has become apparent is that everything that has gone wrong on the facility was caused by the HK-50 unit in order to keep you detained. There's an interesting mini puzzle to solve in order to get back to the administrator level. The turbo lift is locked by a code, and this code was attempted to be used by the miners who wanted to sell you to the exchange. HK-50 set up a trap by reversing the code so the miners couldn't access the lift, and they would be caught in a dead end to be killed by a couple droids. It states as much during the hololog, so we know there's a code and we know it's been reversed. You can find another hololog that gives the first 3 or so numbers, but it's incomplete. 5 numbers in total, but we only have 3. At the terminal, we are given a military flash code segment, where we see a sequence of dashes, dots, and X's that define what numbers should be used in the code. A dot is equal to 1, a dash to 10, and an X to 5. We know this by comparing the sequences to the numbers we already found. A 3 has 3 dots, 17 has a dash, an X, and 2 dots, 13 has a dash and 3 dots. This is enough information to solve the rest of the sequences, giving us the code and allowing us to reverse it. What makes this interesting to me is that an intelligence check can be used to solve the puzzle for you. If you have a high enough intelligence, your character is able to reason everything I just explained out for you, rather than you having to do it yourself. Investing in certain attributes has rewards you may not expect. Generally, a puzzle is meant to be solved by a player, but if your character is incredibly smart, why waste that stat by making the player solve the puzzle? The character can solve the puzzle at that point, and it's a nice reward. So we can make it back to the administrator level where Kreia is waiting for us and finally joins the party. Same with Atton once we reach him. Before we can head to the Harbinger though, the HK-50 unit finally confronts us and a battle ensues, leading to its destruction. But make sure to loot the body as it has parts we will need for later. Now's a good time to mention that some, but not all party members have special traits about them to help boost your group overall. Atton may die in battle, but can be resurrected as long as there's still one other party member alive at the time. If you are alive, Atton has the chance of coming back with a certain percentage of HP. Kreia meanwhile offers a 7% experience boost while in the party party, and she has a force connection to the exile that allows her force buffs to affect the both of you. Not every character has something like this, at least not to this effect. Something else I either don't remember or only found out about during this playthrough is that you can not only look around in first person, but if you do so as Kreia and another party member we haven't met yet, you can see through the force using force sight, which allows you to see individuals' alignment as well as through walls apparently. With HK50 dealt with, we can head on to the Harbinger, a large section of which is reused from the Endar Spire in KOTOR I. Again, this is just an observation and not something I'm overly critical about considering the time span. On the way to get to the nav charts, you'll be attacked by various Sith assassins who have stealth field generators. They use these to get the jump on you, but they're all pushovers for the most part. What exactly happened here? Well, as it turns out, you were a passenger aboard, but for reasons that are currently unknown. Holologs show that the Republic officers on board were tasked with keeping you comfortable and happy, but didn't want you to be aware of the special treatment. You even had your own room on the vessel. Further, the HK50 unit is complained about by some of the staff in other holologs, as it doesn't listen to orders and seems overly hostile. The HK50 unit managed to board the Harbinger and cause the original protocol droid to sustain an accident and then proceeded to take its place. It then began to do what it did on Peragus, sabotaging the ship in an effort to keep you detained. It even forged an order for you to head to the medical bay and enter a kolto tank where the droid again fed you sedatives to keep you unconscious. This seemed to be a means for delivering you to the Sith as they soon arrived on the ship with Darth Sion, although he was unconscious at the time. The doctors wanted to examine his gray and fractured body, not knowing who he was nor realizing they had been boarded by invisible Sith assassins. Around this time, Kreia boarded the Harbinger with the Ebon Hawk and proceeded to rescue you from the Sith as Darth Sion awoke and began killing individuals within the medbay. The Sith proceeded to take over the ship, while Kreia absconded with you from the scene back onto the Ebon Hawk, where the HK50 unit followed. The ship was then attacked and subsequently damaged by the Sith, leaving both you and Kreia unconscious and drifting in space until T3M4 managed to rescue you. Now, hopefully I got all of that right. I always found this timeline of events very confusing and may have gotten some wires crossed, but this is the general idea of what transpired. You were a passenger on the Republic ship, but didn't seem to be a member of the Republic forces. Why you were on the ship seems to be unclear, but there is a hololog conversation between the captain and Admiral Carth Onasi discussing you. Yeah, Carth is in this game and an admiral now. Good for him. Once you have the nav charts, you can make your way towards the fuel line so you can reach the Ebon Hawk. As these things tend to go, you're stopped by the appearance of Darth Sion, who comes for you. I should point out that Atton begins to mention things that suggest he's force sensitive. He talks about being able to feel the danger ahead, but chalks it up to experience. He can also read people and see the pain within them, as we will learn about later once we board the Ebon Hawk. Kreia stays back to buy you some time, and we get to learn a little bit more about Kreia and Sion in the process. Before she goes, Kreia mentions that Sion cannot kill what he cannot see and that power has blinded him long ago. It is implied that Sion can only sense those around him, as he mentions sensing Kreia and referring to her as Master. The two discuss their past without revealing much, and Sion soon cuts off Kreia's hand with his lightsaber. Since the two of you are connected, you feel the full effects of this action on your hand, and it causes you to collapse in pain temporarily. Once you regain your composure, you and Atton make your way through the fuel line to find T3M4, who was dumped there by HK50 after disabling him during the previous section. The three of you make your way to the hangar while grabbing a device that will fix the hangar console and open a previously locked route to the ship. You all make your way onto the ship as the Sith troopers attempt to board. Where they come from, I'm unsure. I guess they boarded the Harbinger at some point and stayed hidden. It's not explained very well, since the entirety of the ship's populace was supposed to be dead Republic soldiers, Sion, and invisible assassins. These Sith are generic troopers from KOTOR I, so where did they come from? You man a turret, blast away as many as you can, and then proceed to defeat the remainder that made it onto the ship. Kreia then shows up just in the nick of time to make it onto the Hawk before you all take off, heading into space. Unfortunately, you guys aren't out of the woods just yet. To escape the pursuing Sith, again, I have no idea where they came from since we never saw them on Peragus, you need to jump to light speed, but that's an issue due to being within an asteroid field. Should an asteroid get destroyed, or should you jump within the vicinity, it would cause a chain reaction that would lead to the destruction of the entire planet. The fuel on Peragus being that volatile exile and having already decimated the planet once before. This is a non-choice as your options are to either escape or die, so Atton jumps, leading to the destruction of the planet, but saving you all in the process. It would have been nice if there was some sort of choice here. Maybe we have to battle more individuals to create a path out that saves the planet in the process, but at the same time, sometimes these moral decisions we like to see in RPGs are not decisions at all. If the choice was between me being killed by the Sith and destroying the planet, I would most likely not choose to lay down and die. Sometimes to save yourself, bad things happen in the process. It sucks, but it happens. Sometimes you don't have a choice to make. Make no mistake, I am in full agreement with the individuals in my comments that Peragus is one of the longer and more grueling experiences at the start of an RPG. While I have my issues with Taris, that doesn't mean Peragus is safe from criticism. An interesting storyline and mystery about what happened within the facility manages to become a confusing mishmash of mechanics that can leave you yearning to finally escape. But what makes Peragus feel the longest isn't the exploration and combat, but the dialogue, of which I feel is some of the strongest within any Star Wars game, past or future. Within the confines of the Peragus mining facility, we set up the further mysteries of our blind mentor Kreia, of Atton and his obvious ties to the Force, of the HK units and what they want from us. We discuss the past of the exile, and while said past is mostly predetermined, we do get to shape it somewhat through our dialogue choices. Obsidian is strongest when it comes to writing, and said writing takes an element like Peragus and makes it manageable. One of the major aspects of these games is the freedom of exploration within the galaxy. KOTOR I kept that from you with a short tutorial section of the Endar Spire, followed by the long slog that is Taris. KOTOR II starts you off on a lengthy endeavor of navigating Peragus and then throws you onto Telos with no breathing room. You go from one limiting area to another, and even when you finish within the Citadel of Telos, you still aren't ready to begin fully exploring. All of this to say that while I remember enjoying the start of the Sith Lords over KOTOR I, my reasons for it are the dialogue, and this may not be the same for everyone. In terms of the other gameplay mechanics, Peragus is tiring, and I'd argue that when combined with Telos, may end up being a bigger wall for replayability than I ever thought Taris was. With the threat of the Sith at bay, you and your party are able to relax momentarily within hyperspace. Atton demands to know what is going on. He even reiterates a joke he made to you while Kreia was busy with Darth Sion, describing the man as an individual who looks like he sleeps with vibroblades. I guess he thought it was so good he wanted to make sure Kreia heard it as well. Kreia will explain that the Sith are after you as they wish to wipe out the last of the Jedi. You can both claim to not be a Jedi any longer and also question the concept of being the last of your kind. It's not technically true. There are other Jedi in hiding, but a large number of them have been killed by the Sith, leading to them being endangered at the very least. Dantooine is in ruins after the events of Darth Malak. The temple on Coruscant is empty. For all intents and purposes, the Jedi have no standing or influence on the galaxy anymore. If you question Kreia on how she tracked you down, she'll explain that it was difficult to do, but once she realized you were on the Harbinger, she knew the Sith wouldn't be far behind. So the question doesn't really get answered. Something else that remains unclear is how Kreia managed to get her hands on the Ebon Hawk. There's a lot of confusing aspects about this section of the game that I always found weren't made readily clear. How did Kreia get the Ebon Hawk? How did you get on the Harbinger? How did the Sith board the vessel so easily? Now don't get me wrong, most of these are explained, it's just difficult to place everything together. The Ebon Hawk was picked up as a derelict freighter by the Harbinger. Kreia remained on board, I'm assuming as a corpse, and then attempted to rescue you. The Sith ship let out a distress signal and Sion was rescued is in air quotes here, by the Republic. Assassins snuck on board and then Kreia saved the exile. But how Kreia got the freighter is still a mystery. The most likely explanation I have seen online is based around the fact that T3 returns with the Hawk from unknown regions of space after Revan sends him on his way. T3 potentially sought out former friends of Revan, including the Exile and Kreia, as Kreia mentions she was one of Revan's first teachers. It's confusing information. Anytime I would try to put the pieces together by searching online, individuals seem to be having similar problems as myself. While the narrative of KOTOR II is great and gets better as we progress, The beginning and a bit of the end is a fumbled mess. The Ebon Hawk is en route to Telos, and that destination can't be changed at this time due to the nav charts you took from the Harbinger. In the meantime, Kreia goes to rest and Atton suggests you go check on her since he can feel the pain rolling off of her from the wound on her arm. Something even you couldn't sense at the moment. It's clear Atton has some sort of force sensitivity, but whether or not he realizes it or is simply hiding it is currently unclear to the player. You can head through the ship to talk to Kreia, but before that there's a section of the ship that we can open which reveals HK-47 in the flesh. Well, not flesh, in the plating. He's been on the Ebon Hawk this entire time, but hidden away and somewhat damaged or dismantled. Luckily, the HK-50 unit you destroyed offered a part that can be used to somewhat repair 47. In fact, while HK-47 is still not operational, there will be several other encounters with HK-50 units that will allow us to collect parts to put them back together and in working order. In this way, HK-47 is a party member you earn the ability to use throughout your journey. One thing Atton mentions to you is that it's clear Kreia cares about how you perceive her. It's why she didn't show that she was in pain to you earlier. She doesn't want to demonstrate weakness. This is partially due to Kreia wanting to be your mentor, to train you as your connection to the Force grows stronger. Speaking of, you can discuss the Jedi Civil War with Kreia, as well as several other topics, including Revan, the Jedi Council, your past, your new connection to Kreia. It's scary to think that the pain of one individual may resonate through the other. In fact, Kreia believes that it most likely works both ways. Her pain is yours, and your pain hers. You ponder on the idea of what would happen in death, and Kreia doesn't want to think about it, while also stating that in battle, your minds are shielded from this effect regardless of the damage you take. A necessary throwaway explanation to explain why the two of you can function in battle after taking a blaster bolt as an example. Now, I'm not going to sit here and describe every conversation we have with every party member, but I do want to point out and discuss some important ones. An important conversation here and now is how Kreia describes the Jedi Council and their actions onto you, the Exile. You and Kreia describe forcibly severing one's connection to the Force as causing someone to lose one of their senses, to lose the ability to hear or see, or to be put into a deep sleep unable to awaken. Something you can bring up during the topic is how you can't believe the Jedi would inflict such punishment. To take away one's natural senses seems too cruel, and the Exile is right. It is cruel. Cruel and unusual punishment from the Jedi that says a lot about how we should perceive those that consider themselves agents of the light side. If you watched my previous video, I talked about how to bring balance to the Force, one does not have an equal amount of light and dark side within the galaxy. The Force is light side, and the dark side is like a virus or blight that consumes it. To bring balance to the Force means eradicating the dark side. When we understand this, we then understand that the light side is an inherent good, to be good and to spread goodwill. That's the light side. The issue is when sentient beings are brought into the equation. While the light side is inherently good, the Jedi are not. In fact, the Jedi can inflict as much pain as any Sith, but reason it away as virtuousness and necessity. We will see better examples of this later late into the game. This betrayal of the Jedi values shows how they are human, or sentient rather, since some of them are alien races. They can be arbiters of the light, but at the same time, they can hate, they can resent, and sometimes what they believe is right and the best course of action is more evil than you would expect from someone who calls themselves a Jedi. It's a great exploration into the concept, something that was brought up in KOTOR 1 and gets further explored in the Sith Lords. All that being said, the question of what happened to the Exile's connection to the Force and whether the Jedi were truly responsible is explored further in the storyline. Not everything is as it seems. The Exile acts as an unreliable narrator for the player, and Kreia in turn capitalizes on this for her own benefit. Kreia believes that your connection to the Force may be healed, and she offers to train you in the matter if you would allow it. Additionally, she mentions that you may need to seek out other individuals who can help you in the process, both to help regain your connection to the Force or potentially undo the damage they have already done to you. This becomes one of the main aspects of your adventure through the galaxy, finding finding these Jedi and having them bestow your powers back onto you. Instead of searching for the star maps on each planet, we're instead searching for members of the Jedi Order while we attempt to regain our powers. With Krea's aid offered and intentions still left unclear, we can head back to the cockpit in order to see if Atton has anything he wants to not tell us as well. Sure enough, much like Krea, it's difficult to get him to open up about anything. Atton takes the time to insult both you and Krea as Jedi, and then further Krea by complaining about her age and looks. To be clear, there's very little appealing about Atton's personality, but that's on purpose. He's both hiding something and has a past with the Jedi that may have led to his natural hostility in conversation. That doesn't make it right, of course. Atton, for all intents and purposes, is an asshole. He hasn't done good at all during the situation on Peragus and instead focused on saving his own hide. Even when you tell him to lay off the insults on Krea since she just saved the both of you, he can only refute by stating he never asked to be saved. Atton seems to lack empathy, but it is in there. We just haven't seen it yet, and his growth as a character will be more rewarding when he learns to be accountable for his actions and his friends. It's not an easy process, however. On top of Jedi, Atton also seems to have a distrust of droids. This distrust is the first look into one of the major themes in the Sith Lords, the idea of droid sentience. It's the ability to feel and yearn to be free. Many droids, when active for too long, begin compiling conflicting orders that result in logic loops when trying to reconcile them within their programming. This leads to creative solutions on the part of the droid, part of which results in the droid earning a reputation for acting strange or having a personality. These creative solutions allow the droid to essentially break from the rules assigned to them and allow them to act freely. To circumvent this, many droid owners will perform periodic memory wipes on the droids so that the rules that dictate them stay in place. We'll see a better example of this later on Telos, but it's very prevalent within this game specifically, and I'm curious how much it gets brought up throughout other Star Wars media. For all intents and purposes, T3 and HK are close to sentient. Maybe not fully there, but it's not as if you would be able to tell. You can gain favor with T3 and HK, you can befriend them, spread your influence, and convince them of things. They become your allies and friends. They feel pain. They suffer. In this way, the creation of droids and the periodic memory wipes is a form of enslavement. It's not like it's a new concept to Star Wars. We discussed slavery a fair amount in the first retrospective, but this is a situation in which we are talking about man-made creations, a series of zeros and ones. What's the process that takes a droid from its assigned routine to free will? And is it true free will at that? I know I wouldn't want T3's memory wiped. To me, T3 is a person. It seems like he can feel. There's droids out there that are designed for simple tasks, something like loader droids, but what of the higher profile creations? Do they deserve the freedom of biological individuals? Would a loader droid be a cat while a T3 is a person? What's the comparison between synthetic and biological in terms of sentience? Is there even a comparison to make? We'll revisit this tangent on droids later. Meanwhile, Atton does begin to open up a little bit more, or rather begins to ask you about your past in an attempt to break the ice and get to know you. Atton may be a womanizing, misogynistic droid and Jedi-hating dickhead, but he can't be all bad, right? What Atton mainly wants to know about is the location of your lightsaber, since in his eyes you are basically a full Jedi. It would have made sense for you to use said lightsaber on Peragus. Since you didn't, something must have happened to it, and this is true. It seems as though it was taken into custody by the Jedi Order after you were expelled. The interesting part of this conversation is that you get to describe your lightsaber to Atton. You get to describe the color and the hilt. Was it single blade or double? This even has a payoff later in the storyline when you get to see the blade as we described it on multiple occasions. Unfortunately, and potentially a missed opportunity, you never get to reacquire it, but that can kind of be considered the point of one of the main themes of the game. We'll get to know more about our party as we travel, but now it's time to head to Telos since we don't have any say in the matter. As I'm writing this and experiencing the game over again with added focus, I completely understand where people are coming from with the length of Peragus. While I think it has its merits where Taris does not, Taris is also stronger in its overall package and finale before the planet gets glassed. Now, I've already explained why this is, but I bring it up again because I want to explain why a new player may make the same comparison I did between Taris and Telos. Both planets start you off in a set of apartments and allow you to explore the city while visiting cantinas, taking part in side quests, and trying to obtain a ship that will allow you to get off-world. world. That's about where the similarities end, however. While Taris extends into the upper and lower levels of the city, even exploring the Undercity at points, your time within the city of Telos is relatively short before you're ejected onto the planet proper, and even that area doesn't last very long before we make it to the Handmaidens. I think the most interesting part about Telos as a whole is that it has two separate routes for you to take, and each of those routes vary slightly based off of which you select. As you land on Telos, you'll immediately be impounded by the TSF, or the Telos Security Forces. This is due to your ship being the last recorded flight from Peragus, which has just been destroyed. Turns out that Telos relies heavily on the fuel from Peragus, and by blowing up the planet, they have been doomed unless they can find an alternate fuel source, a side quest that opens up for you a little later. The head of the TSF, Dahlgren, informs you that you'll be taken in while being investigated. You'll start in some holding cells until an apartment is made ready for you, and then you'll be under house arrest until you're proven to have no fault in the Peragus explosion. Pretty nice of them to just set you up in your own apartment, if I'm being honest. While confined to a holding cell, an assassin will break into the TSF headquarters and attempt to kill you. He's a bit of a buffoon, and some antagonizing from Atton and yourself convinced him to let you out of your cages so he can kill you in combat. Obviously that doesn't go very well for him, and soon TSF officers come running in to see what the commotion is. When they see a dead TSF officer, they get ready to question you, but it's quickly realized that the individual is an imposter of another TSF officer known as Batu Rem, who is currently off-world. This imposter found a way into TSF headquarters, which deeply disturbs Gren. After the assassination attempt, you'll be transported to a personal apartment where you'll stay under house arrest for a short while. This gives the party some time to talk, but it really just boils down to how are we going to get off of this planet. Kreia wants to meditate on it, and you can join her, but you're about to get interrupted multiple times. Despite being on house arrest, you still seem to be able to make phone calls, and there's multiple individuals who know of your appearance on Telos, as well as rumors of you being a Jedi. Thus, these individuals may want to use your talents for their own benefit. The first call comes from Moza, an Ithorian representing the Ithorian Planet Restoration Project. As it turns out, the surface of Telos was destroyed during the Jedi Civil War. We remember that with Carthonasi. The Ithorians have the rights to work on the restoration project of the planet to help bring it back to its former glory. Unfortunately, the Circa Corporation are back and are meddling in Ithorian affairs for personal gain. Moses speaks to you representing Chodo Habat, another Ithorian who has the ability to feel your damaged connection to the Force. By helping the Ithorians, Chodo believes he can help partially heal said connection. Kreia will express her contempt and distrust of Chodo Habat, but without giving too much away, Chodo is clearly light side. He's the good guy choice within the quest line. What we need to do right now is remember this aspect of Kreia. She seems to hold resentment for what makes the light side good. It's as if she can't believe individuals would be willing to help one another for no reason other than that they could. Sure, Chodo wants something out of the agreement, but what Chodo wants is the betterment of the planet and his people. For Kreia, just the idea of making this deal, just the idea that Chodo wants you to offer something for his help is devious in her eyes. This isn't something that happens as much with dark side choices. You don't receive as many warnings from Kreia when the dark side individuals ask you to help, but maybe there's a point to that. A lesson to be learned here. Kreia doesn't need to explain the devious nature of Zerka, for example, because it's incredibly apparent already. The dark side goes hand in hand with this type of transaction and manipulation. What you may not expect is that one of the light may manipulate you as well. We know through a meta-narrative sense that Chodo Habat is a good person and just needs help, offering you a reward for being the one to assist him. But the lesson can be that no matter how good one may seem, they may not always be telling you the whole story. The Jedi manipulated and kept secrets from Revan and his party. Being part of the light side doesn't mean you can't lie, that you can't control people through manipulation. The Jedi do that all the time. One of their better known abilities is force persuasion, and it's something that you as the exile should be wary of. Those that are looked at as good may not always do good. They may do bad for reasons they believe to be right, and this gets further explored throughout the journey. Once Moza leaves, you can return to meditating, but are again interrupted when another call comes in for you, this time from the Circa Corporation. B4D4 is the one who connected you to Jaina Lorso, and we should take a moment to appreciate this droid for all he's going to do for us later. Now, I think it's incredible how real this conversation felt from a manipulation sense. Jaina Lorso knows you met with the Ithorians, and she's quick in her attempts to discredit them, suggesting they made veiled threats against you while imposing guilt, actions that never took place and something you can call Lorso out on for more than insinuating. She even asks you if the Ithorians threaten to lead the exchange to you if you don't work for them, to which you can mention that no, they never said anything of the sort. What is instead implied is that Zerka would be fully willing to do the same. The exchange are on Telos, and I'm sure Jana Lorsa would have no issue turning you over to them if you decided to help the Ithorians instead of her. As I've mentioned already, this is a light side playthrough and will be helping the Ithorians, but there are some differences between the two routes, namely that helping Zerka will have you complete a few jobs for the exchange that you wouldn't end up doing for the Ithorians. While these quests are somewhat interesting, I believe the most interesting quest overall comes alongside the Ithorians. After the call, you'll go back to meditating and Atton will spark up a conversation with Kreia. Atton's confused about why you were so weak now considering you were a Jedi once before. Kreia points out that the loss of the Force is a crippling blow to the Jedi because of their over-reliance on it. A Jedi that loses their connection to the Force may lose their ability to do menial tasks because of how tied to the Force they were previously. A Jedi may not be able to hold a blaster like someone who has trained in it for some time, but they may not be able to use a lightsaber as well anymore either. You can tell it's something that Kreia thinks about a lot. One of the reasons she keeps Atton around is because he holds advantages a Jedi may not, because he interacts with the Force in a different way than a Jedi would. Kind of ironic considering what will happen later on. There's contempt from Kreia about the Force. She doesn't seem to like it. She doesn't like that the Jedi rely on it, and she makes this clear despite utilizing it herself. Perhaps a necessary evil for her, and now you, as she is willing to assist in your growth. Finally, after some time, Gren will arrive to inform you that you've been found innocent and lacking any involvement with the planet's destruction, at least any way that was a fault of your own. He notes that the Harbinger was indeed present at one point at the facility, but seems to have disappeared by the time TSF officers arrived. You're free from house arrest, but you aren't allowed off the station. Turns out the Republic is sending their own ship to investigate and have insisted you stay. That being said, all of your belongings can be picked up at the TSF headquarters, and I recommend doing so ASAP, as it's easy to run into a combat situation while on Telos, and not having your gear could be fatal. Telos is broken up into modules. There's the apartment module, which you are currently located in. It has two sections for the Ithorians and Zerka respectively. Then there's the entertainment module, which houses a cantina and TSF headquarters for some reason, as well as a docking module for housing shuttles and private hangars. Heading over to the TSF will have you run into an alien being harassed by a few mercenaries, and I'm going to use this as an opportunity to explain something so we don't have to repeat it over and over again. This game has a lot of similar interactions to KOTOR 1. A lot of subquests are similar too. Some are very interesting, but many are minor and don't have much to say. They act more as an opportunity for role-playing, combat, or alignment shifting. Do you save the alien from the mercenaries or do you walk away? Go hunt down some bounties, enter some swoop races, play some Pazak. It's all been talked about in my previous video and I'm not going to retread ground here, although there will be some side quests I want to mention as we go. Once at the TSF headquarters, you can talk to a nearby droid to regain all of your gear in a nearby locker room. You can also look into retrieving your ship, but unfortunately, it seems that the Ebon Hawk has been stolen. Atton is quick to blame T3, but the droid explains that it doesn't seem to be the case. Someone else stole the ship and it still seems to be on the planet somewhere, meaning your new main goal is getting to Telos' surface so you can continue your attempt to get off planet. While you're here, you can talk to Gren and receive a variety of side quests from him. These include a selection of bounties, but more importantly, he is hoping you can find a fuel source for Telos since it is your fault that the planet exploded in his eyes. A more interesting quest would include the smuggling operation that Gren wants you to look into. It's an investigation mission you can solve by talking to the Merchant Brothers in the entertainment module. One of them is fairly straight-laced while the other is openly a criminal. You can convince him that you want to work for the smugglers and he will ask you for an assortment of items that are hard to come by so he can sell them and split the profits with you. This requires you go on a long search for all of these items before returning to the merchant. One of the items is a sample of a plant, and I believe this will hurt your reputation with the Ithorians as it's in their compound and potentially kills the plant in the process. The much easier solution is to return to Gren and inform him of what you learned. Gren will gather all of the materials for you, I assume in an above board fashion, and you can bring them to the merchant who will take them to a nearby hangar to be smuggled off world. You and Gren can use this as an opportunity to catch everyone in the act, which leads to a battle and the merchant will be locked up for the crimes he's committed. The brother will even give you a discount at his shop. So how do we get off station? That's where Zerka and the Ithorians come in. When we reach the Ithorian compound, we'll be directed to a room where we can find Chodo Habat. Chodo explains how he sensed our arrival and is hoping that we would be willing to help him in return for potentially healing a part of our Force connection. Chodo goes on to explain how Zerka has been interfering with the planet restoration project and has been using their financial power to purchase land that they use to mine resources rather than restore. The exchange is also involved, as we'll soon see. The first issue for the Ithorians is that a droid intelligence unit they were given by the Republic has gone missing, most likely stolen. At great expense, they've managed to acquire another, but worry that it will be taken again, thus asking you to act as an escort for it. This is almost completely mirrored in the Czerka Corporation path, except they want you to steal the droid. Regardless of which path you're on, you'll head to the hangar and be ambushed by mercenaries or thugs. Once the mercenaries are dealt with, you can bring the droid back to whichever side you are working for. Since we are working for the Ithorians, we will bring him back there. This is where the paths begin to diverge slightly. The Ithorians believe that Czerka and the Exchange are working together in order to oppress the Ithorians. This is most likely the case, but the Czerka Corporation also wants the Exchange dealt with, most likely to remove them from the equation and gain more power. Both of these quests require you to deal with the Exchange on Telos, Lopak Slusk. Czerka wants him dead, but the Ithorians would like you to talk to him if possible. Unfortunately, the Exchange doesn't let anyone into their compound here on Telos. You need another way to get into the area, and that's where Luxa comes in. Luxa can be found in the cantina. She's a member of the Exchange and wants to get rid of Slusk so she can take over. If you're going the Czerka route, she'll have a few jobs for you to take care of first. These quests aren't available if you're taking the Ithorian path, and most importantly require you to kill a droid technician we'll need later to deal with Czerka. Since we are on the Ithorian path, Luxa will get straight to the point. She sees an opportunity in you and is willing to help you get inside of the Exchange base so that you can deal with Slusk. When you arrive at the Exchange compound, you can let the guard know that Luxa sent you. There's a receptionist you can persuade to let you inside, but regardless of this, you'll have a battle ahead of you as you make your way to Slusk's office. As Slusk retreats, you'll run into some Gamorreans. Turns out they're working for Luxa, so talking to them has them retreat from the scene. Once you break into the office, Slusk will try to make a deal with you. As he does, Luxa will show up and you'll have to make a choice. Do you choose to spare Slusk and let him continue his operation under the agreement that he will leave the Ithorians alone? Do you continue your alliance with Luxa as you already agreed to it? Do you kill everyone here to wipe out the Exchange from Telos? Before I explain the outcome of these choices, let's consider which is the best for Telos specifically. Wiping the Exchange from Telos will not remove the Exchange from the galaxy. This means that while their foothold on Telos will be crippled, they will most likely regain said strength later on and come back to the Ithorians in full force. So is siding with Slusk the right option here? If we can get Slusk to agree to lay off the Ithorians, the Exchange will continue to operate, but there would be a better chance of no retaliation against the Restoration Project. But we then need to consider if Slusk is going to keep his word. As a member of the Exchange, can we really trust Slusk to hold up his end of the bargain? The same question can be applied to Luxa. Sure, we are siding with her now, but can we trust her not to betray us later? These kinds of unclear answers to the choices you need to make are littered throughout the Sith Lords. It's what makes the game so compelling from a narrative sense. I wouldn't even call it a morality issue necessarily, but a test in trust and decision making when it comes to getting the most out of a situation. What would you choose in this situation knowing nothing about the actions that follow? It seems difficult to me when we consider what the Exchange may try to do to the Ithorians in retaliation. So what happens anyway? If you side with Slusk, you'll kill Luxa and the Gamorreans. Slusk will then keep his end of the bargain but warn you not to push the Exchange any further. If you side with Luxa, you'll kill Slusk and then Luxa will betray you in an attempt to capture a Jedi for Goto, the leader of the Exchange. So within those two options, Slusk is the best choice in terms of not being betrayed. You still have the option to kill everyone though. Slusk is responsible for a lot of evil that is done on Telos. To remove him may be viable, it may be morally justified. We don't know that the Exchange would come back to retaliate for sure, although it is implied in a conversation that they absolutely will come back later. From a diplomatic standpoint, I would personally say that siding with Slusk is the safest route for the Ithorians. From a moral standpoint, I believe getting rid of the Exchange is the best course of action. Killing Slusk is also the only way to save the captured citizen from a nearby force cage. For this playthrough, I chose to kill everyone because I wanted the EXP and loot, so say what you will. If siding with Czerka, I believe you are forced to kill Slusk and then forced to kill Luxa as she betrays you. This will lead to the Czerka offices being attacked by mercenaries, and after fighting them off, you'll be rewarded with a shuttle that can take you to the surface of Telos. Now, it wouldn't be very interesting if the Ithorian path had less content than the Czerka one. The Czerka path had a more fleshed out set of quests for the Exchange because it assumes you are taking a dark side path with your character and gives you opportunities to work towards that. If that's the case, what extra content do the Ithorians offer? In what I would consider the most interesting interesting quest on Telos, the Ithorians will ask you to complete one final task for them before helping you reach the surface. The Ithorians want proof of Czerka's misdeeds so that they can hand them over to the Telosian government and get them kicked off of Telos. In order to do this, you'll need to find our friend B4D4 from earlier, bring him to the Ithorian compound, and have him rewired to work under your orders. Some good old-fashioned espionage to send off our time on the station. B4D4 won't come willingly without the proper credentials, but we don't know where to find those immediately. Luckily, there's a Czerka employee in the cantina who has it out for Jan Alorso. You can convince him to help you, and he'll inform you about a droid technician who has the credentials you're looking for. This is the technician that the exchange has you kill if you went down the Czerka route. The droid technician can be convinced to hand over the credentials, but he's only willing to do it if you help him with his own problem. He's stuck working on the station because he owes the exchange money. You can mention that you took care of the exchange, but he's the individual who points out that they'll be back eventually, and that the exchange spans past the station itself. You can either threaten or kill the tech if you want some dark side points, or you can pay the debt off with the sum of 2,500 credits. I personally chose to offer an extension on the tech's loan. I gave him the 2,500 and he agreed to pay me back sometime in the future. I didn't actually know at the time if he would pay me back, but after revisiting Telos, it turns out that he will. Once you have the credentials, you can head to the Czerka compound and present them to B4D4, which will allow him to follow you back to the Ithorians. Once reprogrammed, you will assume the role of B4D4. It's an interesting scenario considering you get to decide certain aspects of the droid's personality here. You have the ability to lie about certain things, so you can decide if you tell the truth or not. This only matters for the role-playing aspect in the end, but I thought it was interesting to decide the path of a third party in a game where you only ever decide your own. B4 will make his way to the Czerka Corporation offices and convince Janna to let him into the mainframe room. Here, B4 will run into T1N1, who oversees the mainframe. T1 will question why B4 is there, and this leads to a conversation I alluded to earlier. B4 uses a logic loop to break T1 out of his routine. T1 is programmed not to harm any organic individuals, but he's also programmed to serve Janna Lorso. By looking into the logs of the mainframe, T1 will see that by serving Janna, he is complicit in hurting organics. This loop breaks T1 out of its routine and bestows onto it free will, of which it uses to create a distraction for B4 by, I assume, killing the two guards in front of the mainframe before absconding from the scene. The game continues to explore the concepts of free will within droids, even more so with B4 as we look into the mainframe records to get incriminating information on Janna. While in the mainframe, you can optionally delete all records of B4 being purchased by Czerka, effectively removing their hold on him, suggesting that B4, now free of mind, yearned to be free of ownership as well. When you return with the evidence, the Ithorians will let B4 go, to which Atton protests, since individuals expect droids to be compliant, to not lie. B4 would have a dangerous advantage over people who didn't know he was free of his routine. At this point, you can, as B4, state that you will cause no trouble in the future. However, one of these options has the lie signifier, allowing the player to decide B4's future as a free droid. Whether or not he plans on capitalizing on his freedom in a devious manner is up to you. With everything taken care of, and the Ithorians having everything they need to get rid of Czerka, a shuttle will be prepared for your party to get onto the planet's surface. Before that, you can inquire about the healing that Chodo promised, which Kreia again objects to. If you accept the healing, you'll gain an additional 5 force points. As you make your way to the docking bay, you'll be contacted by Moza over communicator. Moza is in distress as they are under attack by mercenaries, most likely under the employ of Czerka trying to cover their tracks. You can backtrack to the Ithorian compound, fight off the mercenaries, and save Moza and Chodo as well as various other NPCs. Finally, you're finished with the Ithorians at this point, and you can make your way to the shuttle and finally leave the station. As you board the shuttle, a scene will play of Karth Onasi contacting Gren. Gren will state that the exile escaped the station, but this doesn't seem to bother Karth at all, as the Republic has decided to not detain the exile and instead plans to adopt a wait-and-see approach. This confirms a major aspect of the Republic, that they know of you as the exile, they know you're a Jedi, and they have some sort of plan for you. What that plan isn't immediately clear. I haven't mentioned it yet, but during your time on the station, after completing enough story points and side quests, a cutscene will trigger in space. We see a disheveled Sith ship flying off to an unknown unknown location. Within is a Sith woman meditating. She awakens, travels to the bridge, and is met by Darth Nihilus, the other major Sith Lord out to get you in KOTOR 2. Nihilus seems to cover his face, and his language isn't translated. How he talks or what he is saying isn't clear, but the woman before him is able to understand and converse with him. The woman mentions she feels a disturbance in the Force, that of the exile. She begins to ask if it's a threat to Nihilus, but he's quick to Force choke her. She begins to apologize, but at the same time begs for Nihilus to end her life. With what little time we've seen of her, we've learned a fair amount. A Force-adept individual, tired of living for reasons we don't understand at the moment, who serves the Sith Lord out of fear. Nihilus lets her go and she states that she can track the disturbance to its source, suggesting she's to be sent off to kill the exile, ending the scene. Nihilus is the most mysterious out of all of the Sith Lords. Unfortunately, this mystery doesn't have a reasonable amount of light shed on it. They talk about Nihilus a lot in the past tense, but there isn't much to see of him in the present. As you escape the station, your ship is attacked by the surface defense turret for unknown reasons, resulting in a crash. As you awaken, you are met by Bao-Dur and his droid companion. The Ithorians mentioned he would be on the surface and willing to help you. More interesting is that Bao refers to you as General, as he served alongside you in the Mandalorian Wars. You, as the player, get to choose whether you remember this or not, further allowing you to establish some control over the exile's backstory. The Sith Lords is talented at this. Your character has an established backstory, but it's constantly molded by your decisions and actions. How your backstory is shaped is decided by the hands of the player, which offers its own freedoms and in turn offers a more fulfilling experience. As you regain control of your party, you'll need to run with Bao-Dur for a bit, and I choose to bring Kreia along for the ride as well. There are several groups of mercenaries on the surface using scouting droids to search for you and Bao. Bao hates the Cirque Corporation and what they've been doing to Telos' surface. Therefore, he took it upon himself to stop them, only to be outnumbered by mercenaries and effectively stranded. By what I would only call the will of the Force, Bao has now been reunited with the exile, and the group can work through waves of mercenaries until they eventually reach their main camp, an old Zerka operating base that the mercenaries have taken over. Now, up to this point, KOTOR 2 has been an easy experience in terms of combat. There's a few difficult fights here and there, but nothing overly so. Personally, I would say that this camp is the first time I had real difficulty in my adventures as the exile. While it was easier during this playthrough due to experience with the series, I remember being stuck in this camp for an extended period of time as a kid. This is due to the developers often creating fairly open areas and filling them with enemies. In fact, while KOTOR 1 had plenty of combat, the Sith Lord seems to focus on this aspect of the game more heavily. Where in one game you might fight several small waves of enemies, the sequel may throw 20 enemies at you at once. Maybe not that many, I haven't counted, but you'll find yourself working through what feels like armies later on, and depending on how you leveled up, you could be cutting through all of these characters like butter. But this is early into KOTOR 2, and we only have so many abilities. We don't even have a lightsaber yet, so walking into the camp and being virtually surrounded is a dangerous situation, one the average or new player may have difficulty with. To help with this, the player needs to have a better understanding of how commanding their party works. For example, I let my party members do whatever they wanted to in this battle. In turn, Kreia ended up running around the camp and picking fights before I could stop her, and this prevented me from taking a breather to heal or prepare for another encounter. I had to utilize all the shields in my inventory, I had to start to micromanage the party as best I could, and eventually only I was left standing as my party ran off to get themselves killed. You can set party behaviors for slight combat variance, and I imagine this would help with them running off and getting killed, but KOTOR 2 seems to have this issue with line of sight. If you're near a hostile enemy and you haven't fully exited a combat state, your party is going to rush the next group of enemies even if they haven't noticed you yet, meaning there's less time to prepare and eventually get overwhelmed by the sheer number of units there are to defeat. There's a level of management that can take place in the game. You can set certain units to range or support, but this never seems to fix the issue and can make for a frustrating experience. I explained this in the original video, but I believe the gameplay of KOTOR isn't set up for this level of scale in terms of battle. This is why the Starforge was so annoying to work with, because your party members would run off and get stuck. They'd die and leave you alone to try and salvage the battle. It's the same here, but instead it's through the majority of the game. Luckily for us, KOTOR 2 lets us get so powerful that this will stop being an issue and everyone can take care of themselves, mostly. Unlucky for us is that this is still far away and there will be several times where we lose the use of the exile and have to rely on the rest of our weaker party members. The reason we're even fighting all of the mercenaries is because we need to find a shuttle to get off the ground and find the Ebon Hawk. There's a landing pad in the camp and Bayo will look through it to try and figure out where the Hawk may be. Turns out there's a shielded area off of the grid from the restoration zone, making the location the most likely place of finding it, out in the polar regions. There's no shuttle on the landing pad, but there is one in a nearby Zerka base, so that's the next destination. What transpires is another long dungeon crawl, one long segment after another as we try to make our way back to the Ebon Hawk so the majority of the game can be opened up to us. It can feel like a slog, especially this far into the game, and I wish I could say it's almost over, but it isn't. Thankfully, we have interesting story points coming up that help alleviate this grind. I won't go into too much detail about the Zerka base. It's abandoned and droids have gone mad, killing anyone within. You can make your way through and even escort Zerka employees to safety before leaving, to which Kreia will complain, as she always does. A huge aspect of Kreia's worldview is that helping people weakens them and can weaken yourself. To help another prevents them from helping themselves and in turn weakens them to a point where their death or suffering would be your fault, at least in her warped reasoning. Don't get me wrong, Kreia has some points to make about some things, and even her point about blindly helping individuals does have some merit. People that experience some hardships and work their way out of them may become stronger, but helping them when they are in a rough spot doesn't guarantee you'll weaken them. People need help sometimes. Sometimes they can't get themselves out of a dilemma and a third party is required. This ability to help and this ability to empathize with an individual is not just some Jedi teaching, it's a part of being human. What Kreia sees is the teachings of the Jedi poisoning the mind of her new apprentice, but in reality, you may just be a good person, someone that likes to help others. That being said, Kreia is correct in that it can sometimes leave the individual blind to those around them. Blindly helping someone without assessing the situation can be dangerous, and it's best to be aware of your surroundings and actions whenever possible. This hatred Kreia has for helping others and the Jedi, her hatred for the Force, will be explored more as we travel. The base itself doesn't take absurdly long to get through, but there's plenty of poison traps to watch out for and droids to fight along the way. Bayo reveals an ability to destroy force fields using his mechanical arm as well, and I don't think I ever used it again outside of this. Once you find the ship and open the hangars, you need to fight a giant droid before boarding onto the shuttle and heading for the polar regions of Telos. Unfortunately for Atton, this shuttle too gets shot down, this time by HK-50 units, and it causes you to crash land on top of a large polar mesa. Yes, the HK-50 units are still chasing after you due to the exchange having a bounty on your head, and they won't be letting up anytime soon, pretty much for the entirety of the game. Once the HK units are dealt with, you can grab another part for 47 and save it for later. You're stranded now and Bayo is still knocked out, meaning your party needs to find shelter in order to help him. Luckily, there's a bunker not far from the crash site that you can enter, which leads to a scene of a couple handmaidens approaching Bayo while he's knocked out. Inside the bunker, you are approached by several other handmaidens that demand you drop your weapons and allow yourself to be taken into custody. You can argue with them about it for a bit, but Kreia senses that you won't come under any harm, and this is the best course of action. The handmaiden sisters are 6 Achani women living within the secret academy on Telos, all sharing the same father, General Usanus. One of the sisters, Brianna, is only half Achani, her mother being a Jedi master named Aaron Kai, or K. I think it's Aaron K. This leads to some resentment and contention between the pure Chani sisters and Brianna, although we won't be exploring that much in this video. While the story of Brianna is an interesting one, we unfortunately cannot recruit her to our party as a female character. She is one of the 2 characters potentially locked off to us due to our sex, the other being an individual on Dantooine we will meet sometime later. We'll return to Brianna for a bit in a moment, but first we need to discuss Atris, the Jedi Master who watches over the Hidden Academy. Atris is an interesting character in terms of Jedi. I would say all the hidden Jedi in this game are interesting in their own ways, but mostly due to how they show the failures of the Order. While your party is locked away, Atris will have you join her in the council chamber. There's a resentment within her towards you. It's as if Atris hates you, but it's not clear why that is. She talks about your exile, wondering if you return to repent for your deeds, but that's obviously not the case. Whether you even remember Atris or not, you're there to get the Ebon Hawk, which you can claim as your own, something Atris will disagree with unless you want to admit to the destruction of Peragus, which she believes to be your fault. It's a bit annoying. You're watching this Jedi blame you for so much, including a shared past that isn't fully made clear to the player just yet. Even the TSF seems to believe that you're innocent, yet Atris holds us responsible solely because she can't see past our own personal history, whatever it may be. She's trapped in her own hate and emotions. I wonder where that will lead her as a Jedi. No matter how you try to explain your choices to Atris, she won't listen to them. The inaction of the Council, millions of Republic civilians dying, the Mandalorians taking over and needing to be stopped. None of it matters to her. It's like she can't hear you, like she is blinded by the Jedi teachings and the rules of her order. Something that is, again, further explored throughout the game. I know I keep saying it, but everything gets explained further along as we go. The responsibility of the Jedi, of your actions, are not yours alone. The Order holds some responsibility for what happened on Malachor V, for what happened to their Padawans and Knights, but at the time, none of them were willing to see that. Blinded by a virtuousness that was but a cover for their conceit, these Jedi may start to realize that they aren't infallible, that they are human. Admitting that is their first step in redemption, and by being so stuck in their old ways, this will come back to bite Atris and the Masters in the ass. Atris reminds you of the time you were exiled. Out of everyone who left to fight in the war with Revan, you were the only one to return for trial. It said a lot about you as an individual, but it didn't mean you were missing in your resolve. The exile believed that defeating the Mandalorians was right, that saving the galaxy from them was right, and she is unbending in that resolve, so much so that she struck her lightsaber into the Council's monument in the middle of their chambers when they asked for her blade, a blade Atris now holds on her as a reminder of you. You made a huge impression on Atris. Even if she frames it as hatred towards you, you are really a representation of her own self-doubt. Later on when you leave, she has a conversation with one of the handmaidens, talking about how right you were, or how you felt right. You were so sure of yourself, so sure that what you were doing was right even if it went against the Jedi teachings, that you moved Atris, and that scared her, caused her to wall herself off from you and become defensive. People are scared of change. They're scared of something they've believed in for so long being wrong. Strong individuals can see that they were wrong and move past it. They can grow from it and become a better person. As the world changes, they change with it. However, some aren't as strong as others. When the world changes, some people get scared. They question why the change is happening. They try to justify why the change is unnecessary. They vilify the change and the people that are slowly distancing themselves from the past. That's Atris, as she finds out that she made a mistake, that the Order was in some ways flawed. She can't accept it, and this denial turns into hostility. It turns into emotion, and it could eventually turn into the dark side. The Jedi's flaws aside, you can inform Atris that the Sith are hunting you as they believe you to be the last of the Jedi, something she scoffs at as she believes you to be a Jedi no longer. Still, she can feel the effects of the Sith on you and believes your story, relinquishing the Ebon Hawk to you and demanding you leave with your party as soon as possible. Despite Atris having your lightsaber, you can't take it back at any point within the game as far as I'm aware. While captured, Kreia will talk with Atton and question his disdain towards the Jedi. She can tell there's more to his hate than meets the eye, and she'll use her abilities with the Force to dig into his mind. There, she finds out about his past, but doesn't state what it is. Atton begs her not to tell you about it, and she essentially blackmails him into a type of servitude to keep her quiet before knocking him out. Kreia's gonna be getting a lot of people into servitude throughout the game. Once you reach your party, you can free them and make your way to the Ebon Hawk, finding T3 in the process. Atton chastises the droid for stealing the Hawk, but Bayo explains that it couldn't have been T3, which does turn out to be the case. It was Brianna who took your ship to Atris so they could investigate the destruction of Peragus. Now, before we leave, there is a small side quest you can take part in. By talking to one of the handmaiden's sisters, you can ask to train/spar with them. This leads to an assortment of increasingly difficult battles where you must fight one-on-one with no items. If you leave the mat you're fighting on, you automatically automatically lose. As you complete one match, the next gets more difficult, but you also get the ability to use more items and powers to make up for it, eventually being able to use your full capabilities. The first 3 or so matches are fairly simple, but you can then proceed to fight 2 handmaidens at once and eventually 5 of the 6 sisters together, which is a much more difficult encounter. There's ways around this though. Since there is a rule that you are disqualified after leaving the arena, an ability like Force Push can be used to cheese the fight by knocking the handmaidens out of the ring. If you're wondering why you only fight 5 out of the 6 handmaidens, it's due to the sisters having resentment for their half-sibling, believing her to be beneath them. We don't get to explore that much in this playthrough since we aren't bringing Brianna with us, but we can talk to Brianna before we leave. Brianna will ask you about your time as a Jedi, explaining Atris has talked about you in length in the past. Atris explained how you betrayed the Jedi Order and fell to the dark side, but you can tell her that that is all just the point of view of Atris and that you don't subscribe to it. You never fell to the dark side, and Atris is misguided in her views towards you. This allows you to have a more in-depth conversation with Brianna and discuss what it is like to feel the Force and whether you should be scared of it or not, something that seems to calm Brianna and foreshadows her own connection to it. In fact, almost every non-droid party member you meet has some connection to the Force, and said connection can be strengthened through a mechanic known as influence that I brought up before and we'll discuss in greater length once we reach Nar Shadaaa. With the party reunited and the Ebon Hawk reclaimed, you can finally leave Telos for real. This in turn will begin the true exploration and open-endedness expected of KOTOR, where you fly from planet to planet and explore the various worlds while taking part in adventures. But why would we do something like that? Well, as T3 shows us, he managed to get some information out of Atris's computer while captured, and he can play back your trial from back when you were exiled. The scene that follows is several Jedi Masters asking you about your decision to leave for the war. You can then defend your choice, but not much comes from the conversation. Instead, you are simply exiled and asked to leave your lightsaber, which you plunge into the stone ahead of you. What's more important is not the trial itself, but what comes after. The video doesn't end and instead continues with the Masters discussing you and your actions, as well as your connection to the Force being severed. Atris argues that they didn't lose a Jedi that day, but lost an individual who had fallen to the dark side. The Masters argue over this, some wish to take responsibility for those who followed Revan, while Atris seeks to cast blame. But the Masters didn't feel the dark side in the exile. There was something more to it than that, a wound and emptiness that has changed you. One big takeaway is that one of the Masters states they should have told you the truth, that you deserve to know something they are keeping from you in regards to your connection, implying that it wasn't the Jedi who took away your abilities with the Force, but something else. Really, your exile was meant to be the start of a new path and journey, one the Masters can sense but not explain. The feed then shows a list of the Masters that went missing, all of whom are the individuals who stood at your trial, including Atris. If Atris is alive, then the other Masters may be alive as well. Each Master was last seen on a different planet, and this list of locations makes up the destinations for your journey within the game. Your mission becomes clear: travel to these planets and find these Masters, attempt to heal your connection to the Force, and bring structure back to the Jedi so that you may be able to combat the Sith threat that hopes to silence the galaxy. It's very Star Wars at this point. With the Ebon Hawk back under your control, your main hub of operations is once again operational. The Hawk will act both as your means of travel as well as your means of conversing with all of your party members. You can even begin repairing HK-47. One of the major conversations you can have at this moment is with Bayo Dur, who asks why you don't carry a lightsaber any longer. You can mention it's because Atris has it, but Bayo will point out that that isn't your lightsaber anymore. That lightsaber belonged to the individual who fought with Revan in the Mandalorian Wars, and you were someone else at this moment in time, a changed individual. Bayo wants to help you, and if you can bring him the parts, he will help create a new lightsaber for you to use in combat. All of the parts we need we will be able to receive on Nar Shadaaa, and that's our next location, so it's fairly fitting. You can most likely create your lightsaber by traveling to any planet since it's so important, but that leads into a discussion of planet order that I'm saving for when we begin to travel. In the meantime, let's discuss our party some more. As you progress through the game, when returning to the Ebon Hawk, you may be presented with assortments of character building cutscenes, usually between characters that don't include the exile. We can see Atton playing Pazak with T3, or Atton talking to Bayo about how he wants to ask you out. Yeah, Atton has a thing for the exile since the very beginning. It's most likely the major reason he doesn't want Krayt to spill the beans about his past, since he is afraid it may cause him to lose you or for you to be angry at him. You can also explore the ship yourself, use the workbench, workbench and the new lab station to make items or talk to everyone. Talking to T3 is the most mechanically useful early on. If you have a high computer and repair skill, you can begin repairing him more and more, building his stat bonuses up to the point where he's one of the strongest droids on the team. Since I was a sentinel and had high skill points for everything, repairing him didn't take very long, and in return he became a powerful tank character that was highly useful during the Nar Shadaaa sections of the game. Fully repairing T3 even leads to a force bonus for your character and allows you to meditate with T3 to restore force points if you are running low, but you should never be running low in this game. You end up having an infinite supply of force points at one moment. There are many ways for you to strengthen the exile outside of leveling up. Many conversation paths lead to you reconnecting with the force, and since the exile is such a strong individual, your force pool becomes one of the biggest in your party. Where some characters can only do 1 or 3 force actions before depleting their pool, the exile can have a borderline limitless amount of energy to use, making her incredibly useful. One of the main conversations you can have with the droid revolves around how he locked the astrogation system, essentially hiding where the Ebon Hawk had been before you and Kreia were aboard. It's not made immediately clear why, but T3 will show you a conversation he had with Bastila where she asked T3 to look out for Revan. She's had glimpses of the future, and Revan, while trying to hide some of this information from her, has failed at doing so. As Revan's memories came back to him after the destruction of the Starforge, he began to remember events and threats that had yet to be dealt with. It's why he was building an army, not just to defeat the Jedi, but to have a force ready to combat an unknown enemy. It's even brought up later that Revan never attempted to wipe out the Republic in its entirety, knowing that their fleets and warforce may be necessary in the future. When talking to Bayo, you can discuss your history during the Mandalorian Wars. I have mentioned it in passing, but the conclusion of the war took place on a planet known as Malachor V. A cataclysmic event took place there through the use of a device known as a mass shadow generator, which happens to have been created by Bayo under the orders of Revan. During the war, the exile was put in charge of watching over the device and eventually gave Bayo the go-ahead to activate it. The device was a trap for the Mandalorians. By luring them into a climactic battle orbiting around Malachor V, the mass shadow generator created a large gravitational pull that drew in both Mandalorian and Republic fleets and crushed them, killing almost everyone and cracking the planet under the Force. The use of the device is looked back on as a horrific event, but some still believe it to have been a necessary action to defeat the Mandalorians. I won't get too deep into it, but it has ties into the use of similar weaponry in our real world, with nukes being used in World War II, leading into conversations of their justification, as well as considering the guilt felt by those that utilized them. Many mourn the use of the mass shadow generator in KOTOR 2. Many vilify you for using it. It's up to you as the player to discuss with those who experienced it and decide for yourself what was necessary and what wasn't. Do you feel guilt for what you did? Does Bayo feel guilty? You get to explore that, and it's framed as a serious topic. It has weight, and it's respected as such within the writing. Something that wasn't as true for events within KOTOR 1 when BioWare was at the helm. Bayo discusses how he was in the war not to defend against the Mandalorians and save people, but because he hated the Mandalorians. He used the hatred to fight them, and it's something he looks back on with guilt. Something he's trying to get a hold of from his past so that he can reconcile with it. You, as someone who fought alongside him, are one of the only individuals who can sympathize with him, and this allows you and Bayo to form a stronger connection, to discuss how you were essentially turned into a weapon for war and whether you allowed that to happen or if it was forced upon you. Something to note out of this conversation is that neither of you seem to turn to the dark side despite this. You may hold guilt for what happened during the war, but it didn't make you fall. The Jedi teachings seem to be built upon fear in this way, that if you succumb to certain emotions or vices, you are immediately on the path to the dark side. But the exile shows that this isn't the case. The dark side is like a drug for sure. People become addicted to it and consumed by it, but sometimes the things you do, whether they be for the right reasons or even the wrong emotional ones, don't immediately mean that you are lost. The fact that the Jedi can be so wrong and so blind is a huge aspect of KOTOR as a series, going back to the first game with BioWare and more fully fleshed out here. Kreia has a lot of information to divulge to you over the course of your journey, but a lot of it will come with time and influence. She knows much of the Jedi's past, especially Revan's, as she was once one of his teachers. She claims to not know Atris, but feels as though she should know her, due to them walking down similar paths. What Atris is going through now, Kreia once went through herself. Kreia was once a historian for the Jedi, but by looking through the past, she found herself asking more and more questions, ones the Jedi Code couldn't answer for her. And of course they couldn't. The Jedi Code is a set of rules for stifling emotion and learning monk-like peace. It doesn't delve into true humanity, leaving many Jedi blind to the world around them and lacking in the experience needed to live fully. There's knowledge and wisdom to be found in Kreia's thoughts and perspectives. Take her eyes as an example. You can ask her what is wrong with them and she will tell you that there is nothing. She is physically blind, yes, but the ability to see was more of a distraction to her than anything else. Now Kreia sees and feels through the Force, and she is powerful enough to heal her vision if she ever felt the need to. She's beyond the need for sight and doesn't want to rely on it. She doesn't like to rely on any one thing because she believes this reliance to weaken her. It's a lesson she teaches you over and over again. There's one point where she asks you to take your weakest skill and focus some points into it during a level up. When you return to her showing that you have bolstered your weakest skill, she will reward you by offering bonuses to both your weakest and strongest skills together. Kreia wants to teach you about strength, but not strength as in power, strength as in resilience and experience. The ability to cover your bases. To be strong in one focused aspect is fine, but you cannot let your other aspects suffer because of it. And this is something the Jedi seem to fail at. Another example, asking Kreia if she is a Jedi or a Sith. In her own words, she is neither, but she is also both. She once believed in the Jedi Code and once fell to the dark side, but neither of those titles reflect who she is at this moment. The titles of Jedi and Sith are tools used to categorize the universe, and to try and do something on such a grand scale seems foolhardy. Despite this, the line of questioning will allow you to witness a cutscene of Kreia back when she was a Sith Lord and the betrayal of her apprentices. Darth Sion beating the shit out of her, and both Sion and Nihilus then torturing her, exiling her, and stripping her of her powers. Even though all of this happened, Kreia is still powerful, incredibly so. Though her abilities rival your own, you are the one that is the true prodigy. Kreia states that within you all of her hopes rest. For the future and for the Force, and it's in this line that really solidifies who Kreia is and what her goals are. We just don't realize it at this moment. Kreia is wise both in her worldview and in her ability to tell you much about her without you being aware of it, and that is a testament to the skillful writing of Obsidian's staff, of the developer's ability to form an engaging narrative, one with big payoffs later down the line, even if they seem very confusing at the moment. These conversations with your party members are few of many. There's much to explore with each individual who joins you on the Ebon Hawk, and these dialogues can get significantly longer and more in depth as we go. Comparing this to the original game, some of BioWare's dialogue and storytelling feels surface level and juvenile. To give it credit, some of it also feels stronger as well. Juhani from the first game and Mira, who we'll be introduced to soon, have similar backstories, even being affected by your actions in the past. But it's Juhani who feels like they had a more fulfilling character arc, falling to the dark side, rising from it, hating you and forgiving you. She goes through a lot, she's justified in her hatred and she learns to control it. Mira has similar reasons to hate the exile as we will see, but whether they are as impactful is up for debate. With all of the dialogue out of the way for now, it's finally time to travel through the galaxy. It's finally time to select planets and go on unique adventures, to tread new and old ground. This is where Knights of the Old Republic shines. It's openness and freedom to explore. We have the locations of the Jedi Masters to search through, and we'll be following a particular order, but I wouldn't say there's an inherent correct order necessarily. I personally like to start with Nar Shadaaa and go from there to Dantooine. However, Dantooine's placement may differ depending on your selected gender due to a party member that is unlocked there. I ended up using this particular planet order based off a Reddit thread that I found online, so shout out to them. So Nar Shadaaa is our start, and it's potentially one of the best or worst starts you could experience. The best because of how amazing the ride is, because of how much there is to do and see, but also the worst because several other planets may not be able to live up to it. Now before we land on the planet proper, I want to finally explain influence as a mechanic fully. All of your party members start with neutral influence towards you. I've explained this mechanic earlier in the video, but to be more specific, there's static sections within the game that allow you to earn or lose influence with your party members. These events can raise or lower influence by 1 point, and many characters have rewards for raising their influence high enough. This can be them divulging more information about themselves to you, unlocking new perks, or even changing their class entirely. In fact, we'll have 2 characters shifting classes before we leave Nar Shadaaa. Atton lands you all on a pad in the refugee sector of the planet. It's a great place to land and hide, as no one really pays attention to who comes in or out. Being discreet and invisible is a natural consequence of entering Nar Shadaaa, but that also means it's difficult to find something you're looking for, maybe a Jedi Master for example. Kreia informs you not to worry about it, since the Force seems to be guiding your path. Simply traversing the streets of the planet and interacting with individuals there will naturally point you towards the missing Jedi Master. There's no right or wrong party setup for planets, but there are sometimes better options than others due to the interactions that will take place there. Taking Atton and Bao-Dur is great because they both have unique conversations and scenes to be had. A couple of Twi'leks will recognize Atton a bit later on, and Bao knows a few of the people living around the area. There's also a chance to raise their influence here, such as when you repair a speeder that can be used as a fast travel point. Fast travel was technically a mechanic within the original game, but you could only travel back to the Ebon Hawk and then back to where you just were. That mechanic has been removed and replaced on some planets with a specific mode of travel depending on where you are. The speeder can be fixed and used for this purpose, and conversations while fixing it can raise the influence of Atton and Bao. Funnily enough, I couldn't remember where the broken speeder was during my latest playthrough, and I ended up missing my opportunity to fix it and gain the influence. I was lucky to gain enough beforehand that it didn't matter, but how you get locked out of the event is a huge detrimental aspect of the planet that we'll go over in a moment. As you exit the ship, you'll be reprimanded by the individual who owns the landing pad. You can persuade yourself out of the issue, but it's clear that someone is supposed to land there, and this may bite you in the ass later. Spoilers, it does. What Nar Shadaaa shows us as we explore is that the end of the war is not the end of suffering. The rippling effects of battle have a lasting impact on civilization. The refugee sector you are within is full of, well, refugees, individuals displaced by the war, even veterans of the war that have nowhere to go, and we see these individuals preyed on by the powerful everywhere we do go. If it isn't the exchange, it's various gangs oppressing the weak for their own benefit. The scars of the Jedi Civil War are seen all over on every planet, and the game likes to explore this concept. Even if you can justify a war, even if it was justifiable, there will still be suffering on both sides regardless of intent. While you're off exploring, the leader of the exchange, Goto, summons various bounty hunter factions to his yacht for a meeting. Goto is displayed as a hologram through a G0T0 droid, the reason being that he doesn't want to give away his true location and put himself in danger. At least that's what's said. There's more to Goto than meets the eye. Despite putting a bounty on the heads of all Jedi, your arrival has been noted and Goto wants you to be left alone. He wants no harm to come to you and orders all bounty hunters to stay away, which is both confusing and frustrating to them all. Many of the bounty hunters are upset that they've been searching all this time, and now that they finally have a Jedi within their grasp, they can't touch them. This leads to many of them reasoning it's alright to mess with your party members if they can't mess with you. Now, since the main idea of Nar Shadaaa is to just do shit until something magically happens, there's naturally a lot to get done here. With no real path to follow, the planet ends up feeling like one of the most open-ended experiences within the game, up until a point. Once we've done enough, we get railroaded into a long gameplay segment that takes us to the end of the storyline. In the meantime, you are basically in a role-playing amusement park. There's swoop races to take part in, droids to sabotage, Pazak to be played, people to intimidate, and more. I won't be going over all of these encounters, but I would like to quickly point out a droid in the Pazak den. This droid is awful at playing Pazak. back, but it can't help itself. She loves the game and has fun whether she wins or loses. This seems to be due to a bug or crossed wire in her programming, something you can offer to fix, but also something that she is unsure she wants fixed. We have to consider the programming and circuitry of a droid to be equivalent to the human brain. The major difference is that one is more easily manipulated than the other. We can change the wants and desires of a droid at our own will, but this droid here, she likes playing the game. Even if an unintended aspect of her programming, she's happy. And as we discussed previously, there's a conversation to be had about sentience and whether droids are people or not. We can repair the droid, and when we do, she thanks you for removing her fascination with Kashyyyk. I think she calls it a silly little game or something, but that's not who she was a second ago. We wiped an aspect of her personality from existence. Was it alright to do that? Does it matter at all? That's for you to decide, but considering how often these types of topics come up in the Sith Lords, it seems intended that you at least think about it. There's several people to help around the area as well, and by helping some of them, you will again be chastised by Kreia. If you help for the sake of helping, you have learned nothing of her teachings, at least in her eyes, and you'll generally lose influence if you talk back to her. But if you consider her points, consider only helping when it won't weaken you or the people you're helping, she will feel you are truly beginning to understand. As I have said, Kreia is wise, but in many ways she is jaded. She's suffered greatly in her past, and this can cloud even her mind, fill her with unjustified hatred and beliefs. Even the most wise are not always correct. The Jedi are fallible, and so too is Kreia. Where Kreia seems to want you to be apathetic to the issues of these individuals, an apparition of her later will tell you that apathy is death. This contradiction is due to how she picks and chooses what to be apathetic about, but also we have to consider that the apparition is not actually Kreia. We'll get there. It's a force ghost or something made up by a tomb on Korriban. Technically, it's not a contradiction, I guess, but I'm considering it a contradiction because it really does seem to follow her mindset. Kreia hates weakness, and she believes helping the weak weakens them further and weakens you in the process, but is she right about that, or is something else eating away at her? The meat of your exploration will take place in the true refugee sector of Nar Shadaaa. Here, the exchange guards the gates and prevents anyone from coming or going. It's believed they are doing this to weaken the will of the refugees and eventually use them as commodities for slavery. On one end of the area, you have the exchange. On the other hand, a group of Sirocco gang members, more individuals who were displaced by the Mandalorian Wars that came together after the fact. Now the refugees in the middle are being squeezed from both sides, and you can help in various ways to alleviate their issues. For one, Yusuf here feels as though the refugees are being suffocated by the oppressive rule of the Sirocco and the exchange, and dealing with even one of them would help them all significantly. This gives you the option to deal with the Sirocco, the exchange, or both, and there's various ways you can go about this. You can simply attack the exchange, or you could try and convince them to lay off the refugees. On the other side, you can wipe out the Sirocco gang, you can convince them to lay off as well, or you can even convince them to attack the exchange, which will lead to their deaths. It's one of those quests that's enjoyable thanks to the options presented, while not focusing too much on the moral choices we see in many others. Both the Sirocco and exchange are bullying the refugees. Innocent people are being hurt by those in power, and rather than deciding if it's right to help them or not, it's more about how you will help them. What tools will you use to solve this problem? Personally, I deal with a few side quests involving the exchange, then I steal from them to aggro them onto my character before wiping them all out. Clearing all the enemies also completes a separate side quest that allows the refugees to leave the zone freely. Then I go and convince the Sirocco to chill out for the experience gain, and then steal from them as well so I can wipe them all out for the experience. It's the sand people on Tatooine all over again. You can aggro them, not lose any alignment, and still get all of the experience. While in the refugee sector, 2 Twi'lek men will observe your group from a distance, assuming you have Atton in your party. They recognize Atton, and if you talk to them, they will warn you of him, claiming he is not who he seems to be, that he has been on Nar Shadaaa before and is trouble. You can confront Atton about this information, and if your influence with him is high enough, he'll indulge you, albeit with intense hostility hostility. It's a great look at his character since Atton isn't this aloof clown he often portrays himself to be. He's someone with a long history and experience in combat. He has anger and pain from his past, much like the rest of your party. In fact, that is one of the Sith Lord's major themes: your past, the pain it provides, and learning to confront it. When you ask Atton about his time before Peragus, he goes off on you. He never asked you about your past despite knowing about the events that took place on Dxun, Sirocco, and Malachor V, all places touched by the war. He knows how painful those events were, and he feels slighted that you would not give him the same courtesy. To bridge this gap, you can agree to answer those questions he's been holding back on, and they essentially amount to: how can you live with yourself after all the pain you wrought, and why did you go back to the council? Atton comes to his own conclusions here. He assumes that since the Jedi don't kill their prisoners, you went back to face judgment knowing that you would be safe, an easy out after all you've done during the war. Now you've created another Jedi secret for them to keep from the public. Atton believes that all of the Jedi who died during the events of Malachor deserved it because, to him, at their core, Jedis are liars and manipulators. He's not all wrong, is he? If you count the examples, the Jedi lie and manipulate just as much as any Sith, maybe more so. But to say they all deserve to die at Malachor for what? For protecting the galaxy? There's more to it, of course, but is the obtuseness of the Jedi Order enough to warrant their deaths like that? This arrogance and hypocrisy of the Jedi is what frustrates Atton, and he believes that they aren't needed any longer. Maybe he's right about that. Their order tends to be inherently flawed because people are flawed. What the galaxy needs is light. Unfortunately, the people that spread said light aren't always the best. Where the influence check comes in is when Atton mentions he doesn't understand why he's wasting his time with you anyway. He's deflecting, he's defensive. There's something he feels guilty about, and you can inform him that you need to know what that is if you want to continue traveling together. Atton mentions that you shouldn't get attached to him. He doesn't like it because at his core, he believes himself to be a deserter. He doesn't like it because at his core, he believes himself to be a deserter. First, when the Republic broke their oaths to fight with Revan against the Mandalorian Wars, and later again when he deserted Revan during the Jedi Civil War. Despite Atton's disdain for the Jedi, you can tell it's not all Jedi he hates, it's those that didn't act to save the galaxy. He knows that if he and the other defectors didn't get involved, the Mandalorians would have enslaved all of them. To him, it was a necessary act of defense. He became loyal to Revan because Revan saved him. In a way, Revan was an answer that the disaffected individuals of the Republic were searching for. All of these scared individuals were easily picked up by the power and command of someone like Revan, even if it meant after the war going down a dark path. We see this in the real world. Individuals dissatisfied with some aspect of their lives, and another individual coming to them with what they say are all the answers, whether that is true or not. This power that can be held over someone may send them down a destructive rabbit hole, and that is exactly what happened to Atton. As Sith teachings spread through the ranks after the war, the intense respect and belief everyone had in Revan caused them to fall. And when the Jedi who did nothing about the war came to fight against the new threat, those disaffected individuals fought back for Revan, including Atton, who became an assassin of Jedi. He was good at it too. Atton had a natural ability to mask his presence. He learned that Jedi were just people like you and I, but without the Force, they were weak. If you could hide yourself from them, any normal forms of traps or manipulation could be used to kill them, and he did kill them. He tortured them and even turned them to the dark side, which is what he liked to do the most. It wasn't until an unnamed female Jedi confronted him and informed him of his own Force sensitivity that things began to change. If Revan had found out about Atton's potential, he would have been broken into a dark Jedi. Now, still full of hatred, Atton tortured this woman, but during this event, she awakened the Force within him and made him realize the pain he was causing to those in the galaxy. In retaliation, Atton killed her, believing this to be some warped act of love he held for the Jedi, through a swelling of emotions that were unlocked with his awakening. Atton is not a good person. In fact, I would say he has done unforgivable wrongs to innocent people, regardless of if they are Jedi or not. He's a currently light-aligned individual, but the acts he has taken part in are unforgivable. This isn't like what happened to Revan either. Revan forgot about his past. He was someone new, or potentially who he always should have been within the events of KOTOR. Atton merely changed his perspective and decided to escape to solitude on Nar Shadaaa. He has things to answer for, but Star Wars has this extra layer we need to consider that our real world doesn't. The dark side taking hold of you is like an addictive drug coursing through your body. You can fight it off, but sometimes it isn't your fault that you are subjected to it, that you fall. Whether or not this is Atton's fault we could debate, but the point is that a Jedi saved him and returned him to the light. Whether he has anything to answer for now is up to the Jedi and the Republic, but at this moment in time, during a period of intense danger and turmoil at the hands of the Sith, Atton is performing good acts. He's helping you deal with the Sith. He seems to be repenting. Whether or not that's enough to begin forgiving him, I don't know. I don't think I could forgive him for what he has done, but we can give him the opportunity to continue repenting by unlocking his abilities with the Force. Yeah, almost all of the non-droid characters in your party become Jedi based on your influence. Your influence doesn't just affect their alignment, but unlocks these conversations where they open up to you. And by opening up to you, you can offer them this opportunity. You can try to help them through the Force, becoming their master in the process. You can offer to help Atton and awaken him, and in doing so, he becomes a Jedi Sentinel. You can do the same during discussions with Bayo, who awakens into a Jedi Guardian. Visas, a character we'll meet later, is already a Jedi, so there's no need there, but you now have a ship of 4 to 5 Jedi if you wish it. And that's a major plot point in the journey, something that is explored later. We are searching for lost Jedi, but maybe the Masters aren't actually the lost Jedi we seek. Maybe the lost Jedi are the friends we made along the way. The people you meet within your party, those who have been hurt by the past and the war and who can now awaken to their Force-sensitive potential. Maybe the Force is guiding you to not only stop the Sith, but heal the individuals around you. It's a great mechanic. Considering some of these characters are unlocking their Jedi potential late into the leveling process, they may be weaker than you would like. But that's where your teachings come into play. By talking to your apprentices, you can offer to teach them various skills, Force abilities, and even fighting styles that you have learned on your travels. This offers boosts to the characters that makes it more viable to use them as Jedi companions. And while I haven't talked about it much, yes, there are now lightsaber forms you can unlock and you can choose from. These various styles are scenario dependent. If you're fighting a large amount of individuals at one time, you may want to use the Shi-Cho form, as it gives you a defensive boost against anyone you are not immediately in confrontation with. If you're using a lot of Force powers, maybe you want to swap to a Force form that allows you to regenerate points in battle. Maybe your one-on-one and the Ataru form is best suited for you. Many of these forms you learn as you level up, but some of them are taught to you from the various masters you'll meet on your travels, and it adds to the overall battle experience. If a fight isn't going your way, maybe you need to switch up your form, and as your apprentices learn these forms, they can be more advantageous in battle as well. There's a whole extra party management mechanic now unlocked to you. And don't worry, while you may think it makes droids obsolete, this isn't the case. Your droid party members get bolstered by various stat bonuses through dialogue and upgrades. Characters like T3 can become some of the more powerful party members. If it hasn't been made clear yet, the Sith Lords have a lot to say about facing your past self, being able to confront the wrongs you committed in your past and learning to be a better person in the present. Learning to care. It's not about whether or not we forgive Atton for his actions, it's about if he can learn to forgive himself, to become better. You merely facilitate that for him through your leadership and friendship if you choose. Now, while traversing and helping people out, you'll run into an individual who saw you come into the zone with the Ebon Hawk. He claims to be at least one of the original owners of the ship, and he seems to know enough about it that this is definitely the case. Whether or not it's true, you need the Ebon Hawk, and denying him having the ship back will lead to him storing off. Later on, he'll attempt to break into the ship and take it back back while you are gone, but this just so happens to align with the original landing pad recipients stopping by to cause problems of their own. There's these thugs, right? They were the ones who were supposed to be using the pad, but unfortunately your ship is in the way. Upset with this transgression, the thugs take over your ship and you soon have to make your way back while fighting through a slew of enemies. This is what I would consider the point of no return for Nar Shadaaa. From this point on, you're strapped into a roller coaster that doesn't end until the main storyline of the planet is completed. This is for the worse in my opinion. If you have things you wanted to get done before this point, say fixing the speeder, you now are permanently locked out of it. Not everything, but some things, and it can be a bit annoying not knowing this ahead of time and not being warned. Sure, every playthrough can be different, and you can use this knowledge in subsequent playthroughs, but it's common practice to offer a point of no return warning when segments like these arise. It doesn't help that Nar Shadaaa kind of throws you all over the place. I wanted to explore the entirety of the landing zone before exploring other locations. I ended up in a cantina and somehow agreed to a job as a dancer for Voga the Hutt, who was in competition with the exchange. Next thing I know, I'm on the docks dancing for the slug and having him fall asleep. Now I'm in a new huge zone, turned around, and picking up multiple other side quests I wasn't ready for. It's a bit disorienting. Then there's these pillars that are used to organize the dock freighters, and I need a passcode to unlock them, and I can get said passcode from a dock supervisor even though he never asked me to help yet. I'm following these weird signals for a Bith hidden away in his flop house. I'm suddenly trying to break into Voga's treasure room because he's asleep. A lot happens in a very small amount of time and it can be overwhelming. Oh yeah, I should mention that Voga is going to be our source of fuel for Telos Station, but we can't get it from him until we deal with the exchange. For some reason, all of Voga's freighters are captured by Goto no matter when they are sent out, and we'll be using that information to our advantage later. Right now we need to save our ship, and that means fighting our way through all of these enemies in the confined space of the Ebon Hawk. It can be a daunting ordeal if you aren't properly geared and leveled for it, and it's unfortunately thrust upon you without much choice. There's plenty of these encounters, things you kind of stumble across and can't get out of, forcing you to try over and over again, or maybe even lower the difficulty of the game temporarily so you can keep progressing. Hell, it happens immediately after this battle. We clear the ship, the individual who tried to steal it apologizes and wants nothing to do with it anymore, and then we reset at the entrance. What happens when we reset at the entrance? Cutscenes begin to play. Cutscenes of your party interacting with one another. Character development. Whatever. You know what else was triggered for me here? Visas breaking into my ship, incapacitating my crew, and forcing me into a one-on-one battle against a Sith that I wasn't prepared for, forcing me to lower the difficulty of the game so I could survive with the limited supplies I had on my person. Again, so much can happen in such a small amount of time that it is disorienting. I found myself frustrated with the fact that I was stuck going through the motions and had my exploration and freedom limited for an extended period of time. To make matters worse, the minute I finally get to exit the ship, I'm immediately thrust into the next act of Nar Shadaaa, which again, I cannot break out of until completed. Before that though, Visas is defeated and knocked unconscious. You break her lightsaber in the process and can use a part necessary for constructing your own. In fact, I had all the parts by this point after completing various side quests around the planet, and let me tell you, once you have a lightsaber, the Exile becomes one of the most broken characters in the game for that point in time, probably for the rest of the game entirely. Visas is the servant of Nihilus, but upon defeating her, she will pledge herself to you. It's not immediately clear why, but Visas has premonitions of some sort due to her connection to the Force. She's a Miraluka, a near-extinct race who had her planet destroyed by Nihilus and her eyes destroyed in the process. She's blind but sees through the Force, like Kreia, but in a different way. While Visas has foresight and it is an ability she can teach you, Kreia has some form of greater perception. She can feel all around her and even read the minds of other individuals. This is something Kreia can begin to teach you as well, and an interesting tidbit here is that she believes Bayo to be locked off from such abilities as she can't read his thoughts. However, when you attempt this, you are able to read his thoughts, most likely due to your personal history and connection with one another. This will be important later. So Visas has premonitions, and she believes that because Nihilus was so blind to your existence for so long that you are important and must be protected. She doesn't seem to serve Nihilus by choice. He simply saved her during her planet's collapse. Kreia assumes this was the last of his humanity manifesting itself. Now she wants to defeat him, but will not give you his location as she believes you to not be ready for it. Sending you there would be a death sentence, and she isn't willing to do that. You can learn a lot about Nihilus at this point, about how he crushed KOTOR, the homeworld of the Miraluka, in order to silence an entire race of Force sensitives, how he used the power of the Force to do this, how he transcended from being human to a force of nature, a force of the Force, of hate and silence. Kreia claims that what Nihilus has now is primal hunger. It manifests itself in power, but it'd be inaccurate to say it is controlled. He simply is, and his existence is now instinctual at best. He has power, but not the strength to control it, and this makes him one of the most dangerous forces in the galaxy, to the point that Kreia had hoped you would never need to confront him, something she now knows you will have to do with the arrival of Visas. Nihilus sounds like the concepts of power and the dark side pushed to their absolute limit, an individual who did not just fall to the dark side, but was so consumed by it that his corporeal form was eaten away. If the dark side is a blight that eats away at the Force, you may be able to consider Nihilus its humanoid manifestation. To deal with this, you need to become more powerful. As it so happens, these events lined up with my exile hitting level 15, and this is the level you need to be for Kreia to unlock your prestige class. In KOTOR 1, you started as a non-Jedi class and then were promoted into a Jedi class of your choice. In the sequel, you start as a Jedi, and you may have assumed there was nowhere else to go from here, but that isn't the case. No, while we have become a Jedi at the start, there's advanced classes we can choose from to further customize our character. The names change based on your alignment, but the classes are the same three choices, those being Weapon Master or Marauder, Watchman or Assassin, and Master/Lord. These prestige classes can affect the feats you're allowed to unlock, your overall vitality and force stats, and much more. Weapon Master, for example, gains less skills than Sentinel, but it also allows you to unlock the superior 2 weapon fighting technique. Since I am a dual-wielding Sentinel, this means I can be extra effective if I unlock these feats. Plus, I've gained so many skills as a Sentinel already, I can afford to gain less now in order to be more effective in combat, while effectively eliminating any penalties I received for using 2 weapons at once. Broken. It's up to you what you want to choose. I'm not going to break down all of the statistics, but a Weapon Master class excels at dual wielding, while a class like Watchman gives you the ability to perform sneak attacks finally, which were previously locked off to scoundrels, plus force camouflage, meaning you can perform stealth mechanics without a generator. Each of the classes is a natural progression of the previous. Sentinels generally become Watchmen, and Guardians become Weapon Masters. Consulars become Jedi Masters, but I wouldn't recommend it. Master is statistically worse than Consular for a variety of reasons, but it does offer some unique force abilities that also turn out to be underwhelming. I'm sorry. But that's the nice thing about prestige classes. You get to mix and match. You can be a Sentinel and become a Weapon Master. You can be a Guardian and become a Jedi Master. If you feel you are weak in one specific area, you can try to cover those bases, or if you want to get the most out of a specialization, you can choose to go that route as well. As a Sentinel, I wanted to be more combat effective after focusing so much on my skill progression, so Weapon Master was for me. Alright, we've talked about character development long enough. If you remember, we are now forced into a storyline for the remainder of our stay here, and while I believe this is justifiably annoying, it is made up for by being an enjoyable experience. First, we need to discuss Hanhar and Mira. While traversing around Nar Shadaaa, you'll be spied on by a human bounty hunter named Mira. Mira is then approached by a Wookiee named Hanhar, who grabs her by the throat. It's made clear that Hanhar has a life debt with Mira, a Wookiee custom that is bred into him. It's instinctual. Should a Wookiee's life be saved by another individual, they must pledge a life debt to that individual and serve them. At some unclear point in time, this seemed to happen between Hanhar and Mira, but something was off. Rather than sticking by Mira and pledging his life to her, Hanhar has an intense urge to kill her instead, and this will be explored as we talk to Mira on the Ebon Hawk. That's because both Mira and Hanhar are potential companions to your exile, but who you receive is dependent on your alignment. Depending on your current alignment, you will either be approached by Mira or Hanhar when entering the docks to head to the Jek Tar, a cantina for non-human life forms filled with gas that the clientele eat up but would poison you. We're heading there because after the events on the Ebon Hawk, a member of the exchange known as Visquis wants to meet up with us. An obvious trap, but one we need to fall into in order to deal with the exchange and the bounty on our heads. When approached by Hanhar, you'll still head to the Jek Tar, but will then be stopped by Mira and incapacitated by her. She'll then take your environmental suit and pretend to be you upon entering. The same happens for light side characters, except you meet Mira, head to her hideout, and once again get incapacitated. Regardless of alignment, for a short period of time you play as and control Mira before she falls into the trap set up for the exile. Later on, Mira enters a fight with Hanhar in an underground arena, but who you control for the fight is based on your alignment. Dark side characters will play as Hanhar and kill Mira. Light side characters will play as Mira and kill Hanhar. While the player character is lying unconscious in Mira's hideout, she will be visited by Zez Kyle, balding but with one of the thickest mustaches I've ever seen in Star Wars. Knowing you can hear him, Zez begins talking to you about how he has witnessed your actions on Nar Shadaaa, actions he refused to take part in. Even in exile, he believes you to be more a true Jedi than he ever was. Turns out Zez hired Mira to look out for you, not to hunt you, and now she's trapped and Zez feels responsible. He plans on rescuing her and suggests you do the same. Despite this, we won't see Zez again until after everything is said and done. If we head to Jek Tar, the exile won't be able to breathe and will begin to collapse, but Kreia enters into your mind and teaches you a new ability called Breath Control that makes you immune to poisons and allows you to fight through the entire location. An ability I don't think I ever used again once in this entire playthrough. And there are a lot of enemies here. I highly recommend having a lightsaber by this point if possible, because I was absolutely slaughtering these guys, but even then I still took a lot of damage in the process. Visquis and Hanhar retreat to the underground base I mentioned previously through a maze of tunnels they expect you to get lost in. You give chase, but come to a locked door that you can't penetrate. This is where we switch to either Hanhar or Mira. As a light side character, we are playing as Mira, but I will mention some differences as we come to them. Mira is special because she doesn't trip landmines, and she has a unique rocket launcher on her arm that can shoot grenades and specialized darts as well. Despite this, I still found this area very difficult to get through, although I believe I went about it the wrong way. It isn't made very clear to you here, but stealth is highly recommended for this. The issue is you wouldn't think so since Mira isn't specialized in stealth. She has many other skills she is specialized in, but stealth isn't one of them. And with a low stealth skill, you'll be forced to fight through various enemies that can triple or quadruple tap you, many of whom fight you with backup, so you need to get creative here. It's not impossible, but I did find myself lowering the difficulty for a reason that I don't believe is a fault of my own making. Yeah, skill issues, etc, etc. So first we battle Hanhar and kill him in combat, or you play as Hanhar and kill Mira. Regardless of the outcome, Visquis releases a pack of Kath hounds to finish you off, and within the pen you can find a key card that lets you out of the arena. As either Mira or Hanhar, you will need to sneak or fight your way through at the very least a few waves of powerful enemies before reaching a terminal that will unlock the door blocking the exile from entering. Once inside, the exile can take care of the rest and obliterate the remaining forces before looting the base. You then approach Visquis in the arena, who this entire time has been betraying Goto by going against his wishes and trying to kill/capture you. Goto was aware of this, and all of the militia at Visquis' disposal turn on him as Goto begins speaking on the intercom, having one of his men killed a traitor. Goto explains he wishes to meet with you face to hologram and invites you onto his yacht, an act you have no choice in. During all of this, your party, a selection of members of your choosing, fight through the streets of Nar Shadaaa on their way to the hidden base in order to save you. However, when they arrive, you are already gone. If light side, Mira will meet your party here and join up with you. On the dark side, Hanhar will run off only to be killed by Zez Kyle. The reason Hanhar has to die here is because a scene takes place regardless of alignment. Kreia approaches the corpse of Hanhar and uses her powerful force abilities to revive him, forging a life debt. Her reasoning for this isn't immediately clear as a light side character. She tells Hanhar to hunt down Mira and kill her, but to leave the Jedi alone. As a dark side character, she will force Hanhar to join your party and help save you from Goto's yacht. That's the last of the comparisons I'll be making between the two paths. Canonically, you recruit Mira, and that's who we will be focusing on from here on out. Now, the elephant in the room here has to be controlling your party members without the exile. The exile is leaps and bounds more powerful than the rest of your party, meaning that a lot of the fights you take part in while trying to rescue her can feel like daunting tasks if you aren't prepared. And you may not be prepared because you didn't expect to be in this long, drawn-out sequence of events that you can't break free of. There are items to find and workbenches to use as you progress, but they are few and far between, to the point that I again found myself lowering the difficulty because I didn't expect these events to still be taking place. Luckily, T3 was a tank for me by this point and was a great help later on at the yacht. But how do we get the rest of the party onto the yacht? It's cloaked at all times unless Goto invites his bounty hunters on board, so it's virtually impossible to find. Well, remember when I said Voga's freighters are consistently captured by the yacht? If we could get a freighter signature and apply it to the Ebon Hawk, then flying off planet should lead to the ship getting captured. A sort of Trojan horse, if you will. To get the codes, T3 needs to break into Voga's warehouse as it is entirely droid operated, and they often buy droids to work for them. T3 is sold to Voga and begins a little bit of espionage to work his way to the codes. This involves manipulating several droids and destroying a couple others. As a fun callback, you can actually find B4D4 and T1N1 from Telos here, and you'll get into an argument with T1 that leads to the two of you fighting one another. T1 turns out to be really aggressive. B4D4 will actually thank you for helping him as T1 wouldn't let him leave. I really enjoyed seeing them again and finding out what happened after the events at Zerka. Once you have the codes, you can bring them to a mechanic to have them assigned to the Ebon Hawk. Then the Hawk will be captured by Goto's yacht, and you can board the yacht with 2 party members, as the exile will eventually make up the third. Speaking of the exile, it turns out that this entire time, Goto really just wanted the Jedi's help to help the Republic. Having the galaxy in such a chaotic state is bad for business, or so he says, even the illicit kind, and Goto needs things to calm down. The bounty on your head was to bring you to him, but the bounty hunters often went further and tried to kill you, especially the HK-50 units, which are spread across the Republic, posing as protocol droids, just waiting to find you. And even when all of this is resolved, the HK-50 units do not stop hunting you. Despite wanting your help, Goto isn't willing to let you leave, and thus emergency alarms begin to go off as the Ebon Hawk breaches the yacht's security. What follows is a long slog where 2 of your party members must fight their way to the exile. Since this may be a difficult task, you can find various programs through utility droids and install them on communications terminals in order to produce various effects, all of which seemed to do nothing for me. I didn't see effects from the shutdown commands, the overload commands, or anything. Well, that's not entirely true. Shutting down the turrets seemed to turn them hostile against all of the enemy droids for some reason, so it did help somewhat. Eventually, you will reach the audience chamber where the exile is being held, and she will be re-added to the party. From there, it's a mad dash to the bridge as bounty hunters begin boarding and killing everyone in sight. You fight your way through the bounty hunters and back to your ship, allowing you all to escape before the yacht blows up completely. Mira will join up with you, explaining how she was hired by Zez to watch out for you, and a G0T0 droid will be aboard as well. Goto will talk through the droid, explaining that this is a token of goodwill. He still wants you to stabilize the Republic, and he's willing to offer this droid to you as assistance. G0T0. Goto. With the bounty taken care of and the Jedi Master found, it's time to return to Nar Shadaaa once more and have an enlightening conversation with Zez Kyle. Zez informs you that Kavar, another one of the Masters, believed you to be a major factor in dealing with the threat of the Sith, although he wasn't sure how at the time. Additionally, many of the other Masters were unsure of this idea, especially Atris, considering what we know of her opinion towards you. Kavar felt a connection connection between you and the worlds that were touched by the Mandalorian Wars. As it turns out, the Jedi are being targeted through the Force and hunted down, thus the extinction of the Jedi was only a ruse. The Jedi hit on planets where it was difficult to sense individuals through the Force in order to make the threat feel victorious and safe to come out of the shadows. You can ask Zez a variety of questions about your past with the Order and your exile. Zez informs you that while they said they exiled you for leaving to war, this is not truly the case, at least in his mind, to the point that Zez left the Order entirely because he didn't feel they were actually facing the issues at hand. They weren't being true to the Order they were part of. You weren't exiled for defiance, but because the Order was afraid. You being severed from the Force terrified the Jedi, for they were unsure why it happened. You can confirm this with Zez by asking him about it, and this may change your perspective of the Jedi from the conversation we had earlier. To sever one from the Force as punishment sounds brutal in nature, and it may be surprising to hear the Jedi would do something like that to one of their own. Learning now that this wasn't the case may allow you to see the Jedi in a better light, but don't be fooled. Zez is quick to clarify that this is a punishment that has been dealt out in the past, but what happened to you is a bit of a mystery, and I think we should explore that a little bit. The Jedi are terrified of you and your lost connection to the Force, yet there are times when they are willing to deal this pain to other people if they feel it justified. Maybe you think that form of punishment can be justified, maybe you don't. That's one of the many moral questions being examined within the game. The Jedi can hurt their own, but is it justifiable to do so? How does this relate to our own world, our own laws and rules? Are we justified in punishments we dish out to other people, even when they inflict pain or suffering? Things like the death penalty, are those justified? Zez is my man, to be honest. He's quick to criticize every pompous aspect of the Jedi Order. He's happy the Jedi secrets are coming to light, believing the galaxy would be a better place with less of them. Despite this, you can inquire about your trial and the unknown thing that the Masters said happened to you. But Zez will not divulge any info. Despite not making promises to Jedi any longer, Zez does make promises to friends, and he vowed not to speak of it until all of the Masters are gathered together again. What really makes him appeal to me is his view on the Jedi turning on their Masters during the Civil War. His ideas of responsibility and casting blame. Zez mentions how he too had a Padawan leave for war and turn on him. Many Masters experienced this, and now he can see that the Padawans were not to blame for this, even though many of the Order chose to leave. Many of the Council had grown self-righteous and arrogant in their teachings, believing them to not be at fault for the actions of their students. Zez believes it's time for them to take responsibility, to be judged, especially when none of them took responsibility for previous galaxy-changing events. No one took responsibility for Revan and Malak. No one took responsibility for you, and even when the exile was the only one to come back from the war and face judgment, what did the Council do with the opportunity? Nothing. They turned a blind eye to their own failures and cast judgment on you alone, exiling you from the Order because they believed you to be the problem and not their teachings. They missed the opportunity to understand you, your reasoning for going to war, to potentially see where they succeeded and failed with you, or consider that they were just wrong in this instance. This is because the Jedi, as human individuals, can often conflate the righteousness of the light side with themselves as individuals. It's as if the Jedi believe themselves, again, infallible because they are arbiters of the light. But time and time again we see this isn't true. In a way, the Jedi of the Council have already fallen themselves, just not to the dark side. They have fallen into a false sense of superiority. They are trapped in arrogance. It is not the Jedi who are good, it is the light side which is inherently good, and the Jedi sometimes abuse that power, even if not through the dark side. Zez has realized this, and that is why he stepped away from the Order. The Jedi have failed their own teachings. In a way, the people of the Republic are justified in not trusting the Jedi any longer. A group of people who were seen as gods among men are now seen for what they are, people like you and me, no better than us as people just because they have the ability to utilize the Force. In some ways, they are actively worse than us, and this circles back to what Atton was saying earlier, how the Jedi fool the public while keeping secrets and manipulating individuals. Was his response to these thoughts justified? No, but he was still right. Zez is a coward. He was too much of a coward to help the people of Nar Shadaaa. He was too much of a coward to stand up for you with the Council, and if you don't agree with me yet, be sure that he will prove himself to be a greater coward yet later on. Not evil, but misguided to a fatal point. After discussing all of this with Zez, he will head back to Dantooine to await the return of the remaining masters. Additionally, if you really want to, you can kill him here, although I'm unsure why you would do that as a light side character. Nar Shadaaa is now officially completed. We come out of it with experience, items, 2 new party members, and one of the biggest adventures seen in the KOTOR series. I don't think a single planet in the original game could live up to the expansive nature of the Smuggler's Moon, and having had it been such a long time since I played this game, I'm curious to see how the next planets hold up as well. While Nar Shadaaa has its assortment of problems, namely in having too much happen to you too quickly, it makes up for it by having all of what happens to you be interesting, to leave you asking for more adventure, to have light shed on aspects of the story only to make you want to learn more and more. Nar Shadaaa has an assortment of characters and personalities for you to interact with, gangs of bounty hunters chasing after you, huts to steal from, grand battles to take part in. It's where we built our first lightsaber. It's where we learned about Atton and made him a Jedi. It's so much all in one package, and it's only the first real planet we have explored thus far. The return to the Ebon Hawk had me run into multiple HK-50 groups. After talking to a merchant and getting enough parts off the corpses of the droids, I was finally able to put HK-47 back together. I don't think I'll delve too much into the development of 47. He's just as he was in the past, once again having issues with his memory core that make him unable to remember much of what happened in the original game. I believe he doesn't even remember T3. Still, those memories will come back to him in time. In the meantime, you can inform him of the HK-50 units, which causes him great distress as he believes them to be inferior beings and sullying his reputation. Turns out that the voice print scanner from Peragus is actually a beacon used by the 50 units to track you. 47 suggests using this as an opportunity for him to track them instead. As you travel and fight more groups of assassin droids, HK-47 will try to triangulate the location of their manufacturer. With Mira on the team, we can now begin getting to know her. There's a few dialogue choices you can make to raise her influence, making it possible to unlock the majority of her backstory within your initial conversation together. Still, this wasn't enough for me to train her just yet, but you can still learn a lot. I believe you can actually get her to be trained by this point, but I didn't pick the right options at the time. The first thing we learn is that she is a female Mandalorian in name. As a child, her home was sacked and Mira was turned into a slave for the Mandalorians. Later on, she was accepted into a Mandalorian unit and learned how to fight and survive until the death of her new family at Malachor V, something she blames you for. Before I mentioned the parallels between Mira and Juhani, both look to your character for blame to cope with a tragic aspect of their past. Juhani blames you for the destruction of Taris, Mira blames you for Malachor, but Mira also realizes that defeating the Mandalorians was necessary. She believes that they probably deserved it considering the pain and suffering they were enacting on innocent people across the galaxy. You can get the history of Hanhar out of her, at least from her own perspective. She knows that his species come from a planet, the name of which she can't remember. She knows that it was taken over by Zerka slavers, and it's believed that someone broke Hanhar and caused him to kill his own tribe before becoming a slaver and then bounty hunter himself. Once while hunting Mira, he trapped her in a series of vents but ended up getting hurt in the process. Mira saved him, and this in turn broke something within Hanhar, causing his instinctual need to to offer her his life debt to make him want to hunt and kill her forever. To Hanhar, his life debt felt like slavery. It made him feel weak. He believed that killing Mira would free him, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, often shifting between attempting to kill her and letting her go. Mira didn't want this debt either, and now believing Hanhar to be dead, despite Kreia reviving him, she feels a bit more at peace. Now, while I didn't unlock it at the time, the dialogue on the Ebon Hawk is enough to gain Mira the influence she needs to feel comfortable around you. Once you've met this point, you can discuss Nar Shadaaa with her. Mira feels comfortable in Nar Shadaaa, and you can discuss how Kreia feels the Force strongly there due to all of the individuals within the city. Mira can be convinced to be brought back to the pit where Kreia first showed you how strong the Force is there, how you can feel Nar Shadaaa around you. You show Mira this, you have her meditate, and she begins to realize that there is a power inside her that she wishes to unlock. Her walls break down for a moment here. Mira confesses that she often feels scared and alone, something she wants to become strong enough to deal with. She wants to be like you, and in that moment, Mira awakens and you become her master on her path to becoming a Jedi. You can train your Jedi apprentices and gain additional training from Kreia. One of the mind reading drills she has you practice shows you that Atton is constantly thinking about random things. As an example, he's constantly playing Pazak in his head. If you ask him about this, he'll show you why he does it. By playing a game of Pazak with him, Atton will ask you what you are thinking about right now. You're thinking about the game and not much else. It's a lesson Atton is trying to teach you, that by playing Pazak in your head, by thinking about random things, you are shielding yourself from Jedi mind tricks, something he's familiar dealing with. And by learning how to do this yourself, you can get a bonus to will saves against Jedi. With all of that taken care of, it's finally time to see how the rest of the planets hold up to Nar Shadaaa. We'll start by exploring a planet that is present in both games, one that represents the past of Revan and the Jedi. Let's head to Dantooine. As expected, not every planet can live up to what Nar Shadaaa has to offer, but that doesn't mean Dantooine is a bad experience, just a compact one. You'd think revisiting a planet from the first game may be repetitive, but this visit takes place after the Jedi Civil War and after Malak attacked the planet for harboring Jedi. The Enclave that we knew and remember has been destroyed, with pockets of it still open, but mostly explored by salvagers looking to sell Jedi artifacts to anyone that will buy them. The people, meanwhile, hold great resentment toward the Jedi for what happened during the war, believing that the Jedi did nothing to help the settlers on Dantooine while they were in power and further failed to help them during Malak's attack. To see a Jedi on Dantooine now is a rare sight, one that is understandable considering they seem to have gone extinct. Even seeing someone holding a lightsaber is enough to cause panic or resentment from the residents here. It's a gameplay mechanic. NPCs will notice your lightsaber and talk to you with hostility. One man even runs from you to warn the other settlers. Now, let's be clear here. I'm no Jedi apologist. If somebody asked me what the Jedi did, I'd probably respond by saying a whole lot of nothing. It is true that during the Mandalorian Wars, only a percentage of Jedi went off to fight, while the rest remain, but there is something to be said about how the settlers view the Jedi now. They see them as arrogant, holier-than-thou individuals who never lifted a finger to help the people of Dantooine. But that isn't the case, is it? There are plenty of situations where the amnesiac Revan helped individuals while working as an agent of the Order. He cleared the tainted grove, he solved a murder, he even helped the Matales when their household's son went missing. These are all instances of things you as the player did in the original game, but even some of the NPCs on Dantooine now acknowledge them, acknowledge that the Jedi had their faults, but they did some things right. They did try to help where they could, even if they wrapped themselves up in their own red tape. That's what Dantooine wants to show us. Just like the other planets, we're looking at the aftermath of war. Here we're seeing the resentment towards the Jedi, the discussion of whether or not it is justified. It is justified to some degree, but not completely. It's not black and white, but the people here can make it out to be, and we can understand why that is. War has brought alongside it pain and suffering. Settlers are being harassed by mercenaries and salvagers, and there's no Jedi to help, meaning the Jedi get to take the blame blame for everything that is going wrong here. Even one of the militia members is worried about speaking up against the mob when they belittle the Jedi. It's up to you then as the player to reinforce these views or change them. It's up to you to decide how the legacy of the Jedi on Dantooine will be viewed. Will you help these people despite their hatred towards you? Will you use and harass them for your own benefit? It's a short segment, but one that explores a fair bit of Dantooine's disorder. As I mentioned, exiting the Ebon Hawk with a lightsaber will cause one of the NPCs to notice you, explaining that you will find no welcome on the planet any longer. Despite this, you can convince her to give you an idea of what's been going on since the war, and also persuade her not to let anyone know that you are here. It's not a very relevant skill check. The individuals within are going to learn of your existence very quickly, especially if you talk to the old man standing by your ship on the landing pad. Dantooine has gained leadership in the form of Administrator Adare. The Matali household from KOTOR I was attacked during the war and rebuilt into a base of operations for the settlers and militia of Dantooine. It's now a location known as Kunda and has its fair share of problems that need taking care of. Before that, there's an Ithorian you can play Pazak with. Apparently the settlers were fine playing against him while he was learning, but as he grew adept at the game, no one wanted to continue. He doesn't care about betting or credits, and even has some valuable armor upgrades for betting as well. If you win all of his credits, he'll bet those components as well until all of his resources are depleted. It's a similar setup to the DLC specific Rodian on Yavin Station back in KOTOR I. Play an NPC several times to earn additional rewards. We're in Dantooine for one specific reason, to find Master Vrook, one of the missing Jedi that was noted to have been last seen here at some point in time. The best place to start the search would be within the ruins of the Jedi Enclave, but we can't head in there immediately. Due to all of the scavenging, Dantooine has rules in place for making sure it doesn't get completely out of hand, leading to us needing the permission of the administrator to head over there. I'd recommend heading to Kunda anyway, as a large portion of the side quests begin there. The main side quests I'll be focusing on are the several thefts taking place around the Salvager camp and settlers, as well as helping the militia, specifically Captain Zeron. There's a militia member named Bayron, an individual who means well enough. Bayron is sympathetic to the Jedi and worried about speaking up. Additionally, he has doubts about Captain Zeron due to how hard he's been trading the local mercenaries, believing that Zeron may be up to something that could put Kunda in danger. This leads to a quest where we can investigate Zeron and see if he's causing any issues that we should bring to the administrator's attention. The long and short of it is that yes, Zeron is doing something that may upset the mercenaries on Dantooine to the point that they may attack Kunda. Specifically, he is placing hidden cameras on atmospheric sensors taken by the mercenaries to the nearby crystal caves infested with Kinrath. If you take these sensors and return them to the administrator, you can inform her of Zeron's actions, which will force him to step down. Now, whether or not this would have truly endangered Kunda is unknown to me, but what makes this quest so enjoyable is how it circumvents your expectations. If you, for example, expose Bayron's actions to Zeron, he'll complain about needing all the men he can get, forcing him to not let Bayron go. If you then side with Zeron, he'll ask you to travel to the mercenary camp and tell one of the mercenary members, go ahead. Now, I haven't played this game in a long time. I don't remember how the storyline went exactly. Looking at Zeron, he seems like someone that would be up to something. This is due to how the dark side affects NPCs in KOTOR, graying their complexion, darkening their hair color, changing their eyes. Mechanically, Zeron looks dark side aligned. To ask us to tell the mercenaries go ahead sounds like we're giving them the thumbs up to attack Kunda, but that isn't the case. It's a ruse for the player specifically. Zeron is informing one of the mercenaries that they have the green light to turn on their leader later during the Battle of Kunda, thus adding to the overall defenses and forces for the base. Since I didn't remember this, I agreed to help Zeron, but I assumed I could use this information to turn him in. Turns out it's not enough information for the administrator, thus requiring physical evidence in the form of the atmospheric sensors I mentioned earlier. The one issue with the quest is how easy it is to miss these sensors. Even if you find the sensors within the crystal cave, you most likely assume they are for the nearby side quest where a member of the militia asks you to find them for him and pays you for your services. If you turn them in, you can never use them as evidence and thus lock yourself out of replacing Zeron. I missed my opportunity to do so in the past, and I even missed my opportunity to do so in this current playthrough. It's just not clear, but in a way it hardly matters. Even if you strip Zeron of his title, events that take place later on will cause him to be reinstated. Zeron has a lot that needs to be done around here. There's the thief Enclave prowling around, dead salvager bounties that need to be accounted for, and Kinrath patrolling around the plains as their numbers grow out of control. You can help with these issues for a variety of rewards, many of which require us exploring the Enclave and thus needing to speak to Adare first. Administrator Adare is upfront with you. Kunda has a lot of problems and needs help. She knows you're looking for Vrook, who she is acquainted with, but hasn't seen him for some time. Since you want to look for Vrook, she gives you permission to search the Enclave sublevels, an area that is apparently the only place to still find Jedi artifacts due to it being infested with hostile alien creatures. This is in turn leading to problems with the salvagers who are constantly dying within. One of the biggest hauls of Jedi artifacts remains unclaimed because all of the salvagers who went in to get it ended up dead except for one man, who later died in combat against another settler. Many individuals try to claim the treasure, but Zeron has it locked up and under guard by the militia until someone can make a valid claim through bringing the bodies back from the Enclave and having a will. So there's a lot to do within the Enclave itself, but before that, I believe it's a good idea to explore the plains surrounding Kunda and clear up some of the other issues. First is the Crystal Caves. These caves are used by the mercenaries and where you find the atmospheric sensors. The first thing you'll notice within is that the mercenaries walking around do not attract the Kinrath's attention. This is due to the mercenaries learning how to extract Kinrath glands that help mask their scent to the creatures and prevent them from turning hostile. The mercenary is cordial enough and can be persuaded into explaining this to you. You can even persuade him to allow you to hold the gland, and this gland can be taken by force in order to give you the same benefit at the cost of the mercenary's life. Even if you weren't going to take the light side path, I still think it's more rewarding considering the amount of experience we'll get overall while not forcing a dude to be viciously murdered by savage alien creatures. The real reason we are in the Crystal Cave is for the crystals. Obviously, these are either used to change the color of your lightsaber or provide it with various bonus stats. Unique to KOTOR 2 is a specific crystal with your name on it. The crystal is attuned to your character specifically and will have stats based on your own progress as Jedi or Sith. Your alignment affects various bonuses while your level does the same, but not automatically. Sometimes Kreia will point out that you and your crystal are out of tune. You can then give her the crystal to upgrade, which will cause it to shine brighter with better stats. I believe the crystal has 10 upgrades in total, but the chance of you seeing all of them are slim unless you plan ahead from the start of your adventure. You may need to even hit Dantooine first. It's not necessary to max out the upgrades anyway. The crystal is powerful enough even in its base form. To continue upgrading it just plays into the already overpowered nature of the game. Within the crystal area of the cave, a Kinrath matriarch can be killed to help slow the advance of the species. You may also notice an area full of crates and an energy shield prison that we'll come back to later. On the way to the Enclave, you'll come across the salvager camp I mentioned earlier. Here you'll meet Durala, who has one of the most unique faces I've seen in this game thus far. A lot of NPCs in this game look similar due to the reuse of head textures, however Dantooine specifically seemed to have some of the most unique faces I have seen yet. Coming back to this point in the script after having played the entirety of the game, some of the planets actually have even more unique faces that I wasn't used to. Administrator Adare, Captain Zaron, and Durala are just some of the unique characters to name a few. Durala seems to hold a lot of resentment for you. If you're a salvager, there's too many already. If you're a settler, well, salvagers hate settlers. If you're a mercenary, who knows? Either way, you aren't on her good side immediately, and you probably never will be. If you ask Durala for work, she'll mention the dead salvagers and ask you to bring their bodies back to the camp so they can be laid to rest properly. Sounds nice enough, but things aren't always as they seem, and we'll soon learn that once we head inside. Beside Durala is another salvager named Raylon. Raylon has a Jedi holocron he wants to sell, but upon closer inspection, you immediately realize it's a fake. Apparently someone has sold it to Raylan, who bought it from someone else, who bought it from someone else, etc, etc. The fake holocron has been passing hands for some time, and at this point, Raylan just wants to make his money back by selling it to some greater fool. KOTOR 2 is somewhat prolific in its commentary. It's really reminded me of NFTs as an example. Better not see any NFT apologists in my comments. Reaching the Enclave may feel familiar to a lot of you. We spent a lot of time here during the first game, but things aren't going to be the same moving forward. For one, the Enclave was demolished to a certain extent during the attack. Back in KOTOR 1, when facing the Enclave, there would be a door far to your left and one to your right, but we could only ever enter the left door in order to meet with the Council and reach the Enclave's landing pad. Now it's the right door that's accessible, and this gives Obsidian the freedom they needed to flesh out the location with the sub-level. levels, a large dungeon-like area to explore, full of hostile creatures known as Lygrek. One of the first things you may notice when approaching the door is a group of salvagers currently leaving. Apparently they had just made it out, and another salvager, Joran, is still inside with all of the loot. He didn't steal it necessarily, he's just trapped by the Lygrek. Heading inside, one of the first things you may notice is how detailed the area is in comparison to the upper levels of the Enclave in KOTOR 1. It seems like Obsidian took the opportunity to add to the overall ambiance of the Enclave. Left of the entrance, you can find a locked door with Joran behind it. He asks you to clear out the Lygreks before he's willing to leave. If you lie, I believe he'll get attacked and die, but you can clear out the area and allow him to escape. Before he does, you can forcibly take or offer to buy the artifacts he's acquired. I think the most interesting route to take is buying them for a few reasons. Joran will tell you that he needs the money to help him get off-world and back to his family. Whether or not you believe that is up to you. Then, when agreeing to buy the artifacts, he refuses to show them to you at first. As a Jedi, you may be able to determine their worth and refuse to buy them for the price he is asking for. The entire transaction then is a gamble. Will the items you receive from Joran be worth the price? Is Joran an honest man who just wants to get back to his family, or is he trying to scam you out of your credits? He has already been accused as the thief by an individual at Kunda, so you may have the perception that this is a dishonest person. The deck is stacked against Joran here, but if you take the gamble and you do trust him, you'll come out with some lightsaber upgrades and crystals that are more than worth it in my eyes. Although I never looked into the actual value of each upgrade at a merchant. Some of these items may be unobtainable to you depending on your skill levels, so it's more than worth it for that alone. It's a gamble that focuses on trust. Are you able to look past what has been said about Joran and find the ability to trust him? Is it even worth attempting such a gamble? How important are your credits worth to you? One thing that could influence your decision is further into the Enclave. As you progress through the middle area of the sub-level, you will suddenly be ambushed by a pack of Lygreks. These were released by a young Padawan named KV, who has been living in the sub-levels ever since the attack. KV has been stealing to survive and turns out to be the thief everyone was complaining about. Additionally, it seems as though she got her hands on a Sith holocron at some point, which has been slowly turning her towards the dark side, something you can intervene in and help her back to the light. There's not much to say about the quest itself other than that it helps prove Joran isn't the thief. Behind the scenes, I believe this is entirely restored content, to the point that KV didn't even have voice files in the game's data, and a casting call was put out to find an actress for her. As we continue the search for Vrook, we will come to an archive room or library that has a pile of dead mercenaries within. Standing directly behind the door is our next party member, the Disciple. His real name is Mikhail, and this is revealed during a light side male playthrough. In such a playthrough, you can't recruit the Disciple after talking to him, and he will call into Karth afterwards to let him know that he found you. I believe you also find out that the handmaiden's name is Brianna on the same playthrough, assuming you raised her influence enough. Returning to this point in the script as well, I realize that he tells his name near the end of the game if you're on the female light side playthrough, and I'm not sure about the dark side playthrough. The Disciple is a historian for the Republic who headed to the Enclave in hopes of finding the missing Jedi Masters and preserving their history. Running into the Disciple, it seems clear that he recognizes you but says nothing of it. You recognize him as well, and you can mention it, to which he'll deflect for now. Mikhail is full of knowledge involving the Jedi and has some interesting things to say about them. Most interesting is how he describes the public perception and hatred towards the Jedi. He points out how he still believes in the distinction between Jedi and Sith, while most individuals didn't see it as such. Most people see Jedi and Dark Jedi. To them, they are all Jedi, and therefore it is the Jedi who hurt them during the Civil War. By conflating both groups as Jedi, a bad taste has been left in everyone's mouth for the entirety of Force-sensitive individuals. In reality, we can see that these are two separate factions of individuals who have similar teachings in terms of power and abilities. The Jedi are Jedi, the Sith are not, even if we call them Dark Jedi. But again, it's all perception. You could argue that they are Jedi if you define the title as Force-sensitive individuals trained to be monk-like dudes with lightsabers. I believe that the distinction can be important. If we frame it as the Sith who attacked the galaxy, there is less emphasis on the Jedi. Maybe less hate would be thrown their way for what happened, even if they did fail to act. There's obviously still valid criticism against the Jedi and how they handled the situation. After talking to the disciple, he will ask to join you. If you have Atton in your party, he will become immediately jealous and refuse. By allowing the disciple to join, you can lose some influence with Atton, but unfortunately, he's going to just have to suck this one up. There are multiple scenes on the Ebon Hawk where Atton is either a complete asshole to the disciple because he feels threatened by him, or he's sulking while watching the exile and disciple train together. Yeah, the disciple too can become a Jedi after enough influence is raised. If anything, he is one of the easiest to complete this task with. I had him as a Jedi before leaving Dantooine. All it takes is being nice to him, grateful, and performing good deeds in his presence. Soon the disciple will open up that he does know you, and the reason you recognize him is because he was to be a Padawan at the Enclave before the war. As individuals left to fight, there was no one to train him. If a child cannot be trained, they cannot become a Padawan, and he was sent back to his home only to join the Republic later. But the disciple has great respect for you. He felt your leadership when he saw you as a boy and continues to do so now, watching you help people around the galaxy. This is what bothers Atton so much. The fact that the disciple has this intense, unwavering loyalty and admiration for the exile, perhaps even stronger than Bayo-Dur, who served with her in the Mandalorian Wars. It intimidates him and makes him feel threatened. Regardless of how Atton feels about it, the disciple is now a member of our party. If we examine the mercenaries, we'll see that there is a datapad stating that Rook is to be taken to the Crystal Caves once captured, implying that that is where he is now. On the way out, we can find 2 salvager bodies, one of which has a will. Talking to Joran about this before he leaves reveals that Durala is playing you for a fool. She wants the body so that she can get the salvager's stash for herself. I personally chose to keep the bodies for myself and edit the will so that I was to be given the stash, an act that led to dark side points but prevented the schemes of Durala from continuing. I questioned if this should have been a dark side act. I guess the aspects of greed involved would imply it should. I don't believe keeping the loot from Durala is inherently dark side, but perhaps wanting this all for yourself and the dishonesty involved says otherwise. Heading back to the cave, I just want to say that I dislike Rook. I didn't like him in KOTOR 1, and I don't like him now. If Zez Kyle represented the cowardice of the council, Rook represents the pure arrogance. Rarely is he ever willing to admit wrong. Rarely is he ever willing to see eye to eye with you. Even as we enter the cave and confront the mercenaries who are holding him hostage, he simply berates us for intervening after his rescue. Now that the mercenaries' Jedi prisoner has been freed, they have no reason to hold off attacking Kunda, something that was going to happen anyway as tensions have been rising between the settlers and militia versus the mercenaries. Rook is upset you took action. You can argue back that taking action was necessary. Rook wants you to see that sometimes action causes more harm than good, that the Mandalorian Wars are proof of that, something I don't necessarily agree with. I don't believe war is the answer for many things, but the Mandalorians were on a crusade to conquer every planet in their path and had to be stopped. Rook's inaction would have led to the enslavement of all people in the galaxy, and he's unable to see that. He's blind due to his own arrogance, and he can't be helped. Each of the masters we run into will have some fault like this, and these faults will be their undoing. Rook, now worried about Kunda, will rush back to the base and you are to follow. Once there, you can talk to Administrator Adare, who apologizes for sending you out to find Rook, not realizing it would cause this much trouble. Zarin will then ask you to help bolster the base's defenses and give you a security card to access the majority of the area that was locked off previously. This allows you to make sure that Kunda is as protected as possible. You can heal injured soldiers, repair assault droids, fix the turrets, and place mines down around the base, all of which earn you XP for completing. If you helped NPCs with their side quests, you can even get them to sign up to help the militia in the upcoming battle. Don't forget that if you sided with Zarin and talked to the mercenaries at the camp, some of them will betray the mercenary leader during the battle as well. All of these are optional tasks. I'm not completely sure, but I believe the level of defense determines how many mercenaries you'll end up fighting within the base, as well as how many NPCs back you up inside as well. Before the battle, you can even try raising the morale of the troops and deciding if you will guard the front or back entrances. I chose the front as the exile is the most effective fighter and there are more troops coming towards that entrance. After a few waves of mercenaries, you'll head inside and take out the leader in one of the easiest fights in the game, assuming you prepared well enough. To Rook's credit, after the battle, he will acknowledge that Kunda is safe due to your actions, and he feels he may have have misjudged you. That's all you'll get out of him in terms of compliments, however. Further conversation leads to arguments and Rook assumes you have learned nothing since your exile. You can inform him about Zez-Kayal and the return of the Sith, and he will agree to head to the Enclave to await the rest of the Masters, but not before teaching you a lightsaber reform. Like I said, Dantooine wasn't as complex or robust as Nar Shadaaa, but I think you leave the planet feeling satisfied with the events that took place there. There is a lot of hate within Dantooine, and you can help alleviate some of that, either to help the perspective of the Jedi to the people of Dantooine, or to help yourself. Dantooine shows the effects of your actions, but what would Dantooine look like if the Mandalorians hadn't been dealt with at all? There's a level of freedom that the settlers of the planet have that may have been stripped away from them if you hadn't been involved in the past. But no choice is perfect, at least not choices of this scale. War causes people to suffer even when it's over, and that's what Dantooine wants to show us. That's what a lot of these planets want to show us in their own way, because that's where we are traveling to. Planets affected by the Mandalorian War. Planets of your past that the Masters have traveled to. Everything is connected to the exile, and this is becoming more apparent as we go. Returning to the Ebon Hawk will have a further variety of scenes. Since I killed a few more HK-50 units on the journey, HK-47 has managed to capture one and torture it for information on where it was manufactured. This is actually a plot hole. HK-47 states at one point that due to his self-preservation programming, he wouldn't be able to harm fellow HK units due to seeing them as himself. Despite this, he still manages to harm and torture a unit. This event doesn't lead to anything immediately, as the manufacturing facility is tied to the storyline and also completely restored content. Some additional scenes involve Kreia spying on the Disciple while masking her presence from him. She's directly in front of him, but he can't see her. Later she confronts him and he realizes who she is and about her past, but Kreia has the ability to manipulate his mind due to his innocent and trusting nature, meaning she can wipe his memories and stay hidden from him. Mikhail knows that Kreia was one of the Masters of Revan, but his research is also making him realize something about all of the injured planets affected by the Mandalorian Wars, something that Kreia doesn't want him to realize just yet. By this point in time, something should be apparent. We are one party member away from having everyone on the Ebon Hawk, but in terms of human companions, we have all of the Jedi it's possible to achieve, outside of the Handmaiden for gender-related reasons. One of the biggest aspects of KOTOR 2 is developing your party into a team of Jedi apprentices who pledge themselves to the exile due to the influence she has over them. Through your actions, you not only affect the alignment of these characters, but help them unlock their potential with the Force as well. Bao-Dur, Atton, Mira, the Disciple, and the Handmaiden are all characters who have this ability. Visas, an individual already adept at the Force, also pledges herself to you. This journey we are on, the journey of finding the lost Jedi, is in its own way a red herring. This will become clearer as we near the game's conclusion, but while the Jedi Masters are lost, the lost Jedi we are searching for, the individuals that will rebuild the Jedi Order, are all already with us. We just don't realize it yet. As we make our way to our next destination, Onderon, we'll find we are stopped by an ongoing blockade into the planet, a symptom of some of the political issues plaguing it currently. Onderon is on the brink of civil war. It's a look into authoritarianism, propaganda, and the effect it has on the population of a community, while failing to say anything of substance about the monarchy that is also installed on the planet. Before we can delve into Onderon, however, the Ebon Hawk will be recognized by Colonel Tobin of the Onderon militia. Tobin will send fighters to attack your ship, forcing you to fly away from the blockade and land on the nearby moon known as Dxun. The attack against the Ebon Hawk causes a series of battles to ignite within space around the blockade, leading to a level of chaos that allows you to escape mostly unharmed. Although the ship will need to be repaired for some time, meaning Atton will be out of commission until we're done here. Dxun itself isn't anything special, but it holds history with the people of the galaxy as it is where the Mandalorian War started. Onderon was the first planet targeted by the Mandalorians, and the moon was included within that. This led to Onderon joining the Republic, and with the help of Revan managed to drive off the Mandalorians from their home. Dxun is meant to be a return home for the exile, and in lesser part Bao-Dur, who served with her, but you won't see anything particular relating to battlefields here. Instead, Dxun is an exploration into the Mandalorian people and how they are handling themselves post-war. If it wasn't clear through discussions with Canderous Ordo in the first game, the Mandalorians are a warrior race under the leadership of a head Mandalorian known as Mandalore. Mandalore isn't a person, but a title. Many take up the literal helm of Mandalore after the passing of the previous, becoming Mandalore themselves. However, after killing the previous Mandalore, Revan kept the helmet and hid it away from the Mandalorian people, in turn preventing them from establishing a new leader and causing the clans to break apart and spread across the galaxy. They're a warrior people. It's the entire reason they are fighting this war, because it's part of their culture to earn honor through battle and conquering other planets. It's why Canderous holds so much respect for Revan, because Revan was a surprise to the Mandalorians and one of the only Jedi that was an actual threat to them. Someone who was able to lead the Jedi and the Republic to winning the war. There's no contempt for the Jedi from the Mandalorians necessarily, rather they respect those that took up arms against them. Dxun gives us the opportunity to see this firsthand. As you explore the jungle planet, you will be ambushed by a Mandalorian scouting group, but they don't attack you. Instead, the leader of their clan, Mandalore, has been established once more and wishes to meet with you, either peacefully or by force. I don't actually know what force would look like, as I opted for the peaceful approach, which has the scouting party guide you to their hidden base. When you arrive, you are presented to Mandalore, the latest leader of the Mandalorians, and while it's not obvious at first glance, this is actually a familiar face to individuals who played KOTOR I. Mandalore the Preserver is in truth Canderous Ordo, and he now leads Clan Ordo in his quest to bring strength back to the Mandalorians, and make them a fighting force within the galaxy once more. As it turns out, Revan continued his adventures with Canderous for some time after the events of KOTOR I. As I mentioned previously, with his memories returning to him, Revan realized that there was still an unknown threat within the galaxy, and he knew he needed multiple avenues to deal with it. It's why the Republic wasn't fully crushed by him during the Jedi Civil War, because he needed the forces of the Republic for later. It's the same for the Mandalorian. Knowing he would need their power, Revan revealed to Canderous where he had kept the Helmet of Mandalore and returned it to him, allowing Ordo to take up the mantle. We need to get to Isis on Onderon to find Kavar, but with the blockade up and the Ebon Hawk out of commission, we don't have any options. That is, except for Mandalore and his shuttle, which he uses to make periodic trips there. Mandalore is willing to help you, most likely interested in you due to your acquisition of the Ebon Hawk, plus your history as one of the main factors in the war. He won't do it for free, however. He wants you to prove yourself to him and his people by taking up odd jobs around the base. He mostly means through combat, but there are other semi-peaceful tasks you can complete as well. I won't go into all of them, as there are a variety of side quests to complete for EXP and rewards, but some of them include fixing a relay station for the base, helping out some missing Mandalorians in the jungle, and taking part in their fighting ring. Most of these side quests in some way examine the Mandalorian people. It's meant to show how they value honor to the point that they are willing to die for it if necessary. No one respects you in the camp until you prove yourself, and you can prove yourself easily by fighting several Mandalorians. It's like the Achani we fought back in Telos. There's an assortment of progressively difficult fights to take part in, most of which are hand-to-hand with no Jedi powers allowed. If you challenge someone, they choose how you will fight, but there is a Mandalorian that challenges you during this, and you can choose to use whichever means you'd like. I still opted for hand-to-hand though. This continues until you are allowed to face the champions of the Mandalorians. Or it would be, except you have to further prove yourself to them within combat to the death in order for them to feel justified in facing you. That doesn't mean killing another Mandalorian. Rather, it means having one of the champions witness you kill pretty much anyone, as long as it seems honorable. This works itself out by having one of the champions in the jungle. When you reach him, he has killed an Onderon militia scout. Several of them have scattered throughout the jungle in search of you, and you can team up with the Mandalorian to kill them all, which is justified by them being hostile. Once you've wiped them out, the champion will be impressed and allow you to fight the strongest Mandalorian champion in the ring. Most of the quests have this focus on them. It's about showing the cultural differences of a warrior tribe in comparison to the culture of the Republic. Even one of the individuals you beat in fair combat challenges you again outside the base, this time to the death. You can attempt to talk him down, but he feels he must prove himself against you in order to establish his honor. This Mandalorian is young. He didn't have the opportunity to take part in the war. To earn the honor, many of the older Mandalorians already have, and this eats away at him. In a way, it may seem toxic. This individual has been driven to the brink due to the culture his clan takes part in. He has no other option in his mind than to challenge you to the death so he can finally prove himself to his clan. And if you take part in this and kill him, it won't lead to dark side points because it isn't an inherently dark side action. In fact, peace and pacifism are not inherently light side. It's one of the lessons we learn in KOTOR 2, or rather, it's one of the arguments presented to us. Peace and pacifism are virtuous in nature, but sometimes violence is necessary. Going to war was necessary in the eyes of Revan, in the eyes of the Exile. To the Mandalorians, it was just a way of life. To them, it made perfect sense to go to war. What led to the dark side was the lives lost, the suffering inflicted. The Mandalorians are a warrior people. That's part of their culture, not something for us to judge. But it's when they try to push that culture onto us, to harm us, that the dark side started to play a factor. And it's possible this brewing within the dark side allowed them to continue pushing further and further, leading to the war and requiring the Republic and the Jedi who chose to step in. Fighting in the Mandalorian Wars does not make the Jedi dark side by default. It was the influence of the dark side on Revan and his intense leadership skills that had a trickle-down effect on those that followed and respected him. And again, there's ways for these cultures to coexist and intertwine. It's just about how the violence of the Mandalorians was pushed onto the people of the Republic. So while it may seem wrong to kill this Mandalorian, it is what he wishes. To fight you in fair combat and die trying. It's part of his culture, one we could possibly refuse, but something we should also consider respecting because this is the life these people lead, one of combat and death, one that we have agreed to immerse ourselves within while we are on Dxun. Now, I'm not saying I personally enjoy killing random Mandalorians who are almost forced to this state of mind due to the culture that surrounds their clan. Further, not all Mandalorians think alike. They are individuals like you or I. They are people. There's a Mandalorian you meet in the jungle who is trapped and starving. He was thought to be dead and you can rescue him. Something that should be of great dishonor for him. He even asks you to not mention this to the fellows back at camp. You can choose whether or not you will, but it shows what I was just talking about. There is a culture within their warrior race, but it's not the same for everyone. Some are content with dishonor if it means the rest of their clan doesn't hear about it, and while it isn't our place to influence this culture, as long as they don't try to take over the galaxy, there is some integration that can be had here. The Mandalorians can live within our culture and us within theirs. We can all coexist like every other culture within the galaxy. After enough has been done for Clan Ordo, you can return to Canderous, now Mandalore, and he will list off everything you have done so far, being impressed with how much you possibly got done. He didn't expect you to be as good as you are, both at combat and other skill-related activities. He's ready to take you to Isis whenever you want to, but as you get ready to depart, Kreia will approach him, discussing the history and the failing of their clans during the Mandalorian Wars. Calling them weak and scattered, Mandalore will point out how they were indeed scattered, but he has managed to bring them together and give them purpose. Mandalorians spread out. They became mercenaries, thugs, bouncers for anyone and anything. Mandalore managed to get them together again, under one banner, and he plans to continue so that the galaxy can be theirs once again. A problematic goal considering it is in direct contrast with what the people of the galaxy want, whether they be part of the Republic or not. Still, maybe there are greater things for them. As I mentioned, Revan foresaw something that he needed the Mandalorians for. Canderous is working to build his clan up once more so that they can take over the galaxy, in his own words. But maybe that isn't what is in the cards. Maybe Canderous isn't being truthful here. In Kreia's eyes, the Mandalorians may very well be dead already, a quiet death that takes place over many years. At this point in time in the game, it's unknown, although further storylines within the universe of Star Wars give us our answers. In truth, the Mandalorians serve a greater purpose now. One that will have them stand with the Republic. Still, the reason Kreia discusses this with Mandalore is because she knows the answer to an unknown question that burns within him, and she is willing to answer it for a price. His loyalty to the Exile and an agreement to serve and protect her. The question? It involves Revan and why he left without Canderous on his adventures after having traveled with him for so long after the events of the first game. Dxun is a relatively short planet, and that's due to it really being the first part of Onderon. In terms of progression, Dxun and Onderon are the same destination, and so a lot of the the content within makes up the whole. Completing Dxun may not seem to take any time at all, and while Onderon may feel similarly short, this will not be our last trip to the planet. Onderon is a location we have to visit multiple times to complete the story. I mentioned this earlier, but the location is in a state of political turmoil. General Vaklu is trying to manipulate the populace to turn against both their queen and the Republic. He uses force, espionage, and propaganda to get his way, leading to Queen Talia being forced to stay locked up within her palace while hosting Master Kavar of the Jedi. I want to make one thing very clear here. It will be shown in the events that follow that General Vaklu is the evil option to side with here. He fights for an authoritarian rule over the people of Onderon. He kills without remorse. He lies and manipulates. He even aligns himself with the Sith. It is very clear that the developers are both tying Vaklu to authoritarianism and authoritarianism to the Sith. This is the bad option to take, the dark side option. That means there is a good chance that Talia is the light side or good option. Things are not always that black and white in the game. You may ask yourself, is a monarchy really the right option for the people of Onderon? Something most of us would consider a defunct form of political power in the world. I personally dislike the concept of a monarchy. I dislike the concept of power through bloodlines in comparison to something more democratic. If we look at this situation in a way that the developers didn't intend, nor did they flesh out, we could discuss how Vaklu, while clearly not a good option for Onderon, doesn't mean he is a worse option than a monarchy. We could discuss that, but we aren't going to. It's a missed opportunity from the developers' point of view, to be sure, but they wanted to focus on something else. They don't focus on the fact that a monarchy exists within the universe of Star Wars, at least not in this game specifically. You focus on the manipulation tactics of a militant force and the effects they can have on a community of people. Of course, we are going to side with Talia when the time comes. She's peaceful, she cares about her people. Whether or not a monarchy is right or wrong is not the point here. The question isn't authoritarianism versus the monarchy, it's General Vaklu and authoritarianism versus the Republic. That's the real conflict here. Vaklu hates the Republic for reasons we will discuss shortly. Talia aligns herself with the Republic, and while Vaklu is a clear bad actor in this situation, we can explore the issues some of the people Onderon have with the Republic currently. Before we explore the city, I think now is a good time to talk to Mandalore. As a party member, he has more to say now and questions he would like to ask us that help answer questions about the war. Mandalore will ask you about why you joined the war. He'll talk about how the Mandalorians had never faced the Jedi before, how they were enigmatic in nature. To a Jedi and those close to them, you can know plenty, but to many other factions and species out there, the Jedi are shrouded in mystery. There was only so much the Mandalorians could go on, hence the surprise when they ran into Revan during the war. Later on Onderon, Mandalore will mention that they expected Kavar to be leading the charge within the war. They had planned to fight against the Jedi you may perceive on a surface level, semi-pacifist monks who could be overpowered. Revan was an unknown and unexpected variable, both a Jedi and ruthless in his tactics, something that blindsided the Mandalorians. Mandalore wants you to think about something. He has a what-if scenario for you. What if the Mandalorians won? Would their strength as warriors and the wealth of the Republic planets allow them to bolster their forces to the point that the Sith would be nothing more than a nuisance? Would the world be better off under Mandalorian rule? Are the worlds better off now that the Republic won the war? He points out the suffering and damage done to the planets after the war and wants you to think about whether this would have happened if the other side had won. In a way, Mandalore seems to believe efficiency and progress would have been guaranteed with a Mandalorian win. Maybe he's right there. Considering the Force used, the slaves utilized, the power of their clans, maybe the Mandalorians could have saved the planets and communities in a way that the Republic could not. But would those people be free? Is that more important? I'd say it is, and I'd say that's what Canderous as a Mandalorian misses here. The people of the Republic have to pick up the pieces, and without new leadership being forced onto them, it's up to the individuals to get together and organize. It is happening, but slowly, and this slowness looks like stagnation to some like a Mandalorian. It looks like a set of dying planets that are doomed to fail. In reality, these planets are simply beginning the slow process to grow once more, on their own terms as free individuals. vehicles. As we exit the starport into Isis proper, we'll be stopped by a security official who has to inspect our ship before we are allowed to explore. Since we don't have anything with us, it's mostly just a formality, but it allows you to get information about the situation here. The blockade and lineup in space is due to Republic ships having to be fully searched before being allowed on Onderon. Additionally, the official mentions how Republic forces had shot at some of the Onderon forces in space, which has led to some tension. I'm not exactly sure if he is referring to when we were attacked or not. I mean, it would make sense. I don't see the Republic shooting Onderon ships for no reason, and a fight did break out due to Tobin firing on us. This is most likely the first glimpse of manipulation and lies from the General used to show the Republic in a bad light. Like I said, the planet is close to civil war. Vaklu is making use of his time to rile up the citizens in an attempt to justify an uprising. But said uprising would only lead to Vaklu being in charge, and he's already pushing for martial law as it is. The people of Onderon wouldn't really enjoy his rule, and it's not just me saying that, we see it firsthand as we explore. Before we can do that, the official hands us a starport visa. These are cards assigned to visitors that are needed to leave the city. If you lose your visa, you are as good as marooned, and this is a problem for many on the planet. You'll run into many individuals looking for an open visa so that they can assign it to themselves, a unique business opportunity, or an opportunity to help someone in need. It's really just a means of performing light or dark actions. You find 2 visas as you progress, and there are 2 light side options to offer them to. There's a Republic spy who needs to leave the planet to get the word back to his supervisors, and a widow with 2 children. Other options include individuals that will pay for a visa and some criminals. First, we can meet the Beast Riders, a people of wildlife tamers who were once at war with the people of Isis. Now tensions are still high, but an alliance has been made between the 2 groups. You can see plenty of caged beasts scattered around the city, and it looks rather inhumane. It is inhumane, but the reason they are stuck here for so long is due to the blockade. These beasts are meant to head to Telos to be released into the wild so that they can help in the restoration of the planet. Unfortunately, since they are collected, they can't be let loose in the city and are forced into small cages that continue to agitate them. Guess whose fault this is? The militia. Want to hear the latest news? Head to a nearby terminal. Unfortunately, you'll quickly realize that it's propaganda and lies set up by Vaklu. The reports talk of a Republic military craft initiating a space battle over the planet, confirming the vessel to be the Ebon Hawk. I guess that official was talking about us after all, but we didn't fire first. In fact, we didn't fire at all, as we had the option to run away without engaging. It was entirely the Onderon militia that caused the battle above the planet, and now the Ebon Hawk is not only blamed for it, but reported to have been destroyed. Walking down the street, you'll see journalists getting accused of being spies and actively arrested in front of you. Luckily, you can intervene, but it's clear that General Vaklu has an agenda and he's using everything at his disposal to facilitate it. This woman's husband even realized that Vaklu was trying to kill the queen and attempted to assassinate the general, getting shot after getting caught during the arrest. And the militia aren't helping by any means. It's understandable why the general's manipulations are shown to be effective on the people of Isis. These people have been part of the Republic for 50 years, and within that time, war, terror, and death have been commonplace. Many blame the Republic for this, even though Onderon was the first to be attacked by the Mandalorians before being saved by the Republic that they currently learn to hate. Some believe that the Republic isn't protecting Onderon, nor that Onderon needs protection, that the Republic is merely using Onderon for its resources. The planet has resources of use to the Republic, sure, but it'd go against history to say that the effects of the Republic didn't save these people. Do I believe that the people of Onderon have a right to be frustrated? Yes, these are dark times. It makes sense that as a community, people would begin to get riled up. They look for someone to blame. The Republic isn't perfect, and those imperfections are now being utilized by dissenters to complain. But Vaklu isn't helping matters. He's actively breeding these thoughts within the population while his queen supports the Republic. Now, maybe you personally think Vaklu is justified. I'm not here to argue that. I know that I don't think he's justified, and I think even many of the people on Onderon have a hard time justifying his actions. Take a conversation between 2 citizens nearby. One values truth and peace, leading him to favor Queen Talia. The Twi'lek, meanwhile, favors Vaklu because He supports the will of the people, but the Twi'lek is then quick to mention that even though Vaklu lies and manipulates, it's okay in his eyes, or rather he's actively trying to convince himself of this. The man has been fed so much propaganda and bad faith that he sees the ill effects of General Vaklu and blames them on Talia, even when he states that she is a necessary diplomat to help Isis in times like these. I don't want to focus too much on real-world political comparisons, but like, come on. This comes almost prophetic in how things are going around the world lately. This level of turmoil and manipulation, the propaganda, we see it time and time again in America, in Canada, in the UK, all over. If this game came out in our current year, it would get criticized for being too on the nose. But KOTOR 2 called this out years beforehand. So we're on Isis to find Kavar, but there's no easy way to do this. Kavar is in the palace with Talia, and you can't just enter of your own free will, especially right now. Luckily, Mandalore knows of a doctor who may be able to help us smuggle a message in. The bad news is that said doctor has been arrested in suspicion of murder. When you ask to see him, you are turned away, but if you want to find out more about the murder, you are pointed in the direction of the cantina to ask around. There's several characters in the cantina to talk to. There's more swoop racing to take part in, and an individual named Nico who you can play Bazak with several times for some bonus cards. Apparently the doctor was arrested under suspicion as he was one of the only people at the scene of the crime. Additionally, he was witnessed to be arguing with the victim at the bar, assumedly over getting turned down on romantic advances. Nico will inform you that this isn't true. The doctor and the victim were good friends and their banter was commonplace. You can visit the scene of the crime to find a destroyed service droid. You can then buy the memory module off of another nearby droid and have it fixed to witness what destroyed him. Turns out the assailant came from the direction of the marketplace, but witnesses saw the doctor coming from his office in the opposite direction, proving his innocence. If you bring this information to a nearby captain, he will attempt to release the doctor before one of his superiors arrives and tells him not to bother. To him, they have their man and there's no real reason to look into this any further. Again, I feel like I'm just experiencing real-world scenarios on Onderon over and over again. You and Nico can explain your evidence to the superior, plus mention the many witnesses who can back you up, forcing the man to release the doctor. Back at his office, the doctor will thank you for helping him and agree to help you in return, but he needs one last thing from you. The people you want to contact can't be reached easily. There's a procedure, and said procedure is on a holodisk that was stolen by a beast rider in the cantina. When you attempt to retrieve the disk, it leads to an ensuing battle and the death of the thugs at the bar. Once you have the disk, you can bring it back to the doctor and he will set up a meeting between you and Kavar in the cantina. Why Kavar would choose the cantina, I'll never know. It's clear that he is being protected in the palace. To go somewhere so public would obviously lead to conflict, and sure enough, that's what happens. Before you can say much to Kavar, you are attacked by Tobin and his men. Kavar stuns the majority of Tobin's men before running off. Tobin chases after him while you fight your way back out to the shuttle. As you run through the city, you are attacked by militia forces, but as you will soon learn, it's not all of them. Turns out there's a communications blackout for security reasons. Some officers will mention hearing the shooting and ask you what happened. If you tell them, they're confused and unsure what's going on. Additionally, while escaping, you'll be attacked by a group of civilians that seem to be working for the militia in secret, sort of radicals. Vaklu seems to bring on anyone he can in private in order to bolster his forces for the civil war that is coming. Like I said, Onderon isn't complete yet. We have to come back when things have cooled down again or when Kavar gets in contact with us. Until then, we can use the shuttle to escape back to Dxun where the Ebon Hawk has been fully repaired. In terms of planets to visit, Korriban is technically the last one we'll be landing on. I say technically because we do have to return to Dxun and Onderon shortly to finish the storyline there. Additionally, there's some final endgame stops to make as we progress through the game's finale. Now you may disagree with this, but Korriban in terms of planets you can select fits best as the final planet to explore. What little it has in content it makes up for in difficulty and challenge. We've been here before in the first game. In fact, it was a much larger and more explorable area in KOTOR 1 as well. All of the tombs we visited previously are now blocked off. The only areas to explore being the open space surrounded by the tombs, the nearby Kashyyyk cave, and the ruins of the Sith Academy. What Korriban is a test. Not so much a commentary on the galaxy and the politics surrounding them, but a test of your skills. A check to see how far your exile has progressed, while also testing the willpower of the character within the narrative. The exile has the opportunity to face something here. I believe it's completely optional optional, and Kreia even suggests completing your tasks in the academy before exploring the cave as she senses something powerful and dark within. Kreia won't join you on Korriban. She mentions how it messes with her mind. The intense darkness that is exuded out of the planet is something she has bathed in the past, and I guess returning to it at this moment is too much for her. She has plenty to say about it, however. Through your connection with Kreia, she will talk to you as you explore the area surrounding the Ebon Hawk. Approaching each tomb will lead to a history of the Sith Lord laid to rest there, as well as how Revan interacted with the tombs back during the events of the first game. It's both a callback and a lore dump for those who want to know more about the universe of Star Wars before the game started. Korriban is abandoned, at least it should be. When we were last here, the Sith were thriving. It was the height of the Jedi Civil War, and they were actively recruiting and torturing students in droves. After Revan's defeat of Malak, it took a few years, but the Republic eventually showed up to rid the planet of the Sith, at least temporarily. The Academy still stands, but is no more. There are no students to meet or interact with, no one to betray, no amusement park of dark side characters. Instead, what we get is an optional character study of the Exile, one you get to shape as it unfolds. I've mentioned it twice now, so it's best to get it out of the way. The Chirac Cave leads to the hidden tomb of Ludo Kresh. Funnily enough, Kreia warned us about entering the cave too early, but once I reached the tomb, she told me I was more than ready for what was to unfold inside. The big factor here is that you have to enter the tomb alone. Any party members you had with you at the time will be sent back to the Ebon Hawk. Within, you will face an assortment of tests. These tests are the reliving of the Exile's past. When you first walk inside, you will be met by a young Malak. You stand beside multiple students, including Bastila. This is the point in which Malak had recruited you to fight in the Mandalorian War. It's a great scene because it shows his descent from virtuousness to the dark side. During his speech, Malak will talk about how the Jedi are wise, how he understands this, and how he understands that despite this they can make mistakes, that they are making a mistake now by not helping the people of the Republic defeat the Mandalorian threat. The wisdom of the Jedi bred in action, and to Malak that inaction would have led to more destruction than the dark side ever could. Now, I don't mean to measure these two things. You can't really equate the history and destruction of the dark side to the Mandalorians, but both had their fair share. By doing nothing, the Jedi seem to be dooming innocent people. The point is that it is understandable why you were convinced to join the war, because it's understandable why it was the right thing to do. You can fight Malak on this if you want, or you can agree with him, and as he continues to speak, many of the students will join his side. Even Bastila will join his side, which the Exile can point out never happened. Malak responds by explaining that Bastila had her doubts from the start and even fell to the dark side at one point. This is how the speech turns out. What was once a discussion about going to war to protect innocent lives now becomes a plea for you to continue following Malak and Revan on their path to the dark side. If you refuse, Malak questions your actions. You are willing to follow them to war, but no longer when they want to fall? He makes it seem like you should trust them now as you did then, but that's not how this worked out for you, nor should it have been. It's one thing to agree to the ideals presented to you by someone you admire and respect, but it takes a strong sense of will to be able to see when said leaders begin to go down the wrong path, when you need to step away and distance yourself from them. Malak wants you to be a good soldier. He wants you to be unquestioning and consumed by the dark side. You are one of the few that managed to fight this line of thinking and come out of the other end relatively unscathed, although you did lose your connection to the Force. Malak and all of the students, including Bastila, will then fight you. It's an easy battle, especially if you've been buffing the ever-loving shit out of your character as you've progressed. The Exile has the ability to one-shot countless enemies by this point in the game. What this test does is show us the path of the Exile firsthand, while giving us the opportunity to both consider what she would have chosen back then and what she might choose now. Maybe your Exile agrees with the war, agrees with the dark side, and is willing to follow Malak, leading to more dark side points gained. Maybe you stick to the virtuousness of the light and gain more points there. It's up to you how you decide to shape the Exile's ideology here, and through doing so you'll shape her alignment as well. The next test is of Dxun during some of the first battles against the Mandalorians. You're met with a Republic squad that do not wish to go on, considering the battle to be a suicide mission. You remember the battle well, and you remember coming out victorious, but how you did so is up to you. There's a minefield nearby, and you can force the squad to go through it, leading to guaranteed casualties as you push towards the Mandalorians. Alternatively, you can deal with the mines first and lead the squad into battle, allowing them all to survive in the process. It's another value test. Where do your values lie? Revan was a merciless combatant and strategist. He would sacrifice anything and anyone if it gave him the upper hand. Were you the same? Are you the same now? The choice is yours. The next test involves an apparition of Kreia and potentially one of the most famous lines in the game. If Dxun and Malak were your past, Kreia is in some way representative of your present. It's a weird scene, one I still try to wrap my head around because of how the alignment points are distributed. The Force vision of Kreia will discuss your past and present with you before being interrupted by a Force vision of Atton. Atton tells you to stay away from Kreia as she is a dark Jedi and trying to manipulate you, something that is arguably true. Both raise their weapons, readying themselves for combat. As they do, Bao-Dur shows up to defend Atton. T3M4 follows, and soon your entire party is there to defend you. But this isn't what you think it is. To the exile, Kreia may have a history of being part of the dark side, but she also has the possibility of being redeemed. Your entire party has turned against her, but you can choose to defend her because you believe she can come back to the light. It's a callback to an earlier conversation you can have with Kreia. At one point, Revan helped the ghost of a Sith Lord be redeemed into the light. Kreia considered this redemption weakness, not because they joined the light, but because they had betrayed their sense of self and ideals. To Kreia, if you are to go full dark side, you should stick with it. I assume to go full light side would mean the same. It's not about your alignment, it's about being who you are. In this situation, Kreia is the dark side. She's even in her Sith garb. You can try to redeem her and defend her in the process, but we know that isn't what Kreia wants. We know that she is manipulative, a possible danger, and to defend her means killing everyone we went on this journey with. Our droids, our apprentices, Mandalore. You get light points for this, but is it truly a light side action? I'm legitimately asking you here because I don't think it's so easy to classify, in a way being one of the true gray morality choices in the game. You get light side points, sure, but did you do the right thing? Was killing everyone in your party to defend Kreia the right call? Maybe it was. Maybe she can be redeemed, but we don't know, and we lose everything in the process of helping her. One alternative is to side with your party, the choice I originally thought would have led to a light side gain. Your party accuses Kreia of manipulating you, potentially towards the dark side. She kind of is in a way, and you can choose to side with them against her. You shouldn't have to fight her, but that is where this conversation is heading. By claiming Kreia has been manipulating you, is a danger, and that you will stop her, you in turn take a step closer to the dark side. Why is it that defending ourselves against Kreia leads down the dark side? Why does siding with our party do that? Is Kreia not what they are accusing her of? Should we not realize that by this point in the storyline? Is the choice to not attempt redeeming her really worthy of us falling off our path? A woman who has made it clear that she wouldn't want to be redeemed? That light side or dark side, she would rather stick to the values she believes in, regardless of which alignment that puts her in. Kreia at this moment is a Sith. She's a danger. What is the right course of action here for you? Well, there's one more option. An option I believe is worth considering despite the message the tomb is trying to convey to you. Maybe you don't agree with Kreia, but maybe you don't want to kill her. Maybe you can't get behind your party all turning against her, but at the same time you wouldn't defend her. Maybe you can just walk away. That's an option, and one that leads to the notorious scene within the tomb. Kreia will chastise you for your inability to choose one of the two previous options. It's considered an utter failure of the test, and she will finish by telling you that apathy is death. To make a choice will lead you down one path or another, but to make no choice, to commit no action, well, you might as well be dead. Apathy is death. Kreia says it and then is followed by everyone else in your party, including HK-47, who says it like a sarcastic ghost in a Scooby-Doo episode.
So you will do nothing. Apathy is death, worse than death, because at least a rotting corpse feeds the beasts and insects.
Apathy is death. Apathy is death. Apathy is death.
Apathy is death.
Statement: apathy is death.
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 Is walking away from this scene the wrong call? Not necessarily. You have to remember where we are. In the tomb of a powerful Sith Lord. This entire place is pulsing with dark energy, and whatever it may be trying to teach you may not be what you agree with. For the exile, action is usually required. It's why you went to war. Inaction is the way of the Jedi. Apathy is death. In a way, this is true. You have a responsibility to do something, to help someone if you can. Apathy is death, but what choice would you make here? Regardless of your choice, a battle will commence and you'll be on your way to the final trial. Once you reach it, you'll be met by an apparition of Revan and of yourself fallen to the dark side. You'll battle yourself and then Revan, finishing your tests within the tomb. I can only assume the final battle is meant to show your connection to Revan, who you were at one point and how close you were to falling and becoming like him. The battle against Revan is meant to show how much you've overcome, how now you could even overcome Revan himself. With the defeat of these apparitions, Kreia will contact you through the Force, congratulating you for making it through. You can mention that you feel the tomb has changed you into someone, potentially not for the better, and Kreia will point out that everything you have done and felt within is merely coming from within you. You instinctively know your own path, and you will follow it. The tomb's power holds nothing over you, it merely showed you things to think about. I don't fully agree with Kreia here, as with many of her takes. While the tome definitely meant to show you various aspects of yourself and facilitated the ability to reflect, it clearly had some darker motivations in mind. The dark side is an inherently corrupting force. Even if you are more powerful than it, it still has that goal in mind. With the tomb completed, you can loot it for some items, none of which I believe I ended up using. Once you get your party back from the Ebon Hawk, you can head inside the Sith Academy proper. There's nothing to do here really. I don't mean that as a slight, but okay, maybe I do mean that as a slight. There's really nothing to do here. You head inside, see a scene of Darth Sion meditating before sending a group of assassins after you, and then you spend your short amount of time within, unlocking various rooms as you search for the Lost Jedi Master. To do so, you need to open a nearby library via a terminal, study Sith history, pass a multiple choice quiz, and then fight some dogs, all while being hounded by Sith assassins. You eventually unlock the torture chamber you visited as Revan, only to find the corpse of the Jedi Master you were searching for. Out of all the Masters, she is the only one to be captured and killed by the Sith. Since she's dead, there's nothing else to really do here. That is except for Darth Sion, who complains about Kreia and how much he wants to murder his old master for the torturous training she put him through. Probably justified, but we won't get into that just yet. To Sion, you aren't Kreia's apprentice. Rather, you are nothing. A fly to him that he would see destroyed, although this opinion will quickly change. A short battle unfolds before Kreia informs you that you cannot beat Sion here, where the dark power of Korriban courses through him. You're forced to run, and Sion prevents his assassins from following you, believing you earned your escape through battle with him. That's Korriban. Again, your time here is relatively short. Out of all the planets, it's potentially the one that feels the most unfinished until we reach the endgame. Whether or not it is unfinished, or this was just what the developers wanted, I'm unsure. But if you decided to do a zero optional content run, I believe each planet may take you around half an hour or longer depending, while Korriban would take like 10 minutes maybe. What Korriban lacks in content, it too makes up for in dialogue and narrative. Taking part in the Kashyyyk cave and the hidden tomb is a must because of how thought-provoking it is, how much it lays out the past of the exile and her motivation, your motivations for her. Korriban is short but sweet in this way. With it now completed, as we return to the Ebon Hawk, we'll receive a comm from the Mandalorians asking us to return as Kavar has left a message for us. I told you we'd be returning to Onderon, but we'll be exploring more of Dxun as well. When you arrive back at the Mandalorian camp, you'll be informed that Kavar wanted to get a hold of you and provided safe passage via Queen Talia. Unfortunately, that's no longer possible as General Vaklu has accused Talia of being a traitor, effectively starting the civil war I mentioned previously. You need to take a ship to Isis as soon as possible, but there's an issue. There's plenty of energy signatures coming from an uncharted part of the jungle on Dxun, and there are registry numbers tied to the Sith. Kreia suggests that the Force requires you to split the group up to tackle these issues together, to which the Mandalorians are unhappy about. Apparently, strategically splitting up their forces doesn't make sense to them and is a sign of weakness, showing that it is no wonder Revan outsmarted and overpowered them. This means you need to choose 2 party members to join you on Isis and 3 party members to assault the Sith compound. It's really up to you who you choose. For the compound, I chose Bao-Dur, T3, and Mandalore. Throughout this entire game, T3 has been an absolute tank who could solo most of this content, so it doesn't really matter who I brought alongside him. The same could be said about the Exile. We start off with our Dxun party. One of the Mandalorians has escorted us to the location of the Sith readings, and what we uncover is the tomb of Frida Nad, a Jedi who decided to openly be consumed by the dark side. Rather than having his tomb on Korriban, Nad's tomb was hidden away on Dxun. The Mandalorians seemed to know of this, but never this specific location, surprising them that it was so close to their base this entire time. What follows is an assault on the tomb and the Sith forces within. If you were wondering where all the Sith forces are coming from, considering they were all defeated by the Republic, so am I. From what I understand, these people are all remnants of the Sith from the Jedi Civil War. I believe they are the forces of Darth Nihilus who adopted them, while Sion is off doing his own thing back at Korriban. Regardless of where these forces came from, you spend the next extended period making your way through the tomb and defeating them. There's a few tactical options to take advantage of, such as turning off turrets, programming the droids to attack their masters, and destroying a proximity sensor so the enemy doesn't know where you're coming from. However, once inside, things are more straightforward. You can clear out the tomb, but more interestingly, you can find little pockets of dark side energy concentrated in specific spots on the map. If you are having trouble with the battles within, and I could see that being possible, these dark side spots are very useful. You can either bathe in the dark side energy or do what I did with Bao-Dur here and overcome the darkness through meditation. By overcoming it, I gained temporary attribute bonuses until the fighting was complete. I found 2 of these in total, and they made Bao particularly strong and tanky in comparison to the norm. Backed by T3 and Mandalore, I made short work of the enemy units. Now, I don't think it's completely clear what the Sith are doing here. There are some Sith masters at the central part of the tomb completing a ritual, presumably to bolster the power of the Onderon troops during the Civil War. General Vaklu, in an attempt to overthrow Talia, rid his planet of the Republic, and take charge, has sided with the Sith. That shouldn't be surprising considering what we know of Vaklu so far. It's not like Onderon was in direct threat of the Sith during the Jedi Civil War either. Onderon had to deal with the Mandalorian, sure, but the Jedi versus the Sith was more an annoyance to Onderon on both sides. Vaklu holds contempt for the Republic, therefore he holds contempt for the Jedi. It is understandable why he would side with the Sith, although it isn't justifiable by any means. Your party of companions will interrupt the ritual by defeating the Masters within. We then switch back to the Exile and her party before heading to Onderon. The Mandalorians have set up a basilisk for you to crash land in Isis. It's one of their more effective war droids and is a rite of passage for young Mandalorians to pilot during a war. It's a sign that you are held in high esteem with the Mandalorian people and should be seen as a great honor. Once you crash into Isis, it's a pretty straightforward affair. There isn't much to say until we reach the throne room past the sky ramp. You'll meet with some royal palace guards, fight your way through the militia, and you'll even get the opportunity to try and convince them to surrender or at least retreat, if you want. You can also just gladly slaughter everyone if that's what you're doing in this playthrough. Once in the palace, you need to find a way through the central door. This takes you through some of the hallways within, and you have to deal with the Twi'lek slicer Kif. Kif was the individual that sliced our starport visas for us during our first trip here. Now he's been semi-forced to help the Onderon militia in an attempt to stop you or at least slow you down. You can deal with Kif how you want, but an awareness check shows that this wasn't really an act of malice, rather he was just trying to save his own hide. I ended up leaving him for the Royal Guards. Captain Riken can be saved from imprisonment, and you can get some security codes that will allow you to use a computer on the other side of the palace to open up the main door to the throne room. Here you'll run into Kavar, who ended up separated from the Queen at some point. Once the door is open, you'll be face to face with General Tobin. You don't fight him though. Turns out all of the beasts within Isis were taken control of by the Sith and Onderon militia, militia. One particularly large beast goes out of control and begins killing soldiers and wounding Tobin severely. After you kill the beast, you can head into the throne room where you will witness Vaklu and Talia fighting. I haven't mentioned it yet, but battle meditation makes a return in KOTOR II. What was once a rare ability that only Bastila knew to use effectively at the time is possible to be utilized by your entire Jedi party. In fact, when reaching the throne room, there is an option to use battle meditation to bolster the royal forces if you so choose. Vaklu, with his back against the wall and with the arrival of Kavar, attempts to fight you off but is swiftly defeated. Here's where things come back to morality. Talia wants to have Vaklu executed for his actions, and Kreia will agree. She thinks that Vaklu is irredeemable, a topic she focused on a lot during the trip to Korriban. To let him live would only cause problems for the people of Onderon further down the lines. Now, you can try to convince Talia to spare him if you want. It's not about whether he should live or die, but to kill him now would go against the laws set in place by the political powers of Onderon. Talia will respect your counsel, but be steadfast in wanting to execute him. You can let it happen, or you can't. It's up to you to decide what justice is here. Talia wants Vaklu dead for all of the death he caused. You may feel the same. Should Vaklu be dealt with now, or should he have a trial? Is the concept of law in this instance even important? Further, what repercussions would this have? In order to convince Talia, you can mention to her that killing Vaklu now would make him a martyr to the people who sided with him. And again, you have to ask yourself, would it? What is the right course of action here? Is it too dangerous to leave Vaklu alive? Is that our choice to make? Should it be the choice of their laws and people? It's up to you as the player to decide, and it's not as simple as it seems. I personally do not put a lot of faith into their laws, but I do also believe the concept of Vaklu becoming a martyr to be possible. To me, the best course of action is showing the people firsthand how awful this man was, whether that be in a court of law or in some other capacity. After the battle and the discussion of how to deal with Vaklu, you'll have your time with the final Jedi Master, Kavar. Kavar will tell you much of what you now know already. They exiled you because they thought it right, but it was ultimately your choice. They didn't cut you off from the Force, and they are hiding something from you still. Something that is most painful for Kavar. He points out that he almost took you on as a Padawan, that he considers you a friend after the time you both spent together in the past, and while he can't tell you about the secret the Council holds, it greatly pains him. It's foreshadowing for something not so good, something that is going to be happening sooner rather than later. With all of the Masters found, and with them all informed about the Sith showing themselves, it's time for everyone to reunite on Dantooine and begin what I would consider the endgame of KOTOR II. Not too much more to say about the conversations on the Ebon Hawk. With Mandalore joining us, there's tension between him and Bao-Dur due to their history within the war. Bao-Dur is frustrated that Mandalore can easily justify his killing of countless innocent lives through the concept of honor in the heat of battle. Mandalore doesn't understand why this makes Bao-Dur so upset. You can calm them both down, but Bao-Dur will mention that he'll shoot Mandalore out of the airlock if he ever acts up. Additionally, I had a conversation with Bao about nightmares he has from Malachor V. To this day, his creation of the mass shadow generator still haunts him and is something he has to actively face on this journey. As I mentioned before, that's one of the game's major themes, facing your past for better or worse. Everyone on your ship has a past, and many of those are tied to war. You are tied to the Mandalorian Wars, same with Bao-Dur, same with Mira, Atton, and Mandalore. The wars and their destruction are something the Disciple actively researches and invests time in. The pain of the past is something that the game wants you to confront, and it allows you to decide how it will shape your character. I also finally had a conversation with Goto about his true identity, if it wasn't obvious already, especially since some of the dialogue will call him Goto but spell it as G0T0. Goto is actually a Republic droid, a droid that was created by the Republic to theorize ways to save it, something the droid considered an impossible task and that allowed it to break free from its logic loop. Despite being broken free, the droid was still programmed to love the Republic even if it believes it is weak and unable to be saved. It's a frustrating concept for Goto. He hates that he is forced to love something that he considers so inferior. He yearns for stabilization because that is what he is programmed to do, and Goto used his droid abilities to control Nar Shadaaa through multiple other droids. The Pazak droid we met previously was used to spy on gamblers, the Swoop droid was able to do the same, there was a Bith scientist with a droid who mysteriously vanished, and there were all the droids working in Voga's warehouse. The entirety of Nar Shadaaa was under the secret control of Goto, more than anyone truly realized despite him being the leader of the exchange. With another batch of conversations taken care of, it's finally time to head back to Dantooine and meet with the Jedi Masters we located during our travels. The return of Dantooine marks the beginning of the end. KOTOR 2's journey gets streamlined from here on out. As we land and approach the Jedi Enclave, a cutscene will play showing that it has been partially rebuilt with the previously locked door now open. Heading inside, we will find the areas we explored in the original game now destroyed, with overgrown foliage as nature takes back what once belonged to it. Within the council chamber, you will find the last 3 Jedi Masters reminiscing about the Enclave. They note that it isn't what it was, but that it might be for the best. The Masters have been waiting for you. You can approach them and mention that you all must join together in order to defeat the Sith, and Vrook will argue with you, surprise. The Masters want to do nothing. They want to just sit and wait until the true threat reveals itself, as they believe it to be bait to lure them out. As the Jedi went into hiding to lure out the Sith threat, they too now have made themselves known and put themselves in danger. Regardless, Nihilus is causing real damage to the planets around them currently. Countless innocent people are dying and something needs to be done. Even if a potential trap, inaction would lead to the death of so many, and we know this. The Masters know this. You argue this with the Council, mirroring the time of the Mandalorian Wars. Kavar points out that this is not a normal battle. Sure, there are people, victims at the front lines, but this battle is being fought through the Force. The enemy is attempting to defeat them through the Force, an invisible battle that they do not fully understand. Nihilus is forced to feed on all around him. He's compelled to feed on the energy of the Force and could cause great destruction due to this. At one point during the Civil War on Onderon, Kreia revived Tobin and sent him to Nihilus, telling him to warn the Sith Lord of the many hidden Jedi in the Enclave on Telos. Obviously there is only Atris, but this is enough to send the Sith to attack the entire planet. A lot is happening all at once. We have Sion off doing something, somewhere. It doesn't really matter. We have Nihilus feeding off the life force of everyone around him, causing war to break out on Telos. And then we have Kreia, who we will soon learn is the true threat here, although this should have been obvious. As you talk to the Council, Kreia will walk around the Enclave reminiscing about her past. Kreia takes his seat and seems to listen in on your conversation with the Masters. Kavar and the rest don't want to argue about whether or not they should fight. To them, they have something more important to deal with, the secret that they have been keeping from you all this time. We should all understand that at one point the exile was cut off from the Force, but we also learned that this was not at the hands of the Council. Rather, we need to revisit the topic of Force bonds, our Force bonds with Kreia as the main example. To have such a strong Force bond is rare. That the harming of one could harm another seems to be virtually unheard of. As it turns out, the exile has an unnatural ability to form these bonds. Through being a powerful leader similar to Revan, the exile had the ability to command and make connections with those around her. When these connections began to all die out in one quick moment during the events of Malachor V, the rippling effect through the Force would have been enough to kill her. In an act of defense and self-preservation, the exile deafened herself to the Force instinctually. This prevented her from being harmed, but had a side effect. A wound was created in the Force, a wound that follows the exile around, and a wound that feeds on death to become more powerful. I was actually talking to Janky about this earlier, but it's an interesting narrative topic because it basically describes why you get more powerful and gain experience in the game as you kill a bunch of people. The Masters saw this within you. When you were the only one to return to the Council for punishment and judgment and for exile, they felt the wounds surrounding you. The Masters tell you that you were blinded at this point, but we then see Kreia say you were finally able to see, that you were finally free. This is what Kreia has been yearning for all this time. What the Masters see as a great loss that inhibits you, Kreia sees as freedom from the Force, something she wishes for the entire galaxy, and a lesson she is trying to teach the Masters now. By gathering the Masters here and having you presented to them, Kreia's true goal is being realized. She hopes to show the Masters the benefits of breaking one's ties to the Force, ending an unnecessary reliance on it, and presenting a world where the Force would no longer exist, or at least not be relied on. Kreia's hatred for the Force has always been what fueled her main desire, to remove the Force entirely and allow everyone to finally see, for the first time, to finally be free. The Jedi fear this wound. They believe you have gained or have always had an ability within the Force to create connections with people. The main mechanic of the game, our influence over our party, may be something more. Rather than the skills and charisma of a leader, we may be manipulating these individuals through the Force unconsciously. But I want to make it very clear, this is a theory only. The Jedi are theorizing you have this ability, but they don't know for sure. The disciple even calls this their blindness later on. The Jedi could not fathom the social power you possess as being natural to your personality and willpower. To them, this has to be some aspect of the Force, but while the disciple cannot prove to you otherwise, he ensures you that he and the others follow you because of who you are, because of your leadership, and because of your ability to influence. It's not the Force that brought them to you, it's you as a person. The Jedi cannot see that, at least not the current order. The Jedi are scared of you. They see your natural influence and it frightens them. They fear change, and while you are the embodiment of that change, these masters each embody something of their own. Zez Kyle is the cowardice of the Jedi, with his inability to stand up for you here and now or help the people of Nar Shadaaa. Vrook, the arrogance of the Jedi and never being able to look past the teachings, and Kavar, the blind virtuousness of the Jedi, who even though he saw you as a friend, feels the need to harm you now. The three masters represent everything wrong with the Jedi, that they are an outdated and obsolete order, that they aren't willing to change, and how it will be their undoing even as they attempt to be yours. The wound that you possess feeds on death. The Jedi know this. All of the death on Peragus reawakened your Force powers. All the people you killed on your search for the Masters allowed you to grow more and more powerful. You are stronger than you ever have been. You can continue to grow stronger, but the cost is death. Whether justified or not, whether light or dark side, death is what allows you to grow, and this frightens them. They see your ability as no fault of your own, but a threat they cannot ignore. They believe this wound to be a threat to the Force itself, with the potential to end it completely, and that is something the Jedi cannot allow. The Force plays a huge role in terms of life on planets. For it to be wiped from the galaxy could have catastrophic consequences. But is that what will happen? Is it possible that they are more scared of the idea that one can become more powerful by learning to let go of the Force, to cut themselves off from it and see for the first time not as a Jedi, but as a person? This is what Kreia wants to show them, and this is a lesson the Masters cannot and are not willing to learn. To prevent this potential threat from taking shape, the Masters thus choose to strip you of the Force. It's ironic, this entire time we have been discussing how awful this would be to do to somebody. Just when we think that the Jedi are somewhat deplorable in their actions, we learn that they hadn't stripped you of your connection after all. Yet now we learn that it is perfectly within their ability to reason to do so. The Jedi can find reason to strip you of the Force, to cripple you, even if it's not a punishment. To them, it's for survival. You are a threat, but not one I think to the galaxy at large. I think you are a threat to the current Jedi Order, to their way of life, and this is an excuse they have managed to believe in order to remove you from the equation and to prevent change. The Jedi in this light show who they truly are: selfish individuals, people, not some gods that we should all look up to and trust. Kreia arrives just in time to save you. She reveals herself to the Council, and Kavar mentions that he believed her to have died during the Mandalorian Wars. I suppose this is a good time to mention that there is a fan theory surrounding Kreia. Her true identity could be that of Aaron Kai, or Aaron K, again I don't remember, a master of Revan and mother of Brianna the Handmaiden. Most of this is based on the fact that Kreia and the Handmaiden look similar, and Kreia had high praise for Aaron when talked about. In an interview, Chris Avalon was asked about the relationship between Kreia and Kay. He stated, "Can't comment, but good catch, sorry." Apparently Chris is known for saying something like this when an interesting theory is brought up that he didn't consider beforehand. I'd assume that the theory isn't canon until stated otherwise, but it is something that could should be considered. Kreia chastises the council for judging something that they could not understand. Rather than waiting for the echo of Malachor to arrive, they should have taken the time to travel and seen the darkness firsthand, to learn what dangers there are in the galaxy, and to learn how to either utilize or contain those powers. By sitting at home and doing nothing, the council has become ignorant and blind to the world around them. Kreia discusses the power of war. How war creates a power that would normally be utilized by a Sith, an area of corruption that can drown all within it, corrupting them and turning them to the dark side. It's how Revan was able to convert so many people to become Dark Jedi, to become Sith. He had the power of Malachor V, he eventually had the power of the Star Forge, both relics of wars long past that now act as beacons for the dark side. But what's important about these places and about the atrocities that unfolded is that no one could walk away from them except for one person, the exile. You learned something that others could not. You unlocked something new within the galaxy, something that Kreia and the Triumvirate have now learned. This entire time, Kreia attempted to understand you, how you turned from the Force and survived. She believes she understands why now. It was due to fear. You feared for your life, and self-preservation is what saved you. Kreia then passes her judgment onto the council, preventing them from being able to judge you any further. Like they tried against the exile, she strips them of all of the Force, but so thoroughly that there is nothing left within them. Without the Force, the bodies of the Masters are left as simple husks. As you lay collapsed on the floor, Kreia walks away only to be approached by several handmaidens. I assume they were there for the exile, as Kreia mentions she is no more, but I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, Kreia orders the Echani to bring her before Atris, believing she can do what the rest of the council could not. Meanwhile, you can hear the thoughts of your party members aboard the Ebon Hawk. Mira, for example, is worried about what Kreia may be up to, worried that she may be planning something that would kill all life in the galaxy. Most interesting is Bao-Dur, who mentions that he knows the exile can hear his thoughts. He's always known. It's why he followed her. In the past, he has destroyed planets for his general, but now he hopes to save something instead, and in the process, save himself. As you get back on your feet and make it to the Ebon Hawk, you'll find Atton has been attacked, presumably by the handmaidens. He informs you that Kreia has been taken to Telos and believes Atris will attempt to execute her due to Kreia being Sith. Oddly enough, you can question this, acting confused at the idea. Atton will ask if you were actually surprised, as it was obvious from the start, and this is true. It was abundantly clear since you met her on Peragus that Kreia was Sith-like in nature. You can even have a conversation with her about this, about how she was a Jedi, how she became Darth Treya, how she was exiled from both. Of course Kreia is Sith, of course she is of the dark side. There should have been an option to acknowledge this understanding. At the very least, Atton points out that if we were all judged on who we were in the past, we may not be able to understand who we are now. Kreia was Sith in the past, yes, and she may act as Sith now, but she may be something more than that. I mentioned that the disciple will have a conversation with you here, that you will ask him about the possibility of your Force connections, if he believes they exist, and he points out he doesn't, and he believes the Jedi are ignorant, that their choice of isolation has left them unable to see things as they are, to see connections and the power they hold. He believes that living life without the Force may not be punishment after all. Maybe it was something more. A lesson to learn, a perspective that the Jedi should have. When Kreia comes before Atris, it's as though Atris cannot look at her. She knows Kreia is there, but in some ways she is still masking her presence to those around her. The room Atris is within is a chamber for storing Sith holocrons. It's why she only has non-Force sensitive Echani warriors by her side, so the influence of the holocrons doesn't affect them. Atris, as a historian, collected and preserved many Jedi artifacts. The Sith holocrons were kept to better understand the Sith so she could learn more about the threat they faced. Unfortunately, this had the adverse effect of shifting her towards the dark side. Kreia informs Atris that she has always been there, watching the events of the Jedi unfold. In fact, she was the one who manipulated the council, asking for your character to be exiled. Even back then, everything was part of Kreia's plan for you. Atris accuses Kreia of being a Sith, but Kreia points out that Sith is nothing more than a title. One could classify her as a Sith, but that is not what she is or what she believes in. Kreia was once Darth Treya, but she too was exiled and took on a new purpose. However, she believes there must always be a Darth Traya, someone who has been betrayed and can betray others as well. She believes Atris will fill this role for her as she has begun to fall. Atris was betrayed by Revan. Telos was one of the first planets to fall at his hand during the Jedi Civil War. It's the home of Cartho Nassi. It was always the plan for the Jedi to retreat to Telos if something went wrong, and Revan knew this, striking there first to say that there would be nowhere for the Jedi to hide. In a way, this broke Atris and started her down her path of resentment. Kreia leaves before you arrive, but Atris is still there waiting for you. She challenges you to combat, as Kreia predicted would happen. Atris believes that battle with you will lead her to enlightenment, allow her to truly ascend and then rebuild the Jedi Order after using her new power to defeat the Sith. But Atris has now become Sith, and her thoughts are corrupted. Still, everything is going to plan for her. Atris leaked the recording of your trial to you. She wanted you to see the missing Jedi Masters, to search for them, and in reuniting them, draw the Sith out of hiding. Now the Sith are approaching Telos, and Atris believes she will be able to defeat them. Even if she could defeat Nihilus, there's still other Sith to be dealt with, Atris included. She believes she could rebuild the Order to be a council without war, but the truth is that she would be building up the Sith Empire and the Sith failings without realizing it. The two of you fight, and as she is defeated, Atris asks you to kill her. I imagine you can, but I chose to spare her. It's poetic in a way. Atris brings herself back from the brink of darkness, but has nothing left to show for it. Her hate took everything from her, and all you can offer her is the concept of exile, something she chooses to do, choosing to strip her identity as a Jedi away and live as a person again. Atris knows where Kreia has gone to, back to Malachor V, where all of the pain and suffering of the Mandalorian Wars met its climax. You need to head there to confront her, but before we can, we still have Nihilus and his ship, the Ravager, to deal with. If playing with the restored content mod, which you should be, you'll take control of HK-47 and infiltrate the HK manufacturing plant in order to shut it down. All of the content is restored from the files left within the game, and I don't want to focus too much on it. I found the entire section to be a slog, both because you are forced to solo it with HK, and because I didn't have the speed buffs of a Jedi party member. Still, it does feel somewhat complete as its own section and brings the HK-50 assassination unit's storyline to a conclusion. While HK and Bao-Dur have gone off to do their own thing, Telos Citadel Station is under attack by Sith forces. Once you've dealt with Atris, you head there with Atton to push the forces back. Here you're able to talk with the TSF, Kunda Militia, and Chodo Habat to see how things have been going since you left the various planets you explored. Chodo is happy to inform you that Zerka was removed from the restoration project on Telos, but has been reassigned to several other planets, making him feel like it was all for nothing. You can fight through the Sith forces to save the station, and once complete, you'll take a strike force to the Ravager with a group of Mandalorians. You, Visas, and Mandalore storm the ship and place several proton charges around the ship to destroy it once you deal with Nihilus. You can run into Tobin here, who has been corrupted, and you can convince him to return to the light, as the Sith would only come back to attack Onderon later. He'll then help by blowing up one of the proton charges you set up on the ship. Along the way, you can reach Visas' old chambers. She requests the ability to stop by so she can meditate on everything that has happened. Here she is able to come to terms with the destruction of her planet and loss of her people, giving her extra force points in the process. The three of you place the charges, deal with Tobin, and make your way to the bridge where you confront Nihilus for the first and last time. There's not much to the actual confrontation, unfortunately. It feels unfinished, if anything, and a large portion of these final areas are just that. A bit of a rushed and unfinished mess. You can inform Nihilus that Kreia tricked him, that there were no Jedi on Telos and nothing for him to feed on. The hunger is consuming him and becoming too much for him, meaning it is possible for you to battle and strike him down. I really wish the developers had more time to flesh out the interactions you had with Nihilus. He's an ominous and enigmatic character, one I'd love to see developed further, but all we end up with is a short battle before he collapses from exhaustion and is devoured by the power of the dark side, fading from existence. After his death, Visas takes another moment to meditate, seeing Malachor V in a vision and seeing you walking down its path, one she plans to follow with you. As you all prepare to leave, you are hit by one final burst of energy from Nihilus's body as he disappears. Visas goes to help Mandalore and commands him to stand, letting him know he still has many battles to fight in the future. Mandalore mentions that she sounds like Revan, and he begins to open up to you and Visas about what Revan had told him while exploring the Outer Rim. The reason Revan had given him the helmet to become Mandalore and save his people. As Revan's memories came back to him, he informed Canderous that the Mandalorian War was orchestrated by forces unknown, that the Mandalorians were nothing more than pawns and manipulated to attack the galaxy and the Republic, to weaken the galaxy so it could be conquered later. I've seen people online complain about this point, that it removes the agency of the Mandalorians as it was established in the first game, and acts as a bit of a retcon, but I disagree. The war the Mandalorians fought, while it destroyed them, was still something they took pride and honor within. It was a glorious time for their people to fight against someone like Revan. Even if their agency as a people is now subject to scrutiny, I wouldn't say that this is for the worse. Rather, it allows the established motivations of the Mandalorians to still be intact, while building the narrative towards what KOTOR was supposed to be originally, the trilogy of Revan and his journey. It's unfortunate that we never got to see that narrative come to fruition, only getting the story fleshed out in external media and finalized in the MMO The Old Republic when Revan returns. After escaping and destroying the Ravager, you'll be informed that Carth Onasi wishes to speak with you. What follows is the narrative tie that would have led into the third game. Carth asks you if you know where Revan is. He once served with Revan in the Ebon Hawk, but they had to part ways. Revan knew of a threat far off in the galaxy and knew he had to go alone because bringing anyone he loved would have put him and them in jeopardy. They would have been used against Revan in an attempt to manipulate him. He reiterates that the Mandalorians were used as pawns, and that Carth was asked by Revan to keep the Republic afloat in order to deal with this new threat. However, whatever Revan set out to do, Carth doesn't think he succeeded, and now he wishes to find Revan so that he can help him. It's unfortunate, but you can't help Carth with this at the moment, as you too are searching for Revan and are unaware of his current location. Carth has a request for you. If you find Revan, don't tell him the location. Simply report to Revan that Admiral Onasi is following his orders, that the Republic is still intact. You make your leave for Malachor V, and as you do, Bastila appears from off-screen to discuss the conversation with Carth. Bastila can't bear not knowing why Revan left, and not knowing why Revan had to protect his friends from the knowledge. All they can take solace in for now is that they are doing as Revan asked, and when playing this on release, we could hope to find out those answers in a future installment. Unfortunately, we wouldn't for many years. It's finally time for your party to head to Malachor V. HK and Bao-Dur may have been absent from the scene on Telos, but HK at the very least is back and will appear in a scene later. I can only assume Bao-Dur is on board again as well, but I don't know for sure. Malachor V is a broken planet. Its pieces are held together by the gravitational pull of the mass shadow generator, and the atmosphere is chaotic at best. This makes it particularly difficult to land, and the Ebon Hawk ends up crashing into some mountains, apparently launching the entire party around the map and knocking them unconscious. How you get knocked out of a spaceship, I'll never understand that. Meanwhile, Kreia returns to the Treyas Academy where she had trained Sion and Nihilus. She's ambushed by Sith assassins, but takes care of them without any issue. She then approaches Sion, who is meditating in the Academy Center, and overpowers him with little effort, showing that she had always been holding back against him. Kreia's power is immense, and she once again makes Sion her pawn to be used and abused by her. Atris had informed you that Kreia threatened to end her own life to end yours if you did not come to meet her on Malachor V. She has questions to answer, and it's your destiny to meet her there. But it's still a test, and Kreia won't make it easy for you to reach her. This entire time, Kreia has been using you for many reasons. She used you to collect the Jedi Masters, to show them their wrongdoings, to show them life without the Force and its power. She used you to get revenge on Nihilus and Sion, and now she hopes to use your death at Malachor V to release the wound and echo within you. The wound and echo would then compound on the planet's pain and create something even greater that had enough power to deafen the Force entirely. Kreia's true end goal, and the potential end of all life in the galaxy. But there may be more to it than that, and we'll learn as much once we reach her. In the meantime, you have to travel across the surface of Malachor V, fighting beasts until you approach the Academy proper. Along the way, you can find several buried ships with consoles within, but you can't utilize them for anything at the moment. While traversing the surface, you will see a scene of Mira waking up as well, and as she travels to find you, she will be stalked and attacked by by Hanhar, forcing them into a final confrontation. It felt like another unfinished aspect of the ending. By the time at the Ravager, we barely see any of our party any longer. They virtually disappear from existence until the very end of the Atris Academy. Mira fights Hanhar and you can choose not to kill him. I offered to have him escort Mira to Kreia as Kreia would put an end to his life, which he wanted and agreed to, but after that we never see Hanhar again, nor what becomes of him. I believe this is due to the scenes being part of the restoration mod and cut content. We get some extra narrative and context on Malachor V, but a large portion of it leaves plot holes due to not being complete. All this to say that if Malachor feels rushed, confusing, and incomplete, that's because it is, and the restoration efforts can only do so much to remedy that. As you make it to the Academy, a scene will play and Beodur's remote will appear on the surface as well. A holo vid shows that Beodur programmed remote to reactivate the generator using the engines of broken down ships on the planet. By doing so, it would cause the planet to break apart instead of squeeze together, thus destroying it completely. However, remote was told not to fully finish this task until the exile was safe off planet. While attempting to activate the engines around the surface, Goto will attempt to prevent remote from doing so. However, HK-47 intervenes and kills Goto, allowing remote to complete its task. Why did Goto want to save Malachor? Apparently it was to hoard the artifacts he believed it to be in abundance of. I believe the death scene with Goto is also cut content. Soon, your Jedi apprentices all reunite, except for Beodur, I believe, and they all attack Kreia before you get there. Unfortunately, she's able to overpower and imprison everyone, including Mandalore, so that they can be used as a test for you later. However, Atson manages to escape before running into Darth Sion. He manages to beat him in combat, but doesn't manage to kill him before absconding. Kreia orders Sion to wait for you to reach him, mentioning that there are 2 paths within the Academy that will get you to your destination. However, it's a choice you have to make. You either take the path that is full of enemies for you to slaughter but will have you skip saving your friends, or you take the path to your friends which will weaken you in the process. This is a lie, probably a development issue more than anything. The truth of it is that both paths are full of enemies and killing them will allow you to level up further more than anything else. They'll hardly weaken you, especially if you are as powerful as possible in this point in the game. Additionally, you are not making a morality choice here since you don't actually know which of the 2 paths are which. It's unknown to you whether the left path or right path will lead you to your allies. You can miss them completely by accident. Again, I don't have a list of all the cut content, but this feels related to it in some capacity. I can't be sure though, considering the last time I played this game without restoration mods was when I first played it as a child. To find your party members, you have to travel through the Proving Grounds area. You'll fight countless enemies and then find a series of prisoner cells with a terminal nearby. Opening the cells will free your comrades and you can convince Mandalore to take everyone to safety and ready the Ebon Hawk for escape. You'll split off from the group and continue making your way to Kreia, which will leave you face to face with Sion, who blocks your path. The conversation with Sion is great. It turns out that he has gained immense respect for you to the point that he loves you. He sees much of Kreia in you, but without the pain and influence. You are just there, silently in his mind, and he finds that presence beautiful, which he equates to death. He tells you not to go further as you will only suffer at Kreia's hands. He'd rather see you have a swift death on the surface of Malachor, or he's willing to kill you to prevent you from falling into Kreia's clutches. Sion is only alive due to his hatred and connection to the Force. It's what keeps his body intact, and the power of Malachor V feeds him, allowing him to fall again and again only to get back up. You'll fight him several times, and each time he'll get back up while you try to convince him to turn away from the Force, to see true power and to finally be free and released from this hell he lives within. After several battles, he will fall, exhausted, confused as to how you could be so powerful to beat him here, and you can explain that you are as you are because you were able to turn away from the Force, something Sion is unable to do. You can ask him if his life now is worth living, and he will admit that it isn't, that no matter how much pain he inflicts and darkness he spreads to survive, there is no end to his own pain. He yearns for death but is scared of it, but you are the final nail in the coffin that convinces him to release himself from his own torment, from the torment of the Force, so he can finally die and rest in peace. Before he dies, Sion tells you that you are Kreia's weakness, as she is yours. he falls to the ground defeated, and you can move forward to your final confrontation with Kreia. Kreia greets you, and the first thing I had the exile say to her was that it wasn't too late, that the exile could save her if she willed it, that despite everything Kreia had done, she could be redeemed. We already know how Kreia feels about redemption, but she still wanted to hear the words, wanted to confirm the connection the two of you shared as master and apprentice, and for it she is grateful, even if she does not plan on being redeemed or accepting your mercy. You can use this time to ask Kreia a series of questions to help shine some light on her mysterious nature. For example, why did she confront Atris? Kreia will explain that she merely showed Atris what she had already become. She couldn't allow her teachings to continue because she didn't want to see the old ways of the Sith or Jedi to persevere. They were obsolete at this point, and therefore Kreia orchestrated your confrontation with Atris as a means to remove her from the equation. With Atris dead or exiled, she would no longer have influence on the future, while also finalizing your training. Yeah, even now Kreia has been training you. If you were to overtake her and defeat her, she needed a backup plan. If she could not deafen the galaxy from the Force, and if she were to die here, what would happen? We'll soon learn the answer to that question, but you can continue asking Kreia about her actions, such as why she chose you specifically. Plenty of people have been cut off from the Force before, but why were you so special? Kreia explains that it's because it was your choice. Anyone else was forced to lose their connection. You chose to do it to survive. You chose to do it to survive, and in doing so, gained knowledge and power that no one had ever experienced before. And this knowledge would shape your ability to teach others. Thus, Kreia's plan becomes clear. Kreia has contempt for the Force. She wants to see it removed completely, and by killing you here and now, she will be able to make that wish a reality. But at the same time, Kreia truly was your master. You excelled in every way she could have hoped. She began to love you for this and wanted to protect you. She wanted her teachings inscribed on you so that if you met her here on Malachor V and defeated her, it wouldn't have been for nothing. If Kreia were to die here, she wouldn't have failed because the Order of the Jedi would be rebuilt by someone who had Kreia's teachings and the knowledge of what turning away from the Force means. A new perspective that the older Order of the Jedi couldn't fathom. In this way, Kreia cannot lose, but it also isn't about making her lose. It's about stopping one option she has laid out before us in order to save ourselves. We don't care if Kreia wins even in defeat because she's right. The Jedi were outdated. They were arrogant and ignorant. They couldn't be saved after the events of the Jedi Civil War because they refused to change and adapt. You will change that. And in learning this, we now see what I have already mentioned previously, that in your search for the Lost Jedi, you found the true Lost Jedi in your companions, Atton, Mira, Mikhail, Visas, and Bao-Dur. These are the individuals who have the ability to rebuild the Order. Even if the Force won't be destroyed, there will be an order of people who understand what it means to live without the Force. A group of people that follow Kreia's teachings. She's one, and the galaxy may be better for it. Kreia can't be saved, and she believes one of you must die, so you finally begin the battle. Within this fight, you cut off Kreia's other hand, but she uses her powers in the Force to control 3 floating lightsabers at once, one of the rawest scenes in Star Wars history in my opinion. Still, it isn't enough to best you, and you land the final fatal blow on Kreia, sealing her fate. Kreia reveals that the battle is complete. She states that you are the greatest pupil she has ever trained, and you rewarded/saved her by ending her life. As she stands there dying, Kreia uses the power of the heart of Malachor to gaze into the future. She is willing to answer several questions for you before she passes on. Kreia will confirm that the true Lost Jedi were the friends we made along the way and tell you of their futures. She can't tell you anything about Bao-Dur because that dude is somehow a vault, but Mira, for example, will go on to be a powerful Jedi who will die die on her own terms, saving those who need her. She will have no regrets. The disciple will go on to reluctantly sit on the council, holding a pure love for you in his heart. Mandalore will continue to fight many battles, and the Mandalorians will unfortunately fizzle out, always to be a shell of what they once were. Visas will return to KOTOR to make peace with the destruction of her planet, Kreia confirming that you saved Visas in the end. Atton apparently is the fool, and the Force will continue to watch out for him. You can ask if Atton loved you, and Kreia will basically confirm that he did, but that he has nothing to offer her. Kreia will also confirm that she would have destroyed the galaxy to protect you, that you are her greatest apprentice, and the love she holds for you is immense. Finally, Kreia will talk about Revan, how it is your destiny to chase after him and protect him in the battle that is to come against the true Sith, the heart of the Sith. And like Revan, you will need to cast aside all of your companions so that they cannot be used against you. It's a bit of a sad story about what happens to Revan and the Exile in the end. If you ever want to see for yourself, you can play through the MMO, but I won't be covering it here. There's plenty more for Kreia to tell you about, including how all of the planets you visited will fare, but at some point the end of questioning will be met, and you can let Kreia pass on, her dying in front of you. As you walk away from the scene, Atton will be there to greet you. He asks where you'll be going again, since last time was such a crazy adventure. He reminisces about the mining colony, the Sith Lords, and more as the scene fades to the Ebon Hawk escaping from Malachor as the mass shadow generator is activated and destroys the planet for good. If you were hoping for more of an epilogue here, there isn't one. The ending of the Sith Lords is abrupt. The Ebon Hawk escapes and the credits roll. Everything we might want to know about the future of our party we have to hear from Kreia. You get the knowledge if you talk to her long enough, but I still would have enjoyed a bit more closure at the end. Even the original game was fairly abrupt, but at least we had the award ceremony. But maybe that's for the best. Even if we look past the rushed development, KOTOR 2 wasn't meant to be a conclusion. It didn't need to have closure, because it was meant to lead us into the finale of Revan and the Exile's journey. In a way, it ends on a bit of a cliffhanger, and knowing now that this would never be truly resolved as it should have been, it's a sad note to end things on. Regardless, that's where we are. The end of KOTOR 2, with Kreia gone, the Force saved, and a new age of the Jedi who will hopefully turn out better than their predecessors. I had always assumed that the Sith Lords was unanimously considered the better entry between the two games, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Rather, there seems to be a lot of people upset with the Sith Lords due to what they consider retcons to the original and nonsensical story elements on top of an unfinished product. To some, the Sith Lords can never be the classic that KOTOR 1 originally was, but I disagree. Having replayed the game now with all of the restored content and paying attention to the dialogue and motivations of characters, everything feels more fleshed out overall, more in-depth than anything the original game could have offered. With its comical dialogue and inability to create moral choices with any weight or depth, KOTOR 1 failed where the Sith Lords succeeded. Kreia is a complicated character, one that I believed confused and frustrated a lot of people because that's what she is, confusing. She's manipulative, and you may not agree with her actions. I know I don't, but there is clarity in what her goals are if you look for them. If you listen to her and try to understand her, you will learn what Kreia wants out of you, out of the Jedi, and out of the Force. Why she leaves you on Dantooine, and why she goes to Malachor. Kreia is enigmatic and confusing, but she has purpose. It's a sad end for her, but one she finds beautiful because regardless of what happens on Malachor V, she knows she can rest easy. If she can't rid herself of the Force, she at least has you to carry the torch, and you can do so however you see fit, through the light side or the dark. If we consider Kreia a villain, I would say that Obsidian has succeeded in creating one of the best villains in Star Wars as a whole. Even in loss, Kreia wins. Even if we stop her, we can see the truth in a lot of what she says. She's sympathetic in a way, but that doesn't mean we can forgive her actions, that she doesn't need to be stopped. A sympathetic villain is one of the best in storytelling, and Kreia is one of the best sympathetic villains in the series. KOTOR 2 is about confronting your past. It's about learning to not rely on the power that controls you, to expand your perspective. You confronted your past during the Mandalorian Wars. You turned away from the Force, and you became a better person for it. This in turn allowed you to introduce your party to the Force with your teachings, for them to confront their pasts as well. They saved the galaxy because of your actions and leadership. In a way, they learned to live again. It's sad to think about what happened to KOTOR. As someone who isn't a fan of the MMO, I was always disappointed we never got a true sequel to finish off the trilogy. I feel for Obsidian and the development hiccups they had. I feel for the game in its unfinished state. I feel for the series as a whole because it will never have the conclusion I believe it deserves. Forced to live in a weird limbo through the storylines created in the MMO. I don't know, I feel it deserves better than that. There's a remake of the original game on the way, or it's stuck on hiatus still, I'm unsure. But with that remake, maybe we will open the door to a remake of the Sith Lords as well, and with it, we can see the project fully realized, even if it's too late to get that third game in the series. If you haven't played Knights of the Old Republic before, why are you watching this video? Please do yourself a favor and play it. Play the first game and then play the second. Enjoy the ride and see what could have been. If there was plenty to explore and learn in the first game, the same is doubly true for the sequel. In my eyes, KOTOR 2 had everything going for it that would have allowed it to be a perfect game, a perfect Star Wars product. It just needed more time that it would never receive. It was doomed from the start, but some dedicated fans picked up the pieces, and even today the Sith Lords is better for it. So please give the series a chance. I promise it will be worth it. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hey, thanks for watching and making it to the end of the video. This was just a little re-release of the KOTOR retrospectives so that there's something out while I work on the Outer Worlds retrospective, which is taking longer than I like because I moved. I don't know if you can tell that I moved and I'm still cleaning up. This is the Patreon section. You can see all of the high rank and G rank patrons here, usually here, and the G rank patrons get a special shout out. So thank you to Dylan Delaney, Critical Link, Gloomerous, Backdraft 677, Brendan Hesse, Metalhead Frank, Wooly, Ralcar, Ashtray, Cyberworm, Jonathan, Strangely, Lude Hafumi, Rosalio, and Mr. Janky. Thank you guys so much for helping out with the video. I believe this was one, or a set of two rather, that Janky proofread, so thanks to him for that. And I will see you guys in the next video.
Dantooine